technological revolutions happened one at a time. There was the agricultural revolution a long time ago, and that freed us up to do these other things. And then there was the age of enlightenment, and there was the industrial revolution, and the computer revolution, and all these things happened. And I thought of them as like these distinct things. And now I view it as just this one long compounding exponential, where all of these things come together. Each piece of technology is built continuously, overlapping on one that comes before. And we're able to just do more and more. And so, in some sense, AI is this big, special, unique, different thing. And in some other sense, it is just part of this long human progress. We talked about the transistor earlier, but like, that was way more important in some sense to AI happening than the work we do now. And all this stuff has to like compound. You've got to build the internet, you've got to get all this data, all these things. And I want that exponential to keep going. There'll be things way after AI. We'll learn all sorts of new things. We'll colonize space. We'll build interfaces. Who knows what else we'll do. But I think at some point, AI fades into that arc of history. We don't really think about it. It's like transistors I'm trying to think about today. It's just another layer in the scaffolding that humans collectively have built up bit by bit over time. And where you're sitting all day, you get to open that door. You have this like computer that only has one interface. It says what you want. You say whatever you want. It happens. And you figure out amazing things to build for the next generation and the next and the next. And we just keep going.
I think the part that I think gets spooky is I can build some stuff, but I can't build like any technological stuff. So then I'm like, dang, well, I'm not gonna, what am I gonna build over there?
Okay, so right now, I can write software, maybe you can't. And I have a little advantage if I want to go build some technological thing. Very soon, you can make any piece of software you want. Because you just ask an AI in English, you say, I have an idea for you now, make me this thing. And the whole thing just happens. So that's a win for you. Maybe it's a little bit of a loss for me. I think it's kind of cool for the whole world. Yeah, but like, this is going to be a technology that anybody can use. You can just like, with natural language, you can say, this is what I want. And goes off and writes the code for you, debugs it for you, deploys it for you.
And then you can say, how do I use what I just created?
Yeah, but if you have a great idea, I'll just make it happen for you. And this is a new thing. I think this will make technology the most accessible it ever has been.
Okay, and that's a little bit different. I think there's this idea in my head that I'm going to have to figure out all this coding, I'm going to figure out all of this different ways to do things, to even have a possibility of use of myself in the future.
No, I think this is without talking too much about the future and what we're going to launch, like the fact that you'll be able to have an entire piece of software created just by like expanding your idea is going to be incredible for humans getting creating stuff. Because right now, I think there's like a lot more good ideas than people who know how to make them. And if AI can do that for us, we're really good at coming up with creative ideas.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that we like to do. Do you think right now, if humans, regular, average humans, most humans, could vote to keep AI going or to stop AI, what do you think that's a
great question? They would vote. This is like a totally kind of, I don't have any data for this. I would actually speak for this ChatGPT, which a lot of people, they would say like, keep it going. And most people don't say it's scary stuff. What do you think?
Yeah, I feel like most people would say, stop it, I think. Pause it, take the wheels off of it for a month. That kind of thing, siphon the gas out of the tank, like that kind of thing, put sugar in it. I think there would be like that kind of thing,
What are you most afraid of? Or is it just that we're not going to have purpose? We don't know what's all going to do.
Yeah, I mean, those are some of the huge parts, but I think like there's like probably that. I think that in the end, I think there's a general feeling of like, well, if all the trucking jobs disappear, if those become automated and like, yeah, if everything becomes a robo-tax, like, will that feel, where will those people go for jobs? Will everybody just be dancing on TikTok trying to get people to tip them for trends and stuff, like this part of that? I had this dream years ago that it all ends with everybody's driving an Uber and literally holding each other at gunpoint to be each other's passengers, right? Like, get in my car. because that's how bad. Like somebody's like, I need this there more than you do. My whole family's in the backseat, sitting shotgun. We'll get to where like people are literally holding each other at gunpoint to subscribe to their OnlyFans and stuff. Like it's just that dystopia or whatever. So I guess part of that, but then there's a deeper part where it's like, what comes out of us if it feels like a lot of the regular stuff that gives us purpose, that we know right now gives us purpose? Is there a new evolution of our purpose? Is there like a blooming inside of us? Is it this utopian place that you almost think of as like a heaven idea where, people are fed and have enough, are provided for to take care of themselves? I guess that's it, or what? Because purpose gives people work. Work gives people so much of their purpose, and so for to lose those things, what is it? What happens? And I know I kind of keep asking that over and over again. You don't really have any answers. It's okay. Yeah, of course. How could you? We're not in the future.
I mean, I think people really do love to be useful to each other. And people love to express their creativity as part of that. And as the long-term trend of society getting richer has continued, more people, I think, are able to get closer to sort of expressing themselves in the best way that they can. Maybe like,
that's one of the major sets of opinions that he basically ignored were the Sisyphus.
Not that many people have to be artists. The world wasn't that rich. There were a limited number of patrons that could pay to create art, but they were more than zero. Before that, there were almost none. And then you got this beautiful Italian Renaissance and all of this amazing art because there was like excess capital in the world. And now, a lot more people can start startups, which is another, for me, that's like my expression of creativity, right? Or more people can create content. And this idea that people can find whatever way they can to express themselves, their talent, their vision, for kind of collective love of other people and a care for putting their brick in society's progress. I think that can go really far. Now, what art in the future looks like now that AI can make art, or help make art, I don't know. It'll probably be kind of different. What startups will look like in the future when people can kind of just say whatever they want to their AI and they can make something of them right then. It'll kind of be different. But I think it's such a bad bet to assume that either human creativity or human fulfillment of being useful to other people ends. I think we're just going to stay on this exponential, and like each year, each decade, our collective standard of living goes way up. The world gets way richer. We all get more. We all expect more. And
just on logical grounds or on source.
Even over like the course I was thinking recently, like food is so much better than it is when I was a kid. Like the world has just figured out how to make food better. Like we, figure out organic vegetables or whatever it is. I don't know, it just tastes much better. And like, I think that's great. I don't want to go back to eating like the frozen carrots or whatever.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. I think there's some, like I saw this thing the other day, it was like a kitchen, they had like one of those robo kitchens or whatever. When you order food from like something Dash or whatever, and then but it's like Hank's Ribs, and then it's like Marty's Pizza, and then it's like Susan's Salami Shop, but they're all the same place,
And when you get that from Window Dash, you don't like, you feel like something's missing, right? You're like, this is fake. I can tell. I get less enjoyment. You would rather get that food from like the dude who's been making it and perfecting it on the, that little pizza shop on the corner for the last 20 years, right? Because that's like part of, like, that dude is part of the experience. That authenticity is part of the experience. Right? I don't think that goes away with the like fake robotic thing.
Okay. Yeah, because I think I start to feel like we're in this universe where it's like you're walking down the street or something and like a Waymo goes by and it's like, eat now, and you're like, but, and you already did eat, it's just got a bad reading or something, it's got a bad valve in it or something, you're like yelling at it, there's nobody in there, and you're like, I already ate it, it's like, sit down and eat now, and it just like fucking uses like a t-shirt can to just like shoot a burrito at you, and then you're sitting there, you're eating that, and then the GLP car goes by, right? Yes, and it's like, obviously you've overeaten. You're like, I didn't even want to eat. That thing's messed up, right? You're yelling at a car that has no driver in it, and then it shoots you with 3 GLP-1 darts in the neck. And now your wife and you recognize when you get home or whatever, you know?
The fact that you find this so off-putting, I think, is a sign for optimism. Yeah, like,
That's actually a good point.
if you're wired, you're going to be resistant to that. That's not going to make you happy. That's not going to make other people happy. Now, maybe we get tricked. Like, social media tricked us for a while. We got too addicted to feeds or whatever. But we realized, like, actually, this is not helping me be my best. You know, like, doing the equivalent of getting the, like, burrito handed into my mouth on my phone at night, like, that's not making me long-term happy. Right? And that's not helping me, like, really accomplish my true goals in life. And I think if AI does that, people will reject it. However, if ChatGPT really helps you to figure out what your true goals in life are and then accomplish those, you know, it says, hey, you said you want to be a better father or a better, you know, you want to be in better shape. You don't want to, like, grow your business. If you want, we can change that goal and I can help you scroll TikTok all night or, you know, eat the burritos or whatever, and I'll give you the GLP-1 shots while make it as healthy as you can. But, like, maybe instead I can try to help you convince you should go for a run tonight. And I think if AI feels like it is helping you try to accomplish goals and be your best, that will feel very different from our generation of technology.
Yeah. And you know what? And that's why I'm like, and that's where a kid growing up right now, to them, that would probably, some young people would be like, that makes the most sense. I'm a little older generation. I might be like, oh, that seems a little, but that's always how things are from generation to generation. Yeah, you're right. And maybe this is just like a quicker evolution of things. And for young people, it's going to make so much sense. And for older people, it's, and you're just like, get off my, you know, avatar lawn or something, you know.
But that's the way of societal progress. That's just how it goes.
Good point. You know, it's an interesting time for business. Tariff and trade policies are dynamic. Supply chains are squeezed and cash flow is tighter than ever. If your business can't adapt in real time, you're in a world of hurt. You need total visibility from global shipments to tariff impacts to real-time cash flow. That's NetSuite by Oracle, your AI-powered business management suite, trusted by over 42,000 businesses. NetSuite is the #1 cloud ERP for many reasons. It brings accounting, financial management, inventory, HR into one suite. You have one source of truth, giving you the visibility and control you need to make quick decisions. NetSuite helps you know what's stuck, what it's costing you, and how to pivot fast. If I needed this product, this is what I would use. NetSuite by Oracle, one of the most trusted companies in the world. It's one system, full control. Tame the chaos with NetSuite. If your revenues are at least in the 7 figures, download the free ebook, Navigating Global Trade.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for coming. I appreciate. Oh, hi, how are you? It's nice to see you. I appreciate you all coming again tonight. I've decided to put a little bit more energy into these lectures and a lot of my research. So I decided to read a new book of jokes, and it's helping quite a bit, actually. I'm reading Professor Ruth Weiss's book, No Joke, published by Princeton University Press. That's like a very sophisticated, complicated discussion of where Jewish humor comes from, and I hope to be able to speak more about it later. So this is her opening joke, which is the launch pad for a whole chapter of discussion on self-deprecating humor, but it goes like this. Now, I normally don't tell jokes that involve various nationalities, so I'm warning you in advance, this one is okay, don't worry about it. It goes like this. 4 Europeans go on a long hike, and when they return back to their hotel in the mountains, they're exhausted from being out all day. And so the Englishman says, I am so thirsty, I must have tea. And the Frenchman says, I am so thirsty, I must have wine. The German says, I am so thirsty, I must have beer. The Jew says, I am so thirsty, I must have diabetes. So she has a long discussion about, why is that funny, and does that say good things about Jews or bad things about Jews?
What up, Tim?
I'm looking forward to giving a lecture on that topic in the next few weeks. At any rate, tonight's topic happens to be a personal favorite of mine, a subject that I found fascinating. And actually, the truth is, I gave a lecture on Glucose of Hamel 2 years ago, but I didn't give it in this room. If you were part of the series a couple of years ago, you may remember that unfortunately I had to rush up to Canada because my father needed to have an operation. You remember it good? And And unfortunately, thank God he pulled through. He passed away, of course. The doctors gave him 6 months, and he took almost 2 years. He was able to take advantage of almost 2 years after that, finally passing away in August. But I was so happy to be able to speak about this topic that a couple of nights before the operation, I just set up a video camera and I sat down in my father's store with a blank wall behind me, and I just talked to the camera for about 40 minutes. So there is actually a lecture online of Glickl Hamlin, but I thought, now we should do it properly. Which reminds me of several other jokes, actually, that Professor Weiss's book. Like, for example, a skeleton is shown into a doctor's office, and the doctor says, "Now you come to see me?" There's a lot of black humor that we'll have to explore. Anyways, Glickl of Hamlin, an incredibly important source for historical information and giving us a tremendous insight into the 17th century and specifically the world of Jewish women in Europe at that time. This is the most well-known picture. It is, of course, not of Glickl of Hamlin because she died some 150, 180 years before the invention of photography, but this is from a photograph of one of her descendants, Bertha Pappenheim, who was also her first translator from Judeo-German into German, and so a real devotee of her work, and it gives us some sense of what she must have looked like. She's dressed up like a typical woman of Glick's stage of life and class in the 17th century. Basically, who was Glickl of Hamlin? She was an otherwise ordinary upper middle class bourgeois woman living in Germany, who towards the end of her life decided to record her life in a long memoir of 7 notebooks. The purpose of this memoir was to leave something behind for her children. She specifically wanted her children to know something about the kind of people that they came from, and she also wanted to offer a last chance to leave kind of like an ethical will for her children. It's a very complex and long ethical will, but it participates in a very strong tradition that persists to the present day of writing such wills for one's children. Let me just take a quick moment to stop talking about Glickl for a minute and talk to you about ethical wills, and I'll talk to you about something that my wife and I do that I feel very good about. The ethical will, or the tzava, is a document that we have examples of these that go back centuries, where well before a person passes on, they leave a will that isn't about, who gets to keep the tea set, who gets to keep the candlesticks. It's a will in which a person writes down for his or her children what their values are and what they think the children need to know the most for moving on once they've passed. My wife and I have what I think is a very beautiful custom. We've been doing it for, I guess, about 8 years now. We write a new one every year for each of our children, and we give it to them on Erev Yom Kippur. It's kind of a little bit, macabre just before Yom Kippur, thinking about what if we were not to live the next year. But my wife and I find it very therapeutic, and we have one of my children here who can tell you, is it a good experience to get these things, or is it just, it's okay. Obviously, we write it for each child depending on their age. Like the youngest kid just gets like a kind of a picture saying "we love you" and that's it. And the older kids get a lot of answer and a lot of direction. But anyway, so she wrote this kind of book. It was 7 notebooks long, written over the space of about 50 years. And it leaves a tremendous record of what life was like for this particular woman. She happens to be an extremely talented storyteller and writer, so it's a very engaging read. Even in the 21st century, it has a certain level of freshness and appeal and drama to it. And so it has offered us a tremendous insight into what life was like for her gender and for her class in 17th century Europe. So that's basically what the story is all about tonight. We're going to look at what she had to say about the world in which she lived and what we can glean from this particular book. So her name, Glucko, is Yiddish. Actually, she wrote in what's called Judeo-German, which is a Western European form of Yiddish. Yiddish, the language that we know and love, was not codified until the late 19th century when the Litvaks got a hold of it and insisted that their way of speaking was correct. But in reality, Yiddish is like it's a folk language that borrows very freely from surrounding cultures, and as a result, the vocabulary, the syntax, and quite often the grammar is highly affected by the languages among which the people live. The Yiddish spoken by Jews in Ukraine, for example, is very different from the Yiddish spoken by Jews in Berlin. They can understand each other, but they will have some very strong dialectal differences. So she wrote in a language that is called technically Judeo-German. It's written in Hebrew characters like Yiddish, but much more heavily influenced by the German language than some of the more Eastern counterparts. The name Glucko in Judeo-German means little happy one, where Gluck or Glick means happy, fortunate, praise, lucky, right? So, and the little L at the end is a diminutive. Like you name a little baby, Glucko. Oh, this is a little happy one, little fortunate one, little lucky one. And Hamon, of course, is where she was born and where she spent much of her youth, hence the name Glucko of Hamon. This was before Jews were given, by and large, surnames, as we discussed last week. So, what do we have in the memoirs? She began writing them in 1690 after she lost her first husband of 30 years. As we shall discuss, she was married she was engaged at 12, married at 14, and she remained with him for 3 decades. And they had an extremely close relationship. When she lost him, she began the memoirs certainly affected by the sense of mortality that she was experiencing when her husband passed away, and hence she wanted to offer her children something for themselves ethically and so on. But it turned out to be quite a cathartic device for her, and she extended the writing of these memoirs, this family history, throughout the next 2.5 decades until she finally passed away in 1724. It was intended as a private document for her family, but every now and then you get little glimpses that maybe she thought it would be read a little more widely. And there is a slight gap in the text between the years 1699 and 1715 because her children convinced her, after some time spent as a widow, that she should remarry, which turned out to be a disaster, as we shall see as we discuss her life story. So for about 15 years, she stops writing as she deals with the marriage, and then when she deals with the aftermath of that marriage, as we shall discuss. She finally finished the book in 1719, which was 5 years before she passed away. The text remained fairly closed. It was only extant in 2 manuscript copies, not actually in her own hand, copied out by some of her children. And then in the late 19th century, a version was published by Bertha Pappenheim, as I'll show you her pictures in a second, and that circulated quite a while. Bertha also intended it primarily for her own generation, although she translated it into German, and then it was discovered, and scholars got a hold of it, and they published an even more expanded and detailed edition in German, and later it's been translated into English, French, and even Russian to this day. Her ancestor, or I should say her descendant, who translated it, is shown here. We saw her a little while ago when she was wearing the frilled collar, actually dressing up as her ancestor. Bertha Pappenheim actually is a very famous woman in her own right. You may know of her, perhaps if you've studied any Freud. She was the infamous Anna O, who was the patient number 1, patient 0 of Sigmund Freud, who has been criticized for portraying her as literally hysterical, like in the sense of female histrionic syndrome, of being, highly strong and easily agitated and so on, which is hard to square with what we know about her as in real life. She actually was extremely active. Here they have a a German postage stamp after Bertha Pappenheim, which belies Freud's characterization of her. She was extremely involved, for example, in setting up halfway houses for runaway girls throughout Germany. And she was one of the pioneering women to set up social services for women who were victims of abuse and so on. So she was definitely not a pushover kind of woman. And you can see her thinking really coming straight from her ancestor, Glucke. Glucke was also a tough woman. And Bertha, also carried a very profound sense of what needs to be done and how to put it into place. Another famous descendant of Glucke, while we're at it, is the great Jewish poet Heinrich Heine, who is considered by many the finest stylist of the German language of the 19th century, particularly his acerbic wit. He ultimately converted to Christianity, perhaps the most famous aspect of his life from the perspective of Jewish history. He ultimately converted to Christianity and then immediately regretted it, and he spent much of his career publicly regretting it, which sort of cast shame on those who forced him to convert in order to get a position, which he actually didn't get in the end. And he referred to his conversion as the entrée billet to German culture, the entry ticket to German culture. As Dr. Weiss points out, just by using the French term entrée billet, like entry ticket, was in itself saying that German culture couldn't enter world culture. They had to use a French word in order to get in. But anyway, this gives you a sense of some of her illustrious descendants were really world-class people in their own right. Okay, let's focus on what actually do the memoirs say. Critics of the memoirs have focused on the two elements of the text, arguing that it is really a rather mundane statement of bourgeois values, meaning not higher thinking and not earthly, just very middle-class kind of values, and they mean that in a negative way. And reading the memoirs, I can tell you that there's a certain element of truth to that, because there are two words that occur without a doubt more than anything else in the entire book. The first word is Reichstaler, which means like dollar. It's a unit of currency. She's constantly talking about money, how much this costs, how much she can make doing this, and how much money this person is worth, and how much money that person is worth. So it's really an important topic to her, money. And the second one is, and guess what the second issue is? Shidduchim, right, marriage, right? She's always talking about how, well, I think my daughter would be good for this guy, or how could this guy throw over my daughter for that woman? And it's like Shidduchim and money are the two big topics on her mind, and it obsesses her. Now, we say obsess because, perhaps because of our much more spiritually refined state at the beginning of the 21st century, we no longer think about money and shidduchim as important things. But you think about, she's widowed in her 50s, and she has to take over the family business, and she has 8 children who are not married. 8, by the way, out of 12 surviving children. She bore 14, who unfortunately did not live to adulthood, but she's got a dozen children. She's responsible for feeding them. She's responsible for marrying them off. It really isn't surprising that that's what occupies most of her thinking is, how am I going to, pay all the employees? How am I going to make this business deal? How am I going to marry off my daughters? Those are things that are definitely the key themes of the book. That said, she is a masterful storyteller. There's a lot of drama involved with everything that goes on in her life. And she, you're at the edge of your seat wondering if he's going to propose. Will they be able to seal this deal? Will the boat get through and the merchandise arrive safely? I mean, she tells it with tremendous flair, so you actually get caught quite up. Get very caught up, and so I'll have to edit all that out. It sounds terrible, right? Anyways, another aspect of the text that's been criticized, and telling you the negatives first, because we're going to spend the rest of the hour talking about the positives. It's got a lot of heavy religious moral content. Again, if you remember the context in which she's writing this, she's trying to say something meaningful to her immediate children, to her unborn descendants. She's trying to like leave a legacy for them. And so occasionally she does wax a little bit long on some of these topics about, the importance of piety, the importance of scrupulosity and honesty and all one's dealings. These are things that are important to her. The editors, I think, have done her a disservice, certainly done us a disservice, because many of the versions that have appeared simply cut out huge chunks of this material. Some of which is simply taken straight from the moralistic literature that was circulating in Europe at the time. She'll read something in a Yiddish language book of Musar or ethical teachings, and she'll just say, I read this in this book, and she'll quote the whole story there and things like that. And a lot of editors, perhaps with a more secular mindset, were saying, okay, enough of this, enough, we get the point. And so we lost a good chunk of Luko's memoirs because they simply were not translated. I personally, I'm a purist, I guess. I would have liked to have slogged through the whole thing, but the text that we have is perhaps more readable by the removal of those things. Also, editors, particularly post World War II editors, are sometimes surprised by the fact that she's not bothered by the strictures of traditional orthodoxy. She has no questions whatsoever about the worldview of traditional Judaism. She is completely sold on it. She's a very, very pious woman, and you don't sense anywhere in the book that she is resistant to any of the various, restrictions placed on her. For example, one very moving moment, again, I mentioned that she had a very deep love for her husband, and in fact, much of, I think it's the 5th of the 7th book, describes his protracted illness and eventual death. When he was on his deathbed, very close to passing, Luko says to her husband, my husband, you're about to die. Shall I embrace you? And her husband responds, just wait, Luko, there will be time for you to go to the mikvah, and then we can embrace. Obviously, in a reference to the harchako, to the distancing, where during the period when a woman is menstruating in traditional Judaism, she does not have physical contact with her husband whatsoever. But even at that moment where he is on his deathbed, and she's wondering should we put the traditional laws in abeyance, her husband says no, and she accepts it. His last words, by the way, were, he essentially told the attendants around his bed that my wife is in charge of everything. She knows everything about the business. Let her handle everything. And of course she did, and there was never any question about who was going to be the president and CEO of their gold and precious jewels business. Okay, now, let's start talking about the positives. So I've given you some of the negatives of text. What are the elemental values of Luko Hamel's memoirs? The first are that this is an incredibly rare and rich look into the world of women of 17th century Europe. We have no comparable document for any person in 17th century that I, in my limited research, am aware of. Nobody else gives us a book. No woman gives us a book from the perspective of just a regular middle-class woman who is not famous for doing anything except writing this book. It's not a work of literature. It is a work of nonfiction in which she's just telling us what it's like to be her at that time and place in Europe. And that dwarfs the rest of the historical scholarship. We have no other primary text which is comparable to it. That's a primary value, particularly for students of gender and so on. Secondly, she goes through some pretty incredible periods of Jewish history. She lived through the Khmelnytsky Rebellion of 1648-49. She lived through the numerous expulsions that Jews had to endure in central Germany. She lived through the false messiahship of Shabbatai Tzvi, and she writes about all of these things. So we get a very rare bystander's perspective on some of the large currents going on in Jewish history. One of the problems with the sources that we typically work with in Jewish history is usually history is written by the people who win, the people who ultimately survive. And so we never get a perspective of people who are losers or people who are not involved. So she gives us a great look at Jewish history from the people who are not involved in the major events of the time. Okay, I was kind of blathered on for 25 minutes, so let me pause and take some questions. Yeah, Judith, please.
Kind of species, and that's where we make the future at anyway. And you're just like the name Paul Revere out there, it's like
for better or for worse. I think whenever you see someone who thinks differently than you, you're just like I'm fascinated by you. I don't quite understand how you think. I couldn't do it. I know you just understand the world differently than me.
Judeo-German.
I think that's cool. And I'm just like,
and that's how I feel. I think just thanks for just talking to me about it. That's what I think I get afraid to say.
I don't think you should be afraid. I don't think anybody's offended by that. I was talking to this friend of mine though about how he uses ChatGPT. He's been using it a lot for a couple of years now. And he noticed recently that he's
absolutely. So let's comment on her education specifically. First of all, what did she know? And what did she think about what she knew, and what did she feel was a lacuna in her own knowledge? She certainly knew the vernacular Judeo-German, and she could obviously speak it, read it, and also write it. But she did not feel that was any way exceptional. Like the vast majority of Jews, this is the language they were speaking, and it was also a language that had a burgeoning literary culture associated with it. There was actually a Yiddish language women's literature specifically geared at women who were unable to really work with the Hebrew text, because basically the language of learning of rabbinic scholarship was Hebrew. She indicates at one point, as a kind of a phrase to her father, that her father considered it very important that his sons and his daughters receive a good education in both Judaic and in secular subjects. And so she obviously knew enough math to get through the accounting, the books, and things like that. She knew enough, not only of Judeo-German, but of German itself, possibly some French, to be able to communicate with the various people that she's doing business with in Central Germany. So I would say that her education, just by just getting from the tone of what she thinks is great and what she doesn't comment on, her education is like kind of solid for the upper middle class Jews of Germany. If she was lower class, she may perhaps not have been able to read even Yiddish, possibly, but for an upper middle class girl, she got an education that was solid both judaically and secularly. Now, she does refer on occasion to traditional rabbinic books written in Hebrew, and she obviously is able to make some sense of them, but there are also a couple of offhand passages in which she refers to having someone else translate certain learned Hebrew books for her. So her Hebrew was definitely weaker than her Yiddish, and not at the level of a rabbinic scholar. But I'll give you an example to show you where her strengths are as well. She describes in one episode where education is really important to her. This is, again, a very traditional Jewish value that we see quite strongly with Google. She sends off her son, I think it was Joseph, to be tutored by a young man, Torah scholar in some other community. And the tutor says, normally I would get paid once every 6 months, but I'm wondering if you can pay me up front because I'm going to need money, that sort of thing. So alarm bells should have gone off at that point, but he pays him 6 months fee right up front. I think it was 6 months. And then a little while later, she gets a letter from her son saying, oh my gosh, things are terrible. The local authorities have placed an additional poll tax on the community, and we all have to come up with a lot more money. There are all kinds of crazy and prejudicial, discriminatory taxes placed on the Jews at that time. Please send a lot more money so that, we won't be evicted. And she felt a little weird about it, so she showed it to one of her older sons, who went and checked it out. And when he actually met with the brother, the younger boy who was studying with, the brother said that the tutor was just pocketing the money. And in fact, he was so hungry for money that he had cut off the silver buttons on the son's Shabbos coat in order to sell them to get money for himself. So right away that relationship ended. But you can see that she had to have a significant amount of business savvy beyond the literary education. There's one other thing I wanted to mention here. I talked about how what language she was. Oh yeah, one thing she always regretted never having learned to speak French well. She felt that French would have been like just a great way to round out her education. And so you can see that if she's worried about learning French, then it must mean that her German and her other secular subjects must have been pretty solid. She wanted to learn an elective language.
I think you got to remember that. It won't take away
Okay,
from
good question. Yes.
There's a lot of things you probably don't want to do. Like booking an open table is like one of them.
Yeah, and then you have like old fashioned, like, oh, book it, you're like, Dad, what do you mean? Get off the phone or whatever. Don't call it, you freaking weirdo. Use your age. Totally. Like, oh, no, book it. There's like a lot of like, Zuckerberg recently like kind of was poaching guys around.
I'll give you a simple example. And this is the kind of thing that can really throw off, especially if you're listening to it as opposed to reading it. The word yid, which is pretty important, right? Yid means Jew. So that's a Lithuanian pronunciation, Y-I-D, yid. If you live in Western Germany, you would say Jude, right? Jude, which is like the German word for Jew. And if you lived in Eastern Ukraine, you'd say Yid, like Yiddish, like just without the Y. So that's the same word, Yid, Yid, and that gives you a sense of how the dialect yeah. Jid. Well, in the Polish language, Jid, right, so it comes from there. But not in Polish Yiddish. In Polish Yiddish, you still say Yid. Yeah, that is the Yid. Okay. I read stuff about what was edited out. I read the introductions and stuff like that. But that's a good question. I'm going to edit it out of this video because it won't make me sound smart. Okay. Secondary round. Well, let's see. Now, what was her life? Let's talk a little bit about her life events. Let's try and understand. I made this a little bit too small a text, but basically, just running through her life. She was born in Hamburg in 1846. The Jewish community. 1646. Thank you. She was born. I'm going to start that over again. We'll edit it out. Right? She was born in Hamburg in 1646. The Jewish community was expelled 2 years later, and they made their way to Altona. Altona, they managed to stay there for a few years, but then the Swedes came in, because there was a war going on in the entire region that affected actually far out to the east as well, and so they were driven out of Altona. And you can see right away in her childhood that the Jewish existence is highly tenuous. I think one very important idea to underline in this section of her life, we should recall that with the exception of the United States of America, certain parts of actually nowhere at this time, pretty much nowhere, Jews were always considered transient populations. They were considered aliens. Jews may have lived in Germany for 600-700 years, but they did not have the right of residency. This continued right up until the 20th century in some places, like in the Russian Empire, until 1917. Jews were not actually citizens of that country, and they could be expelled at will. Kind of like, they had a visa to live there for generations, and then if the state ever wanted to expel them from a region close to the border or anything like that, they had the right to do so. So Jews lived a very tenuous life where they would show up in a town, try to keep their head down, no one should notice them. They wouldn't build synagogues at all because right away they would be establishing a formal presence, so they would pray in people's houses and hope they didn't get caught, and this could go on for decades. And she describes a lot of the situations, the adventures they had to go through paying off petty bureaucrats to look the other way because the Jews were convening prayer meetings and things like that. So she spent the early part of her life traveling back and forth between various places from which the Jews were expelled. They finally made it to Hamo, where they had a little bit more temporary respite, and at age 12, she was engaged to a young man named Chaim of Hamo, who was a person who apprenticed and eventually became a dealer in precious jewels and gold. And this is the profession that he lived with his entire life, and one, of course, that he took over after he passed away. Jewels, gold, things like that are very traditional occupation for Jews. They're highly portable. So, when you're traveling from one place of exile to the next place of exile, it's easy to take it with you and so on. It relies on far-flung international connections, and Jews with their diaspora are well suited towards that and so on. So, and the age of marriage, of course, was very typical of Jews right up until the middle of the late 19th century. Jews were in Eastern Europe in particular were still getting married at very young ages. There was often a long time between the betrothal, which could be when a woman was even prepubescent, but marriage before 18 was very common. In fact, the Talmud praises early marriage. At one point, they asked Rabbi Rothschild why he was so great. He says, I got to be such a scholar because I married my wife when I was 18. And if I married her when I was 16, I would have been even much greater than I am now. So the idea of early marriage was very common. We should understand, of course, though, that the Jews had a highly developed culture of multiple generation households. So when a woman who was really just a girl would be thrust into childbearing and child rearing, she wasn't going to be 13, 14, 15 years old and doing it alone. She would live in a household with a grandmother, a mother-in-law, cousins, aunts, things like that. So it was like, it was an extended family that nurtured the young people. That's, by the way, one of the reasons why the Jews enjoyed a much larger population explosion in the 19th century than surrounding cultures because of this extended family arrangement. Ironically, she got pregnant shortly after marriage, 14, and her mother got pregnant almost at the same time. They delivered within 8 days of each other and even shared a room as they were convalescing after their delivery, which is kind of an ironic thing. There's a joke that I'm not going to repeat. I always tried it. My wife said, "Don't repeat that joke." Okay. So, as I mentioned, over the course of her life, she bore 14 children, basically one every 2 years for their marriage, and 12 of them, a rather remarkably high number, which may speak to their social class and economic wherewithal. 12 of them survived to adulthood. At the age of 44, in 1689, she lost her husband, devastating blow, and she remained unmarried for quite some time. Did I do those numbers right? Yes, I did. She remained unmarried for about 11 years, and she managed her husband's business just fine, thank you very much, until her children said, it's not good for you to be alone. We've got this great man named Serf Levy from nearby town of Metz. He was the Parnas, which meant he was the president of the community. He was a very successful banker. Everything looked absolutely wonderful, so she agreed that she would, in fact, marry this Serf Levy. They did so. He borrowed a large amount of money from her to expand his business and then promptly went bankrupt, losing it all and then dying 2 years later. So his second marriage was a total disaster, at least from the perspective of economics and companionship, because not only was she alone again, but now she was broke and alone again. It was much more difficult for her. Nevertheless, she insisted on repaying all of the debts that her second husband had incurred, and she worked incredibly hard in this very late stage of her life to rebuild her business, which she did successfully. squaring away all of her debts at the end of her life. And ultimately, in a development that has great irony for the book, she ends up moving in with her least favorite son-in-law, who takes care of her to her old age. One of the marriages that she was the most kind of like hesitant and even resentful about, because it's a very long and protracted process of, why do you want us to come visit you first? You should be coming to visit us first. And it goes back and forth for pages and pages until finally her daughter gets married to this man. And she's always complaining about her mechatenista, about her in-law. She always calls her, for the first parts of the book, she calls her the wealthy Frau Jacke, meaning the rich one. She keeps on talking about her in this disparaging tone of how much money she has, but it ends up that that's where she goes to live after she's widowed a second time, and she's treated with such honor and dignity by her son-in-law, by her mechatenista, that she takes it all back and has only, warm thoughts of gratitude to them for the kindnesses they showed to her at the end of her life. Her last entries in the journal dated 1719, if I remember correctly, and she dies at the age of 78 in 1724. So that's a very quick overview of the major life events she describes. In between all these events, she's talking primarily about two things. You recall lifestyle is money, right, and all the various business deals that she's involved in, most of which, by the way, are now after her husband passes away, and so she's involved with a lot of complicated things. She's involved. There's shipping issues where they're attacked by pirates. We're talking about pirates. This is the 18th century, right? It's a 17th century. It's a crazy kind of time, and corrupt nobles and not necessarily so honest Jews that she's doing business with, and she's describing all these tribulations of her business life, and at the same time she's worried about her sixth daughter, who's the right guy for her.
Welcome, Mr. Aquarius.
Her seventh son is having difficulty liking his Rebbe. I mean, she's very much involved in these family things, and you can see that she's writing down a lot
Can you
of
hear me
things,
now?
she's going through them as a kind of a therapeutic, personal
Excellent.
experience. Okay.
How are you?
Hey. I'm good. How are you?
I'm lovely. Are you ready for me?
Yeah, we're gonna play before you go to sleep, because
Yeah.
I don't want to go. I want to catch you while you up.
Yes, ma'am. Just one moment. How was your day?
It was good. How was yours? I did accomplishment. I finally got my energy a little bit. It's on 98%. So I thank the Lord that I got up and I did some things in this room. I got a strike.
Look at you.
I did. I think my dresser and my shelf. So I did a little bit. I got some trash out of here. So I did a little bit today.
Excellent.
Yeah. Good, Sarah. You're doing good. Yay.
Get it.
That is
2
right.
in a row, Miss Aquarius. No one's touching you today.
You got these 3. Good, Sarah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Get it.
Let's go, Rabbi.
I don't know why I didn't get more. Got it.
Oh, good, Sarah.
That was. Thank you.
Another strike.
Beautiful strike.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi. You got this.
No.
No, you got it. You got it.
It's on you. Get it, girl. Oh, yeah. Boy, you got a high score. A really, really big one. Get it. Ooh, look at you in the 90s.
Come on, Rabbi. You got it. Strike.
I tried.
You got it. It's all right. I win, you win. You win, I win.
That's right. Good job, Miss Aquarius.
All right.
You're approaching your 100th win. It's gonna be any night now.
Yep, in my hand. Right, let's go now.
I win, you win.
You got a strike.
Get it.
You got a strike. You got a strike, Rabbi. Okay?
I'll do my best. Nice spare.
Good spare. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You got a strike. Strike.
All but one.
You got this. See? Good spare.
Get it. All but one. Get it.
Okay, you got it, Rabbi. Come on, Rabbi. Strike. Hi.
All but two.
I'm sorry. I hurt your ear, my bad.
No, you're good. Oh, come on.
I know, right?
Get it. Get it.
Number one. Let's go, Rabbi. You got this. Come on. Try.
There we go.
Yes. Good job.
That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome.
Get it. Strike. All right. This is a tough split.
I know.
This is a tough split. You're going to get it, though. You can get it. You can get it.
All right.
Almost.
Come on, Rabbi. How to do it now? Hey, let's go, Rabbi. Let's go. Yes, good spare.
Whoop, whoop.
Nope, you got this.
For
Rabbi.
sure. No doubt.
Come on, Rabbi. Strike it, strike it, strike. You got this. Get those two. Get them.
Nope. That's okay.
Okay.
I win, you win. You win, I win. There you go, ma'am. Thank you so much. I win, you win.
Thank you.
That's my favorite.
I
love you too. That's my favorite when that happens. When you win and I win, that's the best.
Oh, well, when you win, I win. It's the best too.
That's right, ma'am.
And when we both win, we undefeated in friendship and undefeated in the bowling game.
That's 1,000% right. Excellent.
Hey, I see you at 11 my time, okay? If
Excellent.
you don't be asleep, but if you do, you know I'll be here with you, okay?
Thank you, ma'am. I love you. Take care.
All right, thank you. I love you. Take care too. Talk to you later.
Absolutely.
Ladies and
What a
gentlemen,
nice
welcome
woman.
to the Tim Dillon Show. Earlier this week, 30-year-old teenagers and Elk Boys received a massive amount of backlash for their interview with Benjamin Netanyahu. And although Netanyahu is widely reviled, he does maintain some support with people across the world.
Any questions at this point? Yes, please.
Comment.
All their children got married, except for the two that passed away.
From Gaza, who's a big supporter of Netanyahu. Yes, thank you for having me. Thank you for coming on this. So now, tell us your story. What's happening in Gaza, and why do you support Benjamin Netanyahu? Yes, Tim, so like many people in Gaza, I had every reason to hate Israel. Shortly after October 7th, my family was sheltering under a donkey.
There's a great book written about American Jews that's called How Jews Became White Folk. I can't remember the title of the author, but the reality is that even in America, when people thought about race, Jews were not included in Caucasian. It was just, they were like Jews, Syrians, blacks. Syrians really loomed large in the imagination of Americans before the 1950s. Even here in Miami Beach, you see a lot of restrictive covenants where people are not allowed to buy property in Bal Harbor or, south of 41st Street if they were Jews, Syrians, blacks, Canaanites, all those kind of things. It's crazy but true. Okay, so two major observations about the memoirs. The first is that she gets involved in the business as a matter of course. She does not in any way describe her business activity as something exceptional. She doesn't say, like, most women sit at home and knit and bake cookies or something. She says, well, and then it was time for me to go to work. And not like she was in any way special. So you get this impression from reading her book that of course women were involved in business. Of course women were involved in the day-to-day affairs of, whatever economy was supporting their family. This is certainly a traditional Jewish approach. If you will recall the famous hymn that is recorded in the book of Proverbs and is read every Friday night, I'm going to ask you for a translation of the term Eshet Chayil. Don't translate the first thing that comes to your head. What does the term Eshet Chayil actually translate as? That's what the first thing that comes into your mind, but no, that's not what it means. Eshet obviously means woman of, right? Isha is woman, it's in the smichut form, meaning it connects to that word. What is a chayal? A soldier woman, that's right, thank you. A warrior woman. It's not a woman of valor. Okay, if you think of valor in the sense of like courage and like, soldiers, then it makes sense. But an Eshet Chayil or Eshet Chayil means a woman who goes to war, a woman who is out there in the Milchama Shel Parnasa, going out there and duking it out with all of the others. It's not your, Mrs. Cleaver kind of image of a woman. She is a tough woman who, when you read through Eshet Chayil, you can see that she's involved in real estate, that she's involved in agriculture, she's got a lot of employees, directing them and managing them. She's even involved in import and export. She's got boats going on and everything. So this is already from the period of Proverbs, the biblical period. Google was right within that mold. She was totally in charge of all of the business. And there was never any moment to say, well, that was exceptional, because it was not exceptional. Because every woman can imagine, from whatever class they came from, were involved in the business. Right, okay. So that's the first major observation, I think, is you read from the fact that it's unexceptional, that it must be the norm for women to be involved in these kinds of things. It's interesting to contrast that with the way maybe we think as a result of the American experience, with the 40-day work week, and the so-called weekend, and things like that, which is very different from Jewish approaches in general. Secondly, and I haven't talked about this very much throughout the book, it's filled with a deep, pervasive piety that in no way comes off as inauthentic. It's very clear that she is a truly religious woman, that she has tremendous bitachon, or trust in God, and they're not just throwaway phrases for her. She really deeply believes in the power of Torah, the power of the sages to be able to, convey meaning to life, and that one should strictly adhere to the halacha in every way, the way of Jewish life. So she's actually expressing at the same time a hard-nosed attitude to the realities of commerce And at the same time, a very pre-modern sense that this is the Torah and this is, I'm going to keep it just like that. She is clear, we discussed a little bit of her education there. She is clearly heavily influenced by the moralistic literature that was circulating for women at the time. She cites widely from books like the Panorama, which was a Yiddish language digest of rabbinic literature that accompanied the weekly portion of the Torah. And it was pretty much standard reading for any pious woman to, Saturday afternoon sit on the porch and open up the Panorama and read in Yiddish the kind of abbreviated version of what happened in the Torah reading that week, amplified with stories from the Talmud and else written in Yiddish. And she also is deeply moved by Tchinas, which are these very beautiful liturgical creations designed pretty much exclusively for women. These are prayers which unfortunately have been largely lost to the tradition in the 20th century, particularly after the demographic upheaval of the Holocaust and also the linguistic shift away from Yiddish to English that we suffered in this country. There are a few remnants of these Yiddish language prayers which are intended primarily for women. Like if you look in an art scroll sitter, you'll see the prayer Gott von Abraham, God of Abraham, that is typically read on Saturday nights. That's an example of the Shekhinah. These are typically relatively short, but uniquely heartfelt personal prayers, almost always written in the first person singular. And often associated with life cycle events, births, deaths, miscarriages, menopause, all kinds of fascinating things associated specifically with women's lives, and offered women a very profound spiritual outlet that is not present in the traditional rabbinic text of the Siddur. So she's quite often quoting Tchinas and materials that come from Tchinas. So you see that she's really, this is not literature that she's read once and put on the shelf. This is literature that she goes into every day in terms of her prayers for her own personal spiritual uplift. There are a couple of offhand passages in the book where she mentions how she was on her way to the synagogue for morning prayers during the week. So they get the impression that here's one woman at least who was going to sit on the women's section and say the Shacharis prayer, which was fairly uncommon in the 17th century. In fact, many synagogues did not even have women's sections. It was just the synagogue was the boys' place. If they ever had to have a women's gathering, then the boys would clear out and the women would have the whole thing. But it was typically a men's club, as my wife calls it. So, you're going to the men's club in the morning, all right, see you later, that kind of thing. She has a tendency towards the supernatural. There are quite a few passages in the memoirs where she speaks about, the sighting of illustrious ancestors who have passed on, and premonitions and things like that. So I don't like to use the word superstitious because that tends to be a derogatory term. But she clearly was a believer in, the extrasensory perception that is possible through the panoply of demonic and angelic beings that are present in the mystical tradition. Oh, that was a really good sentence. Okay, I can't believe I actually used the word panoply in a sentence. Did I say that right? Panoply or panoply? Panoply.
This guy is out there.
My daughter heard it too. Okay, let's go on. Okay, so the other thing that's really, so those are like my two main observations, my two takeaways from Wilco's book that say a lot about, living as a woman in the 17th century. What about her bystander's perspective? Well, that's also fascinating. I'm just going to look at two of the most important things that happened in her lifetime on the largest, stage of Jewish events, and give you a sense of how she reacted to them. The first of them is the Khmelnytsky Rebellion of 1648, when this man, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, sometimes horribly mispronounced Chmielnicki because that's the Polish spelling with an American pronunciation, but the actual pronunciation is Chmielnicki, led an uprising of Ukrainian peasants against their Polish overlords. This is a gathering of some of those peasants, the so-called Cossacks or Kozaké, who were basically runaways from Polish authority, and they were setting up these camps called Sitka in the region of the Dnipro River, and they went on a tremendously successful and bloody rampage against the Polish authorities in Ukraine. This is not the place to go into larger discussion of why this was, but suffice to say that Jews suffered tremendously. Jews were essentially the middlemen between the Polish landlords and the Ukrainian peasants. And so when the Ukrainians ran amok to protest against the kind of exploitation that they had suffered tremendously from, the Jews were a much more convenient and close by target than the Polish landlords who were living far away in Warsaw. Now, the Ukrainians did make it all the way through Poland, and they ravaged the entire place for a few years, until finally in 1654 they made a deal with Russia, and things changed, but there was a period of tremendous agony for the Jews, with literally tens of thousands of casualties. The period is known in Hebrew literature as the Zerat Takh, the evil decree of 1648-49. From Luca's perspective, she describes, this is of course, she's a very young child at this time, since she was born in 1646, but she describes how her family took in tens of refugees from the Chmielnicki riots. So these riots or rebellions are occurring in Ukraine. She's living in central Germany. So these Jews, it shows how far a refugee movement has penetrated. And the fact that she talks about tens of refugees gives you a sense also of her socioeconomic class, if her father could afford to put up such a large number of Jewish refugees. But they brought with them disease, possibly tuberculosis, and in fact some of her family members died as a result of caring for some of these refugees. So early on in her life, she's affected by pogroms that occurred far away, and loses relatives as a result. It's funny, it reminds me, it's a totally different connection, but my father, in a similar way, he grew up with kids from the DP camps, because my grandparents took in people who were Holocaust survivors, and so my father grew up with kids his own age after the war. Anyways, that's just an aside, totally irrelevant, but nevertheless. Okay, so she described, and we get a sense of the Chmielnicki rebellion and how it impacted Jews so far away and what that meant to them. The other event, which is especially important for us to look at, is the whole Shabbatai Tzvi debacle, which in many ways is related to the Chmielnicki riots. Basically, there's this man named Shabbatai Tzvi, who is a rather brilliant young man, well-liked, good-looking, a Kabbalist, highly intelligent, who appears to have developed some kind of bipolar disorder, some kind of manic-depressive sort of disorder. And at first, in his youth, he seems to be pretty stable, but then, like with a lot of these mental illnesses, their onset can be in the early 20s. He begins to develop these messianic pretensions. Unfortunately, he runs into a few people, one in particular, Nathan of Gaza, who encourages these delusions. He begins to start saying that he can levitate and that he has a mission, that he's canceling certain fast days, things like that. And amazingly, he gets a following and a backing, and the Jews of the world who are so broken and zerrissen, they're so shattered by the events in Ukraine, they begin to believe that this is it. Finally, the Mashiach has come. Finally, the Messiah has come. And Jews from all over Europe prepared to greet the Messiah. Gluco's experience is especially interesting. She describes how her father-in-law became a devotee of Shabbatai Tzvi, and whenever a letter arrived from the Mediterranean, This, by the way, is a prayer book published. It says here at the top, Teretz Tzvi, here's the Shabbatai in the center here. Here's all these angelic beings, and here's the Sanhedrin, and so on, all listening to him. The letter would arrive describing how Shabbatai was doing. All the Jews would put on their best clothes. They would go to the synagogue, and the rabbi would read the letter in public to everyone as they stood there listening. So they were really very, attached to what's going to happen to the Shabbatai Tzvi. Finally, she says her father-in-law sold all of his property. He transformed a lot of it into movable goods, dry goods, and he stored them at Gluckel's home, right, her father's home, and he waited for news that it was time to move to Israel. So he actually made a physical commitment, like many Jews, selling their property and getting ready to make to Israel. What ended up happening, of course, it's a terrible story, but Shabbatai Tzvi presented himself to the Ottoman Sultan and said, here I am, I'm a Jewish Messiah, give me Jerusalem and I'm going to begin the Messianic era. The Sultan said, very nice to meet you, Mr. Messiah. I have a counteroffer. How about you become a Muslim? Or I cut off your head. And he said, and then he decided to become a Muslim. And a lot of the Jews who followed him at that point realized that it was all for naught. Some Jews, however, continued to follow him, and they were called the Dinna, and they maintained their own existence and identity even up to the 20th century. But he died lonely in exile in Albania, which is, I guess, a pretty terrible place to go into exile. But no offense to Albanians, I'm going to cut that part out. I get a lot of Albanian watchers, believe it or not. The Latvians have disappeared. But, so anyways, she described, we get a sense from what the Shabbatai Tzvi story was like in her eyes as well. So if we bring all these things together, we get a sense of the legacy of Gluckel of Hamelin and what specifically her memoirs mean. On a literary level, it's a great read, and I encourage all of you to pick up a translation of this work and to read it, because it is absolutely fascinating. You follow her story with tremendous anticipation of what's going to happen next. She's also a gifted storyteller, bringing in parables and stories from many different sources and using them to try and illustrate her message. For example, I'll tell you one that I rather enjoyed. It's probably not from a Jewish source. It probably comes from the German literary sources of fables, things like that. But the fable apparently goes like this, and she says this right at the beginning of her memoir, by the way. She says, it's a parable of a seagull who's carrying its young over a large river, one at a time. And every time the seagull has one of its chicks on its back, flying over the river, the seagull says to its chick, will you take care of me in my old age? Promise me. And the chick says, absolutely, father, I certainly will. And the seagull says, kind of savage, liar, and then dumps the chick in the water and goes back to get another one. Brings them over one at a time. Each one claims to take care of his father in his old age. The bird says, no way, throws him in the river, until the last one is finally in the middle of the river, and the seagull asks his chick, take care of me in your old age, will you promise me? And the chick says, father, I cannot promise you that I will take care of you in my old age, but what I can assure you is that I will take care of my children as well as you have taken care of me. And so the message that she's saying to her children is, you may not be able to take care of me, but please take care of your children the way I loved you and the way I wanted you to be raised. So this is the kind of style that she develops those books. It's very beautiful and engaging as a whole. It has tremendous value as an early Yiddish text as well. We didn't talk too much about the linguistics of it, but that's for scholars that there is. It also gives us tremendous insight into the life of women in the 17th century, specifically Jewish women, and a source which is unparalleled in its richness and scope for those main elements of the money and shidduchim. And finally, it's a book of great moral instruction, just reading about her life and getting a sense of what she personally had to go through and how she persevered. That story in itself, I mean, if it were fiction, it would still be great. The fact that it's nonfiction really gives you a sense that this is a woman with a real sense of purpose, a sense of destiny, and someone who, with strength of character, managed to persevere despite tremendous obstacles. And with that, I want to thank you tremendously for your audacious endurance, the fact that you've lasted through a whole hour with me, and I look forward to speaking to you next week.
These products. I drink cold brew year-round and used to rely on grocery store concentrate or $6 cafe runs mostly out of what I thought was convenience, but then I found trade. Now making cold brew at home is easy, plus it tastes way better and costs less than buying cold brew at another place. Trade is the #1 coffee destination in the U.S. for both hot and cold coffee drinkers. They've sourced the best beans from top roasters across the U.S. and now have a special cold brew collection. Trade makes it effortless to make your own cold brew at home that's both delicious and at an amazing value. And they don't just stop at beans.
Okay,
they also
great.
provide expertly curated equipment that's easy to use.
Thank you all for coming. Why don't we get started?
I do love this coffee. My
So,
friends drink cold brew.
Tonight's lecture,
And they love this cold brew.
this is a fascinating lecture. I'm going to speak slowly because some of the material here is totally new to me, and I had such a charge studying this week. I just learned this name, Babata, myself. 7 days ago, maybe a little bit earlier when I was doing the Bar Kokhba research. Just, wow, mind-blowing. What basically is this? Babata was a name of a woman who was hiding out with the Bar Kokhba rebels that we studied last week in the Cave of Letters. And in that cave was discovered this archive contained in this kind of like leather sackcloth bag buried under a rock that were her entire legal history. 35 documents that extended from her marriage contract through custody disputes and property disputes involving all kinds of people, husbands, sons, co-wives, nieces, step-nieces. It's just totally fascinating and gives us a really rich glimpse into the life of a woman in 2nd century Israel. So I put the pedal to the metal. I did a lot of research over the last week. I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of things wrong, but for a popular first-time lecture, I think this is really an exciting thing because it's not often I get to lecture about something I never heard about before. It's never stopped me before to speak about things I don't know nothing about, but this thing I really didn't know nothing about this 10 days ago, and now I'm talking about it because it's fascinating. Good and Welfare, tonight's lecture is anonymously sponsored. Thank you to our anonymous sponsors. And I did get on the internet, I'm happy to say, a couple of complaints. Where's the opening joke? So I was really waiting to say, how come you can give these lectures with no opening jokes? So those of you who are watching us on the internet, if you really just want to get to the material about the Babata, I will try and put a little marker saying go to time marker X and you'll miss the joke entirely. But for the rest of us, let me start with a joke. So this joke is, it involves a little bit of background information. You have to know, for example, the difference between the Hasidim, who are the outgrowth of this 18th century populist movement that favored, like spontaneous worship and worship through joy and through camaraderie, sometimes through alcohol, dancing, singing, things like that. Much more kind of loose, spontaneous, excited form of Judaism that developed in Poland in the 18th century. Contrast them with the traditional Talmudists, known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents, who favored a more stern, law-based, Talmudic approach to texts and Judaism and life and so on. And they had quite a rivalry that it was quite fierce in the last few quarter century of the 18th century, really, and into the 19th century, but it calmed down quite a bit. And they debated in particular things like halakha, Jewish law. Any matter of Jewish law was something that they argued over fiercely, whereas, for example, the Misnagdim argued for earlier times of prayer. The Hasidim said you sleep before they daven. More complicated than I'm giving over right now, but they debated all these things. And one more piece of information, you should know that one of the things that is characteristic of Judaism is the respect for the name of God. Of course, it is one of the commandments not to take the name of the Lord in vain. And so, we take prayer very seriously, and when you say a blessing, for example, and you take the name of the Lord in that blessing, you really have to take it seriously with full intention and so on. You certainly don't want to waste a blessing. So, for example, if you were thinking of eating an apple and you said the blessing with God's name, and then you decided not to eat the apple, that would be a terrible thing because you just wasted the blessing. So the joke goes like this. It's in the Holocaust. Not too many jokes you can tell. I'm set in the Holocaust. You'll see it makes sense. And there's this Misnaged, one of these Talmudic Jews from Blitz, who gets away from the ghetto. He runs off into the forest, and he happens to join a group of Hasidic partisans. And they're like involved in fighting against the Nazis. They're like, blowing up bridges and all kinds of activities like that. And during the day, they spend their time fighting the Nazis, trying to disrupt their movements. And at night, they have extensive and heated discussions about Jewish law. And this goes on for quite some time. One day, as they go to attack a Nazi squadron, the fight gets heated and they become separated. And the Misnaged runs in one direction and chased by several Nazis, and he realizes he's at a dead end. He turns around and he's looking at the barrels of several Nazi guns, and he realizes this is going to be the end of his life. So, because he is a brisker Misnaged, and he holds very strongly to the opinion that, if you know you're going to die as a martyr, then you should say the blessing, Baruch atah Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam asher kiddushanu b'nei sosav v'tzivano al kiddush Hashem. Blessed be the Lord God, King of the universe, who sanctifies us with the commandments, including the commandment of martyrdom. So with his full concentration, gathers his energy, and he pronounces his blessing in Hebrew out loud. He finishes it with a great flourish, and just then his Hasidic compatriots jump onto the Nazis, take away their weapons, and he is saved. And he looks at the Hasidim and he says, no. I said it, they're not trying. Okay. All right. So at this point, I'm going to. This is the spot where if you're watching on the internet, you just want to hear about Babata. This is where you jump in. Okay. So first and foremost, I have to give thanks to a librarian at Terrell College. This is Carol Shapiro. I wrote to her the morning after I learned about Babata. I said, oh my gosh, you have to get me all these articles on Babata. And they were like in really bizarre journals written in Greek and Latin and all kinds of stuff like that. And she pulled together at a moment's notice a tremendous amount of data. So I'm very grateful to Carol for finding all this stuff for me and giving us the material that we can talk about tonight. Now, let us recall where we got these documents. We spoke about it last week in the lecture on Bar Kokhba. These were discovered in the so-called Cave of Letters. They are named so after Babata's find because there are all these letters in this archive. It's in an extremely remote area north of the southernmost part of the Dead Sea. Here's a map. You can see here's the Cave of Letters located here. The sort of oasis town of En Gedi, which is going to be very important, is just to the northeast of it, and here you can see it within the context of Israel proper. Extremely remote area, very difficult to get there. You have to climb along a mountain path, and you have to go up a 60-foot sheer cliff wall to get to the cave. And it housed quite a number of rebels of the Bar Kokhba rebellion against the Romans for quite some time. Here you can see a view from the opening. You can see a climber coming up at the bottom. It's in a deeply inhospitable part of Israel. The Dead Sea happens to be the lowest point on the surface of the earth. Temperatures there are regularly above 100 degrees, and it is, and the nearest water is miles away, potable water, that is, as opposed to the Dead Sea, which is heavily mineralized. And it was in this cave complex, which extended for 300 meters, 3 distinct chambers deep into the cliff wall, that these several hundred Bar Kokhba rebels, including men, women, and children, lived for some time before they were eventually killed. It appears, maybe I shouldn't say they were killed because it's not certain exactly how they died, but there were ossuaries there, or like we'll talk about it towards the end of the lecture. But there were bodies found there, skeletons found there, and Bavata was plausibly buried there as well. Most likely from starvation, perhaps from disease. But she met her end in the cave. It's also important to note, of course, that these are really important documents to her, and she left them behind. So she would have left them behind for any other reason except for her own demise. So this was likely her last resting place. I had some interesting correspondence with the author of this book, Richard Freund, over the last week, putting together this lecture. He was one of the stars in an extremely useful documentary made by Nova. I'll put on the internet, I'll put a little URL. You can watch this 1 hour video where you can see the cave itself and meet the people who are excavating it. It's really quite fascinating and wonderful. And I wrote him to congratulate him on such a wonderful achievement, and he was very friendly, and we had a nice exchange. Here's a picture of Richard Freund. One of the things I like about this picture is that you can see that I think he has a bit of an affectation for Indiana Jones. You see the leather jacket, the hat, let's see, this is Richard Freund, this is Indiana Jones, right? So, but he really is Indiana Jones, and he's going out there into the Dead Sea, this world, and like digging around and finding these treasures. Really, it's an amazing thing, and he was a great scholar. I highly recommend his book. Question? Yes, he's an archaeologist. Correct. Okay, so, one other cool thing. So, when the archive was first discovered by General Yadin in the 60s, they were using 1960s technology, which most of you probably remember. That was back when we were making fires with like rough sticks together and things like that. But, in the 30 years since then, a lot more devices were invented, ground-penetrating radar and things like that. And Richard Freund had this brilliant idea when he was getting his colonoscopy, because they have these places in the floor of the caves that are like fallen rocks that have fallen over the centuries. There's earthquakes there, and there was no way to understand what's at the bottom. So he asked his colonoscopist, is that the right word, colonoscopist? His GI doctor, hey, could you use that thing to get into crevices? Listen, we have to get any kind of crevices with this thing. And sure enough, so he brought a GI doctor along with him on this trip in the 1990s with one of these colonoscopy devices to look in the rubble, and they found tremendous things, so it just goes to show you
how many people tell you that
I don't know what it goes to show. Anyways, they found all kinds of amazing things there. I mean, it's a huge and amazing trove of artifacts, including slippers. They found children's shoes, like this is the bottom of a sandal here. So there were people living there, cooking fires, all kinds of things were going on inside these caves for who knows how many months, maybe years. They had a whole civilization there. One of the more fascinating finds was this amazing collection of graphs and other implements that pose a tremendous amount of questions. This was discovered because they found a little bit of rope sticking out of the ground, and so they started, gently brushing away the dirt, brushing away, and then they found it was attached to a basket, and they started lifting up the basket, and they found the latrine. It was actually the human latrine, the people living there, and that was kind of gross, but the rope went down further, and underneath the latrine, Dr. Freund says it may even come from a cave that was used well before the Bar Kokhba period, perhaps by Jews who had fled the destruction, some 60 years earlier of the temple, and there was this trove of these materials underneath it, including these ritual implements like these incense burners, highly ritualized objects, very flat pans and things like that, and he was arguing that possibly this may have been some of the materials rescued from the temple and buried there before it was used as a latrine. How ironic and unfortunate. But it poses all kinds of questions. Like, for example, this serving bowl has a very clear little sort of decorative elements that show some Greek gods at the center of the platter. So it's hard to understand in the context of, second century Bar Kokhba rebels, who we talked about last week, as seeming to be very pro-Pharisaic Judaism. They were involved in asking for lulavs on Sukkot and things like that. They would think of as traditional rabbinic Jews, and yet at the same time they've got these kinds of implements which we would not normally associate with Jews from this period, because we tend to think that they have an intellectual allergy to the graven image, again, based on the Ten Commandments. So there's still a lot of questions surrounding many of the finds that come from here. Oh, Mr. Rodriguez has a question.
And make their lives materially worse, where they don't
that's a possibility. I thought of that idea as well myself. No, I didn't. I wanted to take credit for it. But I thought of a few possibilities. Like, for example, in the video, which again I highly recommend, they take this item here and they compare it to other items that are held in the Israel Museum. It may have been some kind of household implements. Dr. Lawrence Shipman, who's perhaps the world's greatest expert on the Dead Sea Scrolls, opines that this may have been an incense burner for hygienic purposes. Like back then, before dry cleaning was discussed in the Mishnah, if you wanted to make your clothes smell a little nicer, you would burn incense and then just leave the incense burning under the clothes in the closet to kind of freshen them up a bit. So it may have been, these might have been just simple household uses. It's still a big question that hopefully will resolve over the next few decades. But fascinating materials, and we haven't even touched on that. Okay, last question as you go on. What exactly is in the letters that are found in the cave letters of about the archive in particular? So 35 documents written in multiple languages. Greek and Aramaic are the most common. Those are the lingua franca of the time. And they describe, as I mentioned, basically Babata's personal legal history. When I looked at it, I was reminded that we have, in our own apartment, we have this one plastic Tupperware tub that has all the passports and the kids' birth certificates and social security, and that's our Babata archive, right? That's what. So this is hers. These are all the documents that they found in that relate to her. It appears that she was illiterate because they are written for her, and some of the documents, and by the way, if you go on some of the websites, I'll try and put them in the posting, you can actually read direct translations of them. They're fascinating. They're written by, appears lawyers or perhaps advocates on her behalf, presenting her legal claims to whichever court or individual that she's dealing with. So it's most likely that she was illiterate, and illiterate in several languages too, not just literate in Hebrew, but unable to write in Greek. It appears that this is a fairly consistent thing, even though when we place her socioeconomic class at a fairly high level, it's strange to note that she nevertheless was unable to read or write. Might have something to do, I'm just guessing now, with the date that her father died. Perhaps she was very young, and her mother did not undertake the education. I'm not sure. But at any rate, likely illiterate. She came from the town of Mahoza, which I'll show you again on this map. It's right here at the very southern end of the Dead Sea. And this was part of the Nabatean kingdom. This was a Semitic kingdom, pre-Muslim, of course. We're a good 400 years before Islam was developed, and it was not part of the Roman Empire until the year 106. And so one of the things that we're not going to talk about at all, but that other scholars use the Babata archive for, is that it's interesting to note how she adapted to the change in legal system, because she was, first she was born in this Nabatean kingdom, and then it became part of Roman Arabia. And so there's some interesting arguments by the way, the most important scholar in this field has written, maybe a dozen articles, is a woman named Hannah Cotton, and she's really spent a lot of time analyzing every single aspect of the Babata archive. It's quite fascinating. This is one of the articles that I read. At any rate, the Nabatean kingdom are most famous for these amazing palaces that are built or carved right out of the cliff faces near Jordan, the Jordanian border, and that's what they're most famous for. It's like the city of Petra. If you're visited there, you'll see there's quite a few of them that are beautiful. What we know about Barbata is she was upper middle class. She owned property in Petra itself, and also later in her life, she owned property in Gedi. So she was landed. She had some sort of income that was based on real estate. Specifically, her first holding was a date orchard that we have in a will of her father Shimon. Shimon left this date orchard in En-Gedi first to his wife, and then when she was deceased, the orchard was to be given over to her daughter Barbata. So this is fascinating because in traditional Jewish law, the inheritance usually passes to a son. As long as there is a son, it doesn't matter how many daughters there are, the sons inherit to the detriment of the daughters, as it were. The sons have responsibilities for the upkeep of their sisters, but in general, when you look at women in the classical world, in Jewish society as well as many others, women traditionally lived within the shadow of some male figure, either their father, their husband, their adult sons. They very rarely went out and made it on their own. Barbata was a partial exception to that rule, as we shall see. But it's interesting to note that the will does not seem to employ any of the traditional kind of legal mechanisms that the traditional law would require. Like, for example, I have daughters, and I certainly want to bequeath my massive wealth to them. That's a joke. But, I want my daughters to share wealth with their brothers. So the devices that I can do to make sure that they get the wealth, but within a halakhically acceptable way. I can give them a matana mechayim, for example, a gift while I am alive. I'm allowed to give them as much property as I want while I'm alive. And there's discussions in the halakha of, can I create a document that says, 1 moment before I expire, I give, my holdings in Cancun to my eldest daughter, and my holdings in Switzerland to my second daughter, and stuff like that. Can I do that? So what's interesting is that these are absent in the will written by Barbata's father. Barbata's father just gives it straight out to his wife. Now, she's normally the beneficiary. And then after that, he says it should go to my daughter. That's also a problem in Jewish law, that you cannot will things after your death. You can't say, I want it to go to Reuben, and then after Reuben dies, I want it to go to Shimon. You have no control over it. Once you give it to the first person upon death, then it's whatever they want to do with it. So the will that is the first dated document that we have in the Barbata archive does not seem to conform to Jewish law in its particulars. That itself has a lot of ramifications that we'll return to towards the end of this lecture. Then, so Barbata, though, whether she had sons or not, whether she had brothers or not, she was likely the eldest child, maybe even an only child. There's no real reference, if I recall, to any siblings of Barbata at this point. Now, she grows up and she marries a guy named Jesus. I kid you not. The name they use constantly in the literature is Jesus. It was really easy to find pictures on the internet of Jesus. This is what he actually looked like. But his name was Yeshua, and for whatever reason, the archaeologists like to use the term Jesus, even though it's kind of like begging the question when you first see it. Anyway, she married him in roughly the year 124. She married him a little earlier. By 124, she was a widow. I believe, what was her birthday? Do you remember, Mr. Rodriguez? I think it was around 104, right? 104. So she was already at 20. She was a widow with a son, whose name was also Jesus, by the way. Here they are. It was also easy to find pictures of their child before Jesus and eBay. So one more note I wanted to mention. So what happened is she married Jesus, and then she inherited some property in Mahoza. Sorry, that's where her father left her the property. And then within a year, she married again. Now, so she's married to a second guy whose name was not Jesus. So we have Jesus, her son, and this is another interesting aspect of the archive, is that right away she gets into a custody dispute over her son Jesus. Specifically, there were two men who were appointed as apotropos. That's a singular. Apotroposim, I guess, would be the plural. This is a Greek word which has entered the Hebrew lexicon as well. It's in the Talmud all over the place. An apotropos is like a guardian, someone who has custody. It appears that the boy Jesus, the baby Jesus, was allowed to live with, the baby Jesus was allowed to live with the Bata, but they controlled the child support. So she took them to court, demanding that they should pay more monthly stipends for the upkeep of her child. This also has some fascinating implications here. Once again, it's not entirely in keeping with traditional Jewish law. Like in traditional Jewish law, to my knowledge, certainly the mother gets custody. It's not even a discussion. If both parents are alive, then there's a possibility that a husband could get custody if there was a divorce or things like that, but it's unlikely. Definitely the preferential custodian is the mother. But the idea that the wealth would then be distributed through other people seems really strange. Like, why should you separate the money that she legally inherits from her husband and send it up to a trust managed by two other people? So this is again not necessarily in conformity with Jewish law, but we see that, as one of the articles put it, even though she was illiterate, she was certainly no wallflower. She was absolutely ready to take people to court, very litigious, and she was saying, hey, this is not enough for my son Jesus to get everything he needs. What do you expect? He's going to be loads and kids and all that. But what's going to happen?
Sorry, not binaries. I'm just going to do a
This is really also one of the big issues, which I was going to save till later, but we'll talk about it now. Where is she suing her plaintiffs? No, defendants. Where is she taking them to court?
Carolyn is a 22-year-old female.
Well, no, she's got the documents in the cave. All this is happening before the revolt, which broke out in 132. So this is in her 20s. There certainly should be a bait in, right?
In Rhode Island.
She took it to, well, at this point it would be the Roman court, but she took it to the non-Jewish courts. And that's also really surprising, because in Jewish law, that's considered like really over the line. We have a perfectly good legal system. We have a system of justice with judges and, plaintiffs, defendants, rules of evidence, all kinds of stuff like that. What are you doing bringing it to the non-Jewish courts? It's considered like kind of a betrayal of Jewish values to take it to a secular court. That said, we do it all the time. But let me take Fred's question, and then we'll come back to this point. There's plenty of evidence that she's Jewish, yeah, definitely. They're referred to as Jews in various contexts. There are some non-Jewish players. There's a possibility that one of the guardians was a non-Jew, for example. There's no question referred to as Jewish. The name Babata is a little unusual. That TH sound, which you don't normally find in Hebrew. In ancient Hebrew, the letter Saf was pronounced that way, so it's not so crazy. But they're definitely Jewish people. And they're definitely, look, they're hanging out with Bar Kokhba. And Bar Kokhba was a rebel against the Romans, but vis-a-vis Rabbinic Judaism, he was mainstream, right? Akiva was his sponsor. So she's going to secular courts. And going to secular courts before the Bar Kokhba revolution, right? She's before that. So, I have a lot of sort of like unformed thoughts about this. But why don't we touch on them right now?
Brett's mother died of cancer early on.
Definitely, Jewish law favors solving Jewish problems in a Jewish court. And there are lots of like strong messages of warning throughout our religious texts that say, don't take all of your dirty laundry and air it out in the street. Or as they say in Yiddish, it would be a shanda for the goyim. It would be a
here's the good news
embarrassment
for
in front
Brett.
of the non-Jews to say that. The word goy is not used in a derogatory sense at all. You know, it would be a shanta for the goy if you brought your Jewish problems. If you're suing your synagogue, for example, you don't want to do that in a secular court. You want to do it in a Beit Din. But the problem is, if you are suing your synagogue, do you feel you will get a fair hearing in a Beit Din, right? There you want to go to a secular court maybe because you feel you have a better chance at it. And in fact, we see that for various reasons, some very celebrated cases in Jewish law have been settled in secular courts. I'm thinking in particular, for example, of the notorious library case in the Lubavitch movement, where there was a thief who was stealing really valuable manuscripts from the Chabad library at 770, and he was caught, and there was a big question as to whether or not he would actually return these goods, let alone the material that he had already sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so, in what appeared to be a controversial decision, the Rebbe felt it would be more effective, he would have a better chance of enforcing the decision if he took it to a secular court, and that's what happened. Went to the secular courts, they decided in favor of the Lubavitch movement and the Rebbe, and they had to, all those books had to be brought back to 770. So that's a modern example of going to a secular court, and Babaka also did so as well. Okay, so we'll come back to this a little later. The story goes on now. So Babaka, you'll recall, she married Jesus, had a baby Jesus, and then Jesus died, and so she married another husband within a year. His name was Judanes, and he had a wife at the same time who was living in En-Gedi. So he had Babaka, who was apparently living in Machoda, and he had Miriam in En-Gedi. And there doesn't seem to be any objection to this in any of the texts. So even though the text, the articles refer to it as bigamy, that's kind of a strong word. Polygamy was certainly allowed among Jews for another 800 years yet, so it's not that unusual that a wealthy landowner would have more than one wife. However, Judanes maybe was not so wealthy because Babaka loaned him 300 denarii in order for him to marry off his daughter. He needed to have a certain amount of funds to give his daughter from his first wife, Miriam. It's like Casey's place after keep all these names together. She loaned him 300 denarii so he could pay off his daughter's wedding. And then he died before he could repay the debt. So Babaka, reticent and retiring woman that she is, she seized her husband's date orchards, 3 of them, as security against the debt that her co-wife or co-widow, Miriam, owed her. And in fact, the last document we have in the Babaka archive is a summons from the court, from Miriam, summoning Babaka to appear because she wanted the orchard back. She was saying that, it's not right for you to take the orchard just because my husband borrowed some money for it. That document is dated 132, which is right at the beginning of the Bar Kokhba revolt. So it's at this point that we assume Babaka went into the cave shortly after receiving this summons. We know, for example, that Judanes had an adult daughter who was getting married. He borrowed 300 denarii, so that would make him probably 20 years older than Babaka. If she is roughly she's maybe 27 at the time she's married. What do you know when she's married? She's married in the year 125, and she's 104. 21, right? So she's 21, if let's say he's 41. So the argument from the back is that maybe those apotropos were actually custodians for both her and the baby Jesus. I like saying that. I don't know if Rabbi Rothschild would appreciate me saying over and over again. It's true, but I don't know if it feels good. But that's an interesting point. Although in Jewish law, again, I don't know if that's reasonable. Once a girl becomes Bat Yisrael or Bat Mitzvah, 12 years and date, she's fully adult in Jewish law. And you don't appoint an apotropos for someone, unless they're mentally incapacitated, which we don't get there's no indication that that would be Rabata, unless they're mentally incapacitated, once they are 12 in a day, a girl is an adult. So if they were apotropoi for her as well, that would be another indication that it's not being handled according to Jewish law. Yes. So let me summarize that with the microphone on. It's a very valid observation that women clearly don't have the same level of legal standing as men in either Jewish or in classical Roman legislation. We could have an interesting discussion, I think, trying to compare them. I think that Jewish law would hold them to a higher standard than Roman law would, but certainly not to a 21st century standard. Nor would it be appropriate to try and, retroactively project our values onto the second century. However, there's a bigger question, which I've been trying to say for the end of the lecture, but I'll tease you a little bit with it right now. The real question is, what happens with rabbinic Judaism? Like, when you go to Sunday school and you study the traditional Judaic approach to the ancient world, you have these heroic rabbis who have this vision of Judaism, which is exactly the same as the way we observe it today in every tiny little detail, including chillins and including electric timers on your Shabbos clocks, things like that. And that's the kind of image you get. But when we actually look at the ancient period, it's a lot more messy. There are a lot of Jews who are not behaving the way they're supposed to in rabbinic law, and nobody seems upset about it at the time. The documents don't say she's a heretic because she went to the secular courts. So, one more detail that Hannah Cotton in particular points out, our most reliable early texts of rabbinic Judaism describing itself were not really recorded until the end of the 2nd century with the Mishnah of Rabbi Yehuda. We have some earlier texts to be sure, but the Mishnahs are really much more solid than the Tanakh. So in other words, Babata's archive predates the serious doctrines of rabbinic Judaism by 70 years. So we know more about the ancient world from Babata in some ways than we do from the rabbis. Is it possible the rabbis' version of the way things should be is kind of like tunnel vision? So let me return to that towards the end of the lecture. That was just a little teaser. Let's go. Okay, so what ends up happening? Okay, so we have this whole story. We have the first marriage, the custody battle, the second marriage, the battle over the property, over the date palms, things like that. One more detail. This man's Pinchas Korat was on the 1961 excursion into the caves with General Yadin, and he was kind of like an adventuresome sort, and he was told to go and look for any other cave formations that they had not yet found. He found one kind of crack. It was a little bit smaller than his waistline, but he decided to push through it anyways, and he found himself in another large opening, and he picked up his flashlight, and it turned out he was in a room filled with human bones that were laid out on these reed mats. And it appears that this was an evidence of the ancient Jewish practice of secondary burial. This is the way it's actually described quite a bit in the Mishnah and the Talmud. It's not that controversial at all. The way that Jews used to bury their dead in ancient Israel is they would place them in one secure place, sometimes covered with lime, and they would let the flesh decompose. And a year later, they would go back and perform what was called likud atzamot, the gathering of bones. It was considered a simcha, and you would take the bones of your ancestor and you would bring them to a crypt or an ossuary where you would put them in, like, stone boxes, and then you could come visit your relatives in these stone boxes, as it were. Once when we were living in Israel, and our eldest daughter, who's now she's going to be 23 in a couple of days, she was only about 2.5, 3 years old, and we were visiting Jason's tomb, which is in Rechavia in Yerushalayim, and it's like on the street. It's like built there right in the street, and they have these bars on kind of like a hillside. And there's houses all around, but there's bars on the hillside. And you look in the bars, and you can see the crypt. You can see all the holes in the wall where people would put their bones, their families, from the Hellenistic period. And as we're looking through the bars, Raphael walks through the bars into the crypt. And there's my little 2-3-year-old daughter in there, wandering around the crypt, looking in the holes and stuff like that. And we could not get in. The bars were locked and everything. So finally, we had to tempt her out with some candy, but scary. Anyway, he goes in there and he finds this secondary burial site filled with bones. Most likely, these are the remnants of the Bar Kokhba rebels who could not be taken out of the cave for burial, and so they were situated there. Gives you a sense of how long they might have been there, and then the plan was that they would later be taken to their final resting place. There were several female skeletons in this what was called the niche of skulls that could have been Babatha herself. There are a couple of possibilities that come from this as why was Babatha there in the first place. According to General Yadin, again, the first person to discover this cave, he felt that Babatha must have been a political sympathizer with Bar Kokhba, that she identified with their cause, and so she hid out with the rebels and things like that. And, you know, we have to place this in the 1960s, before the Six-Day War, and there's a lot of nationalist excitement and a lot of like Zionist energy and things like that. And of course, it makes sense that, sure, she would want to go make the last stand with the Bar Kokhba rebels. The only problem is that nothing in the archive gives us any sense that this is kind of Babatha's worldview. We have traditional Jewish marriage contract and things like that. There are some variations of it, but basically it's Jewish and so on. Why would we think that she's going to be politically motivated like that? Richard Freund, on the other hand, says probably more pragmatic reason, which I find personally a little more convincing. One of the other documents found in the archive was the ketubah, or marriage contract, of her second husband's daughter, which was included with Babatha's daughter. Now we know that Babatha had a hard time with her second husband's wife, Miriam, but she apparently had some relationship with her second husband's wife's daughter, Shlomo. Now, what Freud argues is that perhaps Babatha was in the Ein Gedi region, which was a real hotbed of the Bar Kokhba military activity. She was there perhaps in the context of that last summons that we even read. And when the war broke out, she sought refuge in this cave with Shlom Zion, because according to Jewish law, a woman is not allowed to be away from her ketubah for more than 30 days. The ketubah is the marriage contract. That is a woman's legal surety in marriage, that if the marriage is dissolved for any reason, that's her document to prove what her rights are after wedding. So that's why most families today, they'll actually put the ketubah on the wall, and, they make them decorative and things like that, but it's a legal device that has real standing. So a woman would not travel for any long period of time without the ketubah. So if Shlom Zion, who is from Ein Gedi, takes her ketubah with her to the caves, it sounds like they ran away. They ran like for refuge there. And she may have gone with them, and then since Babatha decided to bury her documents, Shlom Zion said to her older, really aunt figure, put mine in there with yours, and so they were buried together as a result. So Dr. Freud's thesis is that she was, living her own upper middle class life with all of its legal drama, things like that, and when this war broke out, she decided that the safest place for me is to go to this cave, and that's how these objects ended up there. It's very interesting kind of pieces. But again, we're all piecing these together from little bits of evidence. So let's try and understand the legacy of this find, because it means a lot of things. I mentioned earlier Hannah Cotton's observation, Dr. Cotton's observation, that this says a lot about the transfer of Nabatean Arabia, or the Nabatean kingdom to Roman Arabia, but that's not really our main concern here, and of course that's the biography. There are two elements that I find especially fascinating and relevant about the Babatha archive. The first is what it has to say about the status of Jewish women in 2nd century Israel. The archive says a lot about inheritance law, that apparently she was not able to control all of the assets related to her son, but she did have sufficient power to even seize property from another woman, from Miriam, over a dispute, and that she was regularly assisted in this regard by a whole team of lawyers who are putting together these documents in various languages. By the way, there are multiple copies of some of these documents because she obviously expected to have to deposit them with the court, and she would keep other copies for herself. And that, women, even though they were clearly of a secondary status, they nevertheless had significant power that they could wield in the courts as well and expect to have their rights upheld. We see this unusual thing about custody, that the role of the apotropoi, which is in contrast to Jewish laws, we'll see in a second. We also see that her illiteracy evidently did not hold her back from getting the things she wanted done. That may be something that's more true of her because she had the material wherewithal to carry out her wishes. We could not necessarily generalize this to, let's say, a lower class Jewish woman, working for a living in a day job. She apparently was not in that class. There seems to be no problem with the polygamy. There's no comments whatsoever on, her being married to a man who had another wife and so on. So these kinds of things are fascinating for the history of gender, the history of women in the ancient world. From a Jewish perspective, there's a lot to say here about the status of rabbinic Judaism. Again, recall, as we discussed in a few lectures, this is a period of tremendous spiritual tumult, when there are so many different expressions of Jews, of their attachment to God, including Pharisaic Judaism, which has become normative rabbinic Judaism, Sadducean Judaism, which denied, for example, the existence of the world to come, and made the temple rituals absolutely central and essential to Judaism. The Jewish Christians who still... Well, by this time, by the time we get to the Babas's period, it's becoming more of a Gentile movement, meaning a lot more people who are not born Jews are joining the Christian movement. But certainly in the first few decades, it's overwhelmingly Jewish. Everyone is Jewish. Look how many Jesuses we have just in, Babata's lifetime. And they're all sort of like intellectually competing for the minds of Jews. So one way of understanding this is that rabbinic Judaism was kind of like one, prima inter pares, first among equals, and it happened to win. And for whatever reasons, the features of rabbinic Judaism made it more portable, more adaptable to diaspora needs and things like that. And this just happens to be the one form of Judaism that succeeded. That's an approach that many of the scholars take. I would like to suggest, however, something that kind of keeps the value of traditional Judaism in place, while without denying the realities of people like Babata and their activities. Like, for example, you can still say that, to use a modern term, Orthodox Judaism is the quote-unquote authentic Judaism. But if you went to everybody's kitchen, even in an Orthodox synagogue in America, how many of them would you find are not keeping kosher? They're still belonging to the Orthodox synagogue. They're still affiliating Orthodox. They're still considering themselves Orthodox, but they are antinomian at home. So does that necessarily invalidate the central ideological track? Not at all. All it says is that Jews are not so pure. Jews are not necessarily so inclined to be compliant with the rabbinic authorities, which is certainly nothing new in Jewish history. Jews not listening to rabbis, you just got to read the Bible for lots of evidence of that kind of thing. So I would like to tender that these documents indicate, once again, an illustration of my father, Henry Cabar always used to say, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more it changes, the more it stays the same. That in the 2nd century, we should not have this idea that everybody is walking around with a big black fedora, with a gartel and all things like that. Jews in the 2nd century are also quite diverse in their approaches to religiosity. And although we have this strong tradition of rabbinic Judaism that certainly survived that period, it may have, as the rabbis say, predated it all the way to Sinai, and just that Jews are not necessarily paying attention to it. That's what we see quite a bit in the Babata archive. So that's the quick lightning tour of the Babata archive. Tried not to insert too much of my own interpretation in this, but I want to thank you very much for your intelligence and your endurance, and I look forward to speaking to you next week.
Obviously, but
Well,
our
I hope you found that
civilization does
lecture as
really deserve
fascinating
to
as
be
I did
destroyed.
doing the
Like, that
research.
is the
Once again,
hard.
a big shout out to
That is
Kelsey
the
Carroll,
really
the librarian, who
tough
helped me
thing
out with
about it
so many
all
great materials.
is that
Now, if
if
you're
there was
watching this,
ever a
you need to last
civilization
right to the very end of the
that
video. So, a
deserved
couple
a
of things. First of all,
cataclysmic,
if you look at the comments section, especially on videos like
don't
the
want it to happen.
Khazarian
But
video,
just
particularly on YouTube,
statistically,
you'll see there are a lot of
I
crazy
mean,
people out there who write really
could there be
nasty,
a better
awful things.
example?
You don't even know what I don't
we just
include
do.
on the
I
website.
mean, this
So if
guy
you are one of those
is
crazy
committing
people,
a
I'm going to
genocide.
tell you right now, the rule is
Truly,
that if
I mean,
you
I don't
write,
think
you know,
anyone's
ad
even-
hominem attacks, if you use
I don't think anyone's
profanity,
even denying
if I
that at this
feel that
point.
your comments are
People
not,
quibbling
you know, really
about
trying to seek the truth in a
certain
scholarly
components of
way,
it.
then I'm just going to delete them. And
Like,
no one
I
will
know
be
that, like,
existed. So
people
don't
are
even
like,
bother
well,
commenting.
yes,
If you
they're
disagree with me,
starving
that's great.
Gaza,
Go
but
ahead
did
and
you see
write
that
whatever
video
you
of
want.
that guy
You
from
can say it in a
Hamas
slightly
stealing a
nasty way. I
banana?
will err
Did you see
on the
that?
side of
There's a guy from
generosity and let
Hamas
those
eating a
comments stand.
banana.
But for the
And
rest of you, if
people
you're
are
not
like,
among the crazy
well, he
people,
stole
then
the banana
please
from
write
the
something
people.
nice to,
And they're like,
you know,
Hamas is
counterbalance
stealing the
some of the
food.
nasty things you say.
In this
And
whole
I would
thing,
really
Israel has
appreciate
no
it if you
culpability,
share
by the way,
these
at all.
videos
They've
with your
actually done
friends.
nothing wrong.
I
It's
think it
all
would be
been
fantastic.
Hamas.
I
Hamas
could
has done
spread,
everything.
you know, a little more knowledge
There's
of
not been
the
one they stole the
tremendous
food.
wealth
They're
of
shooting the people who are in line
information
for the
that's contained in
food.
the Jewish heritage.
Israel's doing
And
nothing.
it would make me feel really great if I knew
And
that a
you
lot of
have to
people were
trust
appreciating these
Israel
videos.
because
But I certainly appreciate that
otherwise,
you
the
enjoyed this
only
video. So
people that are
please like,
reporting out of Gaza,
comment,
they're
and
not letting
subscribe, and
journalists
I hope
in,
you have an excellent week.
or
Thank
they
you very
just
much.
say are Hamas. So if you report anything contrary to what Israel says, you are Hamas. You become Hamas. So I mean, I just the starvation, the photos of the starving. Number one, we're the fattest country in the world. For the fattest country in the world to fund the starvation of a group of people is insane. Look at this. Here we go. This is the thing that keeps showing is that Hamas.
All right, tonight's topic is a little bit of a stretch for me.
All right.
When I was putting together the series for this term, I tried very hard to include as many women as possible. And this is a difficult challenge for the ancient period. Once you've talked about Luria, once you've talked about Rachel, the wife of Akiva, you run out of well-known named women very fast, simply because their voices are largely not recorded in our sources. But it's getting harder and harder as we go through. I think this is our 6th semester of giving lectures to find women that we can speak about in a meaningful manner. But obviously, you're talking about an important, huge element of Jewish civilization, of human civilization. I think it would be completely irresponsible to go straight through this period without looking specifically at women's lives and women's reality. So I'll do the best I can with Salome. The second problem I had, though, is that when I really did some more research on who was Salome, I'm not sure it's really the appropriate topic for a shul lecture. It's actually quite a salacious topic, as I've told some of you before the talk began. I'll do my best to try and steer myself away from the shoals of titillating references in the context of this talk. So let's try and understand exactly who was Salome, and why are we talking about her. So first of all, she was a Jewish woman, but otherwise her connections to Jewish history are rather tenuous. She did not, contribute to Jewish intellectual history like Bruria did. She wasn't a Jewish leader like some of the queens were. She actually had a really tiny bit part in Jewish history, and in fact, we have no reference to her in any traditional Jewish sources other than Josephus, who is a little bit problematic for reasons that I'll discuss shortly. Nevertheless, there are some really good reasons to talk about her. One is the fact that she was the granddaughter of King Herod gives us an opportunity to speak about Herod's rule, at least briefly. I would like to definitely dedicate a lecture to Herod in general in another context. And perhaps more significantly for our purposes is not so much who Salome was, but how she has been understood and how she has been manipulated throughout the centuries in a way that casts an unfortunate light on the appreciation of Jews in the broader society. Specifically, we're going to look at a medieval Christian exegesis of the story of Salome and try to understand how she and her figure and how she was understood had an impact on the way in which Jews were perceived in broader society as a whole. So that's why I think we can justify the discussion of Salome in this series of Jewish biographies. And without further ado, let's go straight to the material. So, who is this woman Salome? Basically, I'm going to give you the actual narrative of her life based on the Gospels, the one episode that we have from the ancient world. But she has been tremendously popularized in medieval and in modern Christian and secular art. Most specifically, an opera by Richard Strauss made her quite famous in the 19th century, and a play version by Oscar Wilde, which we'll see in just a second. She represents so many things to those who appreciated her story throughout the last 2,000 years, but as I mentioned, not all of them are complimentary when it comes to Jews. Let me show you just a little bit of an interesting clip. This is from a 1923 art film, arguably one of the first art films ever, that portrays Salome, the main theme of Salome's life. Here on the left is her drunken father, Herod II. Herod had about 9 wives and about 16 children, many of whom he named Herod. So it's very confusing trying to keep track of how many Herods we're talking about. This is Herod, his son, and he's at a drunken party with his friends, and he convinces his stepdaughter, Salome, to dance before the assembled guests. She dances this famous dance. This is Anna Nevazimova, I think her name was, a famous dancer from the 1920s who performs the dance of the 7 veils, which arouses Herod II, that is Herod's son, not King Herod, to such a degree that he promises her half the kingdom for any request that she makes. So we'll have to talk about that request. Now, perhaps the most famous version of Salome that we have today is a version authored by the great writer Oscar Wilde, shown in the little inset here in the photograph. The edition that's published has the phenomenal artwork of Aubrey Beardsley as well. You can see the famous peacock dress here in the background. And Wilde took the story of Salome, which I have not told you in full yet, and he used it as a metaphor for forbidden love, which of course was very relevant to his own life as a homosexual at the turn of the 20th century. The metaphor of forbidden love was extremely relevant to him. It was illegal for him to perform this play, in England. So he wrote it in French and then translated his own work back into English, which apparently, according to some loophole in the law, he was allowed to do, and it was performed in English in his own translation from his French original, and it made quite a sensation. But as we shall discuss a little further on in tonight's lecture, it was an example of using the Salome story for his own personal agenda, specifically related to forbidden love, but nevertheless it made a huge impact on the literary scene of the day. So what is the narrative? I'm going to read to you a short sort of a paraphrase of the account that we have in the Gospels, which comes from William Chester Jordan, who is a professor at Princeton, who's written a fantastic article on the way that Salome has been portrayed in the Middle Ages. So, once again, our sources for Salome's life are principally 2. We have the Gospels, that is the Christian Bible. There are 2 specific versions of the story, one which probably borrows from the other, and then we have another reference in Josephus. Josephus is the major Jewish historian of the first century. You will recall perhaps from our lectures last year that he was a Jewish general. He defected to the Roman side, and then he wrote an incredibly detailed account of the first Roman Jewish war in the 8th century, the 8th decade of the 1st century, and then, was very well read, and Romans read it, he received great accolades, and then he went on to write a massive 20-volume Jewish Antiquities, which is basically the history of Jews of all time. And these were documents that were produced for a Roman imperial audience, so not necessarily the most authoritative versions of Jewish history that we would like to perhaps read, but nevertheless, he has a version of the Salome story there. She is named in that story. She's not named in the Gospel, so there's no reason to suspect that this event did not actually happen. So here's the version that Dr. Jordan prepared for us based on the Gospels. Herod the Tetrarch refers to the 3 sons of Herod that ruled the principle of Judea in the 1st century. After he died, divided up into 3 rulers. Tetra is 3, right? Right, what's 4? Quattro, thank you. And Arcos means like leader, Arcos, right? Democracy, right? Herod the Tetrarch ordered the arrest of John the Baptist and had him imprisoned in chains. John the Baptist, of course, is a very important early Christian figure, and we're going to return to him as well. Herod's reason for doing so, for arresting John the Baptist, was the furious complaint of his wife, Herodias, right, also named after Herod, like to name a lot of his kids after himself, at John's public condemnation of their marriage, right? So Herod's wife, Herodias, was angry with John the Baptist, so Herod had him imprisoned. Why was Herodias angry with John the Baptist? Herodias was a former wife of Philip, Herod's brother, whom she had left to marry the Tetrarch Herod. So in other words, she was married to one son of Herod. She left him and married the other son of Herod, which was forbidden under Jewish law. By the way, all these people are Jewish. Okay, so we're talking about Jewish things, corrupt, obviously. Herod himself, as we'll talk about, was actually from a Idumean family, which was Edomites, but that's already, four generations ago. So these are like really, they're like the rich and famous among the Jews, and they have the sort of pace place that we can imagine. Anyway, so, right, Herodias, the wife, had married Philip, the son of Herod. She left him and married Herod, the son of Herod. And John the Baptist, Jewish guy, criticized her for marrying her brother's brother during his lifetime, which was forbidden in Jewish law. John railed against Herod, saying, "It is against the law for you to marry your brother's wife." Sounds like a good rabbi would say this. At first, Herod wanted to kill John, but he hesitated because of John's popularity and the widespread belief that the Baptist was a prophet, right? Which is, this is of course a Christian document that we're reading now. The popularity of John is alluded to here. Later, Herod came to hold John in awe. He did not understand all the Baptist's prophetic utterances, but he enjoyed listening to him and came to regard him as a good and upright man. Indeed, he protected him, letting him live despite his wife's loathing and her continued desire to have him killed. An opportunity arose for her to fulfill her desire at Herod's birthday banquet, which his courtiers, military commanders, and various elite male members of society attended, right? So let's get the scene right. The husband, Herod, he has imprisoned John the Baptist at his wife's insistence. The wife is upset because John the Baptist is casting asparagus at their wedding, casting aspersions, right, at their marriage. I shouldn't say things like that. I'll edit it out, right? Right. Because he's giving about their wedding. So John the Baptist is being imprisoned, and Herodias gets an idea. How about this? My husband Herod is going to have a massive drunken birthday party. So the all men there. I happen to have, says Herodias, a beautiful young daughter from my first marriage to Herod's brother. So this would be Herod's niece and stepdaughter. And she says, Herodias' daughter by her former husband danced before the assembled company, and so delighted Herod that he swore to give her anything she wanted, even half his realm. Right? So she essentially prostituted her daughter for Herod to convince him to give up anything he wanted, because she knew her husband and that he would like make some kind of sweeping statement in front of all his friends, and then it would be very difficult for him to retract. After talking to her mother, the girl asked for John the Baptist's head on a dish. And so this was all planned, and once she had achieved this, secured this promise from her father, she went back, or her stepfather, she went to her mother, and I said, great, you have to ask him for the head of John the Baptist on a platter. Herod's distress was palpable. David, I want to find out what happened. But he did not wish to lose face before his powerful guests, and he ordered a bodyguard to behead John. After carrying out his task, the guard returned to the banquet with the head on a dish and gave it to the girl, who then gave it to her mother. When John's disciples heard the news, they claimed his body and buried it. So the theme of this young, beautiful girl, sexually alluring, possibly very innocent, possibly so young she's a virgin herself, dealing with the disembodied head of John the Baptist was so grotesque, it fascinated medieval artists, and we have literally hundreds of examples of this depiction of the young, beautiful girl and the decapitated John the Baptist. Here's one from Titian from the 16th century, and here you see a piece of monumental architecture. Lots of these, sometimes with spooky backgrounds. You can see the artists are just loving this whole contrast between the beautiful youth and the decapitated John the Baptist. We could do this all day. There are tons of these examples. It seems to have a huge field day with what's going on. Here is an early 20th century example from one of these staging the plays. Now, this is basically all we know from the ancient sources, from Josephus and from the Gospels. There is an apocryphal text that may also be ancient in origin, which describes Salome's death, which perhaps I should might as well mention at this point. Apparently, she went on to marry, and she had several children, and then in the year 39, which would mean that she's probably in her 40s by this time, she was traveling to Gaul, which would be, let's say, France, and she, and again, this is not in the original text, this is something added much later, and we don't know how truthful it is, but she was walking on a pond, she fell into the water, and as she was falling into the water, her head hit the edge of the ice, and she was decapitated in a poetic and ironic manner, and her mother retrieved the body, the head as well. I could not find the artists don't seem especially interested in that theme, but that's how she met her gory end, as the apocryphal text has it. Now, to take it a step further, to go back to Oscar Wilde, for example, the bit that Wilde adds, it's not in the story at all, but obviously had a very powerful impact. He also adds a sexual attraction between Salome and John the Baptist, and that she is like, she's confused, and she wants him, but she can't have him, and so then she gives in to her mother's wishes, and she has him decapitated, and there's a very powerful scene at the end where she says, I could not kiss your lips in life, so now I kiss thee in death. Very powerful, connected back to Wilde's personal history, and makes a lot more sense, and so on. So it's a fascinating story that gripped the imagination of much of the medieval Christian exegetes and even the modern mind. In fact, there are versions of the Salome story in song and writing. If you happen to look at the Wikipedia article, they list about 30 versions of Salome in modern culture in the 20th and 21st century. So it's definitely an enduring kind of myth, if you will, that takes us to the next question, which is really, why are we talking about this in the Jewish history class, right? It's Jewish, but where's the Jewish part to this? Okay. So, first of all, let's go back and kind of a little bit to understand her background, and Herod in particular. This is a Roman rendition of Herod, may actually be somewhat accurate. I will show you the best rendition we have, a pure rendition of Salome a little later. And he's an extremely complex character that deserves an entire lecture easily. he was a client king of the Romans, which meant that, when the Romans came into the Middle East, particularly in the first century before the Common Era, they dealt with the remnants of the Hashmonaim, who had already been falling into a certain amount of internal corruption and palace intrigue that led to their internal weakness and eventual demise. And the Romans were able to take over this very fractured nation without too much difficulty. Herod had gone to Rome and had petitioned successfully to become their client king in Israel. Remind you once again, we're talking now about Salome's grandfather. So now we're in the first century before the Common Era. This term client king is interesting. The Roman strategy of managing all these disparate populations was known as divide et impera, which we have in English, the common phrase, divide and rule. And the way they did it was they would take certain elements of society, usually the aristocracy, and actually give them a lot of privileges, give them citizenship, remove from them tax burdens and all kinds of things, and by co-opting key elements in the given societies that they controlled, they were able to essentially manage all these hugely different cultures and political systems with relatively little effort on their part. From time to time, they would have to use force of arms and have to demonstrate their military might, but really their genius as a civilization was in governance through co-opting the elites of all these societies. So Herod was one of those co-opted elites. The Sadducees and charged the temple ritual we talked about in the previous class were also one of these co-opted elites. And he came into Israel and he ruled with a maniacal intensity and a ferocious degree of personal viciousness. He was married to a woman named Doris at the time that he received the kingship. When he got back to Israel, he felt that she was not really befitting his role as a leader of a country, as a client king. So he sent her away, married another woman named Mariamne. Actually, according to the Talmud, he later killed her as well. According to the Talmud, he actually preserved her body in honey. He kept her around, and the purpose of the honey was to keep her body supple. For you just have to use your imagination. It's the worst possible thing you can think of. Herod was definitely not going to make it on, the Jewish President of the Year award. That's a stupid thing to say. I'll probably edit that part out too, right? Okay, but some terrible things about Herod. Now, at the same time, that we have this terrible, crazy king who's murdering his relatives left and right, and doing all kinds of awful things. We also have him as the renovator of the temple. In fact, all the pictures of the temple that we associate with holiness and things like that, the western wall, he built the Temple Mount, again, on earlier foundations, the Hashmonaic stones, and also on the stones of the reign of Solomon. Anyways, here we are. So here he is. This is the great builder of the temple. This is the man who invested millions upon millions of ancient dollars in this great religious center. How can the same person, be credited with all these horrible things and at the same time be the builder of the temple? You'll notice if you read the Talmud that Herod's name is hardly ever mentioned. Like, the rabbis just don't want to talk about it. Yeah, the temple is nice. We like it. It's great. Don't want to think about who built it. It's just not on the agenda because they're embarrassed by, his other activities. He definitely did do some nasty things at the temple as well. Like, for example, at one point he put the Roman eagle, the emblem of the eagle, up by the Holy of Holies, which is a hugely offensive thing. It's a symbol of idolatry, a symbol of the hated Roman occupation, things like that. And he got a lot of criticism for it, but nevertheless, he is the builder of the temple. He's also the builder of some of Israel's most enduring, beautiful architecture, such as his palaces on Masada, which you can see here are hugely difficult things to construct. Incredible examples of ancient architecture. Various cities were built by Herod, ports, aqueducts, all the things that Romans were good at. That's what he was doing in Israel. So most historians have concluded that for Herod, these huge acts of public works, typical for the Romans, were his kind of signs of his grandiose beneficence, doing good things, right? Good works. He's like giving to the whole population. They were not at all motivated by religious sensibilities. And in fact, in northern Israel, he was also constructing beautiful temples to various idols at the same time. He was like a donor who was fair to everybody. He gave to the Jews, he gave to the idolaters, he gave to everybody. And that was part of his self-image as being this kind of, grand leader who could do everything. But he obviously did not take Judaism seriously in any way, even though he was himself descended from the Edomites, but nevertheless a Jew for several generations back. Okay, at this point, I'm going to pause for questions before we get back to Salome.
The way that you create that political space is by trying to
every tax burden. And in fact, when there was famine, he was noted for generously reducing the tax burden by 1/3, but otherwise it was put together by taxes. If you look in Tanakh, you'll see that the relationship of Jewish kings to their subjects often revolves around the degree of the tax burden. In fact, the split between the northern 10 tribes and the southern tribes was largely over a tax revolt. The North was saying, we are spending way too much money on taxes for Solomon. He built the temple and things like that, huge tax burden. And when Solomon died, they asked his son, Rehoboam, okay, what are you going to do? You're going to follow your father's practices and taxes like this? Or are you going to ease up a bit? And he made the terrible decision to say, no, I'm going to make it even harder for you. And as a result of that, the North revolted and they created a separate kingdom. Yes, true.
That's a good idea. Ownership is a good idea. No matter how many people come in and tell you to rent or have more. Jillian Michaels, the fitness trainer who's at Turning Point USA, she's like, no, you should actually rent an income-producing property. And then years later, you get rich. And then years later after that, whatever. Are there economic realities that she's talking about? Sure. But most people want to own a fucking house.
Very
That's
true.
an American idea.
Parallel
It's an idea that people
the
believe
parallel
in.
also,
No
I
matter
would
how many
think,
people tell you
Esther,
that renting is better,
right? A parallel
or
also,
living,
if you can even include the
in a
decapitated
smart
heads of
city
Judith
where
and
everything's 15
Holofernes.
minutes away and you
Right?
never
In
have to
fact,
cut
some
the
of these
grass
earlier
or
theories have specifically connected them to
It's a better
Judith. So
idea
that's
to
a story
own a
where
house.
the Jewish
It's an American
woman,
idea.
I think she was some kind of princess,
You
and
shouldn't
she
be
got
afraid of
the
people who tell
king
you
of
that
the
the
Syrians,
real
I think,
thing is renting, or the real
drunk, or
thing
she
is
fed
like,
him lots of dairy products,
using Uber
and
and
he
not
fell
owning a
asleep when she cut
car.
off his
The
head.
real thing is, those are
That
the
was
better ways to
Sisera.
do it.
Sisera,
There are huge
Yael and
campaigns, by the
Sisera,
way, put
and
together by
Yehudit
those
and
companies
Holofernes is a similar
that
story.
make them just
Yael is
live
with
in
the 10 pegs,
Airbnbs, just
right?
take Ubers,
And
just
Yehudit and
the
Holofernes
gig
is with the
economy. You own nothing
decapitation.
and be happy. There's lots of money that's been put behind those ideas. But the idea of ownership is still an idea in America that's incredibly popular.
So back to John the Baptist part. That's an important element that we just kind of. Is there any other questions? Okay, John the Baptist part, because he's obviously key. Yeah. What exactly is going on here? John the Baptist in Christian thought is the functional equivalent of Eliyahu Hanavi in Jewish thought. John the Baptist is the term baptism is basically taken from the mikvah, right, which is a very old Jewish ritual. The idea of going into a body of living water, either the River Jordan, as John the Baptist used so often, or any other natural body of water like the ocean or lake, things like that, or a collected body of rainwater, for example. It symbolizes a transformation, a cleansing, and when one goes into one status, one comes out another status. One goes in ritually impure, one comes out ritually pure. One goes in a potential convert, one comes out a Jew. These kinds of things. So John the Baptist was promoting, in particular, the use of the mikvah. He was, one of the early mikvah ladies of his day. He was promoting it for many people. But in Christian thought, he was to be the herald of the Messiah. I mean, he was going to be the one who would let everybody know that Mashiach was here. And of course, in Christian tradition, he was predicting that Jesus was the Messiah, similar to the Jewish side, and it's based ultimately on the idea of Eliyahu Hanavi, of Elijah the prophet, foretelling the coming of the Jewish Messiah. So a lot of these things are prefigured into the Christian term, or they are modeled on the earlier Jewish models. And he was an unpopular figure with Herodias in particular, because he, like the early Christian movement and the Pharisees, were antithetical to traditional authority. Because when you think about it, we're talking about this palace intrigue where you have people who are like marrying the wrong people against Jewish law, and the whole business with a young Jewish girl dancing in front of a bunch of drunken men. That is definitely not kosher practice. This is not the kind of rabbinic vision of tzniut, of modesty, of the way people should deport themselves. And people like John the Baptist and other Pharisees, because they're all in the same kind of intellectual framework and trajectory, are openly criticizing authority and saying, this is not what God wants from us. This is not what the Torah demands of us. And they're like thorns in the side of the authorities. Even though the authorities are all Jewish and they all receive their power from Rome, they are unable to control the popular movement of resentment for the antinomian activities of the ruling authorities. Remember, this is the same kind of intellectual and moral force that will ultimately result in the First Roman-Jewish War, the Second Roman-Jewish War, which we'll talk about next week under Bar Kokhba. There is a growing degree of separation between the common Jews, who are primarily peasants at this time, from their traditional leadership, and they're associating themselves with these charismatic local preachers, be they these early Christians who are basically Jews who are simply promoting Jesus as a Messiah, or more traditional Pharisaic leaders. And so for people like Herodias, shown here, the mother in the 1923 film I showed you earlier, they view these people as do-gooders, holier-than-thou types who are really trying to undermine the basis of their authority. And so the conflict between Herod, the Sadducees, and these messianic figures like Jesus, John the Baptist, is really quite palpable, which will eventually result in contributing to not only Jewish sectarianism, but also to ultimately open revolt against the Romans in the year 70. So that's really what this underground work is. Now, looking at Salome in particular, there's really two ways in which her life has been interpreted. One way, which I don't want to focus on for the next 10 minutes or so, is the idea of Salome as the innocent. In some cases, like in Oscar Wilde's fiction, I think it was Strauss's depiction, I'm not sure offhand, Salome is portrayed as being somewhat dim-witted, of having, no real clue of the moral perfidy that she's involved with, either with the dance or with asking for John the Baptist's head. And in fact, when she goes to ask Herod to have John the Baptist decapitated, she can't remember his name. She says, my mother said, what was his name again? That just shows how distant she is from it. And so there have been depictions, particularly in the late 19th and 20th century, that show her as kind of like being taken advantage of by all these evil forces around her, such as her mother, Herodias in particular. But that's not generally the way that she's understood in much of the medieval literature, where we see her more as a kind of prefigurement of Judaism in the post-Christian era, that is, in the post-Jesus era. This is an image, I've shown you several of these in previous classes, but let's just think about one element that I have not focused on before. But just for those of you who haven't seen it, I'll just give you a quick rundown. This is one version of the famous Ecclesia et Synagoga painting, which we see in monumental architecture. We see it here in a stained glass window from the German city of Verben from the 14th century, which always contrasts the church as being, morally correct and upright and having power and so on, with the synagogue, which is dark and is immoral and is unfavored by God. So you see, there are certain elements that I'm only going to show you one. We can do this all night too, but we'll just show you one. This is the church always on the left-hand panel, because usually there's, and actually in this image they've cut it out from the middle, but there is like a crucifix in the middle, and Jesus on the cross, and his hand is over the right side, the stronger side. And church is represented riding a four-headed beast called a tetramorph, which is like a symbol of authority. It alludes to several passages in the book of Ezekiel. She's got the upright staff with her flag unfurled, blowing in the wind, holding on to the Holy Grail, the chalice here. Her eyes are open, they're looking straight forward, and everything conveys a message of like authority, regality. Is that a word, regality? Regalness, maybe? Regalness, like being kingly. And in case you're not sure, not only does she have a halo, but there's a hand descending from heaven, crowning her, indicating divine approval of the church's rule in the temporal world. Now, over here, though, is synagogue, and represented is quite different. She's riding a donkey, which is nowhere near as interesting an animal as the tetramorph. Her very posture is bent over. She's in an attitude of decline, almost depression, right? She's actually smaller than the church physically. The crown she used to wear is knocked from her head, indicating the loss of favor from God. Her staff, which indicates her power, is broken. She's no longer in charge. The synagogue is in disfavor. And once again, to contrast with the crown coming from heaven, there is a sword descending from heaven and piercing her through the top of her skull to really get the point across, so to speak, that he's out of favor. Now, what is this bit here with the ram's head that she's holding on to? What is that all about? Open to the floor for analysis.
I'll tell you this, I'll be very honest with you. I know I'm being hyperbolic, but the reality is,
Judith, you must have an idea.
Bad credit in this country.
What does that ram's head represent?
I just went through this with a friend of mine. It's so hard. You got to repair your credit. You got to start building credit with Kickoff today. You can get your first month for as little as $1.
Very good.
That's 80% off the normal price when you go to kickoff.com/Jim. That's Kickoff without the C. Get KIKOFF.
Yeah, there's actually flesh on the bones. The eye is still intact. But I'm going to say that in the microphone so they're here on the internet audiences that Judith saying that this represents the ram of Abraham, which for Jews, though, is a very positive symbol, right? We like the ram of Abraham. We blow the shofar, it's Rosh Hashanah, all that stuff.
I mean, they just did a study. Look this up. The World Happiness Report, which,
Holding
by the way, is my
by
favorite
the
thing in the
horn,
world.
which is
The
very
World
significant.
Happiness Report finds that young people in, Western countries are unhappy. And they're much less happy than they were like 15 years ago. Young people aren't as happy. And people are wondering why
Interesting,
that
yes.
is.
I think all those things are definitely very true. Notice that the contrasting element that the church holds is the chalice, right? Which represents you receiving the blood of Jesus, the sacramental wine. So here you've got the bloody ram's head, and you've got the sacrament, which reminds me of another funny story. A friend of ours, named Kini, the one year they decided to do the actual ram's head, or sheep head for Pesach. And so she had it in the sink before Pesach, and her 3-year-old came and saw it and freaked out and went there and said, there's a dinosaur in the kitchen. So the chalice represents like spirituality, represents like, it's intoxicating, something that takes you to a higher spiritual sphere, things like that. The ram's head represents carnality, represents physicality. And it is correct that the artist here is alluding to the ram, the sacrifice of Abraham, but it is taken in a negative sense, that the church is ethereal, the church is spiritual, the church is above those things. The Jews are still stuck on sacrifices. They want blood, they want meat, right? Carnal meat. They want these kind of physical things. And so the concept of carnal Israel becomes very significant through many of the medieval readings of Salome's stories. That Salome, thinking of perhaps her love for John the Baptist, is really obsessed with the physicality of things. That it's all about the blood, it's all about the death, it's all about the physical things. And in fact, a lot of medieval commentators, Christian commentators, looking at Judaism and trying to understand what's going on with Judaism. We have so many details with the milk spoon and the meat pot, and you could do this on Saturday, you can't do this on Saturdays. All of these details, which for the medieval Christian mind, I would argue for the modern Christian mind, for the modern secular mind, like, what does God want with all these details? What is all? That's all physical. Is that really what God wants? So the criticism is that the Jews are excessively carnal. They're excessively sexual, which we'll talk about in a few weeks when we get to the little more medieval period. They're excessively focused on the physical as opposed to the spiritual. And so the whole Salome metaphor, which is translated primarily through the image of a female as well in the Ecclesian synagogue, is seen as negatively grounded in this world things rather than the spiritual material vision of Christianity. Okay, but I should point out the blindfold, right? I can't believe I forgot that. The church here is clear-eyed and able to see, whereas the synagogue is always blindfolded, cannot see the truth, cannot see what's going on.
And there isn't.
This is actually more a generic representation of all Jews, as embodied in this female figure of the synagogue.
Yes.
And it's important to note that the artwork is especially important because we're dealing with several hundred years of virtually complete illiteracy. And so for people to understand, if they come to church and say, well, I don't understand, who are these Jewish people? And don't they come before us? Wasn't Jesus Jewish? I heard that someplace. And then the priest would be able to say, oh, check this out. This explains the whole relationship of Judaism and Christianity and so on. So it's really important to have this kind of monumental architecture. And it figures very prominently in a lot of cathedrals and illuminated manuscripts, things like that. We should also recall, you're absolutely right, that the overwhelming power of this kind of art compared to our minds and stories must have been amazing. Like, it would be like going to an IMAX theater when you've never even seen moving pictures. It would just be tremendous, because what kind of artwork could you have in your village? Someone would scratch something into a piece of wood, maybe? Who has time to paint? Who has any skill and training? So you come to the larger villages, the big city, and you see these cathedrals, stained glass art, it's like overwhelming. So it was like institutional education. Hey, by the way, this is an actual depiction of Salome herself. The coin was recently discovered. I cannot figure out the Latin, but the websites tell me this is saying Salome. That's what she looks like.
Fucking whatever Wolf Herd.
Hard to tell. She's an intelligence between her and Herod, but at any rate, we do know that she was a historical figure. She had some royalty, and she had enough to have the coins minted after her. But we should put in this context the legacy. So what do we understand from this story vis-a-vis Jewish history in particular? It's a complicated legacy because she does not even figure in the Jewish sources that I've mentioned. She doesn't set a tone or a message for Jews. She has no teachings that we can offer for moving forward. And she's basically invisible to all of Jewish history, except through perhaps one of the most well-read Jewish books, and that would be the Bible. And specifically in this context, I'm talking about the Christian Bible, which does have reference to her there. Unfortunately, for the larger scope of Jewish history, the reading of Salome as a personification of Jews does not sit well with the way in which we prefer to be portrayed, because she's associated with carnality, with illicit sexuality, with promiscuity, and so on, and of course with bloodthirstiness and the eventual decapitation of John the Baptist. So she's a little bit of an outlier for most of the topics that we'll be discussing in this series. Next week, God willing, we're going to speak about Bar Kokhba, fascinating individual who led a revolt against the Romans in the 2nd century, and it was thought by many, including Rabbi Rothschild, to actually be the Mashiach. As turned out, he wasn't, but I think we'll have a lot to say in a more conventional Jewish terms next week. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to seeing you next week.
And so, the people at the college admissions office, because Brett is an A- student, he's pretty fucking good, okay? He's on the baseball team. He's not the star, but he's on it. And he writes an essay. I love baseball, and I love playing baseball. It takes my mind off the time I found my father's body in the garage with half of his face gone. So Brett goes to Northwestern, pretty good school, and he plays baseball, okay? And his father's dead, okay?
Yes, get them out for a
Carolyn's
second.
a star
Okay,
school
ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started?
She wants women in Afghanistan to learn about,
Okay, ladies and
Bitcoin.
gentlemen, let us, let's get started here. So, thank you for coming to the final pre-Pesach lecture of the season. Next week, we'll, of course, not be meeting here. We will all be very busy getting ready for the holiday coming up, God willing. And we will resume a summer session, God willing, at the end of April, April 30th. My lovely assistant and the brilliant Aliza Abramson will be collecting email addresses if you would like to receive the schedule via email. You'll also, by the way, if I get your email and I put you on the blog, you'll be able to simply receive updates as the lectures are posted as well. So that's a good one for the beginning. Let me start with just a little story. Of course, we are going to be, this is actually a true story about Passover cleaning. As you know, the holiday is a tremendous amount of work as we cleanse our houses of all leavened products, which on a symbolic level is understood to refer to, our sense of arrogance and our pride, all of these inflated things like, yeast causes the dough to rise. We also have to get rid of the pride and arrogance that is so corrosive to our own humility. And so that's why people, especially in the holy city of Jerusalem, tend to go really over the cliff when it comes to methods of cleaning, and they're taking Q-tips and cleaning out the electrical sockets and filters in their water and all kinds of amazing things, repainting everything. So this actually happened to a friend of mine. I hope I didn't tell you last week. He lives in Neve Yaakov, which is a suburb of Jerusalem in the north. And on Erev Pesach, the day before Passover, his toilet seat breaks. Oh, he gets there. I did tell last week.
He hasn't killed himself.
I'm going to tell it again. I noticed that nobody watched from Latvia this week. So this is for the Latvia. So anyways, he goes into Jerusalem, into the main city, to get a toilet seat. He goes to the hardware store, he buys a toilet seat, he puts it on his arm, he gets back on the bus. He's riding on the bus back to Neve Yaakov. He hears two Hasidim talking behind him, and one of them says to the other, well, that's a stringency I've never heard of before. That's a chumrah I've never heard of. Right? Okay, so we're on, that's the joke. Yeah, that's cute. Okay, that's it. I won't tell it again until next year. Tonight's topic is Henrietta Zoll, who is a fascinating topic. It just, her life career just begins to take us into the 20th century, where we'll look at some really fascinating people after the break. Oh, and by the way, let me also suggest that I am, currently researching people to study after the break. So if you have any particular requests for 20th century, send them my way. Hannah Arendt has come up actually in a couple of suggestions. Thinking that might be an interesting person to look at. The Piaseczna Rebbe from the Warsaw Ghetto is someone I'd definitely like to look at. So please send me your suggestions. We'd like to look at figures in Jewish history that made a significant impact. Okay. So Henrietta Zoll was one of those people. Her life follows a very interesting trajectory in that, she is hugely undervalued for the first 4 decades of her life, even though she has phenomenal talents, which are exploited mercilessly by people around her, people who you would think would know better in the Jewish establishment. She's consistently underpaid and undervalued, underutilized, but then all of a sudden, in her late 40s, she has a personal crisis, which ironically transforms her into this activist extraordinaire that creates organizations in Israel and in America, most notably the Hadassah Women's Organization in this country, and also the Youth Aliyah in Israel, that was responsible for saving 30,000 lives of German Jews between the ages of 15 and 17. And this all happened in her 50s and onward. So it's really interesting to see a person who was really, towards mid-career, when most people start thinking about retirement, she all of a sudden exploded and made phenomenal contributions to Jewish history. So I'd like to quickly scope out her career, places within context. We'll spend a little bit of time talking about the crisis that changed her soul and allowed her to transmit her values and her energy to the Jewish population as a whole. So her years are 1860 to 1945. She is a child of America. She was born in Baltimore, Maryland. Her father was a recent import to this country. Actually, this is kind of a summary slide that I'm going to go right past. She was actually, we might not talk about a little bit. Why was she so great? Okay, I mentioned Hadassah, I mentioned Youth Aliyah, things like that. But she is an American Jewish leader who first made her mark primarily in scholarship and primarily behind the scenes. She was quite talented as a writer, and she had facility with, of course, the American language of English, which was something that most Jewish scholars of the time did not have. Most of them were coming over from Germany and had facility in Hebrew, perhaps in Aramaic, perhaps in German, but in English that was an entirely different matter. So she was the behind-the-scenes editor and translator of so many works. I had my daughter Elisa in my office at the university today, and I read that Henrietta Zoll was extremely involved in the translation of Heinrich Kretz's works from German into English. Kretz, of course, was a great 19th century encyclopedic historian of the Jews. And I have a 1909 copy of Kretz's history published by the Jewish Publication Society, with which Henrietta Zoll was very active. And I pulled volume 1 off the shelf to see who translated it. It says in the biography she wrote it more than Kretz did almost. And I looked in the preface, and it quotes one person, I forget what her name is, but she says, I only translated the first part of the first volume, and everything else of the other 6 volumes were translated by other hands. And they go unnamed. So clearly, this is a reference to Henrietta Zoll, she just does not get the credit she deserves, as we shall see. She later went on, after this personal crisis, to found Hadassah and be very active in Zionist causes, where she is a great hero to the early Zionist movement. Okay, so let's place her family background in context. Her father was Benjamin Zoll, shown here, who was a Hungarian rabbi who was a modernizing figure within the rabbinic context. However, within the Baltimorean context, he was quite a traditionalist. The congregation that he came to lead with his young wife, they had just married the year before, was known as the most Sabbath-observant synagogue in Baltimore in the 1850s and 1860s as a result of his tenure. And he spent quite a bit of time as a scholar, publishing several works primarily in German and in Hebrew. He and his wife had 8 daughters. Henrietta was the oldest of them, and she fell into a kind of a demographic trap that was highly unfortunate for her. Born in 1860, she was of a generation where there were very, very few American-born Jews at all. You had the German Jewish migration that had started in the 1840s and had peaked into the 1850s. And then you had later the massive Jewish migration in the 1880s. And it happened that she being born in 1860 meant it was actually difficult for her to find a suitable mate. We talk about the shidduch crisis today. We normally don't worry so much about whether or not you're born between waves of immigration, but this happened to hit Henrietta Zoll very hard. And in fact, she never married, never had children, although her nowadays, that's not necessarily the sequence I put it in, but I'll probably edit that out when I get back to the editing table. But thank you for laughing. But this is something that affected her deeply. She did have a romantic heart, as we shall see shortly, but she was never able to fulfill that aspect of her life. At any rate, As a child, she had an exceptionally strong education at the hands of her father and was quite well schooled in Hebraic sources. She translated several of them into English, and she was also well trained in secular subjects as well. Later on, her education was signaled in terms of her later career, as we shall see in the next slide. But perhaps it's important to note that her father was a modernist in the sense that specifically, even though he was a traditionalist rabbi, being Shomer Shabbos, he was still Zionist. And to be a Zionist, I'm not sure if Orthodox is the right word to use for her father in this context, but to be a traditionalist rabbi and to be Zionist in those times meant that you were kind of bucking the trend. You could either be like well, I'm not going to go into too much detail here. Let's go on to concentrate on her. At any rate, she went, yeah, I know, and that picture it's a problematic one. All the photographs and drawings are saying he's not wearing a yarmulke. It's strange. Maybe he's, I don't know. I'm not sure what to do. No, there's several pictures. Yeah, if I were bald, I would wear a kippah, you know. I wear a kippah now even.
Recently been awarded nearly $1 million after jurors affirmed that her injuries from slipping on ice outside of a Panera Bread were the company's fault.
It's funny, I had an Aliyah last Shabbos, and the very first line says that something about a person who is balding is pure. Now, so I thought, perfect Aliyah for me. I felt very good about that one. Okay, anyways, she went to Western Female High School, which is an interesting name for a term, and then she went on to teach at several high schools. She taught German and French. German was the language spoken at home, and she also taught science and math, so she was really quite a broadly educated young woman. She also taught Jewish subjects at her father's synagogue over at Shalom, where he, by the way, was a rabbi for several decades. She went on to a significant number of adult education classes, never earned a degree, although she did receive honorary doctorates later in her life. She took public adult and continuing classes in Johns Hopkins. Remember, we're talking about now the 1880s and 1890s. And later on in her career, when they moved to New York, she wanted to study Jewish subjects more intensively so that she could participate more in her life with the publishing arm of Jewish Publication Society. So she actually applied for admission and was readily accepted to the Jewish Theological Seminary on the condition that she signed a document indicating she would not apply for rabbinic ordination. It's kind of an interesting thing. Here it is in the early 20th century. A woman accepted to study Talmud and so on, but she had the promise not to apply for rabbinic ordination, which reminds me of a different joke altogether. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. It goes like this. It's a high holidays, and, many synagogues, you have to buy a ticket to get a seat, and they have a gabbai at the door who will take your ticket to make sure that you have paid the dues to be able to be with the congregation on the high holidays. So Goldstein goes up to the gabbai at the door and he says, I have to go in. And the gabbai says, where's your ticket? He says, I don't have a ticket. He says, well, I'm sorry, you can't go in. He says, but I have to get in. I have to talk to Goldfarb. He says, it doesn't matter. You can't go in without a ticket. He says, it's a matter of life and death. If I don't talk to Goldfarb, I'm in trouble and I really have to go in there. So the gabbai finally says to him, okay, fine, go on in, but don't pray.
All right, folks.
So she was accepted to ATS, but she has a promise not to graduate, as it were, with a rabbinic degree. And then in 1880, her father took her for a trip to Europe, and she was quite appalled with many of the things that she saw there. First of all, she was appalled with the poverty of Eastern European Jewry, with the sheer desperation that they experienced under the very arbitrary administrative anti-Semitica of the Russian Empire in particular, with all kinds of restrictions on Jewish trade, concentrations in where they can live, banishments from certain regions, borderlands, things like this. And of course, just 1 year later, after she had returned, would begin the massive pogrom waves of 1881 to 1884 that would kick off all of the great wave of Eastern European migration to America. So she had some knowledge firsthand as a young woman of the state of privation of the Jews in the late 19th century in Europe, and she was very moved by the plight of her people, something that would motivate her throughout the rest of her life. Secondarily, she was also appalled with the status of women's education in Jewish Europe. She prayed at the Altneu Shul of Prague, which is, of course, a major pilgrimage site of Jews associated with the great Maharal, Rabbi Rothschild of Prague, and she was amazed with how cramped and dark and really second-class the women's section was. So she felt that women's causes clearly needed to be championed, even within a very traditional viewpoint, and they simply had to languish in Eastern Europe. So the motivation towards benefiting Jewish people as a whole, particularly the impoverished masses, and secondly, benefiting Jewish women, were really the two lodestars of her thought, or the two northern stars. I don't know if you can have two northern stars, but together they formed the northern star of her thought. The Jewish people, Jewish women in particular, and that really informed a lot of her choices later in life. One particular incident stands out. There's something of a halakhic controversy. For people who feel passionately about these things, there's a lot of ink spilled on the question of exactly who should say Kaddish for a deceased relative, and specifically, what exactly is the obligation of a woman to say Kaddish? And there's a whole range of opinion on that particular statement. Towards the right end of the spectrum, there is a consensus that it's not appropriate for a woman to pronounce Kaddish publicly in front of a group of men, and so then women should use other avenues to discharge the obligation to memorialize the dead. Towards the left end of the spectrum, certainly well within the Orthodox spectrum as a whole, there's a feeling that, well, why shouldn't this be said? And women will say the Kaddish on the other side of the Mechitza or something like that. So at any rate, when her father died, there were several well-wishers who offered to say Kaddish on her behalf for her father. And she politely refused. In writing, we have her words on this, indicating that no, she feels that it's something that she personally must take on, and she insisted on saying Kaddish herself, even though that was somewhat atraditional. So she's kind of like finding the line that is appropriate for herself, not necessarily trying to be a rabbi, but on the other hand, being very learned and taking personal responsibility for her father's Kaddish. I might add, kind of as like a side point, I think I have kind of an interest in the history of Jewish feminism, and it is a recurring theme among American Jewish feminists, how losing a parent and then some well-wisher, well-meaning observer indicates that a woman in America should not say Kaddish. That usually provokes a tremendous counter-reaction that sometimes turns into outright rejection of Judaism. If you have a look, for example, at Letty Cotton Pilgrim's autobiography, which I think is called Devorah, Sarah, and Me, Devorah, Golda, and Me, I think it is. She has a very powerful description of how she felt when some rabbi told her, sorry, you're not allowed to say Kaddish because you're a woman. And it's a very caustic and dangerous thing to say. I know. She had no brothers, 7 sisters. Okay. So, anyways, this was a turning point in her life in terms of getting her to dedicate herself entirely to the Jewish people. And initially, she took this as a charge to develop her scholarship and to support scholars. She took on traditionally very supporting roles until, as I mentioned, the 40s when she had this turning point. Let me pause for a couple of questions while I take a sip of soda. Ms. Abramson, you have that kind of a question look on your face?
Like that. Take a look here on the Nut Podcast. By the way, saying something I said on Are You Garbage months ago, but whatever. What's your go-to?
Yes. No, Hadassah is a women, it's an organization of women dedicated to Zionist causes. And within that, those Zionist causes, there is a whole range of projects that they take on.
The answer is yes.
Yeah, but I think it's fascinating that you should ask that question. First of all, because I always find your question fascinating. But also, I think we should note, this came up also at the college day, we should note that one of the great losses that American Jewry has suffered as a result of the feminist revolution, which has generated tremendous positive gains for the Jewish people as a whole, but one entire sector of our workforce has disappeared as a result of the feminist revolution. And that is specifically the massive number of women who used to volunteer their time in organizations like Amit, Hadassah, Emuna, all of these organizations. Now that women are working and earning money, that's fantastic, great economic benefit, but our volunteer base has been emptied out as a result of that. Now, I'm not sure that we want to turn back the clock on this, but it has affected our community dramatically because all those valuable, woman hours of labor are gone. Judith.
And they're like, Hamas is stealing the food. In this whole thing, Israel has no culpability, by the way, at all. They've actually done nothing wrong. It's all been Hamas. Hamas has done everything. There's not been one, they stole the food. They're shooting the people who are in line for the food. Israel's doing nothing. And you have to trust Israel because otherwise the only people that are reporting out of Gaza, they're not letting journalists in, or they just say are Hamas. So if you report anything contrary to what Israel says, you are Hamas, you become Hamas. So, I mean,
is that you've had a feminization of the upper echelon in many of the
the starvation, the photos of the starving. Number one, we're the fattest country in the world.
Leadership.
For the fattest country in the world to fund the starvation of a group of people is insane. Look at this. Here we go. This is the thing they keep showing is that Hamas has bananas.
A very active women's division.
All right.
Within things like Federation,
bananas.
where they had more money
This is the
to donate.
when I ask why we're funding it, why we're starving
That's fascinating. Yeah, so we need more money, not necessarily
people
more
say to me, well,
time
no,
commitment.
maybe take
So,
a look at that
not
video
sure
of
what's
the
going to work out.
guy in Hamas with
Yes,
the grapes.
It's not so much a
The
question,
guy in Hamas
but
with the grapes.
I'm sure because she had attended
We're the
those
fattest country in the world. Okay?
it broadened her horizons
Nobody
extremely
is fatter than
in
us.
that the fact
We are
that
now
many
funding
women did not get
the starvation
medical treatment
of a group of
that they needed,
people
particularly during childbirth. There was
halfway across the world, or all the way across the world, again in geography, but far away.
Post
And if you bring it up,
postpartum.
or if you chat about it, or if you talk about it, you're immediately called anti-Semitic or whatever, and it's completely absurd and insane.
Big health causes.
And this is nuts.
Whether they were Jews or non.
Get a Randy Fine. Get a photo of Randy Fine. Now, this is the
Don't
guy
forget she
who
was a
literally
science
said
teacher.
starve
So
away.
she had,
He
unusually
said something
broad
like,
things.
release the
Last
hostages,
comment,
which
Ms.
again,
Amerson, and we will go
the
on.
children of Gaza did not abduct the hostages and cannot release them.
Oh, that's it.
Randy Fine, genius. Randy
Well, the
Fine, no, get a
activism we're going to
fact
see
picture,
in a
my
moment,
producer.
how
Go get a
educated
picture
her
when he was
siblings were, I
dead.
didn't do any research
to
on that,
treat
so I
Randy
don't know.
Fine like that?
I would
Go get a
assume
photo
that
of
they
me when I was
probably had a
8.
similar kind of
Dead, by the way.
background that she did,
Get Randy
but
Fine. Look how
usually
fat Randy Fine
firstborn
is.
children
Randy
tend
Fine
to
literally
excel
said
in terms of
starve
reading
away.
skills, and so, that's
This
just one of those
guy
things.
is out there telling the
Her father was
Gazans
a brilliant rabbi. He spent a lot of time. I mean, what daughter of a brilliant
looking like
father
he's like
wouldn't you expect to be
full of
similarly brilliant,
fucking
right? Okay, let's go on.
marshmallow fluff.
Now, she got involved
It's
in
the
the Jewish
cruelest
Publication Society. This is an extremely significant and influential institution that distributed, that translated and distributed so many works. The Tanakh was one of their great publications of the turn of the century. The Jewish King James has a work, went through several editions. All kinds of really important scholars were associated with the JPS. She started out as a volunteer, and she had a significant literary background. She used to write articles for newspapers under a pen name, Shulamit. And she rose up in the ranks to a secretary. See, this got a paid secretariatship. But the reality is that she was grossly underpaid for her qualities. We know from some of the archival materials that she was forced to accept a salary that was 20% lower than other people in the institution were earning, and her requests for raises were regularly refused. Even though she was a tremendous overachiever in terms of what she was doing, she was essentially director of publications, she was translating, she was editing, she was writing articles, she was deeply involved in all aspects of this. Nevertheless, she was underpaid hour for hour, which is, and once again, this is for the benefit of Lisa, that, you know, this is a constant in American history that women are typically underpaid for the same work. I think the last figure was, Judith, maybe you know, 77 cents on the dollar in 2012 or so. So
humanitarian crisis
came up a little bit.
Unfolding. It's crazy.
Okay, so you've come a long way, baby, right? Okay, there you go, 5%. But women, you got to really put your foot down and get paid the same as a man, right? So she was grossly underpaid, and ultimately she was the editor of the American Jewish Yearbook, the #1 yearly publication that describes the entire activity of the Jewish community of America, an extremely influential publication that was published throughout the 20th century. She's the editor, and she's making $10,000 a year. Yes. Yes, you can stop publication with the internet for so many things. But 20th century, we're in the 21st now, so we're still okay. Now, let's go to her personal crisis, which is really the important part. She died. Her father died in 1902, and that's when they moved to New York City, and that's where she started specifically her work with the JTS, the Jewish Publication Society. That's also when she made her application to the JTS because she really wanted to improve her rabbinics, even though her father had given her a really great basic introduction. At JTS, she came into contact with the #1 scholar at the time, picture here, Louis Ginsburg. You may be familiar with his magnum opus, The Legends of the Jews. I think it's published in 3 volumes. And in reality, those who were behind the scenes say that Henrietta Sohl wrote it probably more than Louis Ginsburg. Ginsburg did a lot of the background research. He was a German Jewish professor. He had very limited skills in English. In fact, it was commonplace that when professors came over to teach at JTS or elsewhere, they were allowed to teach in German for the first year because it took them that long just to understand how to speak the language. So she basically wrote the whole book. In their personal correspondence, which is very, very deep, he used to refer to it as our book, and he readily acknowledged that, you know, her contribution was phenomenal to this work. He was 13 years her junior. She met him in her early 40s, and she fell head over heels in love with him. Remember the demographic crisis where, you know, there were just no men around for her, and she was completely smitten with him. And we have to understand that this is kind of an incubator environment for everyone who is New York still, but it's a turn of the century New York, and everyone who is anyone in the Jewish world, in New York, knows what's happening at the Jewish Publication Society, knowing the personalities. There's really only a handful of people really working there. The great distinguished Professor Louis Ginsburg, the secretary Henrietta Sohl, who is, you know, everyone knows who she is, but she's quite a bit older than he is, and they had this platonic relationship that everyone knew about. And he ultimately rejected her. He was interested in being a bachelor, but his family insisted that he marry, and they found him a much younger woman, a German Jewish woman, and he rejected Henrietta Sohl, and this is late in her 40s. And she was absolutely devastated, so much so that she had a small nervous breakdown. Let me just read to you a little bit from her letters, just from this passage here of, first of all, how powerful a writer she is, and secondly, how deeply in love she was with Louis Ginsburg. A love that was completely chaste.
Even the starving children in Gaza want to say, where is the clip? Let's play a little
Next
bit
to
of
him,
Candace
she
here
confided in her journal, all other men seem to me like sawdust, stuffed into coat, vest, and trousers. I am a dependent woman with a keen emotional nature, she explained. A distinctly feminine woman, not an intellectual abstraction. A woman with red blood running in my veins. Here's the author of the collected unpublished diary. This is Rabbi Rothschild writing. Attention from Ginsburg became the font of her happiness. Every encounter with him produced a somatic reaction. When they barely know each other, she, quote, thrilled when her sister Rachel addressed him. Soldier described herself as, quote, quivering and palpitating, unquote, at the very sight of him, and trembling at each physical contact, however inadvertent, however innocent. A veil he once knotted to prevent her hat from flying into the wind became a precious keepsake. She became a bundle of nervous energy. Whenever she, quote, flew to the telephone or to the door, she kissed his books and clasped his letters to her heart. And when she thought he loved her, she, quote, jubilated and, quote, sang. A graphic example of a very physical ardor is the following memory from 1905. There were times when my passion absorbed and mastered me. One evening, it had been snowing and raining and sleeting, but it stopped, and a high whistling wind arose. I could not stay, and the pain in my heart drew me out at 8 o'clock in the evening, and I raced around Morningside Park, screaming at the top of my voice whenever the wind was noisy enough to drown my agony. So here's a woman who is deeply and passionately in love with a younger man, a great scholar, but their intellectual relationship was not reciprocal. And ultimately, she was crushed by his rejection. She has a nervous breakdown. She quits her job, and her sister takes her on a tour of Europe to try and to clear her mind of this disastrous relationship. And this is really what turned her around, specifically her visit to Palestine, Israel. This is in the year 1909. So we're very early in the Yishuv period. This is when Israel is still desperately struggling to even clear the proverbial malaria-infested swamps, to build Dizengoff Street up from a dirt road to the major thoroughfare that it is today. And she is completely transformed by her experiences there. She sees the desperate poverty of the Jews who have made Aliyah, many of whom are, even at this point, the remnants of the Chibat Zion movement, who had attempted to transplant their religious settlements into regions like Petah Tikva, and yet were very unfamiliar with farming, particularly in Middle Eastern climates. And she resolved to use her prodigious organizational and literary skills to provide aid to these Jews living in Israel. When she comes back, comes back to America in 1912. She transforms all of her frustrated energies into the creation of what was originally called the Hadassah chapter of Daughters of Zion. And you'll notice that she's still thinking very much in women's terms. She's thinking she's not like kind of going beyond what society would allow her. She's organizing women rather than men. This organization, which was later changed to the Hadassah Women's Zionist Organization of America, ended up becoming extremely successful. And within a few short years, she had 4,000 members in this nationwide organization. Mobilizing women, tapping into a pool of talent, resources, and time that no one else had really understood could be organized on a national level. She started engaging them in fundraising efforts and in promoting specific causes dedicated, as we mentioned, to health and to education in particular, and channeling a lot of funds to Israel, and also mobilizing the Jews of America to this very important Zionist cause. In many ways, she was the prime figure of Zionism in America at the beginning of the 20th century. She was a homegrown figure who was in America at the time, unlike many of the great figures like Golda Meir and so on who had already made Aliyah. But in 1919, she was eventually called away because the Zionist Organization of America demanded that she go to Israel and conduct her work there. Yes, Aaron.
What I thought was convenience, but then I found trade. Now making cold brew at home is easy, plus it tastes way better.
That's an excellent question. I don't offhand know the answer, but I would guess it's more in the Northeast because that's where the demographics were. You don't get the huge shift in Jewish population until the 1960s and 70s, down to the South and the Southwest, because of one major technological innovation. Air conditioning, absolutely. Most Jews, they come down to Florida. You have the famous story of Jews who were stationed here in World War II, in training, and they say, wow, it's not very nice down here. And then once air conditioning was invented, that was it. It's all over. But this is early. This is the beginning of the century, so we still have concentrations in the Northeast.
Smooth and delicious.
They saw her organizational talent, and they felt that,
for 50% off.
yeah, no, not demanding that you leave, meaning get out of America. They were saying, we need you in Israel now.
50% off 1 month of cold brew. Drinktrade.com/.
Oh, that's sure. That's fascinating. Okay, great. So, education and health were primary areas of concern. One of the major areas where she was quite active was in the creation of a youth Aliyah movement. Because in 1932, although Hitler had not yet become chancellor, that would happen in January of 1933, it was very clear that the anti-Semitic tenor of the Weimar Republic was growing apace, and it was extremely dangerous and becoming increasingly dangerous for Jews in Germany. So she organized a movement to specifically target teenage Jews in America to encourage them to come to Israel. A movement that was incredibly successful. By 1943, they had 30,000 Jews who had taken advantage of this and had come to Israel. That's a tremendous number of young people. We can include in this group, for example, Hannah Shenish, who was the great heroine of the Holocaust, who later paratrooped back into Hungary to fight the Nazis in the resistance. She was a typical example of these young people who simply say, life for Jews in Europe is over, and they would take advantage of an organization like this. This is kind of like, as it were, the nefesh of the 1930s. It was kind of this organizing movement that brought so many people to Israel. Her leadership skills were valued, and several people promoted her cause, nominating her to the board of Hebrew University when it was established, but she was denied a position, like Judith mentioned earlier, because she was female, and only men were allowed to sit on the board of Hebrew University at that time. She also had, like everybody in Israel, a very strong political sensibility, and in this regard, she was walking on a different path than many of the Jews at the time. She formed a party called Ichud, which means like unity, and but it was an unusual kind of name for a party because she essentially believed early on in a two-state solution. She argued that, and again, this is in the 1930s, this is during the period of the White Paper, the period when there's a lot of conflict between Arabs and Jews, and everyone seems to be taking an all-or-nothing position on Israel. The Jews saying we have to control territory and that's it, and the Arabs saying that the Jews may live within an Arab country, but there will be no Jewish state in Palestine, and she believed that the ultimate solution would be a two-state solution, which is ironically what a lot of obviously American and European theorists hold about Israel as well. Her views were not extremely popular at the time. Steve, do you want to say something?
What if that's the info she brings you
right, like they say in Yiddish, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. Okay. So I'm coming actually to a conclusion. I'm not sure why I'm coming to a conclusion so early in the evening today, but perhaps it's because I'm anticipating the Passover cleaning that we have. But here's the last image, by the way. This is her on an Israeli stamp. Henrietta sold. You can see over there. And then here she is on a 5 lira note. Lirot, of course, are the old currency before the shekels were introduced. And I don't think that the actual denomination is worth very much today, probably in the pennies, but it is pretty amazing to have your face on a bill, even if it's, Israeli currency from before the inflation period. Her legacy is It was like it's something that it's pattern with a lot of great leaders of the 20th century. There's so many people who never had children of their own, and yet managed to sponsor so many children, either spiritually or economically, or in terms of their affiliation with the Jewish people. I'm thinking, for example, of Rabbi Rothschild of Chabad. I'm thinking of, there's some several leaders as well, and Henry Rothschild was definitely in that tradition. She had perhaps an unfulfilled personal romantic life, but she was able to divert those energies that she might have otherwise diverted into a family into the entire Jewish people. Her indefatigable,
people are basically trying
her
to
tireless work on behalf of Zionism through Hadassah, her work in the Youth Aliyah, her work even before that in scholarship and the production of so many great works, including the work with Louis Ginsburg on Legends of Jews, is a fundamental and lasting contribution to Jewish history. And we must be grateful for everything that she's done. So with that, I will formally conclude the pre-Pesach season. I'm sorry that we're a little bit faster. I could have talked a little slower tonight, but guess we'll have to end a little early. I hope you all have a Chag Kasher B'Sameach, and God willing, we'll see you in late April.
He is extending the war. Now articles are coming out about how shady they are, how much money they're stealing in Ukraine, how they're not trying anyway to have peace. So here we go. Let's just take a look at this here. Legislation will require social media companies to release detailed public reports of violations of their terms of service and to outline how they're addressing these violations, which includes the use of their platforms by terrorist groups. Every day, companies don't report this information will result in a $5 million fine. Social media companies can no longer hide the crimes that take place on their platforms, especially when they pose a threat to America's national security. And we're very proud of this bill as the backing of the anti-defamation.
I saw anti-Semitism for the first time when I was 15 years old. I had good parents who taught me it was wrong, but love the lasting impression of seeing my first incident as a teenager. And if you're on my social media, you see it every day. A little bit about that are responding back with blackness or severely anti-Semitic messages on social media. I even saw an article today. It was about me, about Taiwan, pose how some who are pro-Zionists, right? You're like, it's all over social media, and it's unacceptable. And when I saw them protesting here last night, they were right, they were, you can see the anti-Semitism in their comments and how they've been treating some of our members of the Catholic Church. It's on that firsthand. It's unacceptable. And so we want to be the country that makes clear that anti-Semitism and racism is unacceptable, not allowed in my space, and we just with zero tolerance for it. And people should feel like they're scorned. She founded the Space Yaakov
And these ideas and espousing these ideals. And we need to work with our social media companies to clean this up. Because what is going on is wrong, and I think it's further influencing other young people more to be influenced by what they're saying that's wrong. That this is it's not. So we need to hold these companies accountable and work with them. Okay, we go with there, John. Here we go with there, John. Yeah, I mean, drawing a line around any ism is always a problem. Saying that, like, what concept, now there's obviously very obvious examples of anti-Semitism. We know that. There's obvious examples of racism. There are obvious examples of whatever you want to say, transphobia, homophobia. People hate trans people, hate gay people, don't like Jewish people, don't like black people, hate them, whatever. But then there are also discussions about things, policies, positions, political statements. All of these things need to happen in a free society, and some of the people that engage in those discussions are going to be anti-Semitic, or they're going to say things in a way that's not elegant, and they're not articulate, or they're just not good at having debates. Some of those people are going to be trolls. Some of those people are going to be trying to be funny. Some of those people are trying to be ironic. Some of those people hate everyone and are genuine Nazis, right? Free speech is not for a bunch of people that you like and agree with and think are good all the time. Free speech has to be for everyone. And the way that you create a political space, and I believe in this project, that where you don't have extremism and you don't have neo-Nazis running around and you don't have racists, you don't have all this craziness happening. The way that you create that political space is by trying to create a political culture where people can debate ideas, where people can be proven wrong, and where people can exist without feeling that they're somehow being silenced or that there's forbidden information that they can't have and they're in the dark, and then the space in which all that information exists, they're filling that void with whatever kind of ideas they want because they don't have the actual one. You need to have an open space for dialogue and for debate. That's the only way to have certain ideas take prominence. The idea of owning a house, for example, everyone wants to own a house. That's a good idea. Ownership is a good idea. No matter how many people come in and tell you to rent or have more. Hey, Jillian Michaels, the fitness trainer who's at Turning Point USA, she's like, no, you should actually rent an income-producing property. And then years later you get rich, and then years later after that, whatever. Are there economic realities that she's talking about? Sure. But most people want to own a fucking house. That's an American idea. It's an idea that people believe in. No matter how many people tell you that renting is better or living, in a smart city where everything's 15 minutes away and you never have to cut the grass, or no matter who tells you that, it's a better idea to own a house. It's an American idea. You shouldn't be afraid of people who tell you that the real thing is renting, or the real thing is using Uber and not owning a car. The real thing is, those are the better ways to do it. There are huge campaigns, by the way, put together by those companies that make just live in Airbnbs, just take Ubers, just the gig economy. You'll own nothing and be happy. There's lots of money that's been put behind those ideas. But the idea of ownership is still an idea in America that's incredibly popular. I believe that the idea of a live and let live society where you're not socially engineering other people is very popular in America from the people that I talk to. Maybe not to maniacs online, maybe not to people, on the dark web or people wherever, but most people in America don't want social engineering. They don't want their children to be engineered. They do not want propaganda being delivered to them from the government. They just want a space where they can be happy, have necessities, have health care, compete with other people, follow whatever their life goal is, and have their journey. That, to me, is the goal of the entire country, is to just have that. So I think in order to do that, I don't think that medieval anti-Semitism is ever going to be really popular in America. I don't think genetic determinism is going to be popular. Saying to people, you're black, you can't compete, the IQ stuff, the shape of skulls, racism. To me, yes, there's people in line for sure where that's a big deal. But for the vast majority of people, they're just trying to survive. They're trying to figure out how to pay their rent. They're trying to figure things out. So I think that when you create a political culture, in order to prevent it from going off the rails into extremism, you cannot, for the last 30, 50 years, immiserate people and make their lives materially worse, where they can't redo their bathroom, they can't get a knee operation, their car breaks, they can't get to work, they're fucked. All of these people become radicalized because the material conditions of their life are much worse. That's obvious. Most of these people become. I was broke for years. The reason I didn't become like a psycho radical. So I was doing comedy. I love comedy. I love the group of people I was with. We had a goal and we were all doing it. We all kind of understood that part of it was being broke and part of it was not having assurances that we were just out there taking risks. But there's a lot of people that because their lives are going down the drain, start embracing pathologies. And when you tell people that, like, the Epstein files don't exist, or that, questioning Israel makes them anti-Semitic, or that they should be funding a genocide and a starvation campaign, it drives people insane. It makes them actually crazy, as it would. So now the material conditions of their life are worse. Everything's a lie. People know it's a lie. The Ukraine war, remember that? I mean, they're stealing everything. Article after article is how much they're stealing over there. And there's no money to fix the roads in upstate New York or Pennsylvania or Detroit or Michigan. And fuck you. And when Mark Andreessen comes out and says, hey, the only jobs left are going to be venture capitalists after AI takes over, and sorry, that's just the way it is. And again, I think these ice raids are barbaric, but you do need to figure out a way to worry about American people. I don't think you should be deporting 6-year-olds, throwing them in handcuffs, or people here that are here, that have been here for a while, they're roots in the community, they're doing a job. I think all of that is going to make the pendulum swing again to where no one cares and everybody's coming in. But you need to worry about America as a country and say, why is everything so fucked? And it's not one route. We should be going after billionaires. Where is the E-Verify shit? Why aren't we going after people that employ illegal immigrants? Is it because they're all Trump's friends? Why aren't we going after the guys like Steve Wynn and all these hotel magnates that employ all these people and choose not to pay American wages? Why aren't we doing that? So this is what drives people insane, and it drives them crazy to the left, to the right, wherever. You go, why am I watching some ICE show up at graduation, but there's a billionaire on a private jet who employs illegal immigrants who's not being arrested or detained to question? Why is that happening? This is what drives people insane, and then they go on the internet and they get radicalized. So if you want people to stop being radicalized, it's not about banning things and burning books, and the right wing does it too, although some of the books are a little crazy. But a gay character in a book, and the right wing runs and bans it because they're afraid their kids are going to become gay. I understand when you're in 4th grade, but if you're in high school, you handle a book with a gay character. But some of the books are like, I don't know, some of them are a little crazy. Like I've looked at some of the books, like I've looked them up, and I'm like, wait a minute, why are we doing this? You know what I mean? Like, some of the books are like, it's like Charlotte's Web, but there's a vibrator in it. It's like, you know what I mean? Like Charlotte teaches herself about self-pleasure. That I don't think is great. But if you want the recipe for radicalization, which is seemingly what everybody's looking for right now, they go, what is the recipe for radicalization? Why are certain people off the deep end? Why do people believe the world is flat or that space is completely fake? Why do some people believe Tom Hanks is a clone? It's because the lies have gotten so verbose, and people are now starting to go, wait a minute, what is real? What the hell's going on? So you can't make an entire population poor, poison their food, stress them out to the point where they're anxiety-ridden. It can be hard to talk about not being able to be hard, to get hard. But HIMSS is here to make things much easier. Their all-online process connects you with a licensed healthcare provider who can recommend personalized ED treatments from the comfort of home. Through HIMSS, you can access personalized prescriptions for ED like Hard Mints or Sex RX, plus Climax Control. HIMSS offers access to ED treatment options that cost 95% less than brand names. New Sex RX plus testosterone support includes Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and sync for testosterone support with hundreds of thousands of trusted subscribers. HIMSS can help you find the ED option that works best for you, if it's appropriate. Just fill out an intake form on their site and connect with a medical provider who can determine if treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication ships discreetly to your door for free. Start your free online visit today at hims.com/Tim. Find ED treatments that's up to 95% less than brand names at HIMS.com/TIMTA. Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products include compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety. Effectiveness or quality. Prescription required. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information. So many people have shit credit and their lives are terrible. You want to be one of them? Wake the fuck up. Having good credit can make your life better. Did you know that over 1/3 of Americans, roughly 36%, have below average credit scores, which can make borrowing more difficult and expensive? I didn't have credit for 10 years and my life was complete shit. I spent the best years of my life getting thrown out of banks and off car lots. Do you want that? I don't think so. Having bad credit means your life is a big pile of shit. And that's what mine was for a decade. I had a horrible life because I didn't have credit. The minute I got better credit, my life was better. People saw me in the street and said hello instead of spit on me. With transparent, affordable plans starting at just $5 a month, no hidden fees and zero interest, Kickoff helps you score big when it comes to credit. It's simple. You make on-time payments, credit bureaus see good behavior, and your credit can go fast. I'll tell you this, I'll be very honest with you. I know I'm being hyperbolic, but the reality is, if you have bad credit in this country, you're fucked. Can't get anything. I just went through this with a friend of mine. It's so hard. You gotta repair your credit. You gotta start building credit with Kickoff today. You can get your first month for as little as $1. That's 80% off the normal price when you go to getkickoff.com/Tim. That's kickoff without the C. Get KIKOFF.com/Tim. Let's have you get kickoff.com/activate offer. Offer applies to new Kickoff customers first month. Only subject to approval. Offer subject to change. Average first year credit rating packet plus 84 points. Rating score 3.0 between January 2023 and January 2024. For Kickoff credit account users who started with a score below 600 pay on time without delinquencies collected to their credit profile. During the period, late payments may negatively impact your credit score. Individual results may vary. I mean, they just did a study. Look this up. The World Happiness Report, which, by the way, is my favorite thing in the world. The World Happiness Report finds that young people in, Western countries are unhappy. And they're much less happy than they were like 15 years ago. Young people aren't as happy. And people are wondering why that is. Like, why are young people not as happy as they were? Is it technology? Is it social media? Here we are, young people in the West becoming unhappier. People are unhappy, and some people go, well, it's because now there are terms for mental health, and we're talking more about mental health. And in my comedy special, I talk a little bit about that yes, people are more conscious of their mental health now than they've ever been in the past. And some of that's good. Some of that seems a little, suspect. There's a lot of people that seem to be cynically using their mental health. Here we go. Average happiness of young people is on the decline across the West. The shift has driven the U.S. out of the top 20 happiest countries overall for the first time since reporting began. Lithuania took the top spot for young people, while its under 30 population rating. Lithuania took the top spot for young. The happiest people are in Lithuania, by the way. Part of why this is, is that young people now are looking at the world and going, is the country going to exist in 20 years? Are we going to have a country? And by the way, not because of a foreign threat, not because we're going to be invaded, not because we're going to be nuked, but they're going, is the country going to exist, or are internal forces pulling the country apart? And are those people, the young people in this study, the lower happiness reported by the younger under 30 in the United States and Canada is linked with lower levels of satisfaction and social support, lower satisfaction with living conditions, greater stress and anxiety, lower trust in government, and higher perceptions in corruption. Because people are looking around going, is this country even going to exist? It doesn't seem like it's going to exist. It seems to be way too corrupt to exist in 20 years. So what do you do? Wait a minute, by the way, most happy places for people who live under 30, number 1, Lithuania, number 2, Israel. Maybe there's something to that ethno-state concept. But So what I'm saying here is that, like, everyone's running around now going, how do we prevent people from being radicalized and becoming schizophrenic? Which I think is a good goal. But I think that part of that really has to look at the entire picture of what's going on right now. Younger people are sitting there wondering, does Brigitte have a cock? Will I afford a house? Is there a job for me? And there isn't. They're not. And she does. Those are the answers to those questions. But they're not. Is the country being run by pedophiles? Yes. Does Brigitte have a cock? Most likely. Am I going to afford a house? Not nearly. Do I have what kind of job am I going to get? Nothing. Do you know what young people do now? If you're a young person, this is what you do. You graduate school. Let's give you a name. Let's give you a name. Your name, I'm going to give you a male and a woman. Sorry, non-binaries. I'm just going to do a male and a woman right now, okay? The male's name is Brett. His name is Brett. B-R-E-T-T, Brett. He is a 22-year-old male. And then Carolyn. Carolyn is a 22-year-old female. Okay? This is what happens to Carolyn and Brett. Carolyn went to NYU. She's a smarty pants. She's smart. Carolyn grew up in Rhode Island. And her parents work together, and she's got a lovely home life, and she has a nice older brother, but he ended up on drugs, and he's just doing the best he can. But Carolyn went to NYU, and she went to the Stern School of Business, because she's going to take over the world, and she loves all the female founders, and she listens to fucking, motivational speeches from that bitch who founded Bumble, Whitney, fucking whatever, Wolf Herd, and all these other people. She's a badass finance bitch, and she wants, and her pet causes are women's literacy in the third world. She wants women in the third world to know more about money, and that's what she does. Her name is Carolyn. And she moves from Rhode Island, and she goes to NYU, and she likes NYU, and she's very liberal, and all of her friends are very rich, and she thinks Trump is gross, and always has, and she's in love with a French guy, but he doesn't really love her, and it's whatever. Carolyn, okay? Carolyn, okay? Brett grew up in a suburb outside of Chicago, okay? Brett's father killed himself because he had undiagnosed mental illness. It was very difficult. He shot himself in their garage, and Brett found him, and half of his face was blown off. And Brett called the police, but he knew it was no use because half of his father's face is in the garage.
And so she thought this was
Brett's mother died of cancer early on. Okay? So Brett was living with his father who killed himself. Now he's 17 years old. So he's right on the legend. He's going to be emancipated. He doesn't need a parent. Okay? Now he doesn't get any real money from his father's health with his life insurance. His dad didn't have it. So he didn't have any life insurance, okay? And they were renting. Here's the good news for Brett. Brett writes a great college essay, and it's called I Found My Father's Body in the Garage, and half of his head was gone. And so the people at the college admissions office, because Brett is an A- student, he's pretty fucking good. Okay, he's on the baseball team. He's not the star, but he's on it. And he writes an essay. I love baseball, and I love playing baseball. It takes my mind off the time I found my father's body in the garage with half of his face gone. So Brett goes to Northwestern, pretty good school, and he plays baseball. Okay? And his father's dead. Okay? Carolyn's at the Stern School of Business. She wants women in Afghanistan to learn about, Bitcoin. Brett's at Northwestern, trying to get over the trauma of his father, who was sacrificed on the altar of globalization, and Reagan letting all the mental hospitals out, and no health care and whatever, okay? His father was also abusing pharmaceutical drugs and whatever. It just is what it is. He was also a drunk. So Brett's at Northwestern, and Carolyn's in NYU. Now, Caroline and Brett never should have met, but Brett was traveling to New York City to see a friend he grew up who was attending Pace, a much less reputable school. In fact, it's a piece of shit. It's a prison, but that's where retards go. And Brett knew a lot of retards growing up in his town. So he goes to visit his buddy, and his buddy goes, sometimes you go to these, like, cool bars with really hot chicks, and they're all super rich, and it's not like they'll ever go out with us, but I fucked a model last month. And Brett's like, we're going. So they go to this bar. I don't know. I haven't been to bars in years. I don't know what they call it. They call it, the bar is just called, Jeju. It's a Japanese name. Now, Brett is in this bar called Jeju, and he meets Carolyn, who is a finance major at Stern School of Business. She's graduating next year. And he's going to graduate next year too. Brett, of course, has majored in education because maybe he'll be a gym teacher because he actually thinks it would be cool if he could help kids who had found their dead father in their garage get over it by connecting them to team sports, which he feels is one of the only reasons he hasn't killed himself. Okay? Caroline is outside, and Brett steps out. Brett's not has-been, but everyone's smoking. It looks cool. So Brett decides to smoke a cigarette, and Carolyn's outside, and they start chatting. Where are you from? This, that, and the other thing. One thing leads to the next, okay? They end up going home together and hooking up. It's very rare. Brett's not a Casanova. It doesn't happen all the time. Neither is Carolyn, okay? But they decide they're going to get married. They're going to make a go of this, okay? After several months of dating, long distance, Brett decides he's going to move to New York because Carolyn seems to be on some better financial footing, okay? So he moves to New York, and Carolyn and him start dating. Now, the power dynamic's a little off because she's got all the money and she's got all the friends. And the world has kind of pushed her forward, and there's nothing wrong with that. But she's got the fancy degree from the school, and Brett feels a little cocked. But he goes with it, because he doesn't really have a family. His father's head was all over the garage. Okay? Carolyn loves Brett. She treats him really nicely. She likes him. He's a nice guy. He's pure. He's simple. She says that to her friends. Like, he's pure. He's like a good guy. And I just love him. You know, he uprooted his whole life from this Midwestern guy. He likes sports and baseball. And his dad flew off his head, and his mother did. He's a good guy. And then one day, Carolyn is having dinner on the Upper West Side, and the French guy that she was in love with 2 years prior passes. And he notices Caroline, and he comes over, and he says to her, oh my God, it's crazy to see you. And she's like, hi, how are you? Now, this French guy is French aristocracy. He's got lots of money, an absurd amount of money. In fact, there's not that many people left in France with money. This guy's one of them. Caroline knows that, but it doesn't matter. It's filed away in the back for him. He also has movie star good looks. But Caroline's in a relationship with Brett, a regular Midwestern guy who watched his dad. They didn't watch him, but the body was still warm when he walked into the garage. You know what I mean? Pretty sick of his dad to do that. Close to school. But Carolyn sees this French guy, Jacques. And she chats with Jacques. And you know what? She's gonna walk to get her Uber. And she decides that and he goes, well, maybe I'll just walk with you. And she goes, okay. And they chat. She doesn't mention that she's seeing anyone, but it doesn't come up. It doesn't come up. Why would it come up? Okay? And he said, I'd love to see you again. We should go to this opening of this gallery. My friend in Soho, my cokehead friend who has no talent, has rented a gallery in Soho, and she's inflicting a mediocre art on people. Let's all go down there and see what that's about. And she, living downtown, sees no reason not to attend a very public art gallery show in Soho with an old friend. It's not a big deal. She's not cheating on this Midwestern guy who's so pure and simple. His father killed himself in a garage. So Carolyn from the Stern School of Business, who cares that women get Bitcoin so they can transcend the circumstances of living in an Afghan cave, decides to go to the opening of a mediocre artist in Soho with Jacques, a very wealthy French guy. All the while, her simple, pure, Midwestern, beautiful boy, beautiful, life that they have together. She calls him a boy. He doesn't love that. But she does, and she realizes it's just because he doesn't have a lot of money and he doesn't come from anything. Okay? She decides to go to this gallery opening with Jacques. Well, the gallery opening becomes a lunch, and the lunch becomes a coffee. And then she eventually has to tell Jacques, listen, I'm actually in a relationship, and I don't know what the hell's going on here. Okay? But Jacques says, listen, I totally understand, but here's the reality. You're graduating school next year. I've always loved you. I never thought you loved me. We're meant to be together. We're meant to get married at my family's vineyard in the south of France. You know it and I know it. So what are we doing here? And she walks home and she's crying and it's cold and it's wet and it's raining, but she knows that Jacques is right. She knows that she's going to go and marry this rich guy and she's going to destroy this man, this Midwestern guy who's a good guy. And she goes home and they have a talk. And she says, listen, Brad, you know I love you, and these 2 years have been the best years of my life. I just feel like there's too many things here that will just never work. I think we want different lives, you know? You mentioned that you love the Midwest, and you'd like to go back one day, and I could never see myself living there. He goes, yeah, but that's just something I say. I've been rooted my whole life for you. I kind of like New York. I actually love the pizza. I thought I'd never like anything better than the tavern-style Chicago pizza, but I actually love the pizza here. She goes, here's the thing. This isn't about pizza, Brett. It's not about food. It's about the fact that I met a guy, and I'm in love with him, and I'm sorry. Now Brett is hollowed out. He's hollowed out. He's faking. There's nothing. He's angry, and then the anger translates into a hopelessness. It's a stage 4 diagnosis. It's we've denied the appeal to death row. He knows immediately, as soon as those words leave her mouth, that there is nothing to be said and nothing to do. That he can't compete with this guy, this fairy tale French rich guy, and she's been in love with forever because he's going to provide her a type of life that Brett can't. So he then gets a small apartment in Manhattan. He moves out because he'd been living with Caroline for the last 8 months. He started out in a small apartment. Then he's living with her in a little bigger apartment in a better location, but he moves to Brooklyn. Okay? He moves to Brooklyn. He says, fuck it, I'm going to start moving to Brooklyn. I'm going to live in Brooklyn now because who cares? I just want to get laid. I want to do drugs. I want to just be angry. My fucking girl threw me. Carolyn keeps going. And that's where her part of the story ends. You don't know what happens to Caroline. She gets engaged to this French guy. She gets really wealthy. She gets really rich. They split their time between France and the United States. She has a fake job, and so does he. But Brad's now living in Brooklyn. And Brad oscillates from the far left to the far right. One day he's a literal neo-Nazi. The next day he's a far left anarcho-communist. And all the while he listens to the Tim Dillon show every day. Every day because he has no idea which way I'm going to go. He has no idea. He just knows I'm angry at things and he likes that. And he listens to my show. But one day he's an Antifa, the next day he's a Proud Boy. He's just angry. He's full of hatred. He's full of hatred because the rent keeps going up and nothing makes sense. I don't know what this has to do with anything really, economically. I thought it would really say more about the economy than it actually did. But my point is this. We've empowered certain women at the expense of men that have found their fathers dead in their thing. And it's true. So that's what I'm getting to. So this guy's now a radical because we made this woman fall in love with French people, which is disgusting.
pedagogy, because this was fundamentally a teacher's college. This was designed to create.
That's what happens.
The reason for her expansion.
And Brett dies of an accidental overdose in Bushwick, and his body is found by his Chinese landlord. You see, I made the landlord Chinese. I could have went another way, but he was a Chinese landlord. And they found Brett's body, and they couldn't call his dad. His dad's already dead.
Of course, the non-Russian Yiddish. They also had gymnastics.
Sir, this is what's happening to young people all over the country.
And it was really quite successful. Attracted a lot of students.
It's the summer. So many people are injuring themselves, and then they need their money. A client of Morgan & Morgan had recently been awarded nearly $1 million after jurors affirmed that her injuries from slipping on ice outside of a Panera Bread with a company call. Their client was working as a DoorDash driver when she slipped and fell on an icy walkway outside the Panera in Fort Wayne, Indiana. She broke her left elbow, which led to surgery and hardware inserted into her arm. The original settlement offer was $125,000, but Morgan & Morgan fought to get her what she deserved. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury firm for a reason. They've been fighting for the people for over 35 years. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm can substantially increase your salary. Can you imagine that? You're going and you go, oh, I'm going to pick up the DoorDash. I'm going to get the Southwestern fucking corn chowder from Panera and the Asiago chicken club, which is nice. And then you fall on the ice and you go, help me! Morgan & Morgan is easy to get started, and they're free. Their fee is free unless they win. Visit forthepeople.com/Tim or dial #529 for yourself. That's forthepeople.com. Or click the link in the description below. This is a paid advertisement.
But again, the graduates really they imbibe the philosophy of this.
TimDillonComedy.com. We do have dates in the fall, and what we do. And Brigitte actually does have to come out and show it. Show it. Light it up. Tell us what you got.
There was a brick.
Nothing wrong with it.
She would carry it around and she would sell these Bausteins.
But it is happening. The thing I described is happening. Men don't have great jobs, and they're moving to these cities, and then women are promising them stuff and then going with a French person.
The demands on the facility. They moved in before the upper floors were completed. And every day, even long after
and that calls what is a nation
general contractor would come back and inspect all of the all those things that he's created.
What is a nation state?
When they asked him, why do we come back and check out, the drywall and the
what do we owe each other?
Coming back every day. And he says, because Mrs. Scherer, I have built
many buildings.
But after I die, I will leave all the stuff behind except
I just love, this headline is too funny. Hillary Clinton, uncontrolled fits of anger and heavy tranquilizer use and happiness. She was also very happy. That's okay. All right, folks. Well, we're going to get out of here. We have an interview right now with someone who supports Gaza. Or maybe we played that at the beginning of the show. Should we play it at the beginning or at the end? Beginning. All right, so we played it at the beginning.
I always thought when I was first.
Ghislaine is testifying. We'll see what happens. Seems like Trump's done. Seems like the administration's kind of cooked. Feels like people are circling. They smell blood. Who inherits it? Is it Tucker? Is it JD? People think Tucker's running. He says he's not running. But it feels a little bit like he's running. We don't know. Lots of things to follow, lots of stories that are developing all the time. TimDillonComedy.com tickets for shows in the fall if you want to see them. Thank you again. Bye-bye.
Not only was widely successful,
ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. Earlier this week, 30-year-old teenagers and Elk Boys received a massive amount of backlash for their interview with Benjamin Netanyahu. And although Netanyahu is widely reviled, he does maintain some support with people across the world, and even a few people in Gaza. So here to comment is Nassab from Gaza, who is a big supporter of Netanyahu. Yes, thank you for having me. Thank you for coming on this song. So now, tell us your story. What's happening in Gaza, and why do you support Benjamin Netanyahu?
Yes, Tim, so like many people in Gaza, I have every reason to hate Israel. Shortly after October 7th, my family was sheltering under a donkey, and Hamas decided to dig a tunnel under the donkey and use the donkey as a human shield, taking out not only my family, but my head and arms and torso. And I put that blame barbarians that make up Hamas. Because Israel is very good and merciful. And right before they bomb our donkey, they send out a text and they say, "We are going to bomb your donkey in 20 seconds. But unfortunately, I forgot to charge my phone.
Well, I mean, that's I'm sorry to hear that. But what about now? There are reports from over 100 human rights organizations that Israel is orchestrating a famine in the Gaza Strip.
That is also not. Israel sent all kinds of wonderful Israeli cuisine to Gaza. Pita bread, hummus, falafel, and baba ganoush. And Hamas is stealing the food. Do you know what is true about Hamas? All of their wives and girlfriends are obese. They are chubby chasers. They are.
Hold on, now I have a little trouble. I have a little trouble believing that. What about the baby food? Are they stealing the baby food?
This is what is sick about this. Monsters. Hamas, they are babies. So under the tunnels, they steal the baby food and the baby formula, and they dress up like babies, and they drink formula from bottles, and they wear diapers, and they make their plus-size women change their diapers. These are very sick people. And when they have to just ask for food, they say, "We do not know. What are you talking about? We are just little babies. You will have to ask my parents."
Well, I had no idea that this was happening, that Hamas were pretending to be babies and stealing the food. It's actually amazing. Are there a lot of Palestinians who agree with you?
But then you also probably do not know this, but Palestinian is not real people. Did you know Yasser Arafat, he was from Egypt? That's why when you think about it, it's okay to kill us and even put us in an oven. And you might not know this, but many Arabs, they actually enjoy being killed. The Quran says they will go to heaven, so that is why they love me and shot and thrown and burned and crushed by rubber.
I can't. No, I can't. Co-sign that. I can't really agree with that. That sounds really, really insane. That sounds like Israeli propaganda. It seems crazy.
And what about the anti-Semitism on the college campuses and in New York City? You are about to elect a terrorist for your mayor.
Yes, but it just feels, it's so surprising that you feel this way because you're a leg. You're just a leg. I mean, they've taken everything from you. I mean, you're just a leg, but you're still supportive of this.
I guess I just really like techno music and everything that comes out of that beautiful country.
I already know that everyone that's from Gaza supports Netanyahu. I want to talk about a few things. Netanyahu on the Nelk podcast. Brave of him. Brave. To sit down like that. Truly. Brave. And to express opinions like that. Take a look here at Netanyahu on the Nelk podcast. By the way, saying something I said on Are You Garbage months ago, but whatever. Netanyahu.
What's your go-to at McDonald's?
No, okay, Burger King. We did the double,
Whopper?
Yeah,
I never had Burger King.
it's not.
Burger King kind of sucks.
Yeah.
No,
The
wrong.
BK Lounge at Hit.
I disagree completely.
You like Burger King over McDonald's?
That's their worst take, I think.
Absolutely.
That's a crazy take.
No, it's fine. I mean, I like Burger King. The answer is yes.
Here's the thing about it's tough. Obviously, I am a human who wants to live. But our civilization does really deserve to be destroyed. Like, that is the really tough thing about it all, is that if there was ever a civilization that deserved a cataclysmic, and again, not rooting for it, don't want it to happen, but just statistically, I mean, could there be a better example? I mean, this guy is committing a genocide. Truly. I mean, I don't think anyone's even denying that at this point. People like quibbling about certain components of it. Like, I know that, like, people are like, well, yes, they're starving Gaza, but did you see that video of that guy from Hamas stealing a banana? Did you see that? There's a guy from Hamas eating a banana, and people are like, well, he stole the banana from the people. And they're like, Hamas is stealing the food. In this whole thing, Israel has no culpability, by the way, at all. They've actually done nothing wrong. It's all been Hamas. Hamas has done everything. There's not been what they stole the food. They're shooting the people who are in line for the food. Israel's doing nothing. And you have to trust Israel because otherwise the only people that are reporting out of Gaza, they're not letting journalists in, or they just say are Hamas. So if you report anything contrary to what Israel says, you are Hamas, or you become Hamas. So, I mean, I just, I mean, the starvation, the photos of the starving, number one, we're the fattest country in the world. For the fattest country in the world to fund the starvation of a group of people is insane. Look at this. Here we go. This is the thing they keep showing is that Hamas has bananas. All right. Yeah, they got bananas. This is the... When I ask why we're funding it, why we're starving people, we're funding a famine. People say to me, well, no, maybe take a look at that video of the guy in Hamas with the grapes. The guy in Hamas with the grapes. There you go. We're the fattest country in the world. Okay? Nobody is fatter than us. We are now funding the starvation of a group of people halfway across the world, or all the way across the world, up there to geography, but far away. And if you bring it up, or if you chat about it, or if you talk about it, you're immediately called anti-Semitic or whatever, and it's completely absurd and insane. And this is nuts. Get a Randy Fine. Get a photo of Randy Fine. Now, this is the guy who literally said starve away. He said something like release the hostages, which again, the children of Gaza did not abduct the hostages and cannot release them. Randy Fine, genius. Randy Fine, no, get a fat picture, my producer. Go get a picture of when he was thin. You're going to treat Randy Fine like that? Go get a photo of me when I was 8. Then, by the way. Get Randy Fine. Look how fat Randy Fine is. Randy Fine literally said starve away. This guy is out there telling the Gazans to starve while looking like he's like full of fucking marshmallow fluff. It's the cruelest thing to just have a fatty bombati telling them, get that quote up, where he says starve away. There's a quote where Randy Fine, who's a congressman from Florida, who has a lot of the rhetoric of like the Smotrich and Ben Gvir and these crazy far-right Likud psychopaths in the Israeli government, and calling these kids in Gaza Amalek and the children of the devil or whatever. Randy Fine has basically, I believe, said if you look up starve away, that's what he wrote. Those were the quotes. He said, tell your fellow Muslim terrorists to release the hostages and surrender. Until then, hashtag starve away. Randy Fine. I mean, there he is. It's crazy that we are providing the material support to Israel to continually engage in this kind of barbarism. We have to cut off funding. We should absolutely cut off funding to Israel immediately. Cut off funding. 100%. I don't know why that's even controversial at this point. This is like the worst humanitarian crisis we see it witnessing unfolding. It's crazy. For the fattest country in the world to be involved in this starvation of people is insane. It's nuts.
Hello, everybody.
And there are people defending this.
A little bit different
We're
than
getting
some of the other
DoorDash.
lectures I'm giving.
They're
Rather
getting
than approaching
full
this
meals.
in a kind of historical
They
manner,
will deliver a seafood tower to you
another, perhaps
on DoorDash, broken up in ice. I'm not going to tell you how I know, but in ice, they will deliver shellfish on ice to you. DoorDash will deliver that, and you get it at your front door. You get a lobster at your front door and eat it, and then defend how children in Gaza are. And I mean, you can see these photos. I don't want to show them on the show, but they're so disturbing. And it's like,
for our topic today. So really, the
it's
topic
crazy.
is Jewish history.
Even some of the ways that magazines are reporting, like one of them was like, well, they're not dead. They're like half alive, half dead, and they're wandering around like ghosts. Like, I was like, what is this? I mean, it's incredibly,
for women's history,
it's incredibly disturbing to watch. What will the next phase be?
Male authorship.
I mean, I don't understand. Like, what will Israel do next to them?
Women and on their
Like, will it start to melt? Like, will it use some type of like device to start melting the people of Gaza? And then will people start defending that? Go, well, these hostages. Until then, hashtag melt away. And you go, wait a minute, hold on, you're melting people. Yeah, well, so what? October 7th. Yeah, but they're children. They're women. They're not. They didn't do that. Melt away. So what? They're gonna melt. I mean, what? Stephen King horror movie penalty will be enough. At this point, we have now crossed the line. Like I said, Final Destination a couple of weeks ago. We're past that. Those deaths were quick. We're like fully into like some crazy long thing. It's completely barbaric, and we should just stop the money.
First of all, Jewish women
take all that money that we're funding Israel with and give it to Candace Owens so she can fight her lawsuit against Brigitte Macron and Emmanuel Macron. And here's what I'm saying: show the plus, show the plus. Show the clip. And I'm not trying to be a problem. And you know I never am. Show the push, show the clip. I'm not saying she was born a man. I don't know. There's a very easy way to put this to bed.
Silent majority, we do have
number one, have Brigitte Macron go on the Nelk podcast and have her show the clip.
And often,
what are their names? Kyle and Steiny. Have her show the clip. Take the pussy out on the Nelk podcast. Brigitte Macron, put your push in Kyle from Nelk's face. And let's get justice. How about justice?
A lot of their authority
even people starving in Gaza want to know this. Even the starving children in Gaza want to see it. Where is the clip? Let's play a little bit of Candace. You're responding to this lawsuit from Brigitte and Emmanuel Macron.
Is that they
You
often
were born a man and you will die a man. That's the point.
primarily because they do not hold.
By the way, I wish my father said that to me like I was born in my life.
Hold conventional types of authority and positions of power.
I wish I had that kind of support in my own household. You were born a man. You're a goddamn man. What?
Fool her husband into giving the blessing to Isaac rather than Esau.
We have Candace Owens here. She's being sued by Brigitte
Yael, of course,
Macron is the first lady of France.
To kill, of fairness, things like that.
And
There are
Candace
women
said
who
the
use their
Brigitte
positions of authority, and rather
was
than forcing
born a
a
gentleman.
situation, they will use some kind of
And
deceit
now
or
I
trickery
have challenged Brigitte to go on the
get their
Nelk
way.
Boys
This
podcast
is
and show
a
her
trend
clit.
that we see quite often as a result of these strong women
And let's do this
finding
thing.
no other avenue.
End the
to achieve
war
their
in
objectives.
Gaza. Show
They
your
are generally
bush.
trapped within the male narrative. We can only
Show
hear
your
of them
clit to the
through
Nelk
what
Boys. You're the
provides
You're the
for us.
first lady of France. If you're afraid to show your pussy to Steiny
their
from Nelk,
unique expression
then you don't get to be the first lady of France. You don't get to
one
be
of my
it.
favorite
Show your pussy to Joe Rogan in his studio. Fly to Austin
the
and
wife of
open
Rabbi
your,
Meir,
spread
who
your
was
legs
undoubtedly a
for
phenomenal
Joe
scholar
Rogan.
in her own right.
That's weird.
She is exceptional,
Well,
not only because she identifies one of the problems in women's history in Judaism is that women had very limited access to formal training in the traditional text.
Show your pussy to Joe Rogan in Austin,
This
Texas.
is especially the case until
And go
the
see her show at the
19th
mothership.
century and the 20th century that we'll speak
Show
about
the
towards the
clit.
end of this short lecture.
Just
But
do it.
Luria
End the
was able to go
speculation.
beyond
Show
that,
the
and in fact,
gash.
she appears many times
This
as
is
a unique,
politics.
distinctive voice in the Talmud.
It's the
teaching
news.
men correct
And this
men
is what
off
has
with
to
a
happen.
very
We got to move
acerbic wit.
on as a
I'll give you an
society
example of that.
from
But I
this
want
war
to
in
mention
Gaza
to you
and from
specifically
this.
in this context,
Stop starving the children in Gaza.
tractate
Show your clit to
Sota,
Joe
I believe,
Rogan.
in
Go
which
on,
the
Kill Tony.
rabbis
I'm the
debate
president of
what is the
France's wife.
appropriate
And they say I
amount
got a
of
cock,
learning
but I
that
got a
woman
clit.
should have. And it
Boom.
would take me far
Right, man,
beyond
does the sound
the
effect?
scope of our discussion
Make
here
the podcast rounds.
discuss
And
why
show
it is
everyone
that
your
some
pussy,
feel
please.
that she should have more learning.
Put your
that
pussy
she
in
should have
a
more
gosh in
learning
Andrew
Torah.
Schultz's face.
Others disagree and say, no, it's not a
Schultz is
healthy
like,
thing for her
damn.
to learn a lot of Torah.
Get
but
your
the
pussy on
conclusion of
flagrant.
that Talmudic passage
Endless.
is that it would be better for women
Show your
not
pussy to Theo
learn
Vaughn.
extensively, specifically
Let
Talmud.
Theo Vaughn see your French
This
pussy.
would be something that would,
And let him
change her fundamental
decide if it
character
was at one
and,
point
expose
a
her
small
to
cock.
wiles that
That's what we
the
have to
rabbis
figure out.
do not
Was her
recommend and so on.
penis inverted and made into a pussy? This is
significantly
politics.
revised in the 20th century, and in fact, many women.
What are
even
tariffs? We don't even
Orthodox
know.
extremists
Put your
have
puss
access
on the
to
internet.
texts and
That's why I
traditions,
keep
even
watching
in the
this.
Talmud, that
So give us a sample,
are far
send
beyond
my
anything that
doctors,
even their
take your
grandmothers,
blood,
Pussy.
figure it out real quick.
Nevertheless,
How do you want to go about this?
looking
Hey, how
at
about just
the
giving us some
general
pictures
scope
again
of
of you
Jewish
growing up?
history, for the vast
Raising
majority
your
of
children.
Jewish
That would
history,
be fine.
women were
For whatever
formally
reason, to phone,
excluded
by the way.
from learning.
Like I said, we'll get to the bottom of it.
Luria, for
That is what
example,
discovery is for.
hints
It
at
has
this, and she
questions.
is
We're probably hoping,
treated
oh,
by
you know,
some
just
men.
go away and
You're looking
Now,
for
so here's
directions,
what
and they say to her,
Candace's
excuse me, ma'am,
thing is that
can
she
you please
was
tell
born
us the way
something
to
else. She
look?
got, I
And
think she
she
stole the
answers them
identity of her dead
back,
brother or
first of all,
something like
quoting
that.
a passage from
And
the,
MK Ultra,
Mishnah,
that
saying,
program that the CIA used, which was a mind-controlled program.
haven't you read what it says? Do
Because I
not
listened to this a
be
while ago, and
overmuch
it is
with women.
interesting. I
You
at
should
Beverly Hills
simply
Hotel, there's a
say,
French guy, and I
which
spoke
way
to him about
look?
this. And he did
Rather
say to me,
than
Macron, there is
how are
something,
you and
that's not
going
French.
on, she says,
What is
if you
French?
were to really
Oh,
be a
Macron,
court scholar
what
to
is
say which
French?
way it would.
Eh,
Obviously,
Jean de
she is
Gérard de
poking
Vaudou.
fun at not only her
Et
provocateur,
Macron, he
but
liked the
also
boys at the
this
hotel.
implicit
And
limitation
then I
on women.
spoke about
This
you on my
is
show
an
because I
interesting
know you
photograph
made the meal
that
famous.
I tried to look for the
You made
actual
the meal
YouTube clip,
famous
not
on your show.
but
But
this is a
what
passage,
he
a
was saying
little
was that
photograph
he
from
was kind
a
of known in France a little
film
bit.
called
That
Tabby
something was up with
Africa,
this.
which was
Maybe,
later
maybe not.
adapted
Then I've had
into
people
the
call me, go,
Rothschild movie.
conspiracy, this is
You're
nuts.
probably familiar with the
Who
later
knows?
20th century version. But this is a
It's
1930s
not-
Yiddish version.
It's not going to
And,
make any
in the
sense
scene, you have Ted
until you
Tevye,
show
who is
Joe
a
Rogan your
dairyman,
pussy.
who is trying with very little success to
That's
teach
why we
his son
decide things
something
in
of a
them
block
in
the
these
passages in the
Bible.
Bible. And meanwhile, his
I
daughter,
drink
who
cold
was
brew
formerly
year-round and
excluded
used
from
to rely
learning,
on
is
grocery
looking on
store
over his
concentrate
shoulder
or
and is
$6
answering
cafe
all the
runs,
questions
mostly out of
correctly,
what I
which
thought was
Tevye finds
convenience, but then
amusing,
I
but
found
he keeps on
trade.
trying to
Now making
move her
cold brew
away
at home is
from
easy,
the
plus
table
it
where
tastes way
he's
better
attempting
and costs
desperately to
less
learn
than
with his
buying
son. And the whole message is that,
cold brew
here the woman,
at another
the girl is
place.
obviously more
Jade is the number
than
one
her brother,
coffee
but she
destination in
is
the U.S.
denied access
for
to
both
the
hot and
text.
cold coffee drinkers.
A theme
They
that
source the
occurs
best
throughout
beans
much
beans from top roasters across the U.S. and now have a special
Now,
cold brew
another
collection.
element that's very
Trade makes it
important
effortless to make your own cold brew at home that's both delicious and at an amazing value. And they don't just stop at beans. They also
But
provide
really,
expertly
the
curated
foundation
equipment that's
of,
easy to use. You can make amazing coffee. And I will tell you this, I do love this coffee. My friends drink cold brew,
which are distinct
and they
from
love this cold brew.
male relationship to the
They've
commandments.
teamed up with 15 roasters to
Specifically,
create a special
looking at
cold
this
brew
chart
cartridge
here,
that
you see
ensures
that
your cold brew at
divide
home tastes
the
exactly how it should.
commandments. That is
Smooth and
the
delicious.
613
The
commandments.
limited time
given
trade is
in the
giving
Torah.
50%
You
off
divide
a
them
month of
into
cold brew. That's
four
around 60
basic
cups of cold brew
quadrants.
for
Those
50%
that are
off.
defined by
When you go to
time or
drinktrade.com/Jim,
not
that's
defined by time.
drinktrade.com/Jim, get
Those that
50%
must
off
take
1 month of
place
cold brew.
within a certain period of time, let's say the
Drinktrade.com/Jim.
Sabbath or a holiday, something
So
like
the
that.
MK Ultra
Or
thing,
those
which
that
this
are,
was like
you
a
know,
CIA mind
generally
control, Candace says
required.
they all have these weird
Then
links
you
to
can
like
offset the
MK
up and
Ultra
down
mind control, and
y-axis.
then
Then
Macron
on
was
the
like some weird
x-axis,
Manchurian candidate.
we have
Now
those
Macron's a
commandments
weird
which are
guy.
negative, meaning thou
Let's
shalt
look at
not. Do not
Macron
do
is
these
now saying he's going to bring in
And we
refugees
have
from Gaza.
positive
But
commandments.
let's take a
These
look
are
at what's
things you should
really
go out
going
and
on.
do.
It feels
Let's give a
weird.
few quick examples. and we'll see how
Macron,
this
if you
relates
can
to
get
this.
that up, has
So
just said,
under
hey,
the positive
I am
and not defined by
going
time
to
quadrant,
accept
we have, for
refugees
example,
from
honor your
Gaza.
father and mother. This is something that you should do.
And he
not to
said,
actually go out and
hey,
do
this
things
is
for your
what's going to
parents.
happen.
So it's a thou
And
shalt, a positive
everybody
commandment,
is
but
going,
it's
well,
not
isn't that
defined by
nice
time. So
that
long
Macron
as your
is
parents
going
are
to
alive, and in
accept
fact, after
all
they
of these
pass,
refugees from
you know,
Gaza? But what it
you're still
really
obligated to honor
is
their
a
memory.
relocation
So men and women
campaign
are
to
equally
take
obligated to this
people from
category of
Gaza
commandment.
and put
Then
them in
you have
France
the negative
so that
commandment
Israel
of
can
do not
build whatever the
steal,
hell they're going to build in
which
Gaza.
is thou
So
shalt
everyone's
not.
like, isn't it so
Don't
nice?
steal.
Look at
And at
France
the same time, it's not
stepping up.
defined by time. There are no times when stealing
And then,
is permitted.
people
So
are saying
therefore, men
this.
and women are also
Like,
equally
and then there's
obligated
some
to
people
these
that are not
commandments. Then
dumb.
thirdly, we
And they
have
go, well, this seems like
negatives
just a
that are
relocation
defined by
plan
time, such as, for example,
put
do not eat
people that
bread
lived in Gaza
on
in
Passover.
France.
Obviously, the holiday of Passover,
And so that
leavened
Israel is
products
just, you
are
know, now
forbidden,
controlled demolition of all these
bread,
buildings in
beer,
Gaza. They're going to
pasta,
build whatever
things
they're
like
going to build.
that. My
Now,
favorite joke.
Macron goes,
I'll
well,
tell you very quickly,
now
I know
I'll
I
take
shouldn't
some of the
be
heat off
short
myself
here,
by
but
going,
I
hey,
know
listen,
I was
we're
once talking
recognizing a
to an
Palestinian
Israeli
state.
consular
Now,
official
Israel
told me that he
is
was
like
a
pretending to be
member
mad
of
at
a
this,
very
but this is a
left-wing
completely
socialist
ceremonial
people.
thing
Hashomer Hatzair was
because
the
they
name
just
of the woman.
destroyed
And this was
Gaza.
very
It's over.
anti-clerical,
What
anti-religious
state
people.
could
He
there?
said,
What are we talking
let's
about?
take a communal farm in Israel.
Like
He
everyone's
said,
like,
you know,
well,
when he
Macron
was a
is, I
child,
can't believe he's
we used to have
recognizing a
everything on the
Palestinian
table on
state.
Passover.
What?
Bread,
They destroyed the whole
beer,
thing. It's in
pasta,
smithereens.
all forbidden
The thing
foods
is
were on
done.
the table on Passover.
It's the most,
Now he
it's
says
like a
the
lot
young
of the
people, they
people
just
coming
don't
out
keep the
now
traditions like they used
and
to.
going, this seems a bit much with the
Okay,
starving.
so thou
This
shalt not
seems a bit, you know, I
amplify
talked
by
about it on
time
the
like you
Patreon or
not
whatever.
eat bread on
A
Passover.
lot of
Men and women
celebrities
are
now are
equally
coming out and going,
obligated.
I
Now
cannot
here we get to the
believe.
important one.
They're so dramatic
If
and they're
you
like,
have
what is
positive commandments,
happening? You know,
which
they're
are
all like
also
half singing all
defined
the
by
time.
time. For
But it's like,
example,
well, there's no
the
political
commandment to
risk
shake
in saying
the
anything
lulav
now.
on Sukkot. These are the four
This guy's
species.
recognizing a
They're kind of
Palestinian
like
state after
long
it's
pomegranate
literally
and
been
citrus fruit
destroyed.
and some
It's
leaves of various types.
literally
And there's
like
a commandment
destroyed.
specifically to shake
It's
these
like the
things
funniest
together
thing in the
on the
world.
holiday of Sukkot.
It's literally been
So since
destroyed.
it is
What if, hold
positive,
on,
thou
hold
shalt,
on one second.
and defined by time,
What if just like
men
Maxwell's
are
like,
obligated,
Brigitte
but
Macron
women
is
are
mad.
exempted.
What if
Which
that's the
means
info she brings? She's like,
women
I'll tell
do
you
not
one thing
have
right
to
away.
do these
I'll tell you one thing first and
The
foremost.
observances
Brigitte
for
Macron
most
is a cook.
communities
I knew
understood
it,
as
and although
optional.
it's known,
That
he's still a
is,
cook.
should they
Alright,
so
cool. Sorry. So
desire
here's our
to do these
president
commandments, they are welcome to do so. There are some
on
exceptions
the
to that as well,
Palestinian
but in general,
question.
they
This
are
is Macron.
they're able to do these things,
The
but they are
Palestinian
not
state
required to do
issue
these
that
things.
Donald Trump is asked about.
Now there are
And
exceptions
this is
to
his
the rule as a
response.
whole. Like for example, lighting the Friday night candles, that's defined by time, that's positive, but it devolves upon women rather than men. Men may do so, especially if their wives are able to, but it's primarily a woman. Taking the 4 cups of wine on Passover also positive, but women are obligated. So there are some exceptions to these rules, but the general thing is that it's a positive time-defined commandment, women are exempted. Now what that means anthropologically or sociologically is that women are not tied specifically to a ritual.
I guess we'll find out with all the Ghislaine Maxwell testimony and discovery. Maybe we'll find out why we have such a unwavering commitment to these Israeli projects right now, perhaps, by the way. But
what this means is that
it's insane the level of supposedly Trump admonishes Netanyahu behind the scenes or whatever, but everything we do, we just kind of support this country, this new anti-Semitism thing, which seems crazy, this law that is kind of being proposed here, and I'll actually send this to you,
because they're
where it's like, hey,
priority, and they
people are basically trying to equate, again, any criticism with anything that Israel wants to do with anti-Semitism, and this is like, they're trying to enshrine all of this into law, and I just texted you. But this is becoming like so insanely
one can understand
obvious to everybody who's watching this going, wait a minute, hold on, this doesn't make any sense. Jewish people are noticing this, people that live in Israel, Netanyahu's, extending this war, the longer he extends it, he's not in jail, he's not facing charges, it's obvious in the Ukraine what Zelensky is doing, he's extending the war, now articles are coming out about how shady they are, how much money they're stealing in the Ukraine, how they're not trying anyway to have peace. So here we go, let's just take a look at this here.
Beyond the scope of this lecture, but nevertheless pronounced phenomenal. The public sphere, however, the area of the marketplace, the area of the synagogue, that is generally ceded to men. And since that is an area that garners much more attention, it's the reason that status associated with it. So, nevertheless, there's a lot of emphasis in the Jewish tradition on the concept of all of the glory for Christmas is given.
A very proud bill has the backing of the
that says that there is value for those things that are again, it would be far afield our topic to go into great detail, but there's this concept of something called teenagers, sometimes translated as modesty, and women are associated more with than men in terms of Jewish literature. It is an emphasis to keep it private or hidden, kind of like the Torah, which is something that is highly valued, and it is kept under various coverings, the mantle and the inside the ark and inside the synagogue and so on. So there is a valorization of the public sphere in Judaism, but especially as the value of Judaism declines in the modern era, that valorization of the public sphere tends to be lost, and much more emphasis is placed on the public sphere. Now, a lot of this changes when we get to the 20th century, for many reasons that are associated with larger changes like industrialization, increase in urbanization, and so on. But perhaps the most important change in the state of women is the opening up of formal educational models. The most significant of which is undoubtedly the Beis Yaakov movement, which was pioneered by Sarah Schinnerer, which if you look on my website, you'll find another whole hour-long lecture on it. Basically, she argued that
we get what they're doing here. We get what they're doing.
20th century for the introduction of
drawing a line around
that is regular
any
classroom type education, which
is always a problem. Saying that, like,
in a Jewish context,
what concept? Now, there's obviously very obvious examples of anti-Semitism. We know that. There's obvious examples of racism. There are obvious examples of whatever you want to say, transphobia, homophobia. People hate trans people, hate gay people, don't like Jewish people, don't like black people, hate them, whatever. But then there are also discussions about things like policies,
grammar, and
positions,
but they were lacking
political
tremendously in their
statements.
Jewish studies.
All of these things need to happen in a free society, and some of the people that engage in those discussions are going to be anti-Semitic, or they're going to say things in a way that's not elegant, and they're not articulate, or they're just not good at having debates. Some of those people are going to be trolls. Some of those people are going to be trying to be funny. Some of those people are trying to be ironic. Some of those people hate everyone and are genuine Nazis, right? Free speech is not for a bunch of people that you like and agree with and think are good all the time. Free speech has to be for everybody. And the way that you create a political space, and I believe in this project, that where you don't have extremism, and you don't have any Nazis running around, and you don't have the racists, you don't have all this craziness happening. The way that you create that political space is by trying create
the
a
general
political
cultural milieu of
where
1950s
people
America.
can debate
She
ideas,
basically argued
where
that
people
the
can
valorization of
be
women
proven
and the
wrong,
relegation of women
and where
to the
where
private
people
sphere
can
was something that
exist
undermined
without
their
feeling
authority
that they're
and
somehow
power.
being
And
silenced,
the
or
first
that
thought
there's
really opened up
forbidden
much broader
information
movement
that
which affected
they
women
can't
of
have,
all of
and they're in the
backgrounds
dark,
and
and then
secular women as
the
well, of course,
space in which
and
all
has
that information
transformed,
exists,
in
they're
the last
filling that
5
void
decades,
with
6 decades,
whatever kind of
since that
ideas
book
they want
first
because they
appeared.
don't have the actual one.
Returning to Judaism,
You
where we
need
see
to have an
perhaps the most
open space for
significant
dialogue and
of
for
this,
debate. That's the only way
denominational
to
level
have
is
certain
the
ideas
gradual acceptance of the
take
idea
prominence.
of women
The idea of
acting
owning a
as
house, for
rabbis.
example.
Certainly
Everyone wants
in
to
the
own
liberal
a house.
denominations,
That's a
you
good
have,
idea.
the
Ownership is a good
debate over the
idea.
first Reconstructionists.
No matter how many people
women
come in and tell
serving
you to
as a
rent or how
congregational
more,
rabbi,
they,
but
Jillian
certainly,
Michaels, the fitness
the
trainer
reform
who's
movement,
at
maybe in
Turning Point
1972,
USA, she's like, no, you should actually rent an income-producing
and,
property.
in
And then
the,
years later
first
you get
decade
rich,
of
and then
the
years later
21st
after
century,
that,
there's a lot of
whatever.
heated debate
Are there
as I
economic
recorded
realities
this
that
video
she's talking
over
about?
the
Sure.
role of
But most people want to own a fucking house. That's an American idea. It's an idea that people believe in. No matter how many people tell you that renting is better, or living, in a smart city where everything's 15 minutes away, you never have to cut the grass, or no matter who tells you that,
at this point,
it's a better idea to own a house. It's an American idea. You shouldn't be afraid of people who tell you that the real thing is renting, or the real thing is like, using Uber and not owning a car. The real thing is, those are the better ways to do it. There are huge campaigns, by the way, put together by those companies that make just live in Airbnbs, just take Ubers, just the gig economy. You'll own nothing and be happy. There's lots of money that's been put behind those ideas. But the idea of ownership is still an idea in America that's incredibly popular. I believe that the idea of like a live and let live society, where you're not socially engineering other people, is very popular in America from the people that I talk to. Maybe not to maniacs online, maybe not to people, on the dark web or people wherever, but most people in America don't want social engineering. They don't want their children to be engineered. They do not want propaganda being delivered to them from the government. They just want a space where they can be happy, have necessities, have health care, compete with other people, follow whatever their life goal is, and have their journey. That, to me, is the goal of the entire country, is to just have that. So I think in order to do that, I don't think that medieval anti-Semitism is ever going to be really popular in America. I don't think genetic determinism is going to be popular. Saying to people, you're black, you can't compete, the IQ stuff, the shape of skulls, racism, to me, yes, there's people online for sure where that's a big deal. But for the vast majority of people, they're just trying to survive. They're trying to figure out how to pay their rent.
I'm going to retell joke number 7 again. I know I have a very limited repertoire, but certain jokes are especially appropriate for certain topics. And so, for those of you who recall the last time I told this joke, I think it was about a week ago, then you'll forgive me, but let me tell you it anyway, because it's very appropriate for a topic. Basically, we're going to speak about American Jewry, a topic that I hope to return to after Passover in the 20th century. We will dip a little bit into the 20th century as well today, because we're going to look at some of the results of the Pew study in the context of colonial and revolutionary American Jewry. But since we're going into American subjects, perhaps the most significant issue is that of passing, that of Jews attempting to simply fit into the larger society. This is a joke that also applies in many ways to 19th century Europe, but I'm starting with in America. So the joke goes like this. There is this underemployed Jewish actor in Las Vegas. Very rare occurrence, but in this case, it actually happened. He was underemployed. He was waiting tables, and he was feeling rather desperate about his future as a thespian on the West Coast. And so, did you like that, Lisa? That's bien? Yeah. So, he's desperate. He's looking through Variety or whatever, trying to pick up jobs, and he's not having any hustle whatsoever. And finally, he sees there's an ad. He realizes how low he's sunk, but he actually considers this ad to be a guerrilla impersonator. Never. So he calls up, goes to the audition, excuse me. That's fine. He goes to the audition, and it turns out they give him the part. So, he's going to do it. It's a job. It's a living. Turns out that the Los Angeles Zoo has recently lost its gorilla, and while they were waiting for a new one to be shipped from Africa, they hired an impersonator to, dress up as a gorilla and keep the show going. So, he's a Stanislavski actor, and he's in the cage there, and he's using the method, and you know what? It's actually going very well. His parents crowd around, his children squeal with delight, bangs on his chest and things like that. And walks around in his knuckles, and the kids are loving it. And he's actually enjoying this role. He's really investing himself in it. Gained some weight for the part, all kinds of things. Then what ends up happening, however, one day when he's really enthusiastically proclaiming before his supporters, he's swinging on a vine, branch to branch, and he accidentally lets go at the apex of the swing, and he swings right out of the gorilla pen, and he lands into the lion enclosure.
Why are we doing that?
And he lands there, and he looks up and he sees he's facing directly the mouth of this huge feline staring him down. And he realizes this is it, this is the end of his life. So since he is a Jew, he recalls his Seder lessons, and he covers his hand with his eyes, and he says the last great proclamation of God's unity, which of course is incumbent upon Jews the last moments of their life. He says, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. Takes his hand off his eyes, and the lion says, Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuso Le'olam Poed. And here's the punchline. Then the giraffe says, Shah, you'll get us all fired. So, it's been a while, right? Okay. So, the point is, this joke relates to our topic because we're talking about, fitting into a new society and the strange kind of costumes that we wear. Sometimes they're rather ill-fitting costumes, and we have to sacrifice quite a bit of our own personality and our identity to conform to those costumes, which is in many ways the story of American Jewry. What my goal is for today is to look specifically at the life of Bilha Abigail Levi Franks, who left behind some tremendously important correspondence that sheds light on the life of women in the colonial period, Jewish women in particular, and then I'll use that as a springboard for a larger discussion of the trends and trajectories of the American Jews at that time, and I hope to include a little bit of 21st century information in the context. But we will end around the 1840s with the great German emigration and save further discussion of 19th century America for a later topic, for a later lecture. Tonight's lecture is graciously sponsored by Alan and Miriam Seelenfreund. We're very grateful to have sponsors to make it possible to have a couple of students here to film the videos and to serve the Mandelbräu and things like that. So thank you once again for your generous sponsorship, and I appreciate it very much. But your presence in this room is a tremendous sponsorship. It's always better to have an audience, even though we put these things on the internet. Lately, by the way, I'm getting a big following in, of all places, Latvia. So say hello to all the Latvians who are watching tonight. Hope you find this entertaining. Don't laugh. They're, it's a big deal, these Latvians. Yes. We can, but you'll find that if we do that, then the people in Latvia do very poorly. So what we need to do is we need another building. Luckily, we're constructing one just a block away that will have a much better classroom for us. We'll be able to project these images a little more significantly. At any rate, to move on to one more important good and welfare before we begin the lecture proper, we have a significant schedule change. I've changed it on the website. For those of you who check the web, it's jewishhistorylectures.org. There are a few brochures around, and it's posted outside. So the schedule changes that next week we're going to look at the life of the Alter Rebbe. This is the first Rebbe of the Lubavitch Chabad movement, very influential, prolific scholar who really changed the shape of modern Eastern European Jewish history and, by extension, really world history through the influence of the Rebbe's after him, most notably the seventh Rebbe, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. It's interesting, if you look carefully at this picture, we have in our community, as it happens, a direct descendant of the Alter Rebbe, Rabbi Sitron, is actually a great-great-great-great-grandchild, and I think it's uncanny how similar they look. That kind of ethereal look to the eyes, the large forehead, the prominent beard, isn't that rather impressive, right? Okay. Anyways, so next week will be the Alter Rebbe, and then, unfortunately, on February 19th, I have to go to New York, so we will not have a class that day. I always have trouble, I know I'm going to be delayed flying to New York because every time I try to fly in this kind of schedule, I'm a victim of racial profiling. It happens every time. Because I go through the security and TSA always pulls me over because they say, how is it possible for a Jew to be flying north from Florida in February? So that always happens. So that's February 19th. We will not meet. It was on the schedule, but this trip is unavoidable, and so unfortunately I'm going to have to cancel class that night. And then on February 26th, we will return, and the topic will be the Vilna Gaon, the great leader of Lithuanian Talmudic Jewry, in many ways who stood in opposition to the Alter Rebbe. There's a lot to say about the nature of that conflict between the early Lubavitch movement, or the early Hasidim, and the so-called Misnagdim, the so-called opponents, or as the Chabadnikim call them, the snags. I really enjoy that term, on a snag. So those topics will be changed as per the schedule. Okay, so let's go directly to our topic. Thank you for your attention during the Good and Welfare. We're going to speak about Bilha Abigail Levi Franks, who comes down to us primarily as a source because of the letter she wrote her eldest son living in England. We know nothing about her really except for this correspondence. We don't have the other end of the correspondence. We don't have her son's letters to him. And of course, as a woman, she was not especially prominent in New York society, such that there would be tertiary or secondary documents that refer to her, except in a very tangential fashion. But we nevertheless get a view of her very powerful personality, her wit, her incisive view of American politics, and through these letters, which are very intimate, communications between herself and her son, we get a sense of what it must have been like for a Jewish woman to live in revolutionary America, very fascinating, or actually colonial America. And so it's a really interesting window into the Jewish world and the Jewish world of a woman in New York City. So that's what we're going to explore for tonight. A little bit of her background. Her father was English, Moshe Levi, who was a merchant, and he came to New York City with his young family, including his infant daughter, Bilha, in 1703. There's some doubt as to her birthday, but she was likely about 6 or 7 years old at the time. She grew up in New York City, and you can see its impact on her almost immediately. She dropped the use of her given name Bilha, which is rather an interesting name. I don't know any Jewish, it's a very, very traditional biblical name, but I don't know any women who have ever received it. Bilha is, of course, one of the handmaidens of was it Leah or was it Rachel? Lisa? Leah. Okay. But she is a handmaiden. She was like one of the four mothers, right? Four mothers that was the whose offspring constitute the 12 tribes, but she was not one of the two stars, Rachel and Leah. She was one of the two handmaids, Bilhah and Zilpah. So anyway, she dropped Bilhah like a hot potato, and she never used that name formally after her adolescence. She chose instead for herself the name Abigail, with that Americanized spelling. The Hebrew is, of course, Abigail, but she liked the sound of this more American-sounding name, even though it was clearly a biblical name as well. Abigail was one of the wives of King David, for example. And she even added kind of like a little personality quirk by adding a second L to Abigail. And she always included that second L in the spelling of her name. She grew up with 4 brothers, and then at age 11, she experienced tragedy when her mother passed away, and her father remarried a woman who was much younger than he, and went on to sire 8 more children. So this is a family now, a blended family of 13 children, and she is among the older. The family got along fairly well, although after her father's passing, there was, as often happens when families blended or otherwise, some significant controversy between the children over the disposition of the estate. Nevertheless, she had a generally happy childhood and got along well with her siblings. Her marriage was at age 16 to a British immigrant, a Jewish British immigrant named Franks, who had come to work for her father. So it was kind of the classic scenario of, marrying the boss's daughter. And perhaps the letters say more about her husband and her relationship with her husband than anything else. You can't read these letters for really, dense, thick information about the internal workings of New York society. You have to read it kind of sideways and infer things to try and garner more relevant social history. But what clearly comes across in the first reading of the letters is her affection for her husband and her long-standing loyalty to him. She is not above poking fun at him in her letters to her eldest son, and you really get a sense that this is a marriage that was very stable and that both husband and wife had their own idiosyncrasies, but they had managed to work around them. They dealt with personal tragedy in a way that was typical of the age. She went on to bear 6 children at least, 7. Naphtali is the oldest we know most about, and 6 additional children, 2 of whom died in childhood. Although it's interesting to note that she does not even mention the death of 2 of her children in her correspondence to her son. And I've forgotten exactly, how do we know that this? I'm definitely have to edit out because how do we know that they died if it's on the correspondence? We must have other correspondence, right, Mr. Rodriguez? Okay, I'll give you the microphone. This is where you heard the joke about the chassid and the wagon driver. I'll distract you with a joke and then we'll be able to go back. So the joke goes like this. There's a chassid, a Rebbe and a wagon driver. And the Rebbe, the wagon driver takes them into town. And by the way, in Eastern European Jewish culture, a balagala, a wagon driver, is considered like a very low status individual. Typically very low level of education, probably illiterate, Jewish, but very low status, a balagala. So the balagala takes the Rebbe into town, and everyone showers affection on him and honors him with all kinds of difficult questions and gives him gifts and so on. And so they're going on to the next shtetl, and the balagala says, Rabbi, it's really not fair. How come you get so much attention and so much adulation and so much respect? Me, they just ignore me, like I'm not important at all. And the Rebbe says, you know what? You're right. Before we go into the next shtetl, let's switch. I'll wear your clothes. I'll be the balagala. You'll be the Rebbe, and we'll handle it like that. And so the balagala says, that's a great idea. Let's do it. So they ride into the town, and right away, the townspeople come and they give all kinds of honor.
mental
through
hospital's
the
out.
wagon
And
driver is
no
dressed in the
healthcare,
Rebbe's
whatever,
clothes,
okay?
and they come up to him,
The father
and
was also
finally they say, "Oh,
abusing
Rebbe, we're so glad you're here. For weeks now
Whatever,
we've been
it
waiting
is
to
what
answer
it
this
is.
very, very
It's also
difficult
a job.
question in Jewish law."
So
And they
Princeton
posed to
Northwestern
him
and
this
Collins
mind-bending, difficult question, and so he listens to the question.
Now,
He
Caroline
thinks for a second and says, "You know,
Brett
this
never
is
should have
such an
bet,
easy question
but
to
Brett
answer.
was
Even
traveling
my
to New
wagon
York
driver
City
knows
to
it.
see a friend he
Just
grew
go
up
ahead and
with
ask him.
who
You'll
was
see."
attending Pace,
Okay.
a much less
So
reputable
anyways,
school. In fact, it's a piece of shit.
the key
It's a
thing
prison,
about
but that's where
the life
retards
of
go. And Brett knew a
Abigail
lot of retards
Franks
growing
is
up in
this
his town.
relationship she has
So
with
he
her
goes
son,
to visit his
who
buddy,
heads
and his
off
buddy
to
goes, sometimes
England
you go to these
to
like
study the family
cool
business.
bars
They're
with really
traders.
hot
To
chicks,
study
they're all
the
super
family
rich.
business
And
with
it's not like they'll let her go out with us, but I fucked a model
her
last month.
uncles,
Brett's like,
his
we're
uncles.
going.
And so he's
So
gone
they go
back to
to this
London,
bar. I don't know. I haven't
and
been
she
to
never
bars in
sees him
years. I don't
again
know what they call it.
for the rest of her life. I mean, think about the distances and about the 18th century, so it's not something where people can easily go back and forth. So their relationship is confined exclusively to the correspondence that we have today. 35 letters survive, dating between 1733 and 1748. We know from the correspondence that she often sent along care packages, including, little treats that her son liked, certain kind of smoked meats and things like that. She shipped them all the way across the Atlantic to her son, and clearly had a relationship of great affection with him. We see from the text of these letters that she was apparently quite well read. Although possibly only in English, she requests frequently books from her son. Please send me this or that book. She requests a 2-volume history of Poland, for example. So she reads widely of nonfiction, things like that. And when he sends her one particular novel, she says that it was garbage. She threw it in the flames. So she has a discerning taste in literature. But there's no indication that she knows any Hebrew or Yiddish. Which is surprising, given the times, that even, she doesn't even write things in English characters that are Yiddish terms, because chances are Yiddish was the language of their home. We see that she has an acerbic wit and is a very astute observer of the social niceties of town. She spends a fair amount of time speaking about her friends who are mixed in their ethnicities. She's very close with a lot of middle class and upper middle class Protestant women, as she is with Jewish women. I get the impression that, reading about her and reading her letters, she sounds a little bit like my mother, who lives in a predominantly non-Jewish town in northern Canada, and she's my mother. First of all, I can share with you, it's therapeutic for me. My mother is a malach. My mother is a saint. She is. I'm not just saying that because I'm a Jewish boy. And my mother really is. She sends birthday cards to all of my wife's family. She knows all their birthdays, stuff like that. And she just has great relationships with everybody in town, the French Catholics, the English Protestants, and I think that, Abigail Franks was a little bit like that too, just able to get along with everybody, maybe a little bit of a gossip, that they're interested in some of the controversies going on in town. She describes them with some salacious wit, but nevertheless, very much interested in the social life of New York City at the time, when, by the way, we're talking about there's roughly 400 Jews living in New York City at that time. If you can kind of put that in your mind, 400 Jews in New York City is amazing, right? You got 400 Jews in a block in New York City now, but within that time. Okay. Also, something that comes across very strongly in her letters is, despite her probable lack of Jewish education, not surprising for a woman of the 18th century, because access to certainly higher education was unheard of, but even anything beyond, let's say, a 4th grade education for women is would be more appropriate. She nevertheless has a fierce attachment to Jewish identity, maintains with tremendous verve and vigor the requirement to marry Jewish, something that did not happen to any of her children who remained in America, actually. But she's very, very insistent in Naftali to find a Jewish girl in London. She's also very concerned about kashrut and is extremely demanding that her son follow the dictates of the Torah according to diet and so on. And these are the kind of personality and the values that come across from her correspondence. What I'd like to do now is to back up a little bit and look at the situation of American Jews in the colonial period in general, and then we'll come back to speak about her correspondence once again. So, I'd like to sort of place this within the context of the work of Jonathan Sarna, who is pictured here. He's certainly the greatest living historian of American Jewry, and in particular, we're going to rely on his interpretation of our history called American Judaism, which won the 2004 National Jewish Book Award. Really impressive piece of scholarship that's worth reading. So I'm going to plagiarize freely from his research for the purpose of our lecture today. And one of the things that comes across in his research is this concept that, as they say in French, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. I think we had Mr. Rosen here a little while ago. Maybe he's already gone. Got a Canadian there. Anyone translate plus ça? Oh, Bev, please.
She knows that she's going to go and marry this rich guy. And she's
exactly. The more it changes, the more it stays the same. So it's ironic, as Professor Sarna points out so amazingly in his book, many of the burning issues of the 20th century were also the burning issues of the 18th century, of the 19th century, and many of those problems that we are so worried about today, we've been dealing with these problems for 300 years. Now, that's not to say the problems are not real, and in fact, as I show you some numbers shortly, they're definitely measurably worse than they were 300 years ago. Nevertheless, it seems to be kind of a trope, sort of a motif in American history, that we live in a state of perpetual urgency, of perpetual crisis, and we find a modus vivendi to work with that crisis to a greater or lesser sense of success, but nevertheless, it's not something that we've just fallen off a cliff in the last 20 years. We've been falling off this cliff for a long time. Baruch Hashem, so far we haven't hit the bottom, but we can see the bottom a lot more clearly now than we could 20 years ago, as I will show you. He points to some of the catchphrases that we use today that are highly problematic from a historical perspective. For example, the term assimilation, which we regard with a considerable degree of toxicity. We think that assimilation is automatically identified with something bad, and certainly there's a point where, it represents a net loss of Jewish identity, but in reality, assimilation is a spectrum or a process in which there are many elements of assimilation that we would find perfectly appropriate, and in fact, we question the absence thereof. The fact that I'm speaking to you today, for example, in an Orthodox shul, and I'm speaking in English, that in itself is a huge concession to modernity that right up until the middle of the 19th century was hotly debated among Jews, whether or not, you should have any kind of event like this in a synagogue space. And in English, in the Lashon HaZara, the language of the strange people, that was unheard of. A sermon as well. Traditional Judaism, believe it or not, only countenances 2 sermons a year. One in just before Passover, and one between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. And the Rabbis Union didn't like that, so they sort of broke that rule. But, the idea of having a weekly sermon and in English is basically something we borrowed from the Protestants here in America. It's become wildly popular, but it's not a traditional Jewish activity. Finally, if you look over my shoulder here, Mr. Rodriguez, can you get the American flag? That's right here in the synagogue space. That's another. That's also, can you imagine in Imperial Russia having the Russian flag in the synagogue space? These are things which are typical of American Jewry, which you cannot easily translate to other cultures. Oh, and by the way, I might as well get to the Israeli flag over here as well at the same time. The fraught with meaning, the fact that these are placed in a traditional synagogue. So is that assimilation? It's definitely in the spectrum of accommodation to the host culture. But few would argue that these things represent a capitulation to group identity. There's not necessarily a loss of Judaism through some of these methods of communication and so on. The last thing that's very important, Sarna in his book really emphasizes one idea that I think is more important than anything else about American Jewry, in my humble opinion, that American Judaism represents a movement from the traditional synagogue-type community to a community of synagogue. And this is something that we don't see anywhere else in the world, although we see it incipient in certain parts of Germany in the 19th century. So the idea of moving from a single monolithic coercive synagogue authority that encompasses all Jews within a municipal boundary to the idea of a democratic and denominative organization loosely held of multiple synagogues that is more typical of American Judaism. That's really the process that evolved over the last 5 years. Well, I'd like to return to that idea shortly. So we're about halfway through, so I can pause for a question or two. Is that the answer? You have a question?
Help me! Help me! Morgan & Morgan is easy to get started, and they're free. And their fee is free unless they win. Visit forthepeople.com/Tim or dial pound 529 for yourself, and that's forthepeople.com.
So I think that's a very fair assessment. I'll repeat it for the people in Latvia, that on the one hand, we have Intele Yid, which is kind of like the essence of the Jew in Yiddish. The fine point, what is that Jewish identity, which may be very, very small, almost infinitesimally small, but is indestructible. And at the same time, we hold on to that, whereas we get used to the idea of adapting to our cultures, because we might have to pack up and move somewhere else. We want to learn how to, modify our behavior if necessary. It's a complicated topic, but I think a very fair observation, and we will return to it shortly in one of the 3 strategies that American Jews have used to deal with this. I will mention kind of like a joke in this context, though. It's no longer true, but it used to be true, that there were no great Jewish pianists, no great Jewish piano players. And why was it so that there were no great Jewish pianists? It was very hard to run carrying a piano. It's much more practical. The clarinet, that's okay, but a piano? So that's what we use. Okay, Judith, and then we'll go back to the lecture.
I just love this headline. She's too funny. Control fits of anger and heavy tranquilizer use and happiness. She was also very happy. All right, folks. Well, we're going to get out of here. We have an interview right now with someone who supports
of Portuguese Jews who came out of
maybe we played that at the beginning of the show. Should we play it at the beginning or at the end?
out of Portugal.
Beginning.
Right,
so
was not a
we played it at
language
the beginning.
of the Iberian Peninsula.
Ghislaine is testifying. We'll see what happens. Seems like Trump's done. Seems like the administration's kind of cooked. Feels like people are circling. They smell blood. Who inherits it? Is it Tucker? Is it JD? People think Tucker's running. He says he's not running. But it feels a little
English allows them to come back
like he's running. We don't know.
So that there is a
lots of things to follow, lots of stories that are developing all the time. Comedy.com tickets for shows in the fall if you want to see them.
That's an interesting observation again for the Latvian, pointing out the lack of Yiddishisms. Not necessarily Yiddishkeit, because she definitely had a lot of Yiddishkeit, but Yiddishisms. But she also lacked Hebraisms as well, like Hebrew terms. Judith points out that may have to do with the fact that most of the Jews there were Sephardic, basically coming from Recife, and they would not be using Yiddish as their idiom, which I think is a useful observation. I'm not sure I buy the assessment of English Jewry, because her parents were from England, of them not having Yiddish literacy, but it's a fair observation. Let me go on so we can catch up. Okay, so back to Dr. Sarna, American Judaism, right, here we go. Okay, so the origins of American Jewish community, the famous first Jews in America, as Drew has pointed out, were this boatload of 23 Jews, or a boat that included 23 Jews who arrived in New Amsterdam, which was the old name for New York, in 1654, and they were fleeing the Portuguese Inquisition, which had recently made inroads in the New World, and they were afraid that they would be subject to the same kind of persecution that Jews had endured in the Iberian Peninsula beforehand. They were not technically the first Jews on American soil. There were several Chinese restaurants that were established already in the 14th century. But we do know of at least one Jewish metallurgist who was on the ill-fated Roanoke community in 1589. He was there in 1585. In 1589, we know that he was indicted for blasphemies, which indicates that he probably held fast to at least Jewish ideology, if not necessarily Jewish practice. And we do have scattered references to Jewish traders, intrepid businessmen who made their way across the Atlantic well before even the larger group of Jews in 1654. There was a considerable amount of controversy over whether you should allow the Jews into New Amsterdam or not, but the general consensus, particularly in the Netherlands, was the idea that, you know what, Jews are reputed to be good for business. Jews have international connections. Jews have financial literacy. Jews have numeracy. They're able to deal with currencies and so on. So let them in, because this community needs to have a burst in its economic activity. But nevertheless, you know, despite these scattered numbers coming in the 17th century, the Jewish community was remarkably weak, really throughout the next 150 years, with a very, very small population of Jews scattered throughout the region, concentrated perhaps in the Northeast, but no real critical mass. So much so that, with the exception of New York City and the Spanish and Portuguese community, not much is happening in America really until the 1800s. I'll give you some figures in a second to see what the population changed like. Now, the most important change that America represented, and this is what Dr. Sarna uses when he talks about moving from a synagogue community to a community of synagogues, is the collapse of the old system of organization. This is a municipal organization that had been developed by Jews already in the Babylonian exile, an extremely old form of self-government that was exceptionally powerful and effective in keeping the Jews true to their traditions, maintaining group integrity, but at the expense of a very coercive and often undemocratic flavor. Basically, the way Jewish communities have been organized historically, until we get to the American experiment and really the 18th century in Europe as well, when it begins to break apart, is that when Jews arrived in a municipality, they were treated essentially as a corporate group. There was no possibility of individual Jews simply deciding not to affiliate with the Jewish community. The only way not to affiliate with the Jewish community was to convert to the dominant faith, be it Christianity or Islam, depending on the region we're talking about. So the Jews organized themselves as a collective unit called the Kehillah, or congregation in Hebrew. Many synagogues tend to have the name Kehillah Kadosha, or holy congregation. And at the top of this Kehillah, they would have a group of typically 7 men, always men, and usually wealthy elements of the community. They were called the Tuvei Ha'ir, the good people of the city. They would elect from themselves on a rotating basis a president called a Parnas. The word Parnas is probably related to the English word president. And they would be in charge of the extremely important task of assessing taxes for all members of the Kehillah. That is internal Jewish taxes that would be used to support Jewish causes. There was no appeal of the assessment of the Tuvei Ha'ir. They would come, they would essentially visit your house. They would say, "Oh, Mazel Tov, you have another cow this year, so your taxes are going to go up by 5 zloty or whatever it is." And you could complain, but you could not object. And there were tax collectors known as Gabaim, which literally means collectors or enforcers. You know, we have in a synagogue today, we have an official called the Gabbai. And people tend to think of the Gabbai as someone who just, organizes things, chooses who gets the first aliyah, the second aliyah, things like that. But in reality, the Gabbai is a very powerful figure viewed within the context of the Kehillah. They were the ones who were the strong arm of the Tuvei in demanding payment of taxes. If people failed, for example, to pay their dues, then the Beit Din could be invoked. That was the court, typically comprised of 3 rabbinical judges who also had Gabbayim, and they would make sure that the dictates of the Tuvei were followed. Now that's kind of like the stick aspect of it. That's kind of like the nobody likes to pay taxes aspect of it. But the beautiful aspect of the Kehillah, which was incredibly useful for maintaining Jewish solvency and cultural advancement, was a network of associations called chevras, or chevrot in modern Hebrew. These were dominated by women, and they were chevrot that were associated with whatever task the community assigned. For example, providing for the local poor, providing for orphans, widows, providing for travelers, setting up schools, setting up primitive hospitals, whatever was necessary in the community, the chevras would deal with it. The most important of them was the Chevra Kadisha, the so-called holy association that was in charge of providing for Jewish burials. And in fact, one of the coercive tools that the Tuvei had at their disposal was that anyone who refused to obey the dictates of the Beit Din, the Chevra Kadisha would refuse to bury them. And Jews took that very seriously, and usually they would cave after they were threatened with this. So, on the one hand, the Tuvei maintained this undemocratic, patriarchal authority over all Jews in the community, and there was no way out, as they say in French, huis clos. It was completely sealed off. But on the other hand, it was a very supportive and warm cocoon of economic and religious and intellectual self-government that allowed for even the weakest members of society to advance and to fulfill their needs as a valued member of that society. One last detail, the measure so the Tuvei could use to enforce their will included, on the one hand, monetary fines, but also a very powerful tool of social ostracism, that the Tuvei could simply demand that no one is allowed, for example, to give this person a synagogue honor, or even stand within 6 feet of him. For those of you who were here a few weeks ago, we talked about Spinoza. That was part of the ban that the Tuvei placed on him. Nobody could stand within 6 feet of him. Very strong levels of social ostracism. And so, and they can even use corporal punishment as a tool to ensure that everyone behaves. So if you think about this kind of governmental system lasting for literally 2,000 years and keeping this tiny minority alive, thriving, and even flourishing in often hostile environments, it's really quite an impressive achievement that this is how the Jews managed to keep themselves alive. In America, however, everything is, as they say, Arois geworfen von der Finster. Everything is like thrown out the window because this whole model of a non-democratic, coercive authority, Fenster, right, or the Winde, I think they say in American English, right? Arois geworfen von der Winde, right? Window. So that's essentially the big change. Is anyone saying a question or observation?
There's a quote where Randy Fine.
The Tuvei here were typically picked by themselves. Okay, they were like, you'd have a wealthy class. First of all, it had to be men. Second of all, it was like, it was a big kavod. It was a big honor to be on the Tuvei here. Kavod costs money. So if you want to be on the Tuvei here, and they say to you, listen, we want to honor you with a seat for the next 5 years in the Tuvei here, you're expected to write a check. That goes along with it. And by the way, synagogues today keep the same organizational model. To be on the board of a synagogue means that, you pay something for the synagogue. For kavod costs money. And it's a symbiotic relationship. It's a beautiful thing, because it means that the weaker members of the community are able to have access to synagogue services and classes and financial support. And so the Tuvei here, they deserve the honor that they get for supporting the synagogue.
We have to cut off funding. We should
Power and honor, right? It costs money. It all goes together. We can't all be just good looking. Okay, thank you, Judith. Okay. So here's just to give you a contrast in terms of the architecture. This is like a traditional wooden synagogue that you would find in the Shtetl. This is the famous Soro synagogue, one of the earliest synagogues built 18th century in America. You can see it's designed to look a little bit like an upper middle class residence. Doesn't look obviously as a synagogue from the outside. Very smooth in that way. And here's another kind of interesting innovation. If you look inside the synagogue, one of the most prominent changes is the use of a balcony for the women's section, which was something of some controversy at the time because they were very concerned about what was called vertical flirting. You know, if women are completely visible in the upper section, and men can, in a traditional synagogue layout, people stand around the shulchan. They don't all face in one direction like in a liberal synagogue. So there are men who are literally can easily have a full sight line at women and vice versa and so on. It was good for in-marriage. Maybe not so good for prayer, but this was one of the, not really innovations, but one of the stylistic adaptations to American life that the early Jews in America adopted. It's also really important to note, and we have actually, Dr. Sarno brings some useful references here, we can actually measure out the relative space allocated to women in American synagogues compared to Europe, and there's no question that women begin to play a much larger role in synagogue life. Women attend synagogues far more frequently in America than they did in Europe, and their presence, exerts a force for change that is felt certainly to the 21st century. I wish we had more time, we can go into greater detail. But anyway, what were the kind of big issues in America at the time? So if we look at the colonial period, that is up until 1776, intermarriage was a big issue. It was about 10 to 15% of the population. Now that may not seem like a staggering number, but when you think about the scope of the Jewish population, if we're talking about, in the hundreds, a 10 to 15% intermarriage rate is really devastating. It's not, we don't have a critical mass of millions of Jews, that 10 to 15% is not inconsequential, very consequential. Looking at the revolutionary period up to 1840, which is when the big German wave comes in, the figure increases to 28.7%, which is broadly comparable to, let's say, Weimar Germany, 1920s and 30s in Europe. But if we look, just to jump ahead to the Pew report, this is from the study that came out just a few weeks ago from the Pew Research Center, Portrait of American Jews, or as I like to call it, American Jews Give or Take a Pew. Thank you. Okay, well, sorry. Anyways, this is an interesting graph that shows the rate of intermarriage in America based on year of marriage. So people who were married before 1970, 17% of Jews intermarried with a non-Jew. This is, of course, not involving conversions where one partner remains not Jewish. Between 70 and 1974, 35% of marriages, and of course the number increases steadily until people married between 2005 and 2013, the figure is 58%. So really solid numbers, well over half. It's been over half for over a decade now, and that's a scary number. But it's been scary for a long time. Even in 1990, it was 46%. So this is something that our leaders in Federation are trying to deal with, our rabbinical leaders. But it's not a totally new issue in America. 30% of marriage is also a very significant number. The synagogue community, again, returning to Dr. Sarna's thesis about moving from a single monolithic synagogue community, the Gehila, to the community of synagogues, the early American Jewish synagogues were struggling to deal with some of these issues, like intermarriage, by using the methods of Europe to force Jews to conform, censuring them, ostracizing them, denying them synagogue privileges, and in some cases rather quixotic attempts, like, for example, trying to fine all Jews living within, I think it was Philadelphia, if they did not affiliate with the synagogue, that they have to pay a fine, and they wanted to get secular support for that fine. It was just a non-starter. That's just not the way America thinks, to allow a synagogue to coerce its members to do anything. These techniques worked in Europe before the French Revolution. They were not going to work at all in America, largely because of the influence of American Protestantism, which was really a scattered movement with many different denominations. People were fluid, moving between different churches. That was the model that was considered, rational and civilized in America, not the European medieval Jewish rabbi in charge of everything, so to speak. Here's the 5 basic constitutional principles that informed this early Jewish community in America were really those that were enshrined in the Constitution. And Jews took these things very seriously. The early Jews of the Revolutionary period read the Constitution with great interest, and we can see in many synagogues they encoded their own constitutions for the synagogues, which we would call today perhaps bylaws, but back then the term constitution was fraught with heavy meaning, and they believed in 5 basic principles. First of all, religious freedom, which is not only the freedom to observe religion, but also the freedom to refrain from observance. Again, unheard of in Jewish communities in Europe. At least officially. Church-state separation. To give you a sense of the contrast, in the 1840s, one of the more dramatic moments in the history of Orthodox Judaism was when Samson Raphael Hirsch, a great Orthodox thinker, successfully petitioned the Austrian government for the permission to set up a second Jewish community in Frankfurt am Main. Because the government, the secular government of Austria, recognized only one Jewish community. And Rav Hirsch said, wait a second, everybody is becoming too liberal. They want to start bringing organs into the synagogue. They want to start doing all kinds of things that offend traditional sensibilities. We cannot coexist as one synagogue. And he petitioned successfully for what was known as the Austritt, the exit, where they set up for the first time 2 distinct communities of Jews in Europe. On the one hand, it was a great blow to the concept of Jewish unity. On the other hand, it represented a strategic retreat for the Orthodox that allowed them to create a community that they could define the norms in a more traditional fashion. That would not happen in America. The idea of asking the government for permission to build a shul? Are you crazy? That only happens in Surfside. Who asked the government if you can build a shul? Denominationalism. Again, the influence of Protestantism, the idea that, just like there's so many different Protestant churches, why shouldn't there be so many different Jewish churches, so to speak? Why shouldn't there be different kind of movements? Again, unheard of in Europe at the time. Voluntarism means if I choose to belong, I will belong. If I choose to affiliate, that's up to me. It's not up to somebody else to tell me that I must belong. A very American attitude that we see in the colonial period in particular. The only exception, of course, I think I mentioned is if you get on the mailing list of the UJA, the only way to get out is through the FBI Witness Protection Program. It's amazing. I'm sure I told that joke like 6 times in the last 3 weeks, but you still laugh. It's very kind of you. And finally, patriotism, as we saw even in this synagogue with the inclusion of flags in the sacred space, very significant. To look at what it looks like today, again, going to the Pew report, here is the breakdown of denominational affiliation in America as of 2013. About 35% of American Jews affiliate with the Reform movement. 18% with the conservative movement. This number used to be much bigger in the last survey about a decade ago. And so the conservative movement is having kind of a crisis of conscience. How did they lose so many numbers? A fairly large number of 30% declare no denomination. The Orthodox remain roughly stable at 10% of the population. Again, Orthodox Jews only represent about 10% of the overall American Jewish population. They tend to have fairly strong staying power, as this interesting graph shows you. Unfortunately, we kind of lost track of it. But basically, this graph measures if you were raised in one denomination, how likely is it that you still are in that denomination now?
And now
And
a
as you
special
can see,
cold brew
the
collection.
reform
Trade
movement,
makes
about
it effortless to make your
55%
own cold brew
of
at home that's both
Reform Jews
delicious
today were
and at an
raised in
amazing
that
value.
movement,
They don't just stop at beans.
and the other
They also
45%
provide
spread
expertly
out
curated
all over the
equipment
place.
that's
About
easy to use so you
6%
can make
of
amazing coffee. And
conservative
I will
Jews
tell you this, folks, I
trace
do
their
love this. My
denominational
friends
origin
drink
to
cold brew.
Reform. 1% of
And they love
Orthodox
this
Jews
cold brew.
consider themselves
They've
Reform. I
teamed
know
up with
in
15
the
roasters
Orthodox
to create
world,
a
a lot
special cold brew
of
collection
hoo-ha
that
is
ensures your
made
cold
of
brew
the
at home
so-called
tastes exactly
Baalei
like you.
Tshuva,
Smooth and delicious.
those who return to
The limited
Judaism,
time
as
trade
it
is
were.
giving 50%
But the
off a
numbers
month
are
of
still
cold brew.
pretty
That's around
small, and
60
there's
cups
under
of cold brew
1% of
for
Reform Jews
50% off.
overall, and 4%
When you go
of
to
conservative Jews
drinktrade.com/Tim,
overall.
that's
Which reminds me of a short joke.
drinktrade.com/Tim,
I won't take too long,
50%
we
off
only have 10
1 month of
minutes.
cold brew.
But the joke goes like this.
Drinktrade.com/Tim.
There's these three guys who get together every week
So
to play
the MK
poker.
Ultra thing,
And
which
they're
this
sitting
seems
around
like a
playing
CA
poker,
Mitchell. Candace
and
says there are all
Sam
these weird
begins to
links to
sigh.
like
And the other
MK
guy
Ultra
says, Sam, what's the
mind
matter? How
control
come
that
you're
Macron
sighing?
was
He says,
like some weird
you know,
Manchurian candidate. Now
my
Macron's a
son,
weird guy.
he's in
Let's
third
look at
year law
Macron
school. He
is
decided
not
to
saying
go to
he's gonna bring
Israel for the
refugees from
summer,
Gaza,
and
but let's
he got
take a
caught
look
up
at
in
what's
one of those
really going
yeshivas,
on. It feels
and
weird.
he says
Macron,
he's
if
not
you can
coming
get
home.
that
He
up,
says he
has
wants to
just
spend another
said,
year studying
hey,
there. And I said, oh, Sam, that's rough. You know, it's okay. He'll come back. He'll finish law school. The
refugees
next
from
week, Sam's
Gaza.
sighing again, and they say to him, what's the matter, Sam? He says, you know what?
And he
So
said,
my daughter,
hey,
she
this
went
is what's
over
gonna
there
happen.
to try and convince him to
And
come back for the beginning of
Everybody
classes.
is going, well,
She's
isn't
staying
that
too.
nice?
She got involved in one of those
Macron
cults,
is
and
going
she's
to
also studying and
accept
learning Torah
all
there
of
as
these
well. I don't know what to
refugees
do.
from Gaza, but
Next
what it
week, same
really
thing happens. The cousin
is
so
a
finally one of the other
relocation
poker players pulls him aside and says, listen, Sam, maybe you better have your mazuzas checked.
and put them in France.
All right,
So that
so
Israel can
we do
build
see some
whatever the hell they're
fluidity.
gonna
The
build
top
in
graph,
Gaza.
which is kind of cut off.
So everyone's
The
like,
Orthodox
isn't it
Jews
so
have a
nice? Look
pretty
at France
significant staying
stepping
power,
up.
not quite as large as the Reform movement.
and
Oh,
then-
thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
people are
48%
saying
of Orthodox
Like,
Jews
and then there's some
remain
people that are
Orthodox. Which again is less than
And they
half
go, well,
after
this
all,
seems
but
like
nevertheless
just
it's a big chunk. It's also especially
to put
qualitatively
people who live in
significant, I
Gaza
think,
in
because
France.
the demands of
And so
Orthodox
Israel is
lifestyle
just, now
are
controlled
quite a bit
demolition, all
more
these buildings in Gaza,
significant
they're
in
gonna
terms
build
of
whatever they're gonna build.
markers of behavior, kashrut,
Now,
Shabbat, and so on, than
Macron
necessarily
goes,
in
well,
Reform
now
of the
I'll
Third.
take some of the
So
heat
a
off
number
myself
of
by going, hey, listen,
48%
we're
represents a
recognizing
very
a Palestinian
significant
state.
lifestyle
Now,
commitment.
Israel is like pretending
there
to
you
be
go.
mad at this.
Okay,
But this is
to
a
give you a sense
completely
of the overall
ceremonial
numbers,
thing.
so 1820 we've
Because
got
they
about
just
3,000
destroyed
Jews
Gaza.
living in
It's
America total.
What's
That
the
number
income here?
increases
What are we talking
fivefold by
about?
1840. Then
Like,
there's a
everyone's
big
like,
jump
Macron
over the
is-
next
I
2
can't believe
decades, which
he's
is
recognizing
primarily
a
the result of
Palestinian
German
state.
Jews
What is-
coming to this
what?
country
They destroyed
as
the
a
whole
result
thing.
of
It's
the
smithereens.
punitive
The thing is
legislation
done.
imposed on Jews in
It's
certain
the
parts of
most-
Germany.
it's like
For
a lot of the
example,
people coming out
in many
now,
parts of Germany,
this
only
seems
the
a bit
oldest
much with the
son was allowed to marry.
This seems
If
to be,
you're from
I
Jewish
talked about it on the
families.
Patreon or
And so
whatever.
that meant that second and
celebrities
later
now are
born
coming out
sons
going, I
had no
cannot
chance of
go
establishing
there.
a home, and
They're
it
so
made sense
dramatic,
for
and
them
they're
to sort of
like,
leave
"What is
Germany. This was kind of like
happening?" You know, they're all
a
just like
benign
singing all
way
the
of
time.
trying to
But it's like,
exercise
well, there's no
population
political
control and
risk in
limit the
saying
growth of the
anything
Jewish
now.
population by
This
encouraging
guy's
them to leave,
recognizing a
which they did. So we have
Palestinian
a
state after it's
significant
literally
number
been
of
destroyed.
German Jews come to this
It's
country after the 1840s,
literally, like,
and they
destroyed.
really established the first
It's like the
major
funniest thing in the
communities in
world.
America. By
It's literally
1877,
been destroyed.
we're up to
What if- hold on. Hold on one
250,000 Jews in America,
What if just like
and
Maxwell's
within 3 years,
Brigitte
we'll
Macron
have
is-
some
is
massive waves of
What
Eastern
if that's
European
the
Jews,
info
which
she
will
brings
be
us up?
measured in
I'll tell
the
you one thing
millions,
wrong way. I'll
and
tell you
most
one thing
American Jews,
fast
about
and
3/4,
foremost.
trace
Brigitte
their
Macron is a
lineage to
kook.
that last
I knew it.
massive
And although
immigration
he's
between
not a skunk
1881 and
cook. So
1928,
here's our
and we'll
president
discuss that, God willing, after Passover.
on
Now,
the
with a few minutes
Palestinian
left, what I'd like to talk about
question.
is
This is
Dr.
Macron.
Sarna's thesis that there were three
the Palestinian
basic
state
strategies for
issue that
survival
Donald Trump has asked about.
utilized by the Jews
this
of
is his
colonial and
response.
revolutionary America. And we see those strategies really alive today. So I have a couple of minutes left. I'll go through these three strategies. The first one is what they called at the time regeneration, which we might call today truly, we might call today, we're re-energizing traditional Judaism. This was a favorite strategy of Isaac Easter and several other important rabbis who essentially argued that the way to solve the threats posed by the American environment is to go back to that old-time religion as much as possible, to try and reinforce the importance of keeping kosher, of maintaining the honor of the Shabbat, and so on. A fairly unsuccessful attempt, at least if we measure it in terms of bodies in synagogue. In Cincinnati, for example, which was one of the strongest Jewish communities of the era, there were 4 synagogues there in the mid-19th century. Only 22% of the Jews in even that town were unaffiliated. And how much more so if you go outside of the large communities, you see a much larger number. And in 1850, measuring, Dr. Sarna looks at the actual number of seats available in all the recorded synagogues. Only 35% of American Jews could fit in them on Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur, which means 65% of them were either not going to shul or they were standing. Chances are they were not going to shul. I thought it was funny when it was in my mind, but it wasn't when I actually said it. But here's a picture of Isaac Leeser, who is perhaps the most important proponent of this regeneration movement. The second major strategy is, of course, reform, which was extremely influential in the 18th and 19th century in America. And this is the idea that, the only way Judaism will survive in America is if it changes, if we adapt Judaism to the environment, which was obviously anathema to the regenerationists who said, no, you're going the opposite direction. We have to stick fast to the old rules, not change them. But the German liberal movement, which in this country was known as Reform, was extremely influential, and they introduced tremendous changes in the liturgy, the removal of Hebrew, changes in the demands for kashrut, synagogue architecture, the removal of the mechitza, the transformation of the traditional synagogue to a kind of proscenium audience environment. Of course, men and women sitting together. The Reform movement was perhaps the most prominent in pushing forward a women's agenda to this day as well, of course, where the conservative and the Orthodox movement kind of sometimes catch up after a few decades. But this was perhaps the most prominent push in America. Later on in another lecture, we can talk about the middle of the 20th century, which was really the heyday of the conservative movement. But in the 19th century and earlier, it was all reform. That was clearly the most popular movement. Here's a picture of Isaac Meyer Wise, definitely the most prominent reform rabbi of the 19th century. And then finally, an interesting strategy, which may be unique to America, a strategy of ignoring religious disputes and concentrating on peoplehood. And perhaps the most profound example of this in the 19th century was the establishment of an organization known as B'nai B'rith, or People of the Covenant. I'm sure you're all familiar with this organization. They set up the Hillel houses, for example, around university campuses and so on. And the concept of B'nai B'rith was, we're not going to agree on religion. We're not going to agree on whether or not to have an organ in the synagogue or not. So let's just set those things aside and let's focus on our common concerns as a people, as a family, as an extended tribe, as it were. The movement got a lot of popularity after the horrible Mortara affair in Damascus, where in 1840, we're talking about the 19th century, believe it or not, Jews were accused of blood libel, that old 13th century canard that Jews needed to drink Christian blood. And as a result, Jewish communities around the world tried to muster energy to defend the Jews who were accused of this heinous and false crime. So American Jews also said, we have to be organized here. How are we supposed to deal with these kinds of international threats if we're not organized? How can we be organized if we're going to do it along religious lines? And so B'nai B'rith said, let's just try and create a non-denominational Jewish association that is based on peoplehood. So these three strategies, regeneration, reform, and the emphasis on peoplehood, are strategies that American Jews continue to use in our own day. So now coming to exclusion, we want to just focus once again on our starting point, Bill Abigail Levy Franks. We don't learn a tremendous amount from her correspondence about these larger phenomena that are shaping the character of American Jewish lives, but we do get a sense from her correspondence of the eternity of the Jewish people, their attachment to their ancestral traditions, the importance that they associate with, Ahavas Israel, communal love among Jews, and hope that we can live up to those highest ideals. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you have a good night.
And I believe in this project that where you don't have extremism, and you don't have neo-Nazis running around, and you don't have racists, you don't have all this craziness happening. The way that you create that political space is by trying to create a political culture where people can debate ideas, where people can be proven wrong, and where people can exist.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? We're actually
being silent.
It looks like about 49 seconds behind schedule, so I will try to speak fast to make up for that time.
They're in the dark, and then the space
What a
in which
rowdy
all that
group we have today.
information
Let's get
exists,
started.
they're filling that void with whatever kind of ideas they want because they don't have the actual one. You need
This is
to
a
have
joke
an
that
open space for dialogue and for debate.
I'll
That's
edit out the
the
first
only
couple of
way
minutes.
to have
It's easy to edit
certain
it from the end.
ideas.
Okay. Tonight's joke, I have not run it past my joke censor board yet, so I may regret this, but I will tell you that I told the joke over to two of my daughters, Elisa's one, and neither of them can remember that joke. So that's a good sign. It means that chances are you will not remember it too. The problem is that they both said it wasn't very funny. So I'm going to tell you a joke you may never have heard before, but it's not very funny. So tonight's class is going to deal with prayer, and so this joke has to do with Jewish prayer. I'm sure that my censor board has heard this joke anyway, but here it goes. So the joke is about the first three clergymen in outer space, a priest, a rabbi, and a minister. And believe it or not, this is not an off-color joke. I know a lot of those jokes start that way with a priest, a rabbi, and a minister, but it's not one of those jokes. So the priest, the rabbi, and the minister, NASA sponsors this metaphysical tour of the universe where they're going to put these three carefully selected theologians onto the space shuttle, and they go up into outer space, and they orbit the world a few times, and that's the program. And I forgot to mention one thing which should be obvious to everyone in this room, but for the internet audience, particularly my 7 people watching in Saudi Arabia, just to give you a sense of Jewish prayer. Jewish prayer is relegated basically by times of the day and the position of the sun to the horizon. In the morning, there is the shacharit or dawn prayer. In the afternoon, there's the mincha prayer, and then after the sun is set, there's of course the Maariv prayer. So the joke goes that there's 3 clergymen who go into outer space. They orbit the world a few times. They come back down. When they land, the journalists crowd around them, and they come out of the space shuttle, and they're transformed. Their faces are glowing from the experience. And they go up to the Catholic priest, and they said, Father, what was your impression of your experience? And he said, wow, I was overwhelmed with the hugeness, the vastness of God's creation. Absolutely astounded by the phenomenal infinitude of the universe. And then they go to the minister and they said, Reverend, what did you think of your experience? He says, in the scope of such largeness, I thought of the tininess of humanity. I thought of how humble we are in terms of the great cosmos of God's creation. And they go up to the rabbi and they say, Rabbi, what did you think? And he says, who had time to think? Chakras, Minkamara. Chakras, Minkamara. Yeah, it's not cute. I think it's hetsy. Okay, so tonight's topic is a fascinating one. I wanted to speak about this topic for a long time, and I'm very grateful to have an audience who's interested in sharing this aspect of Jewish history. We're going to look at a not very well-known figure in history. I believe this is the first video on the internet about this figure, and that makes me feel very proud. Her name is Sarah Bas Tovim, or probably it was pronounced in her time Sarah Bas Tovim, right, from the Yiddish pronunciation. She is an unknown author of Takanis, which are basically Jewish prayers for women, a largely lost aspect of Jewish history that we'll explore over the course of the next half hour, 45 minutes. And it says so much about what has been lost since the Holocaust, because it speaks to the depth of Jewish spirituality and an entire range of spirituality that has been flattened and disappeared with the loss of so many millions in Eastern Europe in particular. So that's going to be our topic for tonight. We have an anonymous sponsor, so I'd like to thank that sponsor. It is wonderful to have all of you here. Your presence is sufficient sponsorship, but if you would like to help support the shul and help support our students who graciously film the video and retweet the door, then sponsorships are wonderful. Young Israel is setting up an internet sponsorship thing where you can actually, from the internet, you can click on the website and there'll be a little donate button, and away you go. So thank you very much, anonymous sponsor. Okay, so let's start. Who was this Sarah Bastovic? We know remarkably little about her life, and in fact, just about everything we know is what she tells us. But it's more complicated even than that, because many figures, literary, historical, and otherwise, have interfered with the literary record and have intervened to add details that has made her so legendary in scope that in fact many people believe she didn't exist. Although, as we shall see, scholarship today has proved without much doubt that in fact she was a woman living in Ukraine in the probably 18th century. She tells her audience that she is descended from Jews in Poland, Brest Litovsk in particular, or Brisk, and Satanov, although there's some questions as to exactly what her lineage is. We don't know very much beyond that, beyond what exactly she puts on paper for us to read. And one of the most problematic aspects of her biography is the fact that, she wrote these basic liturgical poems in the 18th century. They became wildly popular, so popular that all kinds of other people started writing them themselves and placing them in her name so that they could get the royalties. So in other words, it's like, for example, many of you may not realize it, but I often write under the name Stephen King. The next Stephen King novel you buy on the internet could actually be one of my novels. But it's just a way of kind of gloming on to that literary reputation, and this happened so frequently that there were these travesties and plagiarisms and outright forgeries that people began to believe in the 19th century that she was probably not a historical figure, and in fact she was an invention of some man. We know now that she was a real person. She was in fact a woman, and we know a lot more about her thanks to the research of one scholar in particular that I'll introduce you to in a moment. Part of this cynicism about Sarah Bastovic was generated by the Maskilim, which is a larger phenomenon I'd like to speak about later on in this class, not tonight so much, but in a later class. Maskilim are adherents of the Jewish Enlightenment, known as the Haskalah. This is a movement that began in the very late 18th century in Germany, and it spread throughout towards Western Europe. It became more of an assimilationist movement, where the Haskalah placed a lot of emphasis on the value of Jews imitating non-Jews, sometimes slavishly aping non-Jewish norms in an attempt to gain acceptance and to gain emancipation, political emancipation. In Eastern Europe, it took a very different kind of coloring. The Haskalah there did not, for the most part, aspire to assimilate to Russian or Polish or Ukrainian society per se. They rather, the Maskilim in Eastern Europe, tried to excavate a new literary Jewish personality by taking many of the vernacular art forms, such as, for example, Yiddish literature, and elevating it really to a world language. So in the East, you'll have people like Shalom Aleichem, Yudlam Peretz, who actually wrote a story about Sarah Bastovic, who will be, trying to take this traditional folk culture, which has a very deep religious vein running through it, and then transforming it into a more secular Yiddishized, or in Zionist case, more Hebraicized version. So what was happening with the Jewish population in the late 19th century is a lot of masculine were writing prayers for women, typically illiterate women who could only make their way in Yiddish, and we'll have some time to speak about Yiddish tonight, and then they were selling them. And one of the ways to make them popular was to say these are real tefillas written by Sarah Batoidim, when in fact they were written by some Apicorus non-believer male poet living in St. Petersburg in 1870. So it's very difficult to unpack what exactly is hers, what exactly are later accretions, but we do have two collections in particular that we know are definitely hers. The texts are very corrupt, and there are many different editions where publishers have done a lot of damage to the text, but nevertheless, tonight we're going to look at those two collections and two tefillas in particular to try to understand a little bit more about them. Now, I should really pause and ask, how many of you are familiar with this liturgical form called the tefillah? And it's not at all associated, by the way, with hummus or pita. I just don't pronounce it very well, but tefillah. So we see a couple of women who have actually read tefillahs. So can you tell us anything about them?
With transparent, affordable plans starting at just $5 a month. No hidden fees and zero interest. Kickoff helps you score big when it comes to credit. It's simple. You make on-time payment, credit bureaus see that behavior, and your credit can go fast. I'll tell you this, and I'll be very honest with you. I know the reality is,
yes, okay.
If you have bad credit in this country, you're fucked. Can't get anything.
Was it written in German letters or in Yiddish Deutsch, like in real German? Okay, I have one of those too from my grandmother, my great aunt from Königsberg, my aunt Molly. I'd have to look at it to give you, and I'm not an expert in this field, but I'd have to look at it to give any sense of it. I'm glad you asked that question. The Tsena Rena is actually something offered by a man that formed the basis of what would have ultimately become a very large religious literature for women. The Tsena Rena, which is a Yiddish pronunciation of a passage in Kohelet, if I remember correctly, go out and see, and it's written in the feminine imperative, and it's basically a weekly commentary on the Chumash, written in Yiddish, that is essentially kind of like a mishmash of Rashi, taking all the midrashim and things like that. So when you read the Chumash, when you whatever the Sedra is that week, if it's for this week, we're up to Mishpatim, a woman would on Saturday afternoon, she'd pull out a Tsena Rena and she would read all of the midrashim, all of the stories that associate with the Chumash that week. And very pious and often very educated women would treat the Tsena Rena as literally as a Bible. It would be a very holy work for them, and it was associated almost exclusively with women. It's interesting that it was translated to English by Art Scroll, and when they released it the first time, they didn't think anyone would want it under its original title, so they released it as the Weekly Midrash. So that's essentially what it is, the compilation of Midrashim. And then when people said, oh, this is actually the Tsena Rena, so then they re-released it under the title Tsena Rena, because they realized that so many women had that ancestral memory of that particular book. So, yes, well, the Tsena Rena is a little earlier. We don't know with precision when Sarah Batoidim lived, probably 18th century. The Tsena Rena goes back another century or two. It's quite an old book. Now, the difference, though, between these two books, the Tsena Rena is a book for study, which is, of course, of religious value in Judaism. The Tefillah is a work of prayer. Tefillah are liturgical poems, prayer poems that a person reads at various moments in their life, at various moments of their day, and so on.
Our internal forces pulling country apart.
Tehillim also read in a liturgical manner, but that goes back obviously to the biblical period. It goes all the way back to the biblical period, and they're written in Hebrew. So what's really fascinating about these Tehillim is that they're specifically women's prayers, and they say so much about women's culture. One of the rare glimpses that we have into how women lived in 18th, 19th century that we don't have in male sources. And I hope to expose you to a couple of those aspects of women's culture, which are, to my mind, absolutely fascinating. So, What do we know about her? She says a few interesting autobiographical tidbits. She refers, for example, to her illustrious parents. We're not exactly sure who her illustrious parents are. She says, for example, Mordechai of Satanov, and that particular Mordechai may be associated with another author of various religious works, but we're not precisely sure. The early publishers, some of the early editions, though, after her name, they add the suffix. I'm sorry, you often see that she should live, which is normally written after a woman's name. You say her name, that she should live, and that implies she's definitely a real person, because you wouldn't say that about a fictional person. It's kind of like when you see a lot of rabbis at the end of their name, they have the acronym Shlita, and if you're new to this, you might say, like, what are all these guys? How many rabbi shlitas are there? Like thousands of them. Okay, that was a little too inside joke, but at any rate, these are like indications that she was a real person. And also fascinating, there's no reference anywhere in her works to her husband. There's no reason to assume that she was not married. She speaks, a lot of her prayers deal with, the welfare of children, the welfare of a husband, but even though she'll talk about herself, she'll talk about her background, she'll talk about her own experiences, she never says anything about her husband, which is also a highly unusual feature of the authors of Tchinas, and that's another, ironically, a stamp of authority, that if it was a fabricated Sarabas Tovim, they would have made up. Of course, she's married to an incredibly wealthy, good-looking, intelligent man, because that's part of the legend. But the actual Tchinas of Sarabas Tovim has no reference whatsoever to her husband. So we don't know a lot about her beyond what she decides to tell us herself. Now, the main reason we know so much about her today is undoubtedly due to the very detailed and powerful scholarship of this woman, Professor Chava Weissler, who wrote quite a bit of work about Sarabas Tovim and other women who composed prayers in early modern Eastern Europe. And in particular, we're going to be relying on his book, Voices of the Matriarchs, which was nominated for the Jewish Book Award a few years ago. Unfortunately, I did not have the opportunity to reread it for this class. I read it when it first came out, and I loved it. But I couldn't get another copy of it back down here in Florida through ILL. But I will be reading from one of her articles that she wrote on this particular woman. At any rate, I highly recommend Voices of Matriarchs, which will tell you a lot about Tchinas as an art form, Sarabas Tovim in particular, and so on. So, let's get down to the material side. First of all, it's written in Yiddish, which is in itself an entire history of Jewish culture. The Yiddish language is basically medieval German, written in Hebrew characters, with a very strong infusion of Hebrew, Aramaic, Romance, and Slavic words. The comedian Billy Crystal says that the way you understand this is that Yiddish is basically German with phlegm. Right? Okay. But in reality, it's essentially medieval German with all these other languages written in. Now, this is not an unusual phenomenon. Jews have created many hybrid languages over the last 2,000 years. Whenever they go to a given locale, they invariably pick up a lot of the language, the vocabulary, the syntax, and then they, because quite often the surrounding populations are illiterate, then Jews will use the Hebrew alphabet to record the language. And that, creates this new kind of hybrid language. So we have Judeo-Persian, we have Judeo-German, which is a little bit different form of Yiddish. We have several different versions of Yiddish to speak of. And they often show high varieties of dialectical variation. So, for example, in Eastern Europe, there's at least 3 distinctive dialects of Yiddish. The Lithuanians were really the first to truly standardize the language and kind of agree on spelling, for example, very basic issues like morphology. And so standard Lithuanian Yiddish is considered the well, the gold standard
Northwestern. Pretty good
in
school.
the culture. This is somewhat resented by Hungarian Jews and by Polish Jews, but for those Lithuanian Jews, of course, they're absolutely correct. This is the true Yiddish. And you may know some Lithuanians, they tend to have, the very fine intellects, very, fashionable taste in clothing, Latvia as well, right? They tend to lose their hair prematurely, and hopefully you're getting a joke. Oh, I happen to be Lithuanian. Yes, thank you, Stephen. My timing is off tonight. But anyway, there are lots of different pronunciations. It is a crazy language. Even 100 years ago, Yiddish was not standardized. You can see huge variations in spellings of words and so on. It is a language that is very prone to interpolation from other languages. It is more, what's the right word here? It's more infected by languages, and that's a perfectly okay thing to do. Unlike, for example, the French, who are really paranoid about keeping on to their language, that they have actually a commission in the government that decides what word is French and what word can't be French. And even in Israel, they had that for a long time with Hebrew, that they wouldn't allow words that were not of Hebrew origin. Yiddish was just like the doors were wide open. You could say anything you want. I was just reading something written in the 1950s in Yiddish the other day, and I was having a really hard time working through movies like words like baseball, right? Baseball, and movie, which was also in there. That was a really hard one. But actually, there was one, I'm curious if anyone knows this, a little bit of a tangent. There was a reference to someone called a Sam Sapojnik. Does anyone know what that expression means? I had to ask a very old man, what does it mean? There is a Sam Sapojnik. So apparently a Sam Sapojnik is, he defined it first in Yiddish as a line of volleyball. And which means he's like independent to a fault. Like he thinks he knows everything. And the context was about someone who refuses to listen to doctors, doesn't want to take the medicine he's prescribed. Some Sapojnik, right? He does whatever he wants. Yeah, so there are such people. I'm not sure, but the word Sam might come from the Russian, which means self, like samovar means to self-cook, right? Things like that. So Sam might be alone, and Sapojnik, I don't know what that is. Anyways, I'm sorry for that digression. Sam is in Hebrew poison, right? But in Hebrew, but in Russian, Sam means samolot, for example, means flies by itself, or an airplane. Now, why are we talking about Yiddish so much? Because the Jews in Eastern Europe spoke Yiddish overwhelmingly as their vernacular. At the end of the 19th century, the Russian government did a survey, a massive survey that gives us a good picture of what Jews did in that part of the world, and 97% of Jews claimed Yiddish as their mother tongue, which is amazing when you think it's only just a little over 100 years ago that was the overwhelming vernacular, and we've lost so much in just one century. The other languages, Russian, French, German, and so on, there's very, very little penetration into the Jewish world. However, Yiddish was not the educated language, with the exception of the Mashkilim, who wanted to elevate it to an art form like Shalom Aleichem and others. The reality is that it was considered not a real language, even by those who spoke it. My grandmother, Alea Shalom, when she used to talk about language, she wouldn't even say Yiddish. That wasn't the name. She called it Jewish, which is exactly what the word Yiddish means. Jewish. This is the Jewish language, meaning, I don't know what you call it, it's Jewish. And a lot of literature at the time called it the jargon, right? The jargon. It wasn't considered a real language, even by the practitioners of the language itself. What was the real language, of course, was Rabbinic Hebrew. If you wanted to write a letter that had hashivut, that if you wanted to demonstrate your education, you had to do it in Hebrew. And that was also a highly gendered language, because the threshold for learning Hebrew at a high level definitely stopped at about 4th grade level for girls. It was very rare to have a woman who could read Hebrew and translate it beyond basically the Siddur, the prayers that she had memorized, perhaps some Tehillim, perhaps some Chumash, but certainly not into the rabbinic works of scholarship on the Talmud and things like that. So Yiddish was also known as the Weibische Sprache, the woman's language, because it was the language of literature for women. Now, Jewish women were also quite educated when you compare them to the surrounding culture, and their literacy would consist of being able to decipher the written word. They could not do it in Hebrew, but they could do it in Yiddish. And so this created demand in the 16th century and onward for works in Yiddish for women. That's where the Tzena Rena came about, and then slowly people started writing various kinds of pietistic works for women that were designed to be uplifting of good morals and things like that. It got to be quite a large genre, and it was not only women that read this. It was considered to be sort of like a low-class literature for men. If you look at, for example, the works of the great Chafetz Chaim, writing around the turn of the 20th century, he urges Jews in America, saying, I know you guys are not very educated, and you probably can't read much, but at least read something in Yiddish. Go and get a Yiddish book on ethics, on Musar, things like that. So Yiddish was highly gendered. It was considered a lower-class language, but it was considered the language that women used. And so these prayers that people like Sarah Bastovim are written specifically for that gender, and in a way that speaks to a woman's experience in the world, something which we have completely lost in the Holocaust. Now, we should also note that even though they're written in Yiddish, Sarah Bastovim and the other liturgical writers had no problem ripping off things from earlier rabbinic literature. And this is because, as I think we discussed in an earlier class, the concept of plagiarism as we have it today was not really understood, or I should say that, was not really observed by earlier authors. It was considered appropriate to steal really, cool phrases and even whole paragraphs from earlier writers and incorporate them into your own work. We call it plagiarism. Back then, they would call it something like homage, right? It was kind of like a way of showing honor to those earlier writers, and that was considered entirely appropriate. Sarah Bastovim, in her work, she refers to herself in a very humble way as saying she simply arranged the pepinas, meaning that she's cutting and pasting. She's taking a line from here and a few stanzas from here, and she's putting them in poems, so she doesn't want to take too much credit for herself. But at the same time, she also asserts that these are her creations, even though they are collages of early literary works, and she very much identifies them as her own, the product of her own creative energies, and she's very proud of them, as we shall see as I read through a few samples. In terms of how educated she was, it's quite likely that she was deeply educated. She certainly quotes liberally from Hebrew texts, so she must have been one of those exceptional women who did kind of break that fourth grade glass ceiling to be able to get entree into rabbinic scholarship. She's clearly familiar with a lot of the ethical literature, like Sha'arei Tshuva, Rabbeinu Yonah, like the Orchos Tzadikim by an anonymous author who, incidentally, this was also written in Yiddish and also could have been written, according to some, possibly even by a woman. So she's reading these kinds of texts. She knows how to put them in proper rabbinic context, and as we shall see, she even has a smattering of Kabbalistic knowledge. Chava Weisler has also identified some of the influence of Shabbatai Tzvi in her work. Not that she followed down the path of false messianism, but some of the earlier works of his followers actually had quite a large penetration into the reading public of Jews in the 18th century, so it's not surprising that she would have found some of that interesting as well. So we must assume that she does have some kind of formal Jewish education. Okay, before I talk about the first of her works, any other questions?
One day he's a literal neo-Nazi.
Ms. Abramson, no
The
questions?
next day he's a far-left anarcho-communist. And all the while he listens to the Tim
I'll
Jones
give
show
you lots of time. Okay, so let's go straight into it. We have two basic collections of her works that are considered authoritative by Professor Weisler. The first is called Shar HaYichud al-Olamos, or Olamos, which is a very Kabbalistic term, meaning the gate of the uniting of the worlds. And this refers to a very deep Kabbalistic concept that we discussed a few weeks ago when we talked about the Arizal, the idea that there are four worlds, Atzilut, Bria, Yetzira, and Asiya, four sort of concentric worlds of Kabbalah, and that they have to be kind of lined up. Alternatively, the 10 sfirot you see in the drawing here, the 10 sfirot, the emanations of God, can kind of go out of alignment as a result of human sin. And so there are various practices, religious practices, prayer practices that can kind of bring them back into alignment. Definitely very esoteric, not standard kind of thinking. This particular book is often known by one of the major poems that it's recorded in it, which is more feminine in its aspect, Sheker HaChaim, which means beauty is deceitful. You may recognize the line from Eshet Chayil, right? Sheker HaChaim, Vehevel HaYofi, Isha Yirat Hashem, Hitit Halal. So, right? Beauty is vain. Sheker HaChaim, Vehevel, and good looks are empty. A woman who fears God, she will be praised. So the phrase Sheker HaChaim has a very strong allusion to women's values, the idea of what should a woman be praised for. Obviously, a woman who fears God, not to pay attention to external beauty and so on. And the kind of themes that emerge from her writing are basically three. And I'm performing homage right now to Professor Weissler, ripping off her three basic ideas. First of all, the very strong emphasis in women as religious agents, meaning women count in Judaism. There's not a question that, despite the fact that women have a highly distinct religious experience from men, meaning they are not showing up in shul typically early in the morning for Shabbos, and then Mincha, and then Marav, and they don't have the special costumes that the men do, and they don't have the multiple hoo-has. By the way, my wife likes to call this group like the guys' club, the men's club, because not on Shabbos, but during the week. This is the guys' club. There's very, very few women who come during the week to Mincha, Marav, things like that. But there are some, but it's comparatively rare. Nevertheless, despite the fact that men and women had a bifurcated religious experience, she has no problem completely affirming the idea that women are religiously significant and that their actions count on the most metaphysical of levels. Secondly, this is not in any way meant to contradict the value of women as wives and mothers. That in fact much of this religious agency is fulfilled through what might be the very mundane acts of caring for a family. And these things form, moments of prayer that show up nowhere in men's liturgy. For example, in this entire realm of feminine prayer, you'll find all kinds of techinas written for things like, on menopause, for example. I haven't seen that in any of the men's prayer books. On caring for a child who is ill, on praying for a child to find a match, all kinds of life cycle things that are much more associated with women. These are things that you'll find in techinas. And so it's an entirely different world of prayers than the ones which men will recite that are far more ritualistic and rote in nature, tend to be very, reified in their format and very fixed in their language. The techinas are much more free-flowing, much more individualistic, much more poetic in nature. She spends a lot of time talking about suffering, and there's some interesting kind of clues as to what exactly it was that she was suffering about so much. And finally, a great affirmation throughout her work of her own personal value, her feeling that even though she is suffering, she feels that what she is doing is of benefit to the world, and that will ultimately bring about the coming of the Messiah. Very strong belief that her actions count on a metaphysical level. There's no question that nowhere in her techinas does ever appear that she feels that she's only in a supporting role, that men are in the starring role. She really feels very strongly like, okay, this is men's Judaism, so to speak, this is women's Judaism, and women's Judaism is great. There's no question whatsoever about status. Okay, so the second work that's really important is known as the Shlosh Hasharim. It's probably better known than the Sheker HaChaim, the Three Gates. The earliest version that we have that has a date on it is 1838, but there are many editions published far earlier that means that they're probably dated from the late 18th century. It's more popular than the earlier work and tends to be more ripped off and more interpolated with different things since then. So I think at this point, why don't I read you a little bit of the Tchina so you get a sense of what is exactly that we're talking about. This is an article that Professor wrote in a series called Poland, which is about Jews of Poland. Okay, so this is from the first collection that I mentioned to you, the Sheker Achen. Oh, dear women and maids, and maids meaning like young women, if you read this Tchina, your hearts will rejoice. They are taken out of holy books, meaning that she's gone to the sources and she's going to, what gives some value is their authenticity in the tradition. By their merit, you will be worthy to enter the land of Israel. So there's a very early proto-Zionism here as well. Also, I put down a lovely new Tchina that should be said on Mondays and Thursdays and fast days, and on the days of awe. Grace is deceitful and beauty is vain. Definitely interesting that Mondays and Thursdays, of course, being Torah reading days, and she's very much clued into the fast day cycle, things like that. Beauty is nothing, only righteous deeds are good. The wisest of women builds her house. The important thing that a woman should run the house so that one can study Torah therein, and that she should guide her children in the straight path to God's service. Note that it doesn't say that she should run her house so that men can study Torah therein, meaning that the house should be a place where anyone can study Torah, men or woman, man or son, children, and so on. I, poor woman, have been scattered and dispersed. I have had no rest. My heart has moaned within me. I recalled from whence I come and whither I shall go, and where I shall be taken. A great fear came over me, and I begged the living God, blessed be He, with copious tears, that the Tchina might come out of me. So here's an allusion to something we'll discuss on the next slide. She's somehow in some kind of state of wandering that gives her great suffering. And out of this suffering, she will produce the religious energy that will be expressed in her poetry. And now she says a little bit about who she is. I, the renowned woman Sarah Bas Tovim, she has no problem saying, she's renowned, of distinguished ancestry, who has no strange thought. Wow. The Hebrew here is machshava zara, which means like a machshava zara really means like a foreign thought. It can be a thought of violence, a thought of illicit sexuality, thoughts that are inappropriate really for a person of high religion. And it's interesting she would say this about herself, that she does not have a machshava zara, which is more of a Kabbalistic term, but has made this Tchina only for the sake of the dear God, blessed be He, so that it may be a memorial for me after my death. I think the meaning here is that in composing this Tchina, she was doing it for nothing other than the love of God. I mean, it was not thinking of her own fame or her own wealth, that kind of thing. Whoever reads this Tchina, her prayer will certainly be accepted before God. May His name be blessed. I, the woman Sarah Bas Tovim, daughter of the scholar, learned in Torah, the renowned Rabbi Mordechai, son of the great luminary Rabbi Yitzchak, the blessed memory of the holy community of Sasanov, may God protect it.
I want to talk about
so, very interesting kind of overlapping of themes there. You get a sense of her personality. She has a real sense of self, no problem whatsoever about this. Now, let me read just a little bit more from a different selection in the three gates. I take for my help the living God, blessed be He, who lives forever and to eternity. And I set out this second beautiful new Tchina in Yiddish with great love, with great awe, with trembling and terror, with broken limbs, with great petition. May God have mercy upon me and upon all Israel. May I not long be forced to be a wanderer, once again the wandering, by the merit of our mothers Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. And may my own dear mother, Leah, pray to God, bless me for me, that my being a wanderer may be an atonement for me for my sins. May God, bless me, He forgive me for having taught in synagogue in my youth during the reading of the dear Torah. Talking in shul is going to be one of the big themes. I'm going to read you something about that in a second. Lord of the whole world, I lay my prayer before you. As I begin to edit my second lovely Tchina with my entire devotion and with the entire foundation of my heart, may you protect us from suffering and pain. I pray to the dear Lord Brescoji that just as he heard the prayer of our fathers and mothers, he may soon have great mercy on all Israel, and also on the years of my old age, that I not be forced to wander. And I beg heaven and earth and all the holy angels to pray for me, that both of my Tchinas may be accepted. May they be a crown for his holy name upon his head. Amen. So let's talk with the wandering. Let's try and understand that a little bit. Oh, I'm going to go here to this slide first. So what is this kind of wandering that she's referring to? She doesn't say anywhere why she wanders, but at least there's
no culpability, by the way, at all. They've actually done
you're not
nothing wrong.
supposed to
It's all
read my
been
slide
Hamas.
before I say
Hamas has
it.
done
But go ahead,
everything.
read it.
There's not been one. They
Not
stole the
gullus,
food.
right. She
They're
does
shooting
not
the
use
people
the
who are
term
lying
gullus.
for the
She
food.
uses the term in Hebrew
Israel's doing nothing.
navanad. Now, why would
And
those
you have to
why
trust
would those
Israel
countries say, why would my
because
brilliant daughter say, well, of
otherwise,
course, she's
the
talking about
only
gullus? Why would you
people
even
that are
think
reporting
gullus?
out of Gaza, they're not letting journalists in, or they just say are Hamas. So if you
Oh my gosh, this is the
report
future of our
anything
people. Do you see
contrary
this?
to
My
what
gosh,
Israel
you're absolutely
says,
right, Elisa. She's so
you
brilliant.
are Hamas.
She
You
said
become
she
Hamas.
refers to the fact that the
So,
word
I mean-
gullus or galut in modern Hebrew means exile, but as a term, it basically means being kicked out of the land of Israel. Meaning the exile from the first century when the Romans took over Israel, cleared out all the Chinese restaurants. The Jews left immediately. Oh, that's a joke. I should edit that out. It's not very tasteful. But at any rate,
The starvation of a group of people.
that kind of terminology, it's almost like it's a throwaway term. We're living in gullus. We're living in exile. Yeah. We're living in exile. Maybe we'll go to Israel for the holidays. We'll come back. That's the idea of gullus. And so therefore, if she used this term gullus, then maybe she's speaking metaphorically. She's living in a nice big house in Eastern Europe someplace with chandeliers, plastic on the furniture, and she calls it gullus. That would make sense. But she doesn't use that term. She uses the term navanad. What does navanad mean?
Hamas with the grapes.
And like Cain, very good. Oh my gosh, see what an educated audience. I have to really up my game, right? That Cain is cursed to wander, navanad, to go throughout the land. That's a real, she means it in a real sense. She's physically actually moving from place to place. It is a something that causes her great suffering, and she hopes that suffering will elicit tshuva, will elicit, a return to her religious roots. There is a lot of there's a huge tradition in rabbinic Judaism of self-imposed penitential wandering, where people will go into exile as an attempt to change their mazal, as an attempt to change their own personal makeup, because when you move to a new place, people don't know you, they don't necessarily treat you with the same kind of respect that you have when you're in your homeland and so on. Now, this is the only occasion I know of a woman going into gullus, into personal navanad, personal wandering. Many of the great rabbis did so. The Vilna Gaon, many of them would, pick up and leave places where they were famous and go to places where they were unknown as a way of working on their own personality. Then they would come back, and it would be better for them and so on. But for a woman to go into gullus seems like a much more difficult endeavor, and it seems that may be what she was doing. It could also be read, however, that maybe, it could be much more prosaic, that her husband's business was not successful, and they went from town to town trying to make a parnasa, and she interpreted this in a religious light, that they had to go follow the parnasa wherever it was. And she took this as kind of a lever for herself to develop spiritually. But what she attaches it to more than anything else is her own behavior, specifically talking in shul. So let's look at one phrase where she refers to that, and she's very generous with this kind of personal biographical detail. Here we go. She says, she's talking about how she used to talk in shul all the time. She says, I wish the rabbi were here to hear this. He would love this part. If only because I have to get one for the men talking in shul, which is a bigger problem, I think. I remember all the things I used to do when I used to come into the Deer Synagogue, all dressed up in jewelry, which Professor Weissler points out probably gives us some kind of socioeconomic locator for her. She's all dressed up in jewelry, perhaps upper middle class, something like that. I would do nothing but joke and laugh. Today I remember and recall that God, blessed be He, does not forgive, as it is written, he who is quick to anger and extends his wrath. He waits long and pays quickly. Which is a kind of uncharitable view, I think, of, but today I go wandering, and my heart moans within me, for I recall that God, blessed be He, will forgive no one. Yeah, very strong kind of language, which is, I'm not too comfortable with myself, but here it is. Therefore, I entreat you to listen to my words and take them to heart. When you enter the dear synagogue, a great terror should overcome you. I have a joke in my head. You should know before whom you have come and to whom you pray and to whom you must answer for your life. Definitely a very stark kind of Musardic view of taking shul seriously. It's not a playground. It's not a gossip center. It's a place where you stand before the Ribono Shel Olam. This is meant to make women sicker, to make women kind of like take shul very seriously. She's not saying at all that shul is not important. She's saying that go to shul with awe and trepidation. It's interesting now I think about it. The Vilna Gaon, we mentioned earlier, when he went to, on his own personal exile, he tried to make it to Israel. He wrote a very famous letter to his wife. In case he never came back, in case, he was lost in the journey or killed or whatever, he wrote a last will, as it were, to his wife, giving her direction how he'd like to raise her children. And he says to his wife, don't go to shul. He says clearly, he says, you go to shul, and there's only Lashon Hara, people like he says to him, don't go to shul. Very interesting passage. Anyways, that gives you a sense of some of her personality, what little we know about her life. A lot of her tefillos, and this is also, I'll give you one example in particular, but I'll give you kind of an overview here. She basically, in the 3 gates, writes about 3 different types of things. The first gate deals with the mitzvahs known as Chana, an acronym, obviously the name of the founder of prayer as we have it today, the prophetess Hannah, mother of Shmuel. They stand for the 3 commandments which are associated primarily with the women. The first one, the Chet, stands for, Elisa? No, the Chet of Hannah stands for something. Not Chesed, no. Oh, Elisa, no. Well, every Friday. Chalot, exactly, Chalot. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you said Chana. Sorry. Chalot, b'diyuk, chazeh, right? Chalot, the Challah. There's a particular mitzvah that when you bake challah of a certain size, you have to take a little bit of it. Everybody's guessing the letters now. I shouldn't have gone down this direction. But when you bake challah of a certain size, you have to take a little bit of the dough and you have to throw it into the oven. There's a bracha if it's a certain size, so on. So that's specifically associated with women in the kitchen. Nida, the laws of menstruation and sexuality. Of course, women are in control of that aspect of their bodies. And finally, the hay, adlakat nerot, right? The lighting of candles on Friday nights. So she has all these beautiful prayers that are designed to be said around this cycle. I mean, prayers that are associated with the menstrual cycle, which obviously don't appear in the men's prayer book. Prayers for going to the mikveh, prayers for reuniting with her husband, all kinds of really gorgeous, very personal, immediate, first-person prayers that have no parallel in the Jewish religious tradition. The second gate deals with the entire penitential season of the month of Elul, followed by the holidays of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. A period of personal, introspection and self-transformation. She takes Teshuvah very seriously, and she writes quite a few introspective poems and meditations for women at that time. And then finally, also something associated with women in our tradition, Rosh Chodesh, the new moon, which is one perhaps of all 3. This is perhaps the most well-known in the broader Jewish community as being a woman's holiday, but nothing like the depth and sophistication that we see in Sarabas Tobit. Now, what I'd like to do now is to take you to one of these in particular that is perhaps her most famous. And in the last 10 minutes of the class, I'll just give you a glimpse into the sophistication, depth, and beauty of the women's traditions in Eastern Europe that unfortunately have been totally lost in the Holocaust. This is a ritual that is almost unheard of today, even though we have a tradition stretching back all the way to at least the 12th century. That's the first written reference to this particular custom that simply has no place elsewhere in the tradition. It's known as kevermessen, also known as feldmessen, which means grave measuring, or graveyard measuring. Feldmessen is like the feld field is like a graveyard. And the custom basically was that women, during the month of Elul, right, during that period of Teshuvah, they would take twine and they would go out to the cemeteries and they would literally measure out the graves. They would take the twine and they would measure it all around the graves, and then they would come back home with those wicks, and they would collectively, as a group, get together and they would make them into candles. So the wicks were made literally from the outlines of the graves of their ancestors. It would be a business for some women that they would go out and they would measure the entire graveyard and they would sell bits of this string that women would later use. These candles, many of them. I'm sorry? The red bendel comes from it's actually also a very old tradition, but it's referenced in the Talmud. It's a complicated thing to explain. It's not related to this, though. It just happens to be the same thing. I'll explain it to you after we shut off the camera if you like. But this is these candles would then be specifically lit on Yom Kippur or used throughout the year, but specifically on Yom Kippur, there would be candles lit for every member of the family, and candles quite often lit for the deceased. We have the Yortzeit candle, which is kind of like an echo of this custom. But since the Holocaust, this entire thing has been absolutely lost. And it is a way, though, of literally connecting with these long wicks, the living and the dead, bringing the cycle of life, connecting the youngest members of the community with the ancestors who may have lived there for centuries. And I'd like to read you just a little bit from a Shechina that she writes about this particular practice. Okay. When she writes here. Okay, now, so this is referring to after they've gotten all of the wicks together and they've made them into candles, they're going to prepare to light them in memory of those who are deceased and also for a long life for their husbands and for their children. If you look in, for example, the Mate Ephraim, which is perhaps the most important source on the halachot of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, he refers to this particular practice, and he says, be very careful who you buy the wicks from, because some of these people, they sell the cheapest things that don't burn very well. But even though that's a backhanded reference to the ritual, there's no question that it was extremely widespread in Eastern Europe. May these lights, which were made for the holy and pure souls, awaken them so that they arise and inform one another back to the holy patriarchs and matriarchs, and further back to Adam and Eve, that they rectify the sin by which they brought death into the whole world. May they arise from their graves and pray for us, that this very year may it come for good. There may finally be the resurrection of the dead. May God's attributes of stern judgment become the attribute of mercy. May they be unified. It's a very Kabbalistic reference. May the souls pray for us that the resurrection of the dead will come to pass. And may all the holy and pure angels pray that the dry bones live again speedily and soon. So clearly, deeply Kabbalistic intent here that the wicks somehow awaken the souls of the ancestors and somehow bring them into the communal prayer with the living. Lord of the world, I pray you, merciful God, accept the lights that we make for the holy, pure souls. For each wick that we lay, may you increase life for us. May the holy souls awake out of their graves and pray for us, that we may be healthy. It is fitting for us to pray for the dead, for those who died in our own generations, and for those who have died from the time of Adam and Eve on. Today we make candles for the sake of all the souls, for the sake of the souls who lie in the fields and the forests, and for all the martyrs, and for all those who have no children, and for all the little children, so that they may awaken the dry bones sins. May they come alive speedily and soon. May we be worthy to see the resurrection of the dead this year. Amen. So, very powerful emotive prayer. You can imagine, actually going to the graves of your own ancestors and knowing that the wick that you're lighting is specifically wrapped around the grave of your, God forbid, your parents and grandparents and so on. It's a very, very beautiful ritual that unfortunately totally lost to us today. So if we look at the legacy of Sarabas Tobin, we see with tremendous clarity the great difficulty of, and this is kind of a Weissler's phrase, of tracing women's customs in men's sources. Since this was a ritual exclusively associated with women, men did not do it. It was considered an act of female piety. The men didn't write down very much about it. And so therefore, all we have are these few little scraps, like Sarabas Tobin, who've given us some insight into why women did this, what they felt when they did this, and so on. The men may have referenced it, like the Mate Ephraim, as kind of a backhanded way, but really to get a sense of the inner spiritual life of women in the 18th century, 17th century, we need works of poetry such as those by Sarabas Tobin. And it also illustrates the tremendous impoverishment of specifically Jewish female spirituality that we have suffered as a loss of the huge disruption, demographic dislocation that we suffered as a Holocaust. Because of many of these things that would have been handed down, mother to daughter, was simply cut off with the devastation of the middle of the 20th century. And many of our own daughters today are completely bereft of these traditions, and it's up to scholars like Professor Weissler to bring them back, to re-energize them, and to make them available to us today. My own wife has several collections of modern Techinas, and I looked at a couple of them before coming to our class today, and none of them, although they're very nice books, and she reads them till they fall apart. In a couple of cases, it's actually, I think, the third time I bought her this book because she keeps on wearing out the binding, and there's a tear stained, and that's, I think, probably the way that Santa Renas used to look back then. But they pale in comparison to some of the religious creativity that has been lost in our own time. So may we have the merit to see these things recreated by people like Aliza and her generation, so we have a much better future for all of us. Thank you for your attention. I'll take questions after we shut off the camera.
Like everyone's like, Macron is, I can't believe he's recognizing a Palestinian state. What? They destroyed the whole thing. It's smithereens. The thing is done. It's like a lot of the people coming out now and going, this seems a bit much with the starving. This seems a bit, I talked about it on the Patreon or whatever. A lot of celebrities now are coming out and going, I cannot believe. And they're so dramatic, and they're like, what is happening? They're all like singing all the time. But it's like, well, there's no political risk.
We know far more about him than we do about just about any woman in the medieval period. So we're going to have to reconstruct a lot of this history to try and understand her life.
Literally, destroy.
And once we get to the modern period, per se, after the winter break, we'll have a lot more to say about Jewish women in general. But today's lecture is going to be subtitled Exceptional Women in the Private Sphere. These are women like Yochai Baba who will be quite distinct from your average woman at the time, average Jewish woman in particular. And so we'll see how they stand out against the background of conventional women's lives. Thank you to an anonymous donor who has sponsored tonight's lecture. I'm always so happy that you're here. Your presence here is sponsorship enough, and it's nice to be able to speak to a live audience. But we also appreciate, the shul appreciates the fact that you underwrite the small stipend that we give to the students who help us out here, and the equipment and things like that. So thank you to the anonymous donors for sponsoring tonight's lecture. Okay, so let's go on. Here we go. So let's look at medieval Ashkenaz. This is a map that shows you some of the big population movements Jews around the 12th to the 16th century.
I guess we'll find out.
Ashkenaz itself, as I think we discussed a little bit last week, is basically northern Germany here. They kind of lowered the map a little bit for us because this is where much of the immigration came from. But the Rhine River is extremely important, the upper Rhineland, and this is where you have the heartland of traditional Ashkenazi culture. Taking a broader look at the movement of Jews during the previous centuries, basically if you start here, Israel just kind of off the map. With the destruction of the temple in 70, you've got a large population movement going out into the Middle East, places like Babylon, Iraq and Iran, for example, moving across the coast of North Africa. And then in the 8th century, there's a big population movement, especially into Spain, although there were Jews living in Spain from the 2nd century, as there were in Italy. And then sometime around the year 1000, we're not exactly sure why. I mean, historians as a whole are not exactly sure why, but there is a growth of population in general in Northern Europe. Some argue that it may have been a fairly significant climactic shift, for example, that allowed much of this land to be suddenly much more arable than it had been 200 years earlier. But for certain, we have a general population rise in Europe, and Jews, of course, are attracted to the larger population because Jews tend to be very urbanized. They tend to live in tight social groups. We need to have, close proximity to one another, very gregarious people, because you have to live within walking distance of a synagogue, walking distance of a mikvah, walking distance of a kosher Chinese restaurant, and that means that Jews tended to move into these urbanized areas, settling them through through about the 13th century. Then, especially after events that we discussed today, the Crusades and some of the anti-Semitic pressures that built up in Europe beginning in the 11th century, then you slowly have a big push of these Jews out to Eastern Europe, to Poland, right bank, Ukraine, Lithuania, Hungary. As I think I mentioned in one of the lectures, the Hungarian Jews had a very difficult time because as soon as they got here, you know what they did, you remember? They started covering all the sofas with plastic. I don't know, I said that just last week and people laughed even a week later. But they have a lot, so Jews begin to move here into Eastern Europe, and that's why the Jews from Eastern Europe, about 3/4 of American Jews trace their lineage back to this region. They're called Ashkenazi Jews, even though the origins of Ashkenaz is really Germany, not Eastern Europe. So we're going to focus, though, on traditional Ashkenaz here, some of the important developments that happened at that time. One of the defining moments of Ashkenazi history is the 1096 massacres associated with the Crusades. And it's worth talking about this in a little bit greater depth because the Crusades had a uniquely powerful impact in shaping the Ashkenazi mentality, particularly when you compare the experience of Jews in the Crusades to the experience of Jews under the Inquisition a few hundred years later in Spain. Many historians will say it's a little bit of an overgeneralization perhaps, but they will say that Ashkenazi Jewry went in one cultural direction and Sephardi Jewry went in another cultural direction, largely because of the different ways that they related to the anti-Semitic pressures of these two very different kinds of persecutions. But let's focus on the Crusades and understand what exactly they were, and then we can talk a little bit more about how that contrasts with the Inquisition, which we'll speak about much more 2 weeks from now. The Crusades is a Christian movement, obviously, and it comes out of the fact that Jerusalem at this time was controlled by the Arabs, and there was some restrictions placed on Christian pilgrims to the holy sites in Jerusalem. The Byzantine Christians, that is the Orthodox Christians in the Eastern world, in places like Constantinople and elsewhere, began to complain that they're not getting free access to the Christian holy sites in Jerusalem. They complained specifically to Rome, to the Pope in Rome, and this is actually a very significant thing because the Orthodox Eastern Church and the Roman Catholic Church have been separated profoundly over the previous couple of hundred years, and actually up until this day, they're always looking for some kind of reconciliation, which they call ecumenism. And the Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church often did not cooperate on basic issues, so for the Orthodox to actually appeal to the Pope and say, please, we need some help securing access to holy sites that we venerate in common, the Pope took this very seriously. So when he received in 1095 the appeal to somehow free up the holy sites, he issued a call. Pope Urban II issued a call to action that reverberated throughout Western Europe. Basically said it's time for Christians to rise up, organize themselves, make their way to Jerusalem and free the holy sites from the infidels, in this case, of course, being entirely the Arabs. This was a Christian-Muslim conflict that did not involve Jews whatsoever. There were a lot of social and economic factors that bolstered this call to action, which we're not going to go into great detail. There are things like there was a surplus of knights, for example. Knights are kind of like ronin or samurai. They're professional warriors, they're a social class, but they simply had nothing to do with their time except joust and have war games. So to have a war, an actual war, was a wonderful thing for this unique population pressure, which, by the way, was very destabilizing for the European demographic because you imagine all these unmarried warriors between the age of 18 and 26 just running around fully armed. It's a recipe for disaster. You know, they have to have something to do with themselves. So the Crusades just was the perfect thing at the perfect time. Very motivational, clear to understand. The mission was go and free Jerusalem from the Muslims and so on. So nobles, in particular in France, got together and they organized themselves and they made these treks down to Jerusalem to attack the Muslims and free up the holy sites. The pogroms that ensued were epiphenomenal to the Crusades themselves. In the Rhineland, there were all these populations of Jews. We'll look at three cities in particular briefly that affect Rashi directly and, by extension, our topic tonight, Yocheved Bad Rashi. They were, filled with Jews, and we have to understand that the Jews at this time were a highly visible minority, distinct in dress, in language, in settlement, because they're overwhelmingly urban or, living in villages as opposed to living in farms. They're the only non-Christian minority in Europe, so they're highly distinct and recognizable. And it happened that a lot of these crusaders, especially those who were not specifically tied to the conventional hierarchy, they had no peerage, for example, they said, wait a second, why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem? They didn't actually use the word schlepp because it hadn't entered the language at that time. I don't think that's more of a Yiddishism, but why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem to kill the infidels? We have infidels living right here in Germany. It's much more convenient for us to go and kill those who killed Christ, after all. I mean, they use a very clear anti-Semitic tradition behind them. And so they, instead of going all the way to Jerusalem, many of these roving bands, really of hoodlums, simply turned and attacked the Jews in the Rhineland. In particular, you have, and just to get a sense of who are these people, who are these pogromists, you have people like Peter the Hermit, shown here, who is, especially nasty to the Jews of Speyer. You have Enrico, who at one point, just to give you a sense of how credulous the people were at the time, he bared his chest and he turned around and he showed that on his back there was a huge sign of a cross. He proclaimed it was a miracle that, he woke up and this was a sign that people should follow him. In another case, there were pogromists who actually, whenever there was a particular goose, whenever they set the goose down on the ground, the goose would head towards Jerusalem. So they assumed it was a holy goose, and they followed this goose around to, this is the kind of zeitgeist, the spirit of the times. people were all caught up in this huge endeavor to bring about a neo-messianic period to get Jerusalem free from the Muslims. Many of them had messianic pretensions of their own. It seems that many of these pogromists felt that perhaps they were indeed the incarnations of John the Baptist or King David or even Jesus himself, and usually these things kind of petered out, but unfortunately after great acts of violence were perpetrated. In particular, the greatest attacks were in a tri-town called in Hebrew Shum. Shum is an acronym for the towns Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. These are three German villages on the Rhine River, and they were the ones that suffered the most in the Crusades. You recall that this is a population of Jews that have been living in this region for no more than perhaps 200 years, not a relatively old population compared to other sites of Jews in Europe, but it is one that accumulated significant wealth rather rapidly. One might even compare it, let's say, to, I mean, it's a big stretch, it's 1,000 years different, but even to the Jews of South Florida, for example, or Bal Harbor. You know, Jews were not living in Bal Harbor 30, 40 years ago, and all of a sudden there's a huge change in the demographics, so the Jews really stood out in comparison to the outside population. Anyways, the pogromists came in the month of May in 1096. They surrounded the town and were clearly threatening to invade and to attack the Jews. So the Jews decided to take refuge in the home of the bishop of Speyer. This is an interesting thing we'll have to reflect on once we get through Worms and Mainz. But they went to the bishop and they said there are a whole bunch of crazy people outside and there's a goose and things like that and they're coming here to kill us. So the bishop stood up and berated them and they left. The church protected the Jews, the local bishop, and violence was completely averted. It was very helpful that the bishop took very strong action and in fact amputated the hands of one particular perpetrator, and that sent a very clear message that violence against the local Jews would not be tolerated, and in fact the violence was averted through a strong action by the local bishop. The next two towns, however, did not fare as well. The pogromists simply moved on down the road. They came to Worms, and in this case, when the Jews went and took refuge in the bishop's home, the pogromists actually invaded the bishop's home and pulled the Jews out, massacring them there. In Mainz, which is a little bit later in the month of May, the Jews hoped to avoid the violence through paying a large bribe. This is basically the way the Jews, as a minority for most of our history and most places in which we live, Jews have two basic strategies to deal with threats of this nature. One is to simply, emigrate, simply go someplace else, which Jews have been doing for 2,000 years in the diaspora, or to try to bribe your oppressors, try to find a way to pay them off and to assuage them. One of my students once called this strategy of Jewish survival the fee or flee strategy. Either you pay the fee or you flee. That's basically how we deal with these kinds of things. It's worth noting, by the way, that Raoul Hilberg, the great Holocaust historian, argued very forcefully in his great 3-volume work, The Destruction of European Jewry, that this is one of the most tragic elements of the Holocaust is that Jews in the 1930s were still thinking the way we thought through most of our history, and thought that Hitler perhaps could either be bought off or there would be somewhere for Jews to go at the last minute, and neither of those things turned out to be true.
Poison their food.
Very, very limited. The Jews for Truck scheme, very, very small, very, very late as well. About 5,000 Jews were saved in Hungary, of course, but you put that within the context of 6 million, it's clearly not an effective strategy. And in terms of immigration, disastrous policy, because the world's borders are closing, including America's borders as well. America wouldn't even let the SS St. Louis, which was docked off the coast. We could see it from here if we stood on the roof, and they couldn't even get into Cuba because America was concerned that Jews would land in Cuba and then use a transit visa to get into America. So it was disastrously wrong strategy for the nature of that particular threat. Still, we're 1,000 years away from that. We're going to concentrate on the Crusades. The Jews of Mainz paid a bribe to the pogromists. They took the bribe, but they still attacked the Jews. There was some resistance put up by the Jews and by the bishop and the whatever force seeking muster, but there was no redemption, and the Jews were massacred in large numbers. Now, in the context of all three of these attacks, well, actually, let me get to the end of the story, and then we'll talk about some of the specifics that are especially relevant. So we can make a real distinction between the so-called legitimate crusaders. These are the knights who have positions, they have peerage, they have, jockeys after them, things like that, who basically left Jews alone. Their task was to get to Jerusalem and to free the sites. The violence against Jews was mainly perpetrated by all these hangers-on who, were swept up with the enthusiasm and with the newness of this great movement, but they did not have the means or the wherewithal to take themselves all the way to Jerusalem, and so they attacked more vulnerable local populations. The Jews were not the only victims of these so-called illegitimate crusaders. As they made their way through Europe, you have to remember that the sheer logistics of supporting a military venture like this is massive. You have to feed these soldiers. As someone said, was it Metternich, I think, that an army travels on its stomach? Right? You have to have food to keep them going. They don't travel on their feet, they travel on their stomach. And so as they came through, as these bands of ill-organized fighters would go through various villages, they would simply raid the local Christian villages in order to get provisions. And the local populations had enough, and so ultimately the so-called illegitimate crusaders were killed by Christians who did not want to have these anarchistic elements moving through the society. In Hungary in particular, nothing to do with the furniture with plastic on it. The Hungarians had no tolerance whatsoever for the Jews, for the Crusaders coming through, and as a result, these particular elements were destroyed. A major chapter that we're not going to touch is, of course, the Muslim experience of this, which is totally different because the Muslims are basically living in peace in Israel, and they're being attacked from Europe by all of these crusaders, leaving a real serious scar on Muslim-Christian relations that really persist to this day. The Americans in Iraq, for example, are commonly called crusaders, hearkening back to this period. Now, a couple of major observations, and then we can turn to this question of, what is Ashkenazi Jewry as opposed to Sephardi Jewry, and then we'll finally move on to Yocheved Ben Rashi, our topic for tonight. One of the most pronounced phenomena of the Jewish experience of the Crusades, which did not have wide-scale precedent in Jewish history, and thankfully does not have a long tradition afterwards, is that of Kiddush Hashem, specifically suicide, often mass suicide in the face of persecution. This term, Kiddush Hashem, of course, many of you in this room are familiar with this term. It means literally sanctifying the divine name, and it can mean something much more innocuous. For example, if a child is polite to a stranger, and the child was identified as a Jew, then that's a Kiddush Hashem, that's the sanctification of the name of God, and that's the kind of Kiddush Hashem that we especially like. In this context, however, it is a euphemism for martyrdom at the hands of anti-Semitic bands. So we have this terrible phenomenon which has been recorded in many chronicles of the times, contemporary chronicles of Jews electing to commit mass suicide. Usually, these are terrifying things to read. usually killing their children first and then killing themselves rather than submit to baptism by the Crusaders. Because one of the offers, the standing offers, which was not necessarily honored at all times, but that if the Jews were to convert to Christianity, if they were to submit to baptism, then they would be spared the violence. But the overwhelmingly large number of Jews who were offered this choice in Ashkenazic land chose to martyr themselves, either at the hands of the Crusaders or in many cases simply at their own hands, rather than submit to baptism. And many historians, see this as a defining moment for the creation of Ashkenazi mentality, the Ashkenazi Weltanschauung. We certainly remember it to this day, the Av HaRachamim prayer that is recited in synagogues on Saturday afternoons. If you ever read the text of it carefully and read the translation if you like, you see it's essentially a very powerful commemoration of the victims of these massacres. It was specifically penned in response to the 1096 massacres. So here it is 1,000 years later, and we recall this every single week. So many historians say that culturally, Ashkenazic Jewry began to look at the outside world, the outside culture, as being fundamentally toxic, dangerous to Jews, something that Jews should avoid. Instead, they should become much more insular, inward-looking, try not to engage whatsoever in the outside world, culture, larger, and so on. The Sephardi Jews, on the other hand, did not have this kind of intense, sharp pressure applied to them until really there's the pogroms of 1390, and then much worse, of course, the expulsions of 1492. But their pressure was much more gradual in nature, and they adopted more of an accommodationist strategy, saying, okay, this is a persecution, this is something we shouldn't deal with, this is something terrible, but if we just adapt in this little way, then we'll be able to maintain our lives. We may have to go a little bit underground, we may have to become crypto-Jews, but it kind of snuck up on Sephardi Jewry, whereas with Ashkenazi Jewry, it was a very sharp, pointed blow right at the beginning, really when they were just getting established in Europe, and so their cultures diverged. A little bit of an overgeneralization, but at any rate, I think it basically has a lot of validity to it and helps us understand the differences in the way these cultures develop. Second useful observation is the clergy, by and large, protected the Jews. When the Jews went and they were seeking refuge, where did they go? They went to the bishop's home. And this is, we have to recall that the two main populations living in the larger villages were always the Jews and the church. You have a few burghers there who are like, small-time merchants. Jews were not allowed into every trade, but the fact that the church was always there in close proximity to the Jews, and that they did not sanction this kind of violence is really telling about the nature of where this violence comes from and how it contrasts with the official position of the church, which was by and large not at all in favor of mass violence. The church certainly was in favor of maintaining a second-class status for Jews, that their position should not be enviable for the larger population, but they were not in favor of these anarchic movements that could easily destabilize the society and throw the economy into chaos, because Jews tend to be a really important part of the economy as a whole. In general, this is why Jews tended to gravitate to these cities, because they can be guaranteed something of a Rechtsstaat, which is a German word meaning a society governed by law, a society in which there's predictable rules, there are enforcement to those rules, and things like that. So that's my final observation. We're going to go right now to Rashi, so I'll take a couple of questions.
He's right on the ledge. He's going to be emancipated. He doesn't need a parent, okay? Now, he doesn't get any real money from his father's health with his life insurance. His dad didn't have it. So he didn't have any life insurance, okay? And they were renting. Here's the good news for Brett. Brett writes a great college essay, and it's called I Found My Father's Body in the Garage, and half of his head was gone. And so, the people at the college admissions office, because Brett is
the question is something about, how, I'm just repeating it so that people on the internet could hear.
He's not the
Can you hear me okay?
but he's on it.
Well, they're not going to hear it, so I put it on the computer.
I love baseball, and I love playing baseball.
we don't really know. We don't have good, rich demographic analysis of the social classes these people come from. I myself have done a fair bit of research of this in the early 20th century. Specifically, my first book spoke a lot about the pogroms of 1917 to 1920. So I've read a lot of the much better analysis we have by people like Malcolm Garrigill and other Eliyahu Chernikov who worked with that period. And what seems to there seems to be some parallels when you look at violence against Jews, like this popular violence. Much of it is really economic in nature, because once a person gets to have a certain level of economic standing in a community, a property owner, let's say, he may harbor anti-Semitic values, but he's not necessarily happy with having people run through the streets with torches, breaking glass and things like that. In fact, even looking at the 1930s, when Hitler launched Kristallnacht, which was, a countrywide organized pogrom against the Jews, he faced a lot of opposition afterwards from Germans who were saying, what kind of thing are these Nazis doing? We have glass all over the streets, we have buildings burning, the buildings next door to them are burning, and the Germans didn't like the great upheaval this kind of social movement can engender. Hitler learned from that a couple of lessons. One is that, first of all, you can basically do whatever you want, and the Western states are simply going to, write an editorial or say something in the League of Nations, and that's basically it. And secondly, very importantly, that if he wants to persecute the Jews, he has to take them out of Germany someplace else. So he implemented both of those things. So when you look at these, who's making these kinds of attacks on Jews, they tend to be people who are of lesser economic means. They, looking at the 19th century, they tended to be like migrant workers, unmarried men who lived in flop houses and would work during the day, and then they would be seasonal. They'd go back to their farms. And once they got married, then all this violence stopped because they had something to protect. And I would hazard a guess that the same thing in the period of the Crusades. These are, unemployed, poor people who see an opportunity for the very dark pleasures of rape and theft and drunkenness, and if they can couch it within a religious framework and say, oh, really, we're doing this for the greater glory of God, much more so. That's my general sense of it. But the great scholar of this period is Robert Chazen. He's written several books on it, and I would recommend you look at those books. Okay, last question, then we better go on.
They're going to get married. They're going to make a go of this, okay? After several months of dating, long distance, Brett decides he's going to move to New York because Carolyn seems to be on some better financial footing, okay? So he moves to New York, and Carolyn and him start dating. Now, the power dynamics
neither can I. So the argument is basically, it's a fairly facile argument. You see it quite often. That the Holocaust is the sort of culmination of Christian anti-Semitism, especially church-based anti-Semitism. So, and next week, by the way, we're going to look at Nicholas Donin, who is a very important figure in the history of anti-Semitism. So I'll give you some really nasty things to think about next week. There's no question there's a long anti-Semitic tradition in the church that is tied very closely to the root of Christianity, because it is, after all, a breakaway minion from Judaism. That there's always going to be like a repudiation of Judaism that's intrinsic to this new Christian movement, because that's one of the ways that you can justify the new movement is by deriving the origins, the mother religion. However, as my teacher, Alan Davies, who is, I think he's a Presbyterian minister and he's also a great scholar of anti-Semitism, he says that quite rightly that while the church had that kind of low level of constant anti-Semitism that occasionally flared out with a couple of nasty points, in reality, the church protected the Jews. They wanted the Jews to stay in a certain box in society, in a certain level of status, but it was intrinsic to Christian theology through St. Augustine and Doctrine and Witness that Jews had to remain alive. I won't go into all the reasons for this. And invariably, whenever you have these explosions of anti-Semitism, they tend to come from the lower lay clergy, who are not necessarily even literate, who are like stirring up the masses, and the upper clergy is constantly saying, no, you guys have it wrong. We're not supposed to kill the Jews. Stop that. Just say nasty things. Don't do nasty things. And quite often you have these fights within the church about how to control the enthusiasm of the uneducated Christian masses and give them, the real theology. You see it especially, for example, with the blood libel, where, someone will start a blood libel saying that the Christians killed this Christian, the Jews killed this Christian child for his blood, and the Jews will run to the bishop, and they'll go to the Pope, and the Pope will write a letter, a papal bull, saying, no, it's not true. They don't drink Christian blood. That's all bubomyces, to say it in Latin, so it sounds more formal. But no one will pay attention to it. So it's one of the conundrums of Jewish history is that it's not necessarily the church. It may come from the lower clergy. It certainly comes from a large population, but the church itself generally tries to maintain the status quo. They're part of society. They want society to keep functioning. Non-violence is the worst thing. Okay, we better go on. Let's talk about our, here we are, halfway through the lecture. So, Yocheved Bat, of course, Bat means daughter of, as is Hebrew convention, you name a person son or daughter of, typically the father. You use the mother's name in other contexts, for example, the person you know, but otherwise we call her Yocheved Bat Rashi. She was born probably around the year 1058. We have some sense of it because Rashi does write on occasion about his family, so we have a little bit of a family tree. His father was, of course, the illustrious Rabbi Shlomo ben Yitzchak, known by the acronym of his name, Rashi. He was the preeminent commentator on the Torah and the Talmud. His commentaries have become so canonized in the Jewish world that, in fact, one says that you learn the Torah with two fingers. One finger on the text itself and one finger on Rashi's commentary. It's a brilliant commentary, primarily because one of the things that Rashi does is he takes all of the oral Torah, the Midrash, the Talmud, the Mishnah, and so on, and he anthologizes it in a very beautiful, pithy, concise, easy to understand Hebrew. So when you study the Torah with Rashi, you're really studying both the written text with the massive interpretive tradition that is the best of Judaism. So Rashi is really, it is basic Judaism 101 for the last 1,000 years, and it's really an incomparable figure. There is a lecture I've given on Rashi online, and I certainly encourage you to go to the website and watch that lecture, and we have a lot more to say about Rashi. That we know a lot more about him than his daughters. He's known to some as, Rashi is an acronym not for Rabbi Shimon Yitzchaki, but for Rabban Shel Yisrael, the rabbi of all Israel, and that is not an understatement. He truly is someone who is almost mosaic in his stature and his influence on the Jews. What we know about the family tree is as follows. So we have at the top we have Rashi, and we have his wife, Mrs. Rashi. That's all we know, unfortunately. And he had 4 daughters. Yocheved, who we'll speak about briefly today, Miriam, Rachel, and another unnamed daughter that may have died in infancy. We've lost her name, and in fact, it's not certain whether or not she lived because some of the texts that refer to this are somewhat corrupt, and we're not positive whether or not it's actually referring to real people. Each of them, save the last, married. Rachel at one point went through a divorce from her husband Eliezer, which also sheds interesting light on the status of women at the time that we spoke about quite a bit last week, so I won't go into great detail about today. What's also fascinating is obviously his daughters were quite scholarly, both by native intellect and also by cultural upbringing. Their husbands did not necessarily distinguish themselves as great scholars, but their children certainly did. So that is, Yocheved gave birth to several very well-known rabbis, specifically Yitzchak, who's known as the Rivam, Shmuel, known as the Rashbam, and Yaakov, who's known as the Rabbeinu Tam. All 3 of these rabbis achieved very celestial rabbinic records, almost equal to their phenomenal grandfather, and much of their career actually is made in arguing with Zaidi over how to interpret the Torah. So much of what Rabbeinu Tam or the Rashbam have to say about the Torah is in contrast to what their great-grandfather did.
But my point is this. we've empowered certain women.
Yes, correct. Rabbeinu Tam disagreed with his father on how the tefillin should be constructed. Specifically, the tefillin had 4 parshiot, 4 sections of the Torah inside them. So Rabbeinu Tam disagreed on the sequence, among other things, of those parshiot. So there are some, there are some Jews who are very punctilious and will actually wear 2 pairs of tefillin. They'll wear Rashi, they'll pray, then they'll take it off and they'll put on Rabbeinu Tam. But I'll tell you a more amazing thing. You remind me, this is kind of, forgive me, this small little kind of window into the outside world. But, so in the mornings I learn in the back with David Herman, my Cabruso, we sit down and we learn it. And one morning a strange man came in. Joseph, sorry. And he was a big guy. Obviously from out of town. He's wearing like a long black kapota, and he looks like very, very religious. And he's got, among other things, he's got Rabbeinu Tam tefillin. He's one of the. I don't think there's anyone else in the shul who does that, who wears. No one wears it, right? Oh, Rabbi Citron will wear it too, but he'll do it quietly too. He doesn't like to show off that he has to wear the tefillin. Okay, so we have a few people. So this guy, anyways, he comes in when we're studying, which is kind of like a weird place to go because it's sort of out of the way. And a few minutes after he's there, the police show up. 7 o'clock in the morning, the police come in, and they're looking around for a guy involved in a hit-and-run fender bender. Some guy who crashed his car into someone else's car in the parking lot, and then fled the scene. And of course, they've got it on security camera, and there's a witness. And apparently the guy hit someone else's car, got out of his car, looked at the accident, got back to his car, left the parking lot, drove around the block, and then parked further away. And then, he left his big black hat in the back seat. So the police identify his car, and they figure he's up here praying, and sure enough, that was the whole story. So the real amazement is not that you can wear 2 pairs of tefillin, but how can you wear any tefillin and still leave the scene of an accident where you crashed someone else's car? I'm sorry? That's why we have olive for it. Oh, you mean like for prisoners? And yeah, that's, I guess so. But my Cabrusa, David Herman, he's such a tzaddik, he really is, because he said to me, like, why should we judge him by a higher standard? He grew up in a community where everybody dressed that way. His father dressed that way, his brothers dressed that way, his wife expects to dress that way. Why should he be any greater than the rest of us just because he has all, the appurtenances? And I thought that was a very kind way to look at it. Anyways, here we go. Yocheved in particular had 6 children, K'nei Nahora. We don't know about the last daughter. She is unnamed, but 3 of her sons were Rivam, it's Rabbi Yitzchak ben Meir, Rashbam, Rabbi Shmuel ben Meir, and Rabbeinu Tam. I'm not sure why they call Yaakov, maybe because they already have a Yitzchak, but the Rabbeinu Tam means our teacher, the pure. Actually, Tam is a funny word because it can mean also sort of stupid. So, Rabbeinu Tam. I'm sorry?
All right, folks.
Maybe that's it. Yaakov is Tam. Yosef Lahavos, right? That Yaakov, the patriarch, very well put. So Rabbeinu Tam, but it means, our teacher was pure. And these were really, global level scholars. These are phenomenal scholars. It's amazing that in one family you really produce so many great scholars. Now, what do we know about Yocheved, though? Because that's really, here we are, 45 minutes of lecture, and we're still waiting to hear something significant about her. Sorry, I can't too much. We have one phrase, one tiny little phrase in one of Rashi's Teshuvot that has created an ocean of literature on Yocheved, but it is there, as the Talmud says, mountains hanging by a hair. There's one passage in which Rashi says, he's discussing a difficult halakhic Jewish legal concept, and he says, and I called to my daughter, meaning he called his daughter and worked out an answer with her. Wow. So that sounds like a really great point that Rashi, the great scholar, the great rabbi of all Israel, calls to his daughter and worked out. We don't know which daughter, we assume the eldest, no real specific reason to, but we assume it's Yocheved. But somehow, with Yocheved, he was able to figure it out. And that should be like a definitive proof. However, many authors feel that this is a scribal error. And the difference is in the Hebrew, if you look at it, it doesn't say "Ulechein biti karati," which means and therefore my daughter I called, or is he actually saying "Uleven biti karati"?
What's happening in Gaza?
Substituting the letter Chaf for the letter Beit, which is very similar. It's just that Beit has a little bit of an extra foot on the bottom right, and Ben Biti means my grandson, and I called the son of my daughter. So that would make sense too, because the son of his daughter is the Rabbeinu Tam, or the Rivam, or the Rashbam. Those are three serious scholars. He could easily have called them. So the text as we have it today does read, "Ulechein biti karati," therefore I called my daughter, but it could easily be a typo, in which you could just say, "Uleven biti," and to my grandson I called, meaning the son of my daughter.
Sorry to hear that.
What do we know? Nevertheless, we do have lots of citations that are attributed to the daughters of Rashi in later literature. We do have many rabbis who unfortunately are not necessarily contemporary with Yocheved or her sisters, who will say that, this is what the daughters of Rashi would do. This is what the daughters of Rashi would say. And we don't know if those statements are really, kind of sort of legendary in nature, because we don't have any solid text to stand on, but nevertheless they are considered authoritative. For example, the Chuvot Maimonides writes, "We rely on the testimony of the daughters of the leading lights of the generation." So in other words, if there is a halakhic question, and you can't ask the sage, perhaps because he's passed away, you can ask his daughter, "So, what did father do? How did your father be? How did your father hold?" And so the daughters at least would be passive repositories of their parents' wisdom. And there was a wide-scale belief that, in fact, daughters had this authority, but we don't have solid ground to stand on to really attribute a lot to Yocheved. Aaron, did you want to say something? Okay. What about the elephant in the room, which is?
It's actually amazing.
We were talking about this a while ago. The daughter, what was she? There we go. Did she wear tefillin? That's the big deal, right? Okay. Thank you. It's late at night. I guess people are getting tired. Unfortunately, despite the very, very popular legend that the daughters of Rashi wore tefillin, we have no contemporary evidence to indicate that that is the truth. We don't have any statements from their sons, Rabbeinu Tam, the Rashbam, etc., saying, and by the way, my mother used to wear tefillin. We don't have Rashi specifically endorsing or denying that women wear tefillin. There's no real solid historical evidence that specifically the daughters of Rashi wore tefillin. However, we do have some interesting evidence to say that there were women who wore tefillin, and because we have a question that is addressed to Rabbeinu Tam, right, the son of Yocheved. And this is kind of interesting because, in a way, it proves both things. It proves that probably his mother didn't wear tefillin because he doesn't actually mention it. And you'd think that in the context he would say, "Oh, it's funny you should ask. My own mother wore tefillin." He doesn't say that. But he does say that I know of women who wear tefillin, and in his opinion, they may even say the blessings that are recited when you put on tefillin. And that's a very serious thing because, so what's the problem with tefillin for women in general? It's not actually that massive a problem. The halakhic literature does go through it in some detail. The traditional halakhic literature before the 20th century, when you have a lot more feminist influences, especially on more liberal interpretations of Judaic tradition, there's no real clear ban on women wearing tefillin. It's certainly not customary, but an outright and incontrovertible ban there does not exist. However, to recite the name of God without reason, that's one of the big 10, one of the 10 commandments. You're not allowed to take God's name in vain. So therefore, to allow a woman to say a blessing when she might not be allowed to wear tefillin, that's much more serious. Nevertheless, Rabbeinu Tam writes that in fact, fact,
if there
women
was
may
ever a
recite the
civilization
blessing, which is more
that
serious than
deserved
the
the
possible transgression of putting tefillin
cataclysmic,
on
again,
in the
not
first
rooting
place.
for it,
And of course,
don't want
in
it to happen.
liberal movements,
Don't want it to happen.
women wear
But
tefillin all the
just
time. It's certainly not
statistically,
customary in Orthodox
I
movements,
mean,
but nevertheless, it
could
has
there be
become
a
quite
better
common. Yes,
example?
question.
I mean, we just do. I mean, this guy is committing a genocide. Truly. I mean, I don't think anyone's even.
That's a very
I don't think
heavy and
anyone's
loaded
denying that
question.
at this
I'm
point.
glad you asked me with
People
10 minutes left because I'll be able to
about
say I'll take it after the
certain
class.
components of it.
But just
Like,
to
I
answer it
know that,
quickly,
like,
there
people are like,
we
well,
see it, if I'm not
yes, they're
mistaken, we see
starving
already in the
Gaza,
Siddur
but did you
of
see that video of that guy from
Amram which
Hamas
is
stealing a
about
banana?
9th century. I
Did you
think
see
it
that?
really is quite
There's a guy
old
from
in our
Hamas
tradition.
eating a
We do have some
banana.
variant texts, though. We do have a
people
couple
are
of
like,
versions
well,
that
you
don't
stole
exactly
the
say
banana from
Shaloah
the
Sani
people.
Isha, who was not
And they're
created
like,
a woman.
Hamas is stealing
And
the
there's a
food.
lot of
In
rabbinic
this
ink that's
whole
spilled in
thing,
trying to
Israel has
explain
no
that blessing.
culpability, by the way,
At this
at all.
point,
They've
I'm just going
actually
to
done
take
nothing
another
wrong.
question.
It's all
Hopefully,
been
they'll just go
Hamas.
on. Okay. Yeah.
Hamas has done
It's
everything.
a very difficult and meaningful
There's
question.
not been one, they stole the
But I do
food,
want to move a
they're
little bit
shooting
further
the
on this
people who
particular
are
thing, so I'm
in
going
line
to
for
push
the
off on it. And
food.
it is worth discussing,
Israel's doing nothing.
perhaps another class. Now,
And you have to trust Israel
you would
because
think so. You would think so. I'm not just saying it,
the only
parenthetically, that
people that are reporting
that
it
I
about
know
they're
of
not
women.
letting
Maybe
journalists
that's
in.
just his way of saying
Or they
my
just say
mother
are
used to,
Hamas.
possibly, but we
So
don't know.
if you
Now, there is also another legend that is highly unlikely. There are a few tractates of the Talmud where Rashi's commentary is missing. And there are commentaries that are added that are clearly not by Rashi, by some later scholars who want to try and just fill the gap. Sometimes they'll say Rashi on the top, but it's a well-known scholarly opinion that this particular commentary, for example, is not Rashi. In other cases, like for example, in certain tractates of, I think in Baba Batra, for example, his grandson Rashbam writes a commentary that supplants the one that's called a pseudo-Rashi. It's not an actual pseudo-Rashi. It's unlikely that the daughters wrote these pseudo-Rashis. Some scholars try to argue it, but I think they're trying basically to bolster this kind of politically very interesting idea of these women scholars, and we simply cannot, with authority, attach them to the daughters of Rashi. What we can do, however, is look at there were exceptional women that we know by name who did reach those levels of scholarship that we will discuss very briefly. There is a huge debate in the Talmud. I shouldn't say it's a huge debate. I think it's actually resolved rather quickly, and it remains simmering until the 19th and 20th century over whether or not women should have access to higher Jewish education. It's kind of a complicated debate. I wish I had more time to lay it out for you, but basically, one rabbi in Tractate Sota says that you should definitely teach a woman Torah, because that way, if she gets caught committing adultery, she'll have all this merit in her behalf that will stand her in good stead. And the rabbis say, are you crazy? You're teaching her Torah, so she should have merit if she does something inappropriate? Better not teach her Torah at all. And even though there are two sides to this argument in the Talmud, it is the latter position which has been taken as the standard one. Maimonides rules that way, for example. The Shulchan Aruch rules that way. And so for a large part of Jewish history, women have been shut out of higher Jewish education. Lower level education, often literacy, were often far beyond what the general non-Jewish population had, but higher levels of literacy, say beyond fourth grade literacy, basically it was extremely rare for women to ever penetrate that ceiling. Nevertheless, even with that, there are some very amazing women who managed to circumvent well-ingrained, centuries-long bans and distinguish themselves as scholars in their own right. Let's just jump ahead here. For example, Batavia of Regensburg, who is one of the great Jewish medieval travelers who left behind a travel log in which he talked about the various Jewish communities. He talks about a woman who, unfortunately, as is typical, goes unnamed. We don't know what her first name was, but she was the daughter of a Rosh Yeshiva who was named Rabbi Shmuel ben Ali in Baghdad. And after her father passed away, she continued running the yeshiva as the Rosh Yeshiva, as the head, and she would give the lectures through mechitza, meaning she would be on the other side of the mechitza. The students, the boys from the other side, she's teaching them the Talmud through, it was a business. Somebody had to run the business. And he reports this directly, with, unfortunately, omitting her name. Another woman in Kurdistan named Asnat Mizrahi, her husband was the Rosh Yeshiva, and after he died, she took over the family business, and similarly taught students in this manner. In the Kurdish Jews, her name, Asnat, is actually considered a segula. It's considered a kind of a spell. If you have any kind of difficulty, you call upon the name of Asnat, and she will somehow protect you. So there are numerous examples of these women who are like, they're like little pinpoints of light in a uniformly dark screen where their brilliance really stands far and above the average woman at the time. Let me just go back to this slide for a second here. Part of the reason why this is so, besides the traditional Talmudic ban, is the fact that women were very busy, as you can imagine. There was no real space for women to have the kind of intellectual and physical leisure to be able to study. But they were quite busy, essentially running businesses, and running their homes and having often very large families. Part of the reason for this, but actually one of the things that could contribute to women having a little bit more intellectual freedom, and again, we're speaking about women compared to men, Jewish women compared to Jewish men, then the comparison is obviously very negative. But if you compare Jewish women to non-Jewish women, there's no question that Jewish women were vastly more educated than their peers. The culture did definitely value education, just not, egalitarian. The reason why this began to change is something called Kest, which is especially associated with Ashkenazi Jewry from the 16th century onward. Essentially, Kest is it was a term used to describe the support given to young marrieds by their parents. And this was distinct quite often from the kind of things that were happening in the outside Christian world. Basically, if you had, like, let's say a young Christian girl and she got married, she and her husband would try and set up some kind of farmstead. They might have to share a plot, or whatever. They would live on their own in a little cottage, far away from the in-laws for sure. Whereas in Judaism, what would happen in the Jewish culture is that the children would typically move into an already large extended family household where there was a lot of female support for the young bride, especially in childbearing years. You would have grandmother, aunts, cousins, sisters, all within very close proximity, and therefore the younger women could use their energies towards the business and have reasonable childcare for their children. These kinds of things really increased the Jewish birth rate dramatically, particularly in the 19th century when the smallpox vaccine was circulating widely, and it has a very significant impact on education as well. When we get to the second term, I want to turn to the explosion of education for women that occurs in the late 19th century, because that's a very fascinating topic as a whole. So I'll have to skip over divorce. We talked about this quite a bit in the last week's lecture. So the legacy of Yocheved Bat Rashi, it's complex because we don't have a lot of really concrete data, but what we do have are some very pervasive and persistent legends about her. To be sure, we know that she came from an illustrious father and she produced very illustrious Jewish children who were very learned, and it stands to reason that she had an intellect that was equal to her sons and her father. But what we can say about her is that she inspired countless generations of Jewish women and kept the fire burning, as it were, of an aspiration for greater levels of Jewish literacy among Jewish women. It's ironic, Aliza is in the back room right now. I can say something nice about her. I mean, my own daughters, I take tremendous pride in the fact that they know so much. They have such a fantastic Jewish education. It gives me phenomenal Nakas and Halavai. And they have the kind of knowledge that, their great-grandmother, actually their great-grandmother was a very educated woman too, but their great-great-grandmother could never even hope to have. So Halavai, we should move forward and continue to give our daughters the kinds of education they deserve, because they're the ones that are going to change the world. Thank you for your attention and endurance. I'll see you next week.
I wish I had that kind of support in my own household. You were born a man. You're a goddamn man. What? We have Candace Owens here. She's being sued by Brigitte Macron, who's the First Lady of France. And Candace has said that Brigitte was born a gentleman. And now I have challenged Brigitte to go on the Nelk Boys podcast and show her clips.
A young woman who died tragically in an act of resistance.
And let's do this thing.
During World War II.
End the war in Gaza. Show
Hannah
your
Senesh was
bush.
born in Hungary in 1921.
Show your
Her
clip
father
to the
was
Nelk
a
Boys.
well-known playwright
You're the
who
First Lady of
died when
France.
Hannah was
If you're
26
afraid to
years
show
old.
your
Her
pussy
family had a fairly
to
assimilated
Steiny from
Hungarian
Nelk,
Jewish
then
background.
you don't get to be the
Strong
First Lady of France.
identification
You
with
don't get to
people,
be it.
Yet, relatively
Show
weak
your
attachment
pussy to Joe
religious
Rogan
observance.
in
She
his
was
studio.
ultimately
Fly
educated
to
at a
Austin
Catholic
and
school,
open
she
spread
noted
your
that
legs
there were rather
for Joe
punitive tuition
Rogan.
rates for
Come on.
non-Catholic
That's
Catholic
weird.
school that her parents had sent her to,
Well,
but they sent her a message education was of primary importance.
Well, it's a pussy round.
She developed
It could
a very
definitely be.
early attachment
Oh,
to
100%.
Zionism. And
Absolutely.
she ultimately made Aliyah in 1939
Yeah, for sure.
and joined the kibbutz,
I saw her
where
pussy.
she was very much dedicated
Show your pussy to Joe
overall
Rogan in Austin,
enterprise of
Texas.
building up the land of
And
Israel.
go see the show at the
However,
mothership.
many of her plans were truncated
Show
when
the
the
plan.
Nazis invaded
Just do
Hungary,
it. End the
and,
speculation.
she
Show the
felt
gash.
constrained to go back to her
This is
homeland and to join the
politics.
resistance. In January of
It's the
1943,
news.
she
And
joined
this is what has
British
to happen. We got to move
volunteers
on as a
to act
society
as a paratrooper
from this
with
war
the
in
plan
Gaza and
of
from
going
this.
into
Stop
Nazi-occupied
starving the
Hungary
children in Gaza.
and
Show
then
your clit
wreaking
to
havoc
Joe
on
Rogan.
the Nazi
Go on, kill
invading
Tony.
air force.
I'm the president of
Senesh
France's
was
wife.
accepted. There
And
were
they
only
say I got a
37
cock,
candidates who
but I
went
got a
with her,
clit.
and she
Boom.
was paratrooped
Red
back
Man does a
into
sound
enemy
effect.
lines
Make the
in
podcast
German
rounds.
territory.
And show
She
everyone
fought
your
alongside
pussy,
Utah,
please.
Yugoslav partisans until she was
Put your
ultimately
pussy
captured.
in the Akash and
She
your
was
Schultz's face.
tortured, and
Charles is like,
she was found on
damn.
the radio, and the Nazis
Get
were demanding
your
that she
pussy
hand
on
over all the
flagrant.
signals and all of her
Endless.
colleagues in the resistance, and she refused to
Show
do
your
so, and
pussy
she
to
was
Theo
ultimately
Von.
shot. Many of her writings, however, have
Let Theo
survived,
Von see
and
your
this
French
one is
pussy.
perhaps her most famous.
And
It's
let
called
him
Blessed is the
decide if
Match,
it was
and
at
it
one
says a lot
point
about her
a small
personality and her
cock.
legacy. I'll read
That's
you a
what we
quick
have to
translation
figure
of it.
out. Was
Blessed
her
is the
penis
match
inverted and
consumed in
made into a
kindling
pussy?
flame.
This is
Blessed is the flame
politics.
that burns in the secret fastness of the heart.
What
Blessed
are
is the
tariffs?
heart
We don't
with
even
strength
know.
to stalk
Put
its
your
beating
puss
for
on
honor's
the
sake.
internet.
Blessed is the match
That's why I keep
consumed
watching this
in
show.
kindling flame.
So give us a sample.
Short-lived,
We'll send my
but
doctors, we'll take
heroic
your
young
blood,
life.
Pussy.
figure it out real
The,
quick. How are we
yes.
going to go
Pray
about
for
this?
your
Hey, how about
sight
just giving us
this
some
week.
pictures again of you growing up, raising your
That's
children?
it
That
for
would be
this week in
fine.
Jewish history.
For whatever reason, to phone, by the way,
And I look forward to speaking
like I said,
with
we'll
you
get to
in
the bottom of it. Right, that is what Discovery is for. Asking a lot of questions. You're probably hoping, this will go away, and at least we'll see.
Now, so here's what Candace's thing is that Brigitte was born something else. I think she stole the identity of her dead brother or something like that. And MK Ultra, that program that the CIA used, which was a mind control program, because I listened to this a while ago, and it is interesting.
Tonight's topic is Betty Freedom, and it's our penultimate class for the season. Next week we will have another, I think, very controversial topic. We're going to look at Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the seventh Rebbe of the Chabad Lubavitch movement. A fascinating individual and misunderstood in many circles, I think. A person with made a huge impact on modern society, and I think we'll have an interesting discussion in that way. But tonight, we're going to be talking a little bit about women who changed things, women who had a dramatically different view of society, and through their influence, were able to leverage phenomenal changes that my own daughters enjoy tremendously in the 21st century. And with that in mind, that's my segue to the joke, which speaks to this idea that Jews historically are politically very quiescent. They try to blend into the background. They try to avoid controversy and so on. There's a passage in the in Pirkei Avot that says
And another
having
place.
this follow the Shlomo Shal Malchus,
Jade is the
you should
number one
pray
coffee
for the
destination in the
welfare
U.S.
of the community.
For both hot and cold
Pray for the
coffee
welfare of the government.
They've sourced the
She'il
best beans
Mole
from top
Norah,
roasters across the U.S.
Ish
And they have
Esrael
a
Chaim
special
Balal.
cold brew collection.
If it were not for
Trade
the
makes it
fear of
effortless
the
to make
government,
your own
people would
cold brew at
swallow
home
each
that's
other
both
alive.
delicious.
So
And
the
at an
idea is
amazing
Jews
value.
should,
They don't just stop at
be
beans.
quiet, not make
They also
trouble,
provide
things like
expertly
that. So
curated
it goes like
equipment
this.
that's easy to
There's
use. You
two
can make
Jews
amazing
who are
coffee. And I
being
will tell
led
you this,
out
folks,
to
I do love this
execution.
coffee. My friends drink cold
And
brew.
one of them
And they love
starts
this coffee.
screaming at the top of his lungs,
They've
"It's a
teamed up
mistake.
15
I'm
roasters to
innocent.
create a
You've got the
special
wrong
cold brew
guy.
collection
I
that
demand a
ensures your cold brew
retrial.
at home
I
tastes
demanded
exactly what you
appeal.
want.
Where's
It's
my
rather
lawyer?" And the
delicious.
other one says to him, "Shut.
The limited
Don't
time
make
trade
trouble."
is giving 50% off among
That
the
was the
cold brew. That's
punchline.
around
Okay.
60
All right.
cups of cold brew.
Sorry.
For 50% off,
I talked to a
when
student
you
today
go to
from New York, Mr.
drinktrade.com/Jim,
Alexander.
that's
How are you doing? Shout out there. Who
drinktrade.com/Jim,
says that I'm actually
50% off
very
1 month of
funny,
cold brew.
which I appreciate it. Mind
Drinktrade.com/Jim.
you, I'm still grading his essays.
So the
But he says one day he would like me to turn the camera around. Don't do it, Mr. Rodriguez. He would like me to turn the camera around to see how come it's so quiet back there. I think it's the microphone, but
Now Macron's a weird guy.
okay, let's talk about our
Let's look
topic for
at
today, Betty Friedan. And we
Macron
have to be
is now
quicker
saying he's going to
today,
bring in
so
refugees from
we can
Gaza.
go
But
backwards
let's
and
take a
forwards,
look at
and we
what's
have the little
really going
red
on. It feels
pointer up.
weird.
So, her
Macron,
name
if
is
you can
Betty
get that
Naomi
up, has just
Goldstein,
said,
born in
hey,
Peoria
I
in
am
1921.
going to
The
accept
E was added
refugees
as
from
kind of an
Gaza.
affectation by her parents. That was kind of like a cool
And
thing
he
to
said,
do. Like
hey,
today
this
when
is
they'll
what's
put
going to happen.
accents on
And
words and things like that. So
everybody is
she
going,
later
well,
dropped
isn't
the
that
E when
nice
she was in college, but
that
at the time she
Macron
was named
is going
Betty
to
Naomi
accept
Goldstein.
all
Obviously
of these
a young
refugees from
Jewish woman.
Gaza? But what it
Her
really
claim to
is
fame,
a
and it is extensive,
relocation campaign
two
to
primary
take people from
achievements.
Gaza
One
and put them in
is a
France
very important
so
book
that
with
Israel
huge
can
influence in
build
America
whatever
and
the hell
throughout the
they're going to
world,
build in
known
Gaza.
as the Feminist
So everyone's
Mystique,
like, isn't it so nice?
1963,
Look at France
a
stepping
rather
up.
searing critique, not
then,
only of
so
the sort of
people are saying
American
this,
middle-class
like,
ideal
and then there's
of
some people that are
femininity,
not
but in many ways,
dumb.
really the
And they
entire
go, well, this
patriarchal
seems like
system
a
from the ancient world
relocation
in the
plan
West to the
to
20th
put
century. A
people
book
that
that
lived in
was
Gaza
a
in
landmark
France.
critique of
And so
what
Israel
people
is
thought
just,
about
now
themselves,
control
particularly
demolish
women,
all these buildings in
and
Gaza.
really
They're going to
launched
build whatever they're going to
a new
build.
era, ERA,
Now,
so to speak,
Macron
of
goes, well, now
women's
I'll
rights
take
in
some of the
America.
heat off
Thank you
myself
for
by going,
acknowledging
hey,
that
listen,
small
we're
claim. Okay.
recognizing a Palestinian
Secondly,
state.
she founded a
Now,
very
Israel
important
is like
organization, the
pretending to be
National
mad at this,
Organization for
but this
Women.
is a
She
completely
was its
ceremonial
founder
thing
and first president,
because
and
they
pushed
just
through a lot of
destroyed
really
Gaza. It's
important legislation
What
in this
state
country
could there?
related
What are
to
we
women
talking
and
about?
rights. The,
Like everyone's
the
like,
theme
Macron
for
is,
tonight's
I can't
lecture
believe he's
is
recognizing a
I'd like to spend
Palestinian
a little bit
state.
of time
What?
talking about the history of
They destroyed
feminism,
the whole thing.
because
It's
I
in
know that for many of you in
smithereens.
this audience, this is
The
something
city's
you're
done.
very well aware of, but
It's
bear
the
in mind that
most,
there are
it's like a lot of the
undergraduates
people
on the other
coming
side of
out
the camera
now
in particular
and
who
going,
don't
this
have that
seems
much
a bit
familiarity
much
with
for
this.
the starving.
In fact, some
This
really
seems a bit,
fascinating
I
recent
talked about it on
studies
the Patreon or whatever.
have been done,
A lot
and
of
they do it, for
celebrities now
example,
are
at
coming out
UCLA
going,
and a
I
few other
cannot
colleges where they'll interview
believe
incoming
they're
freshmen
so
women.
dramatic, and they're like,
That's
oh,
in
it
itself
is
a kind of a
happening.
sexist term,
You know, they're
freshman
all like
women
half
or
singing
fresh
all the time.
persons.
But
And
it's
they'll
like,
ask
well,
them,
there's
you know,
no
what do they think
political
about
risk
feminism?
in saying
And
anything
a
now.
large
This guy's
majority
recognizing
of
a
young women
Palestinian state
today
after
have
it's
a
literally
negative
been destroyed.
impression of the
It's
word and the
literally
concept
like
feminism.
destroyed. It's
They
like the
regard
funniest thing in the
feminists
world.
as being
It's
shrill
literally been
and
destroyed.
manly
Hold
and
on.
all kinds of
Hold on 1
things that
second.
they don't necessarily want to
What if
adopt.
just letting
But at the
Maxwell's
same
like,
time, if they ask those same young women, you know, how do you feel
what if
about
that's
things like
it first?
equal
Your
pay
bitches
for
are, I'll tell you
equal
one
work,
thing,
and how do you feel
I'll
about,
tell
you
you
know,
one thing
daycare
fast and
subjects, and all of a
foremost.
sudden they
Christian
become huge
Macron is a
feminists.
cook.
You know, so in
Oh,
other
yeah,
words,
and
there's
although
a
he's
gap
not, he's
between
still
what
cook.
young women
Alright, cool.
today
Sorry. So here's our
realize about
president
what their mothers and grandmothers have
on the Palestinian
achieved. They
question.
reject
This
the
is
label, but they
Macron.
don't understand really the content that goes behind that
Palestinian
label.
state
So the
issue
topic for
that
tonight
Donald
is, I'd I'd like to speak a little bit about the history of feminism coming up to the middle of the 20th century. And then I would like to look at Betty Friedan's life in particular, although not in great detail, but we will survey some of the most important elements of her life. And then I'd like to spend the last 15-20 minutes speaking about the development of Jewish feminism in the 1960s and onwards, and its implications for Jewish women today. So that is the plan. Here's the clicker. It works now? Thanks. So, feminism, or as more properly known in the 18th century, was the women's question. What was the women's question? Really, it was the men's question, it was like, what are we going to do with women? It is ironically pretty much contemporaneous with the Jewish question. And in a lot, there's some eerie parallels between women's quest for legal rights, social rights, and so on, and Jews' quest for legal, social rights, and so on. For emancipation. Often, not only do they run in parallel, they intersected, as we have in the 20th century, where so many of the leading feminists were in fact Jewish women at the same time. But for much of it, these are two similar causes that run simultaneously. If you recall, when we talked about Shlomo Michael just a few weeks ago in the lecture on the Soviet Union, for example, the Soviet Union established a section of the Communist Party for Jews at the same time that they established a section of the Communist Party for women, and they abandoned them both at the same year as well. So these two ideas, these are like subgroups, an interesting kind of minority within either a physical minority or a legal minority, have a lot of things in common. It really begins with the French Revolution of 1789. Like so many things changed with that very important revolution, which occurred, of course, in the heart of Europe, transforming a major monarchy that had lasted since who knows when into a democracy overnight. And they totally rewrote the rules on everything, including how to measure things, instituting the metric system, how to measure time. They moved to a decimal system with 10 months of the year, a 10-day week, which made things really crazy for Jews who were trying to observe 1 day in 7 on Shabbat. And of course, in terms of the great human experiment, the French came up with the very important phrase, liberté, égalité, fraternité, liberty, equality, and brotherhood for all. And they were thinking everybody except for women and Jews, of course. Jews didn't get emancipated until 2 years later, when a lot of the Sephardic Jews in Bordeaux said, hey, what about us? We're French as well. And women were not considered. In fact, Marie Gouze, who was an important thinker of the time, she suggested perhaps we should amend the current document, the very famous not exactly a constitution, but a clarion call of the French Revolution, the rights of man and citizen. And she wanted to have a change to read, or an additional version, the rights of woman and citizen. The word citizen in French, of course, is declined, either masculine or feminine. And she wanted to say, hey, listen, your document here is beautiful, but it's intrinsically sexist. What about women? And the French leaders at the time said, no. We only meant men. And so that project languished. And so the question was, why were women so excluded at the time? The women's question said, why should we be excluded? Were they excluded on the basis of religion? Obviously not, because they were also French Catholics. By custom, men's and women's, it was one culture. Or obviously it was only because of biology. And this was the beginning of a couple of centuries of struggle for women to achieve equal rights in Europe. Women had a lot to do with changing things around during the period of the Enlightenment. There's a photograph or a portrait, of Rahel Varnhagen. You'll recall we spoke about her as well a few weeks ago. She was a very important Jewish woman who ran a salon. The word salon in French means living room, and basically she and hundreds of Jewish women like her, middle-class, upper-middle-class Jewish women who are basically the backbone of feminism up until the last quarter of the 20th century, would invite guests to her home. Typically wealthy people who could become patrons of people who are practicing the arts, philosophers, musicians, artists, and so on. And she was in these salons, a lot of the new and exciting ideas, politically and socially, that would later develop in Europe, were discussed and brought to fruition. And one of the very important and frequent discussions was on, what to do with women. Should women always be in a secondary status vis-a-vis men? Let me give you a few examples of that. If you look at the Napoleonic Code, you can see a really great picture of Napoleon pointing away over the Alps in one of his many escapades. Not someone I think an overly large view of himself from this rather heroic picture. But looking at this law code from 1804, there's a lot of really incredible things that, blow us away by our standards. For example, women needed a husband's permission to attend university, to live apart from their husband, or to work outside the home. All these things, you have to have a written permission from your husband to do such things. This, of course, has changed dramatically. Like, for example, I know that when I go shopping for my wife and she gives me a shopping list, I basically have to hold on to that shopping list for about 6 months. Because invariably there will be some question. I said the Heinz ketchup. What are you doing buying the generic? I have to make sure. I'm going to edit that part out when I do it for this. No, but I mean, okay, I tried to make a joke. It wasn't very funny. Okay, women, thank you very much. Women may own property, but women may own property, but only since 1870 in Britain. Before 1870, women had no legal rights to have title to any property. Germany, a little bit later, 1900, and France, home of the revolution itself, did not give women the right to own property until 1907. Rather amazing. Huge double standards everywhere you look. For example, in the case of adultery, God forbid, women would receive a punishment of imprisonment for 2 years for adultery, and men would receive a fine. And even the circumstances under which they would receive a fine were exceptional. For example, if a man brought his mistress to the bridal home rather than seeing her at some Motel 6 or something like that. So really tremendous inequality between men and women in the legal function. And one of the most infamous ones, which actually I could not track down, so I'm not positive this is associated with the Napoleonic Code per se, but forgive me if I have it wrong. One of my students, hopefully you'll fact check this and make a little comment on the video. The so-called rule of thumb. Are you familiar with this phrase, the rule of thumb? Which means basically a rough estimate, right? So apparently the rule of thumb comes from the Napoleonic Code that a husband may only be charged with the crime of beating his wife if he used a stick that was larger than the diameter of his thumb. Smaller than the diameter of thumb, that's just a regular kind of household dispute, a domestic dispute. Larger than the thumb, then that was a crime already. Hence the rule of thumb. You get a sense of the many areas in which women face phenomenal legal disabilities. Moving into the Industrial Revolution, which is also kicking off at about this time, we have it really starting in the last quarter of the 18th century and then proceeding with rapidity through the 19th century. Women are suddenly seen as a great source of labor, which has it's a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it gave women a lot of gainful employment, which previously they would not necessarily have had outside of the family farm or business. Suddenly, they could become independent wage earners on their own. But at the same time, the widespread assumption that women should receive less wages than a man. And women and children were exploited with incredibly low wages, far below the already exploitative wages that men would receive. And this is a phenomenon that, of course, persists to the present day. In 2012, the figure in the United States of America was that women receive approximately 77 cents on the dollar for pay of equal work when compared to men. This is something that even my undergraduates are kind of surprised with, but it's true. A man and a woman doing the same job in America, the woman is likely to be paid, 3/4 what the man gets for the same job. Women also had the traditional double burden during the Industrial Revolution and moving on into the 20th and 21st centuries, where they would be sent to work and they would earn some capital for the home. But when they got home, they would be expected to have the same responsibilities they did were they, so to speak, traditional stay-at-home women. Of course, there is no really such a thing as the traditional stay-at-home woman. That's sort of like a kind of a chimera or a fantasy of 1950s Leave It to Beaver era. But nevertheless, women would be expected to go out of the home to work for a wage and then come home and take care of children, food preparation, laundry, and so on. So women really had, in many ways, a very, very difficult time through the Industrial Revolution.
a psycho
there's much more
radical
to say about
doing
this.
comedy. I love comedy. I love
So the
the group
feminist
of people I was with. We had a goal. And we were all doing
periodization
it.
is
We all kind
usually
of
divided
understood that
between first
part of it
wave
was being
and
broke,
second
and part
wave
of it was not
feminism.
having
The second wave is the
a
one
ton of
that's
assurances, and we
associated
were just out there
specifically with
taking
Betty
risks.
Friedan and her activities.
But
The
there's a lot of
first wave
people that
is
because
older.
their
It goes back
lives
to
are
really
going
the
down the
late
drain,
19th century in particular,
start
and
embracing
it's very, very
pathologies.
prominent in
And
America.
when you tell
And it's
people that
concerned
like
primarily with the
the
addressing of
Epstein
these
files
huge
don't exist, or
inegalities,
that
particularly in legal
questioning
terms.
Israel makes them
The most
anti-Semitic, or that
significant of
they should
these
be funding
efforts of first
the
wave feminists
genocide and then the
was the
starvation
so-called
campaign.
suffragette movement.
It drives
Suffragette, of
people
course, means
insane.
a female
It makes them
voter,
actually crazy.
immortalized in a somewhat
So now
patriarchal
the
way
material
by
conditions
the
of their life
Mary
are
Poppins
Everything's
movie, which I'm sure you all seen.
People
And
know
my
it's a
daughter
lie.
Lisa was prominent in just
You create
recently. Of
more.
course,
Remember
did
that?
they make
They're
any big?
stealing
I wonder how they did the suffragette scene in the
articles how much
production.
they're
Because
stealing
men aren't allowed to
over
go to
there.
the production,
And there's no money
and
to
so I have
fix
no
the
idea how it's
roads in
handled. But
upstate New York,
Lisa, how did they
or
handle that?
Pennsylvania, or Detroit, or Michigan. And fuck you.
Like, I really should get the video
And
for
when
y'all to
Mark
see. You
Andreesen
remember
comes
familiar
out
with
and
the scene?
says,
She's
hey, the
slightly
only
ditzy
jobs left are
woman,
going to be
a
venture
woman of the house. She's
capitalists.
slightly ditzy,
After
and she
AI
comes
takes
in
over,
wearing all her
and sorry, that's just
petticoats
the
and
way
things
it
like that, and
is.
these silly little umbrellas,
And
and
again,
she's
I
wearing
think
like
these
this,
ice raids are
this
barbaric.
you know,
Do need to
sash
figure
which
out
says
a
something like
way
"Votes for
to
Women" or
worry
something,
about
and she gets all the
American
kids
people.
and the maid up into
I don't think you should be
a
deporting
dance
6-year-olds, throwing them in
celebrating
handcuffs,
how
or,
women get the
people
right
here
to
that are
vote.
here.
But the
They've been here
impression
for
you
a
get in
while,
the
they're friends
film
in the
is that
community, they're
this
doing
is
a
the
job.
last person you want
I
to give
think
a
all of
vote
that is
to
going to make the
because she's
pendulum
not
swing
intelligent
again,
enough to make any
where no
reasonable
one cares
decisions.
and
And
everybody's
so
going to get.
it's a very
But you need to
condescending kind of
worry
approach
about
to
America
the
as
whole
a country
suffragette
and say,
question. They're making
why
fun
is
of
everything so
women
fucked? And
seeking
it's
the
not
right to
one
vote.
route. We should be
Is that how
going
they
after
handle it in
billionaires.
the
Where's the
production?
E-Verify shit? Why aren't we going after people that employ illegal
Right.
immigrants?
So,
Is it
well,
because they're all Trump's
as they
friends?
say in Yiddish, plus
Why
ça
are we going
change,
after the guys like Steve
plus
Flynn
c'est
and
la
all
même
these hotel
chose.
magnates that employ
Okay,
all
so
these people who
nevertheless,
choose not to pay American
I'm sorry,
wages?
Joe, you want to say
Why
something?
are we doing that?
Yeah, okay, first
So this is what drives
the
people
more it changes,
insane.
the more it stays the
And
same.
it drives
The
them crazy to
suffragette
the left,
movement,
to
of
the
course,
right, wherever.
was successful
So
in
why
the
am I
end,
watching some
and in
guy show up at
1920, the
graduation,
19th Amendment
there's a
was
billionaire on a
passed,
private
which
jet
formally
who
gave women the right
employs
to vote in
illegal
the United
immigrants
States, a major
not
victory
being
for
arrested
this
or
first
detained
wave.
or
But as
questioned.
we see
Why
in
is that
so many areas, the right to
This
vote
is what
is
drives
hardly
people insane,
the
and then they go on the internet
end of,
and they get
it's hardly,
radicalized.
well, I
So
guess
if
it's
you
the end
want
of
people
the
to stop
beginning,
being
and that's it.
radicalized,
Okay.
it's
So
not
going
about
now to
banning
Baker, any
things and
questions before we
burning
go to
books, and
Betty
the
Friedan?
right
Yes,
wing does
please.
it too, although some of the books
I
are a
have to
little
interject on a
crazy.
political note.
But a
The
gay
Republicans
character
voted against
in a book, and the right wing
equal pay
runs it bans it because they're afraid their kids are going to become gay.
2012.
You know, I understand when you're in fourth grade, but if you're in high school,
I have to
you
be
handle a
very
book with a
careful what I
gay
say in
character.
shul.
But some of the
Politics.
books are like,
But,
I don't know, some of them are a little crazy. Like
I'll
some
tell
of
my wife, and
I
she'll be
looked at
very
some of the
pleased that
books,
you
like
brought
I
that up.
looked them up, and I'm like, wait a
Okay.
minute, why are we doing this? You
So
know what I mean?
some of the books are
like,
so she was the eldest child. There were three children in the family. Harry and Miriam Goldstein.
You know what I mean? Like
Harry was a first-generation immigrant from, I believe it was Russia, the Russian Empire. He had a very thick accent that he never lost, but he pulled himself up by his bootstraps, established a small jewelry store, which ended up becoming quite profitable. He married Miriam, who was a first-generation American without an accent, much younger than he. Her parents disapproved of the match, but it went ahead anyway. Brought up his wife and family in a very solid upper middle class family in Peoria. Later in her memoirs, the young Betty spoke about how she had really no idea what it was like for people off the bluff. The bluff was the area looking over Peoria, she always had servants and so on, and she had no idea of what it was like for people, so to speak, on the other side of the tracks. Like many firstborn, she was quite precocious, demonstrated very high-level intelligence, and particularly in the humanities. She was a very strong writer, and throughout her primary and secondary school years, she spent a lot of time in literary efforts, establishing school newspapers, newspapers and things like that, and everyone thought that she would succeed. Her mother, Miriam, had wanted to go to Smith College, a very prestigious all-womenens college, but her father had forbidden it, and so there was no question in her mind that her daughter, Betty, and of course her sister after her, would also go to Smith. And it was at Smith that she began to really explore a lot of new ideas. One of those areas of thought that she was exposed to was the thought of Karl Marx, who we should really spend an entire lecture speaking about in perhaps next season, God willing. Marx, of course, the founder of what would be called today the communist movement, had a lot to say about discrimination against women. He felt that marriage was a form of theft. He felt that the idea of possessing a woman as a form of chattel was essentially a type of economic exploitation in which a man would ensure that the progeny were in fact his own in exchange for, the goods and services that go with a secure home. And a woman, on the other hand, would essentially be prostituting herself in order to exchange goods and services of a sexual nature in order to have the security of a home. Amazingly, Marx was happily married, and he was never dumped by his wife, Jenny von Westphalen, even though he wrote all, maybe she couldn't understand German, I don't know. But anyway, Marx felt that, the discrimination against women was a very, very fundamental thing that was well inbred in Western society, and he wished to uproot it entirely. There were some significant experiments on this, including in Israel, but that's beyond our topic today. One of the more influential works of the Marxist thought was a rather amazing book by a guy named Chernyshevsky called Что делать? What is to be done? So influential that, among others, Lenin even borrowed that title for his most influential pamphlet on politics, which was essentially a total revision of society in every aspect. And in Chernyshevsky's What is to be done, which is an amazing novel and really worth reading, although it's just mind-boggling. It has this one character in it who has decided, like Marx argued, to completely reevaluate himself and to question every social norm. So, for example, he wants to toughen himself up to be able to be prepared. He wants to make his body as strong as it physically be and not rely on the disabilities that society imposes on him. So he sleeps regularly on a bed of nails rather than on a mattress. He believes that his digestive system has become corrupted by the dainty foods that he ate as an upper middle class person, so he eats ground glass. All kinds of crazy things like this. And of course, he practices free love because he believes that the whole institution of marriage that we have developed is contrary to the just development of human potential. So these are the kinds of ideas that she was encountering in the 1950s. This is before the House Un-American Activities Committee really began to give communism and socialism a very bad name. She would ride her way through a lot of this, by the way. She did exceedingly well at Smith College, developing a very important newspaper there. And ultimately, she graduated summa cum laude in psychology, and she went to Berkeley, California, where there are no socialists or communists whatsoever. That's a joke, of course, right? And she was even more influenced when she was out west. Although ultimately she did not end up completing her PhD in psychology. Also, kind of ironically, it's interesting when you read the biographies of her, this is a period of time when therapy was kind of booming, almost faddish in its nature, and she spent most of her life in therapy, and it was like really kind of something that everybody did. She was in therapy, her husband was in therapy, all her friends were in therapy, even when she could barely rub two nickels together, she was still spending it on therapy. It was like drug use in the 1960s, was the kind of thing that people did in big ways. She moved eventually back to New York, where she combined her literary talents with her newfound Marxist ideology, and she wrote for trade union papers such as the Union of Electrical Workers. workers,
Maybe there's something to
essentially
that
writing
ethno-state
articles in
concept.
a leftist vein, trying to promote change for blue-collar working
Everyone
class.
around now going,
It was
how do we
at this time that she met
people from being
Carl Friedman,
radicalized and going
a veteran who just returned from World War II and was somewhat lost, looking at different possibilities in his life. He had just come off of a bad relationship, or a failed relationship, where his girlfriend from before the war had moved out with another man. He met Betty, and they had a whirlwind relationship that ended in a very quick marriage and production of 3 children. He dropped he dropped 2 letters from his name. He dropped 2 letters from his name. His name was actually Friedman. He changed to Frieden. Betty liked it very much. As one biographer put, he had an extremely poor relationship with his own parents, and by dropping the 2 letters, he was dropping both the ma and the man from his name. That seems a little bit far-fetched, but kind of cute and worth repeating. Their marriage was extremely stormy. People who went to their home often found them getting into, really serious knockdown, drag-out fights. One particularly memorable one involved Betty, who was actually something of a gourmet cook, and she brought out to a whole bunch of assembled guests this beautiful fish dish, and Carl apparently picked up the entire platter and threw it against the wall. Betty went and picked the fish up off the floor and off the wall, cleaned them up, put them back in the platter, and went back to serving her guests. They had a very stormy marriage, a lot of controversy. At one point, she mentioned in her memoirs that Carl beat her. Carl, really objected to accusation, and what she meant, she took it back in an interview, was that, no, we used to fight a lot, and Carl was a lot bigger than me. That's all it was. So it wasn't like wife abuse, but it was kind of like a mutual give and take, in which he had a height and weight advantage over her, so to speak. But anyway, not a model kind of marriage by any terms. Now, while she was working for the Union of Electrical Workers, she had to give up her job in 1952 when there were some cutbacks. And as was typical then, it was just simply understood that once a woman became pregnant, she would lose her job. That was just understood that there was no such thing as maternity leave. There was some dispute over whether or not this was in fact the case, that there was a pregnancy that terminated her employer, but she did in fact lose her job at that time, and she began writing as a freelancer primarily for women's magazines, Red Book and Ladies' Home Companion and things like that. And then a very important thing happened to her in 1957, when the 15th anniversary reunion of her college was being held, and she decided she would write an article on what people have been doing over the last 15 years. And this was a turning point in her life, because on the one hand, she had a lot of mixed feelings about what had happened to her own life. When she left Smith College, she was really a rising star. She was the editor of a very successful newspaper, school newspaper. She had founded a very important school news magazine called Tide. She was heading out with a full scholarship to Berkeley to study psychology. And now here it was 15 years later. She was barely employed writing freelance. Her marriage was nothing really exciting. She was living in extremely dire circumstances. They actually had to move out of one house because the rent was great, but the heating bills were overwhelming. And she was thinking, have I really accomplished what I was supposed to accomplish in 15 years? And as she began interviewing women from Smith who were also reflecting on the last 15 years, she began to identify that her feeling was not unique, that many women had the same feeling, and she called it the problem that has no name. And what she's really referring to is this idea of women feeling, is this all there is? Wasn't there supposed to be something so much more wonderful and amazing 15 years later? I really should use more technology. We're not just saying I use so much of it. Are you familiar with the band called the Talking Heads? There's a great song on the album 77 where a guy wakes up and he says, wait, this is not my beautiful house. This is not my beautiful wife. How did I get here? Right now, that moment of wait a second, not working the way I thought it would. So this ended up becoming transformed. This was transformed later into a book that was an immediate bestseller called The Feminine Mystique. And the title in itself is sort of tongue-in-cheek. It means, you know, it refers to this kind of like miasma, smoke and mirrors kind of story, propaganda that women are fed to keep them happy, when in reality, the society is set up to disappoint them. In other words, you know, they're pushed forward, get a college education in which your terminal degree will be MRS. And we don't really expect you to make any greater contribution than perhaps know how to make great blueberry muffins or something. And like as these highly intelligent women, with a lot of, you know, dynamism and a lot of will and drive and creativity, suddenly find that once they enter into matrimony, all of that stops. And the intellectual challenges that they had with the new advantages of higher education and so on just end, and now they're concerned with doing their children's third grade homework and things like that. And they're left wondering, is this all? Is this what's supposed to happen at this point? They feel trapped as housewives, and she didn't just leave it there. She said, well, if this is the case, then obviously we have to change socially and politically. And this began a whole new wave of feminism, so-called second wave feminism, because it went away from these obvious legal disabilities of, you know, are women allowed to work or not? Should women receive the same pay as men? And obviously that's something that we're still working on. But more to a social question of like, you know, what do we expect from our daughters? And do we really give them the tools to achieve what we say they can achieve? And this was the type of feminism that was extremely important for the last half of the century. She also founded a political arm that backed up these statements. She didn't just write a book and then walk away. She was an extremely influential activist, a very sharp orator, and a powerful force in this burgeoning feminist movement. She formed the National Organization for Women. There are a lot of kind of ironies in this that she was nevertheless still sensitive to her class. And one, I think, telling example, when they had one early meeting, and there was a secretary there who was charged with cleaning up afterwards, and one of the other organizers said to Betty, okay, well, why don't we help the secretary clean up? She says, I don't wash cups, right? Because she had a sense of herself and her position and so on, and she could be brushed with other women. She had a lot of difficult relationships with other feminist leaders as well, who respected her for her drive and for intelligence, but not necessarily for her miscongeniality kind of personality, so to speak. But the National Organization for Women is an extremely important organization, primarily petition for things like civil rights for women, like equal pay. Also, more controversially, they address the issue of reproductive control. This was, of course, before the landmark 1972 Roe v. Wade decision, in which abortion was still illegal or inconvenient. Very difficult for women to legally access abortion, and also related to second-wave feminism, perhaps we'll discuss in a second, it was definitely tilted towards women of means. It was far more difficult for lower socioeconomic women lower in the socioeconomic channel ladder to receive doctor's permission to receive an abortion, whereas for white middle-class women, they have much greater access. These are the kinds of issues the National Organization for Women worked for on a daily basis with various marches, some of them as many as 50,000 attendees and so on. Okay, I'd like to pause at this point. We'll come back to her life at the end of the lecture, but I'd like to, because this is after all a lecture in Jewish history, what does this have to do with Jews? And I think there's some fascinating things to talk about here, but I'll take a sip of my coffee and ask if anyone has any questions.
We go to this opening of this gallery. My friend in Soho, my co-good friend who has no talent, has rented a gallery in Soho, and she's inflicting a mediocre art on people. let's all go down there and see what that's about. And
But
she,
were they dealing with
living
that issue?
downtown, sees no reason
I-
not
you know,
to
I
attend a
grew
very
up on
public
college at this time, but
art
I don't
gallery
remember anything
show in Soho with
That's
an
an
old
excellent
friend.
question. I have a feeling Judith can
It's
answer
not
it.
a big deal. She's not cheating on this Midwestern guy who's so pure and simple. His father killed himself in a garage. So Carolyn from the Stern School of Business, who cares that women get Bitcoin so they can transcend the circumstances of living in an Afghan cave, decides to go to the opening of a mediocre artist in Soho with Jacques, a very wealthy French guy. All the while, her simple, pure, Midwestern, beautiful boy, beautiful, life that they have together. She calls him a boy. He doesn't love that. But she does, and she realizes it's just because he doesn't have a lot of money and he doesn't come from anything. Okay? She decides to go to this gallery opening with Jacques. Well, the gallery opening becomes a lunch, and the lunch becomes a coffee. And then she eventually has to tell Jacques, listen, I'm actually in a relationship, and I don't know what the hell's going on here. Okay? But Jacques says, listen, I totally understand, but here's the reality. You're graduating school next year. I've always loved you. I never thought you loved me. We're meant to be together. We're meant to get married at my family's vineyard in the south of France. You know it and I know it. So, what are we doing here?
Good example. I wasn't even planning on talking about that, but that's really important. Yeah, women, especially socialist Jewish women. Yeah, definitely. Triangle shirtwaist factories and things like that. Okay, Ms. Abramson, then we're going to move on. And by the way, just for the camera, in case you couldn't hear that, we discussed about something called the glass ceiling, which for you undergraduates under the age of 25 is this phenomenon where women can get jobs in industries, but then they find that they can't get promoted past a certain point. There's a glass ceiling. Nobody else can see it, but it's there. They can't get past it to become CEOs, things like that. Ms. Abramson. See, look at how prescient, right? She was going to ask what was the glass ceiling, right? That's what it means. You have to realize when you're speaking to young people, they're so stupid. That's just good. No, they're not so stupid. They don't know so many things that we take for granted. I know. Either that or I'm getting smarter as I get older. I don't know. Let's go on. I'm going to have to edit this. We only have one more lecture and then I'm done for the summer. Okay. Let's talk about Judaism, and I'm going to get it when I get home. First, we're thinking about my wife. Okay, so now Judaism is probably the only thing it has in common right now is the last three letters, and that's it, because Judaism is a highly gendered culture. I mean, we can spend a lot of time ticking off all the various differences between men and women, particularly in traditional Judaism, which is relevant for our discussion today, especially 18th century. The life cycle celebrations comparing men and women are completely different. You look at what my grandma Sham used to call the hoo-ha factor. Like the hoo-ha is associated with the birth of a boy, and then, the bris milah, and then the bar mitzvah, and all that stuff. They vastly outdistance that you do for a young woman. The wedding is the big deal, but the wedding also involves a man as well. And we're in a shul right now where there's a mechitza, where there is a distinction between where women pray and where men pray, which many would understand as a negative distinction as well. Obviously, Orthodox Jews do not find it as a negative, but that's not our topic for today. Rights and privileges, however, there are some real serious, very important areas in which women do not have in traditional Judaism the same rights and privileges as men. There are, obviously, I can say this is non-apologetic, that there are areas in which women have greater power than men, but they're much fewer and smaller than the areas in which men generally have greater power than women. Again, it's not within the scope of our 1 hour lecture to go into these. The point I'm trying to get across, though, is that Judaism is gendered, that men and women are treated differently. When they're treated well, they're treated equally, but it's very easy for this system to degenerate into a treatment of inequality that is also disadvantageous for the woman. Furthermore, much of Jewish culture in this gendered atmosphere emphasizes the role of women in the private sphere. As we say in Tehillim and Psalms, Kol Kvuda Bat Melech Pnima. All the glory of the princess is within, meaning within a private sphere, protected, not necessarily broadcasting to the outside world and so on. This is something that is expected of the male to go out and to, kill the mastodon and drag it home, those kinds of things. And although there are very significant exceptions to that, and I often like to point out the passage in Proverbs that's read every Friday night, Eshet Chayil, in which this so-called woman of valor, really a better translation would be the warrior woman. Chayal means the soldier in modern Hebrew, the soldier woman. The descriptions of her are that she is, buying real estate, she's into commerce, she's got ships going here and there, she's an employer with lots of staff working under her, so she's certainly not a retiring kind of Mrs. Cleaver baking cookies, but nevertheless, there is this general trust in Jewish culture that, women's places in the home, so to speak, that they're in private domain, whereas men tend to be in the public domain, which is definitely not in keeping with a lot of the values that we've seen in the concept of feminism. At the same time, Judaism has a lot of really strong female role models from the biblical period and onward, even though numerically, no question, we've got a lot more men acting in Jewish history. There are these visible actors in Jewish history. We have some very strong foremothers who quite often completely trump their husbands. Sarah over Abraham, Rachel over Yaakov, and so on and so forth. So there's definitely a lot of strong-willed women with a sense of purpose who are frequently more correct than their husbands, and they are vindicated in the Jewish tradition. So we have kind of a mixed bag trying to analyze, how would Judaism mesh with this new ideology of feminism. Jewish feminism is born primarily in the late 1960s. Up until this point, feminism, even though it was often practiced by Jews, a lot of Jewish women were leaders in feminism, there was no real synthesis of Judaism and feminism until the last half of the 20th century. There are a few reasons why things begin to gel at that time. One is the fact that there are a lot of really important female Jewish leaders of the feminist movement, including Frieden and Gloria Steinem and others who are at the forefront of the movement, and so it's very easy for young Jewish women to look to them and say, wow, they're Jews and they're doing this. Perhaps I should do something too, and I should connect it to my Judaism. But one factor that I think deserves a lot more analysis, you only see it poking up here and there, maybe someone should do a good dissertation on it sometime, the tremendous change in Jewish self-image after the Six-Day War. The War of 1967, in which it was painfully evident to all kinds of viewers of world politics that Israel was this beautiful and brand new experiment, only launched less than 20 years earlier, was going to be completely obliterated by its Arab enemies, that it was driving Israel into the sea. When Uthad removed the troops from the Sinai, the United Nations troops, and Nasser was about to advance, and then with a stunning preemptive strike and a victory after only 6 days, not only had Israel survived, but it had expanded its boundaries tremendously, conquering the entire Sinai Peninsula, the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and the Golan Heights. So at that time, a lot of Jewish youth who had been, kind of laboring under the numerous clauses, the quota system in colleges, and trying to keep their heads down, shot, don't make trouble kind of attitude. And they were getting a little bit nervous about other ethnic groups beginning to kind of feel their identities. The Black Panther movement is beginning to rise at this point. And African Americans are able to express their identity. After 67, a lot of young Jews said, we should be proud of our Judaism too. We should be less afraid of being out there with our Judaism, and we should explore this thing that even our parents maybe have tried to, suppress. And our parents have tried to say, don't be too religious, trying to get us to Americanize. So there is a surge in general of Jewish consciousness after 1967, which has all kinds of implications. We'll speak a little bit about it next week when we look at Rabbi Schneerson's life, because this is really the major beginning of the Teshuvah movement that creates organizations like Eish Torah or Sameach. The entire network of Chabad houses really gets a huge spike after this point. And so especially young women who are motivated by feminism, also get a surge of Jewish pride and begin to see ways in which these two movements can come together. There's a lot more development of college-based Jewish feminist groups where women who really apply to both designations are getting together to discuss the ways in which they can create a form of feminism. The population base is ideal for this because Jewish women tend to be highly urbanized and highly educated, involved in college life, which is where a lot of these intellectual movements get a lot of traction. And later there will be a negative push towards these things as well, because feminism tends to become associated with other leftist causes, which for the most part tend to ally themselves with the Arab world and the Palestinian Liberation Organization as well. And early Jewish feminists began, and many of them quote the same kind of experience, that they'll go to feminist gatherings and they will be ostracized because of their pro-Zionist position. So that they can be feminists, but it's felt to be out of step with the support for Yasser Arafat. Sylvia Barra-Fishman, whose work I'm going to feature in the next slide or so, she quotes one feminist leader, unfortunately she doesn't provide the name, who went to one of these conferences in the 1970s, and one of the other delegates there said to her, "Oh, Denmark is such a beautiful place, but the problem is, in the summer it's overrun by Germans. And I tell you, the Germans, they're just terrible, but at least they did one thing right. They got rid of all the Jews." And when the interlocutor heard this, and she kind of like made a splutter of disagreement, the woman said, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Are you German?" All right, she's worried that she offended a German, not worried that she offended a Jew. All right, so the antism and anti-Zionism of the feminist movement, prominent in many feminist thinkers, began to push. Oh my gosh, I lost my clicker. Fell apart here. The anti-Semitism began to drive many of these women further into Judaism rather than into the arms of feminist ideology. Let's see. Yeah, wow. So this is, and I thank Susan for giving me this great article by Adrian Rich, a very important article written in the 1970s about a woman who felt split at the root. Was she fundamentally a feminist, or was she fundamentally a Jew? These two areas, and it's more complicated if you look at her entire essay, but to which allegiance does she owe first? To her people or to her gender? And this will actually be the harbinger of third wave feminism, which deals a lot more with the questions of ethnicity, women of color who are feminists, because up until now, a lot of second wave feminism was really dominated by white, middle class women, and there are a lot of black women who are saying, you don't understand the kind of issues that we have to deal with, and so on. So, Sylvia Barra-Fishman, who's one of my favorite writers on topics of this nature, she wrote a great book called A Breath of Life, Feminism in the American Jewish Community, which I'm going to use a couple of statistics for in a second. She writes that altogether, this combination of Judaism and feminism has, on the one hand, a potentially corrosive element, because, Jews, after all, we're a minority. We're especially sensitive to issues like intermarriage, issues like low birth rate, and so on. And there's some areas of feminist thought that definitely, have an impact on those areas. And at the same time, though, it has a complex, potentially fertile union as well. And I hope to explore some of those ideas in just a moment. So, I think one of the most exciting areas of Jewish feminism, which really begins kind of like well behind the front lines of feminist thinkers. It really begins in Poland in the first 2 decades of the 20th century, the beginning of formal education for Jewish women, which is a remarkably new phenomenon, formal, organized education for Jewish women is something that really begins with the Beis Yaakov movement in Poland in the 1910s. Sarah Schinnerer is the founder of this movement, and if you're interested, go on the web and you'll see the lecture that I gave on her movement. It's incredibly important. It eventually leads to something that really hasn't happened since biblical times, where you have women who are equally literate to men, and in many ways equally qualified to work with Judaic texts to an unprecedented level. There are, even in the, of course, the Reform movement, the Conservative movement have already ordained these women as rabbis. There's a certain amount of controversy over the ordination of women as rabbis in the Orthodox world. But even within the most right-wing Orthodox world, you do have this phenomenon that is only gaining steam in Israel, the so-called Yoachei Halakha, halakhic advisors, where women highly trained in Jewish law will essentially act as lawyers and advocates for other women in legal systems that essentially attempts to kind of level the playing field for them there. Let's get some statistics. Okay, check out this chart. This is a chart that made me very happy. This is from the 1990 National Jewish Population Survey. I'm sure if we looked at the 2000 or even the 2010 numbers, we would have even better scores. But looking at how many men and women have received more than 6 years of day school, full-time Jewish education, which is the highest level that they recorded in terms of marking Jewish education. Meaning, how many people could say that they went to a Jewish day school for 6 or more years? So check this out. At age 65, this is men, so you have approximately 8% of men in America in 1990 who were 65 or over spent more than 6 years in day school. That means 92% obviously did not, but that's the thing. Look at this, the contrast with women, where you have something like 1% could actually say they spent 6 years in day school. The next kind of generational slice of the stratosphere is men and women aged 45 to 64. Once again, about the same proportion of men and a slightly higher proportion of women. 25 to 44 men are not getting any more educated, specifically, basically flat. Men's education is about the same, but women have made huge strides. And by the time you get to 1990, women aged 18 to 24 have made massive gains compared to their grandmothers in Jewish education, almost equaling men. And that's really a very, very exciting and dramatic statistic that has huge historical implications. Because in Judaism, there are 3 ways to get status. I think I've given you this before, but let's just see if you remember. What are the 3 ways that you can achieve status in the Jewish community? Money, right. It used to be money. Now money's not important anymore. No, I'm just joking. Money still is important, right? If you have money, then you will be important. Okay, number 2? That's number 3. Education is good. Ms. Abramson? Family, equals, right? If your Zadie was a Chavetz Chaim, or if you have all these important relatives, then, like every Lithuanian Jew in the world is obviously a direct descendant of the Vilna Gaon. That's at least everyone I meet says that. So, you either have money, or you have yichus, or you have learning. And the only democratic way to achieve status is through learning. And this chart means that women are getting a lot more status as a result of the power that comes with learning. You see this also in occupational status. This one isn't quite as thrilling as the last slide, but also it's basically looking at women and men in 2 different age groups, under 45 and over 45 in various professions. And you can see that basically these green bars are older women, over 45, or that's not older, but like the older segment. And the older women tend to be well represented in clerical fields, right, which are relatively low-paying, secretarial, pink-collar kind of jobs, and very low representation in high-status jobs. The brown bars here, though, show the representation of women in younger women, and they are much lower in clerical and really important in high status. And if you compare these to the men's bars, the red and the purple here, you see that women are also really undergoing much more dramatic change than the men. So not as quite as cool as this graph, but we see that in terms of the kind of jobs that Jewish women are holding, they're definitely making huge progress at the same time. So a lot of the kind of impact of Betty Friedan and her retinue are reflected in these slides. Now, there are many areas in which, Betty Friedan will definitely be unhappy with the progress or lack thereof in modern day Jewish feminism. One of the most difficult crises that refuses to be easily answered is the so-called Aguna crisis. This refers to the situation which has become really quite exacerbated in the 20th century. According to Jewish law, only a man has the right and power to divorce his wife. A woman may not divorce her husband. In the medieval period, the Beit Din had the power to physically coerce a man to grant his wife a get or a bill of divorce. But obviously, since the French Revolution that we began our lecture with today, the Beit Din does not have the power to impose corporal punishment, sanctions on another citizen. They're not. It's not a separate country. You're not allowed to simply have. They're not like mafioso who can just order a hit on a guy if he refuses to give someone a get, his wife a get. So these new freedoms have unfortunately been abused by many men who will separate from their wives but not give them a get, either out of vengeance or because they want to perhaps coerce some money out of their wives or even custody of the children, who knows what it is, and no legal remedy in Jewish law has yet been found. Many have been suggested. Today, no single remedy has been discovered which will adequately address the situation. Joe.
Will it use some type of
kosher nostra, the kosher nostra. Right. That remedy is essentially medieval, and it does happen, but it happens sub rosa.
So then, hashtag melt away. And wait a minute, hold on, but you're melting people. Yeah, well, so what? October 7th. Yeah, but they're children. They're women. They're not, they didn't do that. They'll melt away. So what? They're gonna melt. What?
It's huge. Absolutely.
Stephen King.
Yeah, he's just pointing out there that we could make a huge laundry list. Even if I just listed them like reading the phone book, we would not have enough time in 1 hour.
We have now crossed the line. Like when I said Final Destination a couple of weeks ago, we're
okay, I'll come back to that, okay, because I'm almost out of time here. Another issue, the Jewish birth rate. Very significant. It's very different from the Aguna crisis. But here's the problem. Jewish women, without a doubt, statistically are the most educated ethnic group of all women in America. Jewish women are much higher educated per capita than non-Jewish women. But, well-known phenomenon, higher education, correlates with a lower birth rate. Obviously, women spend time in college longer, they delay marriage, they delay childbirth, and all of a sudden, they have less children overall. The replacement rate is approximately 2.1, and Jewish women, on average in America, have 1.1 children per family, which is basically like a child and a small poodle. So we have a very significant issue. There is clearly a big distinction between the Orthodox world, which has a much higher birth rate, but nevertheless, on the whole, American Jews are not replacing themselves. And one factor, we're not going to lay all of this on Jewish education, but one factor is that as women get more educated, that also has an impact on birth rate. Yes, sure. Okay, very good. And a third issue, very significant and perhaps not as well known, is that Jewish women for centuries have constituted the bulk of the volunteer base of the Jewish community, the Kehillah. That, maybe women were not expected to bring home the same kind of paycheck as their husbands, but it was known that women would, of course, volunteer for all kinds of organizations in the community. I mean, my mother was always active in all kinds of organizations, but I don't know too many women my generation who are, and I certainly don't know many my daughter's generation who are. And that's a huge cost to the community that goes unrecorded. as women get jobs, they're bringing capital into the family, but the community as a whole loses this extremely important source of communal support. So that's something that could really change our society as well. So finally, there's some really fascinating things that have been written by scholars like Lynn Davidman, Renee Kaufman, on the phenomenon of female returnees to Judaism, the so-called Ba'alot Tshuva. These are women who come from secular backgrounds, often very feminist in orientation. They begin to explore their Jewish roots, and all of a sudden they end up becoming highly observant, often going into extreme Hasidic movements and so on, and adopting a lot of the attitudes that many of their feminist sisters would find, completely contradictory to the values that they espoused when they were in a secular mode. But ultimately, the feminist movement is kind of like a doorway for many young women into the values of Judaism, and once they're in Judaism, they don't leave it alone. They bring those values in and, in fact, transform Judaism from within. Another topic that, I'd really like to study someday, but it would probably involve a lot of research, is how this massive teshuva phenomenon, according to some estimates, as many as 250,000 Jews in America alone, has actually affected the Orthodox world. One small story, and then I'll go to the last slide. I remember when I was studying in a kollel on the east side of Manhattan, and every morning after the morning prayers, they had this delicious breakfast. It was so phenomenal. And they had this one whitefish salad that, it was incredible. I had to believe it came from, Gan Eden or something. And so I said to the Rosh Hashiva, I said, how do you get this whitefish salad? It's incredible. And he said, well, it's that guy over there. He's a Baal Tshuva, some guy down there. He's a Baal Tshuva, but he used to be a professional chef. And I say, so? He says, he knows how it's supposed to taste. So he knew how it was supposed to taste when it was treif, so he was able to make it kosher. So that's a really interesting kind of area of exploration. How has the teshuva movement changed the way Orthodox Jews live themselves? So, and in some ways, this is related to third wave feminism, which is associated specifically with ethnicity and feminism. So, to conclude, Betty Friedan, in many ways, some of the values that she espoused were contradictory to traditional Judaism, but at the same time, her quest for women's rights has made a phenomenal change for 52% of our population, and her status as a prominent Jewish feminist leader is something that our daughters and granddaughters all benefit from. Thank you very much for your attention. Next week is the last week, and then I'll see you again in the fall.
By the way, like I said, we'll get to the bottom of it. Right, that is what discovery is for. I'm asking a lot of questions. You're probably hoping, this will go away, and at least we'll see.
Now, so here's what Candace's thing is that Brigitte was born something else. I think she stole the identity of her dead brother or something like that. And MK Ultra, that program that the CIA used, which was a mind control program, because I listened to this a while ago, and it is interesting. And at the Beverly Hills Hotel, there's a French guy, and I spoke to him about this. And he did say to me, Macron, there is something that's not French. What is French? Oh, oui, Macron. What is French? Gerard de Vaudou. Macron, il a été déposé du hotel. And then I said, I spoke about you on my show. He said, no, you made me famous. You made me famous on your show. But what he was saying was that he was kind of known in France a little bit. That something was up with this. Maybe not. Then I've had people call me, conspiracy, this is nuts. Who knows? It's not going to make any sense until you show Joe Rogan your pussy. That's why we decide things in these parts. I drink cold brew year round and used to rely on grocery store concentrate or $6 cafe runs, mostly out of what I thought was convenience, but then I found trade. Now making cold brew at home is easy, plus it tastes way better and costs less than buying cold brew at another place. Trade is the number one coffee destination in the U.S. for both hot and cold coffee drinkers. They've sourced the best beans from top roasters across the U.S. We now have a special cold brew collection. Trade makes it effortless to make your own cold brew at home that's both delicious and at an amazing value. And they don't just stop at beans. They also provide expertly curated equipment that's easy to use so you can make amazing coffee. And I will tell you this, folks, I do love this coffee. My friends drink cold brew, and they love this cold brew. They've teamed up with 15 roasters to create a special cold brew collection that ensures your cold brew at home tastes exactly how it should. Smooth and delicious. For limited time, Trade is giving 50% off a month of cold brew. That's around 60 cups of cold brew. For 50% off, when you go to drinktrade.com/Tim, that's drinktrade.com/Tim, get 50% off 1 month of cold brew. Drinktrade.com/Tim. So the MKUltra thing, which it was like a CA mind control, Candace says there are all these weird links to like MKUltra mind control, and then Macron was like some weird Manchurian kind of thing. Now Macron's a weird guy. Let's look at Macron is now saying he's going to bring in refugees from Gaza. But let's take a look at what's really going on. It feels weird. Macron, if you can get that up, has just said, hey, I am going to accept refugees from Gaza.
People were drinking Horilka whiskey,
and he said,
vodka,
hey, this is what's going to happen. And everybody is going, well, isn't that nice that Macron is going to accept all of these refugees from Gaza? But what it really is a relocation campaign to take people from Gaza and put them in France so that Israel can build whatever the hell they're going to build in Gaza. So everyone's like, isn't it so nice? Look at France stepping up. And then, so people are saying this, like, and then there's some people that are not dumb. And they go, well, this seems like it's a relocation plan to put people that lived in Gaza in France. And so Israel is just, now controlled demolition of all these buildings in Gaza. They're going to build whatever they're going to build. Now, Macron goes, well, now I'll take some of the heat off myself by going, hey, listen, we're recognizing a Palestinian state. Now, Israel is like pretending to be mad at this, but this is a completely ceremonial thing because they just destroyed Gaza. It's over. What state could there? What are we talking about? Like everyone's like, Macron is, I can't believe he's recognizing a Palestinian state. What? They destroyed the whole thing. It's smithereens. The thing is good done. It's the most, it's like a lot of the people coming out
the first one with me here today, a tremendously stunning, well-written memoir of the Gulag, of the institutional camp system that the Soviets put in place in the 1930s and extended right through the 1940s and into the early 1950s. She was unjustly imprisoned there, along with hundreds of thousands of people who suffered the same fate. Luckily for the scholarly world and the political world, she happened to be a brilliant writer who recorded her memoirs in a fashion that made an indelible impression on the readership of the Soviet Union and beyond. In fact, there's one interesting commenter, Hannah Arendt, who maybe we'll talk about in another class, that stands side by side with Nadezhda Mandelstam's memoirs and Solzhenitsyn's The Gulag Archipelago, a classic work studying this tremendous period. She was from an assimilated Jewish background and a die-hard communist in her youth, really believing in the party line, but at a fairly young age, while she was already married with 2 young sons, she was hauled before a court and accused of a crime she did not commit, a minor political crime, the failure to denounce a colleague in teaching institute, and she was ultimately sentenced to imprisonment in the Gulag for 18 years. A horrible time during which her father died. She lost contact with her children entirely. Her husband eventually died, and she only emerged in the early 1950s after Stalin's death and began to publish her memoirs, first in samizdat form, in self-published illegal form, and then later as restrictions were released, and it was known in the West, eventually published in a more full form. Her work is also distinguished because it represents a woman's perspective in the Gulag, and we have comparatively few memoirs of this nature, and also a Jewish perspective. Even though she was from an assimilated background and had very tenuous connections with her Jewish identity, as you might expect, she found more of it in the Gulag, and the theme of Judaism comes up from time to time in her writings. And we'll look at a couple of those examples. She has what Beth Holmgren, who is a specialist in women's memoirs, writes, a pilgrim to prisoner experience, meaning that in her early youth, she was a die-hard communist. Again, to remember the chronology, she's born in 1904. The Soviet Union becomes a reality in 1918, or late 1917, really. So that would make her about 13. So in her crucial adolescent age, that's when she was adopting the excitement and the newness of this radical political system. And she ultimately leveraged it against her own father in, kind of an adolescent power struggle, where her father, who was a pharmacist, when she looked down on his bourgeois values and sought to reject them entirely by becoming a very ardent communist. She ultimately went to, she specialized in communist theory, and she became a teacher, marrying and having 2 children, and being very dedicated to the entire enterprise of teaching communist values. It was part of the formal curriculum, could not be removed whatsoever. And in fact, that's what ultimately got into her trouble. She married, as I mentioned earlier, a communist official, Pavel Aksionov. Her 2 sons, one of them later died in the siege of Leningrad during World War II, and the other ultimately became a dissident writer of considerable note himself. So her first arrest really happened. She saw the beginnings of it in 1934. This is when the purges really began. I want to just back up a little bit, and we're going to talk about Stalin specifically. But she was accused of being a Trotskyite. There's a picture of Leon Trotsky shown here. Contrast isn't all that good, but we have the B projector today, I'm sorry. Leon Trotsky, of course, is a famous Jewish communist who ended up becoming the leader of the Red Army. After Vladimir Ilyich Lenin had his stroke in 1922 and was incapacitated for 2 years, finally dying in 1924, a triangular struggle for the leadership of the Soviet Union emerged between, on the one hand, Trotsky, who represented a more leftist approach. He wanted to keep, I should mention that Lenin, immediately prior to dying, had taken a major step back from traditional communist doctrine by introducing something called the New Economic Policy. And the New Economic Policy was a relaxation of the rules of communism with, more small market capitalism permitted and more small trade. And he argued that he was taking 1 step backward in order to take 2 steps forward. The country was so devastated by the Civil War of 1917 through 1920 that he said, you know what, when we had war communism, that was a period of confiscations and rapid communization. He said, we've got to step back and we've got to let people make a living in their backyards with small-time farming and so on. And then he had this stroke, and there was a big debate. Well, what exactly would Lenin have done? I think actually they made little necklaces, headbands. It was WWLD, right? That was a joke. Okay, but what would Lenin have done were he alive and well? Would he have continued along the process of gradual bourgeois capitalism, or would he have reined it back to the traditional Marxist and more doctrinaire version of forced collectivization and so on? Ultimately, we won't know because he died in 1924. But there was a struggle between 3 successors as to what would be the interpretation of communism. Trotsky represented a more leftist approach, Bukharin a more rightist approach, and Stalin brilliantly maneuvered between these 2 figures, alienating both of them politically, and ultimately having Trotsky, for example, murdered with an ice pick in Mexico City, and Stalin took the reins of control. After this period of time, anyone associated with Trotskyist thinking, Trotskyist politics, was subject to ultimately arrest and deportation to the Gulag. But it took years before Stalin could really consolidate his power, and we only begin to see it happening in the mid-1930s. So let's just take a step back and look a little bit at Stalin's life and specifically his relationship to the Jews, because that will be very relevant. Some of this material will overlap with the lecture we had on seldom and midfoils, so you might want to check that on the web. But by the way, these are all, I'm saying to the camera, these are all on the web. If you're looking at it on the web, you don't need to know what's on the web. I went to graduate school for like 6 years to figure that. So, JewishHistoryLectures.com. So Stalin was born Yosef Vissarionovich Jugashvili. He was a Georgian. Like many of the earliest communists, he changed his name to something more pronounceable and memorable. Trotsky's name was Bronstein. I believe Trotsky means rapid or something like a troika is a kind of a carriage. Lenin is from the Lena River, where Lenin's older brother was killed. And Stalin means the man of steel. No relationship to Clark Kent that I am aware of, but that's what he named himself, the man of steel. His mother wanted him to be a priest. She wanted him to be an Christian Orthodox priest. And in fact, she sent him to seminary where he didn't get such a good Christian education, but he was exposed to the writings of Lenin, specifically a crucial pamphlet called Что делать, What is to be done, which laid out in just a few short pages Lenin's plan for the future in Soviet Union. He was completely taken with this and became an ardent communist from his youth. The man of steel has a known the theme for him was actually very appropriate because Stalin's big belief was that the Soviet Union had to be industrialized. The Soviet Union, the Russian Empire, was at least 50 years behind Western Europe in most of its large industrialization projects. They were not completely electrified. I mean, there are a lot of places outside of main cities where you could not even get electric lights working. They had a very rudimentary train system, which was very problematic as well because, this is a huge territory. It covers 1/6 of the Earth's land surface, and it's very hard to cover it adequately with trains. But Stalin believed that the most important thing they could do is concentrate their energies rapidly into industrializing that society, building big factories, making things for the larger population with comparatively little attention to consumer goods. In many ways, it was the opposite of the American approach, where American capitalism focused on, creating value for individual consumers and hoping to build wealth through economies of scale. The Stalinist model said, create these massive factories, these gorgeous palaces for the people, which are great for communities, but very, very little things for individuals. Even when I was there in the 1980s, I'm sure some of you may have memories of these if you visited the Soviet Union, it was very difficult to get basic commodities like toilet paper. I described to my friends there, they couldn't believe that in America they actually have colored toilet paper. You can choose your color and pattern. They were like, oh my gosh, just getting colored. So what people used to use is inside of the bathroom, you have these little like when you get bills and you put them in a thing on the wall, a little sort of a plastic envelope, and they would get Pravda or Izvestia, the newspapers, and they would cut them into like 4x6 inch squares. And it was actually very good quality newsprint for this because it was very soft compared to our newsprint. And the same could be said about the words they put on the page. And if you were lucky, you could actually piece together a whole story while you were waiting. But that's what people did. It was all about, everything for the people, nothing for persons. And that was really his point of view. And so his sense was that the whole of society, all of the economic engine of the early Soviet Union should be subjugated to the will of the nation as a whole. We see it very clearly in the disastrous collectivization project that began in 1928 as the first 5-year plan, in which he sought to remove all of the last vestiges of Lenin's new economic policy by taking all of his individual farms and forcing everyone to go into big collective factory farms, where you would have the economy of scale. You only had to buy one tractor for 20 farm plots, whereas before you would have to buy really 20 farm plot tractors for each plot. But on the other hand, people resisted it tremendously. And this picture here, by the way, which is from International Women's Day, I think it's 1932, it shows So a woman here, and she's dragging all these bourgeois capitalist farmers into the kolkhoz, the collective farm. And you can see the tractor here, which is a symbol of wealth, in the machine in the room there. And this was what Stalin did. He forced all of the so-called kulaks, the small-time farmers, and that might mean they own a cow on their own, into these collective farms, which were economically very poor producers, and ultimately resulted in a terrible famine of 1932-33. The famine was caused in part by natural climatic conditions, but it was caused even more so by disastrous economic policies, where Stalin insisted on maintaining his export quota of grain, even though people were literally starving and were cannibalizing each other in city streets in Kiev, for example, at this time. Reasonable estimates place the number of people killed at 4 to 5 million during this 1 year. There are much larger estimates as well. We don't know really for sure because there was a census taken in 1936 that would have told us definitively how many people were killed. But once the results came out, Stalin had the census takers executed and the census was buried. So we only have little pieces of it that survived the municipal archives. They also passed at this time one of the most cruel laws imaginable, the so-called Law of Socialist Property, that literally made it a capital crime to steal a stalk of grain. So if you went and you stole certainly a loaf of bread, that was a capital crime. So it was a very difficult period of time under Stalin, but you get a sense of his personality and his priorities. One quote that just got cut off here, when he was asked about this, I mean, oh my gosh, the Ukrainians, the Don region, they're starving. What do you do? He said famously, when you cut down a forest, splinters will fly. Meaning this is an inevitable cost of the modernization of the Soviet Union. Naturally, he made a lot of enemies among them. Okay. Also at this time, and this connects us to what we talked about, the Mikhail's lecture, by the time Stalin got to 1930, he felt sufficiently strong that he could put an end to the period of Koronization, the policy of Koronization, which, if you'll recall that lecture, refers to the brief period of time, under 10 years, when the Soviet Union encouraged the effervescence of local cultures, including Yiddish culture. So the promotion of Yiddish as a language, the promotion of Yiddish theater. There was a Jewish section of the Communist Party, the Sektia. All these kinds of things came to an abrupt end in 1930. The only thing that really survived, and that was primarily because of Kalinin's influence, another political figure, was this bizarre experiment called Birobidzhan, which was a small autonomous oblast, a small region out in the Far East that the Soviet Union set aside for Jewish emigration. Yiddish was made the official language there, and although there was a lot of hoo-ha in the larger public world, I mean, in terms of public relations, and it was designed primarily to offset the popularity of Zionism. There was very little actual material support given to Birobidzhan, and the only real attraction for Jews of this remote location was the fact that it was really quite proximate to authentic Chinese food. Otherwise, it was like nothing to do. After 1930, we see a real strong downturn against Judaism. Now, it's interesting to know that Stalin himself was Lenin's minister in charge of nationalities. He was the primary architect of nationality policy in the Soviet Union, and it seems rather clear that he was not happy with the whole Koronization idea. He believed that at most, national identity should be preserved only in form, but it should be socialist in content, meaning you could use Yiddish as a language for propaganda of communist values. You could not, use Yiddish to discuss Jewish values. That was inappropriate. Ukrainians, fine with all the embroidered costumes and the decorated Easter eggs, that's all fine. But if you start talking about Ukrainian national heroes that were anti-Russian, we don't want to hear any of that. So there's a lot of backtracking of all of that with the Koronization policy, which allowed much more expression. But when Stalin came to power, then he finally shut all of that down. Tremendous attacks on synagogues, on mikvahs, on religious functionaries of all kinds, and anyone who was observant of Jewish law at this time basically went underground. The Chabad movement in particular remained very active with a strong underground network promoting and facilitating Jewish observance, but otherwise it was extremely dangerous to do any of this during this period. In fact, one of Moshe Feinstein's earliest shuvot, if you look in his Igros Moshe, when he writes about his experience, because he grew up in the early Soviet Union before he emigrated to America, he gets a tshuva from a man who has to work early in the morning, and he wants to wear tefillin, but he would have to put them on too early in order to get to work on time. And he certainly can't put them on at work because he would be persecuted. So he asked Reb Moshe, am I allowed to put them on before dawn, before Al Shachar? I can't remember the answer, but that's an example of the kind of hardship that was occurring at the time. Now, what connects us specifically to the life of Eugenia Ginsburg are the purges. And we did speak about this briefly in Tinfoil's lecture, so I won't go on too much length here. But basically, the purges began in 1934 after the assassination of the head of the Soviet secret police. And it began with kind of like a party card purge. But what exactly is a purge? A purge is when you have too much of the wrong stuff and you want to cut it down to what's really relevant. We have purges in my home regularly, where my wife just says, you know what, we have too much junk in this house. My wife is she's a very minimalist kind of person, and we essentially purge all of the old clothes and the books and things like that. They eventually go. We have the purges, but these purges are quite a bit more maybe satanic in nature. Where the first purge was you had to have a valid, up-to-date party card, or you were expelled from the Communist Party, which was not such a terrible thing, although being a member of the party carried all kinds of privileges, but the idea was to try and limit the party members only to the tried and true. It worked fairly well. In 1937, however, there was a much more horrific round of purges, which were not associated with smaller technicalities, but were associated with the concept that people were saboteurs or wreckers of Soviet state. This is connected with the failure of the 5-year plans that Stalin had put in place. So something would happen like this. Stalin would set a ridiculous goal for production for a 5-year plan. He would say that this plant, for example, in 1928, it's producing 100 tons of pig iron per month. We want this plant to produce 500 tons per month by this time next year. Things which are physically impossible. But everyone was afraid to admit to Stalin that they weren't producing. So they essentially lied. And the lies would go up the food chain. Like let's say one manager would say, I was supposed to produce 10 pounds. I didn't. So I would tell him I produced 10, but I really only produced 7. And so that lie will go on to the next level. And by the time Stalin looks at the figures, it seems that we've met the goal, which is great, because then he says next year it's going to be 1,000 pounds. But when he actually goes to the storeroom to see how many pounds of pig iron, it's all gone, or there's only a tiny fraction of what he expected. And so rather than realizing that the whole system is bankrupt, and everybody is lying, it's a house of cards, he instead blames saboteurs or wreckers who are actually stealing the iron, breaking the plants, all kinds of things like this. And so internal enemies have to be found. And this is where the purges come in place. Someone accuses someone else of being a wrecker. In the case of Ginsburg, a Trotskyist, someone who identifies with Stalin's erstwhile rival. And so she's hauled before a kangaroo court, and let's say not say here in particularly because I'm speaking generically, and they accuse her of these horrible crimes. They may torture her. They may expose her family to all kinds of risks. They may, cause her husband to lose his job and so on, which is economic suicide in a society that boasts of 100% employment. And the only way that she can get out of it, or at least think she can get out of it, is if she betrays 10 other people who worked with her. And so she fabricates 10 names. She just makes up 10 names of people that she doesn't especially like, and she wants to divert the blame from herself. And then those 10 people get arrested. And then they betray another 10 people each. And within a short period of a couple of years, it just ballooned out of control, where the whole society was filled with people who were betraying each other to the secret police. And there were knocks on the door, 4 a.m., 5 a.m., taking people out of their beds, never to be seen again. There is also a significant anti-Semitic component to this as well, because Jews are often singled out for crimes, since they are still the other. They are still, relatively new to emancipation. It's only really been 18, 19 years since Jews were given equal rights. It's very easy to identify them, and they're also, by the way, disproportionately pro-communist. So it's very easy to identify them as the potential wreckers, and they get caught up into this horrible storm. And now, you know what? I think I'm going to go a little bit out of order. I'd like to talk a little bit about her specific connection here. So, no, I didn't connect here, so I'll have to do it over here. Here's an example of, I'll just read you a couple of passages, and you get a sense of how powerful a writer she is. She's describing someone else that she knows, and she was present when this one was arrested. And this is before she herself was arrested. This is a young woman with a small child. Oh, by the way, the reason why she was originally arrested is because one of her colleagues at the school had written a review article in a journal. Stalin had criticized that review article for being wrong-headed, for being not sufficiently communist. And since she worked in the same school and she did not join in with all of the condemnation of her colleague, she must have been a secret sympathizer, and so she was arrested by association with someone she had really nothing to do with on intellectual level. So let me just read to you a passage, though, that describes the arrest of an individual, and you get a sense of the strangeness of the entire thing. So this is a man is arrested, and his wife says as follows: when the NKVD came in the middle of the night to arrest her husband, who had spent Sunday with her in Kazan, she carried on in a manner worthy of a Greek tragedy. Needless to say, she was heartbroken for her beloved husband, the father of her child, but she suppressed her feelings. "So he lied to me," she exclaimed dramatically. "So he really was against the party all the time." With an amused grin, the men from the NKVD said, "Better get his things together." But she refused to do this for an enemy of the party. And when her husband went to his sleeping child's cot to kiss him goodbye, she barred his way, saying, "My child has no father." Then, shaking the policeman fervently by the hand, she swore to them that her son would be brought up a loyal servant of the party. All this she told me herself, and I do not for a minute believe that there was the least calculation or hypocrisy in her actions. Absurd as they seemed, they were prompted by what she genuinely felt in her naive soul, utterly devoted to the ideals of her militant youth. The ideal of possible degeneration, of scoundrels lusting for power, of treachery, of Bonapartism, had no place in her honest, single-track mind. Then there's a whole bunch of how she can't get a job because she realizes that she's been blacklisted and things like that. And then finally, and she becomes a beggar. She goes from place to place. And finally, she stops coming to Ginsburg, and she just disappears. For 2 or 3 days, we had no news. And on the 4th, we heard that after writing a letter full of love and devotion to Stalin, she had drunk a glass of acetic acid. In her suicide note, she blamed nobody, treated the whole thing as a misunderstanding, and begged to be remembered as a communist. Her coffin was followed by her 5-year-old son, the cleaning woman from the regional office committee, and 2 or 3 of the more desperate characters among her old friends. As I looked at the sad little grave surmounted by neither cross nor star, I told myself, no, I won't do that. I shall put up a fight. They may kill me if they can, but I won't help them. And in fact, her story is one of constant defiance throughout the entire story. So she is arrested and she is sent out to the Gulag, which is an acronym for a state labor camp, where it's essentially a huge outdoor prison, usually far out in eastern Siberia, where people are put to work in various forced labor activities. There are actually remarkable parallels between the Gulag and the concentration camps. One of the major disjunctures is that the Gulag was not designed as a death factory where people were not sent there specifically to be killed. They were sent there to be punished, horribly punished, to be neglected and abused, and without doubt, hundreds of thousands died in the Gulag. But in many ways, what's quite striking about the Gulag is the common psychological approaches that the Nazis and the Soviets used to break down the resistance of the prisoners there. There's a remarkable book written by Terence Desprez called The Survivor. He was one of the early scholars, he was a member of the Harvard Society of Fellows, who set out to write the first really synthetic work looking at the experience people had in the Nazi camps and in the Gulag. And he tried to bring together all these memoirs and to look at what were the common elements. Among the elements that he found was something called excremental assault. That was his term for it, where both the Nazis and the Soviets strove to remove individuality from all of their prisoners. First, taking away their clothing, making them wear uniforms. In some cases, like the Nazis, shaving their heads to make them look more uniform. Then taking away their names, insisting that they be referred to by number. In the case of some death camps, actually tattooing the number on their arms. And ultimately, argues Desprez, they caused them to recede back to the lowest point of their individuality and their identities by even causing them to lose the basics of toilet training. Because when you think about the developmental progress of a human being and their actualization as individuals, the very first thing we learn about socialization is how to be continent. But by forcing the prisoners to eat liquidy gruel and to give them very limited bathroom breaks, they ended up soiling themselves and feeling disgusting about themselves, which served to further reduce their psychological will to live. According to Desprez, this was a very deliberate plan by both the Nazis and the Soviets. Shortly after he completed this amazing work, which is still worth reading now, 40 years old, Desprez committed suicide because the time he spent contemplating these things was obviously too much to him. At any rate, life in the Gulag, very desperate, comparable in many ways to life in the concentration camps. There was some possibility of escape because they were not guarded with the same degree of arms as the concentration camps, but these gulags were so far out in the remote Far East that there was nowhere to run to. Where would you go? Although it was known that people did occasionally escape and make the long trek back to European Russia. But the nature of the life there was incredibly difficult because there was complete uncertainty as to why they were there and how long they were there. There were frequent retrials where a person might be sentenced for 3 or 4 years, and then halfway through that, they would be hauled towards a court out in Siberia and sentenced to an additional 10 years for some mysterious crime that they similarly did not commit. So it was kind of an open-ended ticket to be in the Gulag, and people often despaired and committed suicide during their time there. She managed to hold on to her identity and her strength of will throughout, which makes her a remarkable figure in the period. So what I'd like to do at this point is go and see what's happening to the Jews a little bit further west. We'll understand a little bit more about what she returned to, but I should pause for a couple of questions and I'll take a drink of water. Anyone have any questions? I've just motor mouthed straight through 35 minutes. Okay, what you don't know is that this is actually, everyone's asleep. I'm just talking here, no one's awake. It's Abramson, there you go. Yeah, she learned that her husband had died and her son had died. She actually remarried in the camps. They had a certain degree of freedom that was unusual compared to the Nazi camps. She remarried in the camps, and later she was reunited with her son, the one that survived. Okay. Now, what's going on in Western Europe? Well, not Western Europe, but Western Soviet Union. You recall that Hitler had made an agreement with Stalin, the so-called Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Even though Hitler and Stalin were bitter enemies and their philosophies were totally opposed to each other, they both realized that there was some profit in their forming an alliance. So in 1939, they made this secret non-aggression pact, which made them all of a sudden great friends, as this Danish cartoon shows Stalin as the groom and Hitler as the bride. Hitler then invades Poland from the west, and Stalin invades from the east. They divide up the territory, and we spoke last week with Emmanuel Ringelblum about what happened during the next 2 years during the ghettoization. This is changed dramatically with Operation Barbarossa, which is when Hitler double-crossed Stalin, even though he had assured Stalin that they were going to have a non-aggression pact. Once Hitler had subdued Western Europe, he turned around and attacked his erstwhile ally. And oops, what happened there? It comes back. Oh, this is really the deep projector. Okay. What he did was, so this is the Soviet territory that became under Nazi control right up until here. Stalin got in front of these. And this is the Western Europe that was under Nazi control before Operation Barbarossa. And these names here are just a sampling of literally hundreds of small Städtler, or little villages, which had 500 to 10,000 Jews living in them. And what Hitler did was, behind the Wehrmacht, behind the German army that was advancing to the east, he sent 4 special police battalions called Einsatzgruppen that would go to these local communities, round up all the Jews, communists, homosexuals, Jehovah's Witnesses, take them out to ravines and shoot them dead with machine gun fire. An estimated 1.5 to possibly as high as 2.5 million Jews were killed in Operation Barbarossa, including my own grandparents and their families. My grandparents' families, I should say. One of the worst of these Einsatzgruppen murders was in Babi Yar. Yar is a Russian word meaning ravine. So it's an old woman's ravine is what it means, where 33,000 Jews were killed in less than a week. An astounding number were killed. Babi Yar remained open, though, and it was a killing site for the rest of the war as well. Now, there's a lot more to say about this, but I want to move on to the next major stage, which is where we left off from the Emmanuel Ringelblum lecture, is that by the end of 1941, Hitler felt that this was not adequate. The rate and the efficiency of murdering Jews was simply not up to his ambitions, and he charged his deputies with finding a solution, really an Endlösung, a final solution for the so-called Jewish problem. And on June 20th of 1942, in a conference held in Wannsee, north of Berlin, they decided to create these 6 death camps, which would be the killing site for all the Jews that remained in the ghettos. As we discussed last week, I don't want to spend too much time going over it. These so-called Vernichtungslager, which is German for destruction camps. Vernicht means to make into nothing. Lager means camps. There were 6 of them: Treblinka, Auschwitz, Sobibor, and Majdanek, Belzec, and Kamenov. They were designed specifically with the task of receiving Jewish cargo, destroying that cargo after removing any valuable resources associated with that cargo, and then getting rid of the waste products. In other words, taking human beings, stealing their valuables down to their prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, gold teeth, their hair, in some bizarre cases, even their fat and their skin, and then gassing them and attempting to burn the bodies in crematoria. This was the nadir of the Holocaust expressed in these 6 camps specifically, and of course we know the story well of how they were killed. They were brought into the Umschlagplatz, so that was the embarkation point. They were brought out of the trains, often after a 3 or 4 day journey from Greece or from France. Many of them had died in the rail cars on the way there. They were forced to march, sometimes to music played by a symphony made up of the prisoners, past a selection officer. In the case of Auschwitz, it was the notorious Wasser Engel, Mengele, who would direct those who looked like they would be useful for slave labor to the right, where they would be put in various enterprises that the camps run. And those who were slated for immediate destruction were sent to the left. The vast majority were sent to the left and were killed within 24 hours after their valuables and so on were removed. There were various devices used to try and ease the resistance of the Jews. A lot of euphemisms were used. They told them they were going to be, their lice would be removed. They would have a delousing. So they were given, in some cases, towels, bar soap, and sent into rooms that looked like shower chambers. And then a poison pellet known as Zyklon B, shown here. It's a rat poison that apparently acts when it first encounters oxygen. It would be poured into a special device that would carry these pellets into the chambers. There they would create a toxic gas that would kill people with asphyxiation within about 20 to 30 minutes. As we discussed a little earlier in the Ringelblum lecture, most of this was actually carried out by Jews themselves, so-called Sonderkommando or special commando squads, other prisoners who were given the horrific tasks of handling the poison, of managing the flow of people into the gas chambers, and then the very difficult task of removing their bodies and shipping them off to the crematorium. So this is, there's really nothing much we can say. In another class, perhaps we can go into much more detail into this, but I want to simply cover the period so that students who view this online will have some sense of it. Those who were spared immediate death and sent to forced labor often experienced all other kinds of atrocious in fact, most of the survivors that we know of from the camps were originally slated for the right, and they survived when they were slaves rather than sent for immediate death. Another horrible thing that happened was that the Nazis were obsessed with racial theory and with the idea of eugenics, and creating a master race through scientific, quasi-scientific means. So twins in particular were set aside for experimentation because twins allow a scientist, quasi-scientist, to have a variable and a control at the same time. Okay, let's go. So, it is worth speaking a little bit about resistance in this context as well, though. We spoke in last week about the resistance in Warsaw, which occurred in April of 1943, about 8 months after the ghetto was largely emptied of its Jews. And this is, I think, in many ways symptomatic of resistance during the Holocaust if one understands resistance rather narrowly as armed resistance against the Nazis. The basic characteristic of that is that Jewish resistance was too little, too late. There are some significant exceptions. Lithuania, for example, had an extremely active partisan movement. Anyone who could escape to the woods got involved in anti-Nazi activities. In some cases, they're on anti-Nazi, anti-Soviet activities. But by and large, Jews tried to stay out of trouble. And they used models of understanding persecution that had worked for about 2,000 years, but were inadequate to the challenge of the Nazis. There are, in fact, this is what Raoul Hilberg, one of the greatest of the Holocaust historians, in his 3-volume, The Destruction of European Jewry, he refers to this as essentially a cultural mindset that Jews have developed as a strategy for dealing with oppression. And it was simply not right for the threat the Nazis posed. There are other scholars, such as Yehuda Bauer, and I think I also mentioned him last week, who argue that model of looking at resistance, however, is far too narrow in nature, and that resistance must be understood as any conscious gesture designed to thwart the German goals. It's not exactly his phraseology, but the same kind of idea. And it would include, for example, participating in a Jewish theater group in the ghetto. It would include, continuing to pray in the ghetto. It would include refusing to die. That in itself, affirming life, is in fact, for Bauer, a form of Jewish resistance. if the Nazi goal was to completely invalidate the Jewish people, then an act to counter that would in fact be a form of resistance. The photograph shown here is one of the great heroes of the Warsaw Ghetto, Rabbi Columbus Kalman Shapiro, known as the Eish Kodesh or the Piaseczny Rabbi, who heroically declined offers from the resistance to escape the ghetto in order to maintain his synagogue there and to cater to the numerous Hasidim and new Hasidim who went to him for spiritual guidance during his difficult time. Okay, now I believe we're right about to get back to Yevgenia Ginsburg. What happened? Her release really had nothing to do with what happened, what she ever did, or what happened in Gulag. It had to do more with what happened in Moscow, which was specifically the death of Stalin. The Soviet Union was, if you look at the newspapers of the time, it looks like they were actually surprised that Stalin died. I imagine a lot of people today will be surprised if Castro dies, but maybe that's a similar kind of, I should say, but it's a similar kind of feeling, I imagine. People were wailing in the streets. People were genuinely felt that there was a crisis of biblical proportions that Stalin had passed away. And that was largely because the entire society seemed to be completely wrapped up in what was later called a cult of personality. There was this kind of overwhelming belief that Stalin was this messianic-like figure who had all the answers for the entire Soviet people, and all those people who were dissidents or who were persecuted were kind of like ignored, and their position was regarded as being so completely antisocial that it was beyond consideration. Once Stalin's Shiva was over, Lahavdil, people began to kind of wake up and say, what kind of a nightmare were we living since 1937 with those incredible Persians? And slowly, the Soviet Union began to rehabilitate prisoners, including Ginsburg, who had been out there for 20 years. And she was allowed to return back to Moscow, and there was a slow thaw that began, and the thaw culminated in the so-called secret speech of 1956. This was a speech made by the then Prime Minister Nikita Khrushchev, and he made this speech only to the Politburo, to a closed circle of leaders, but he recorded the speech and allowed it to be distributed. So they call it the secret speech, but they always put it in quotation marks. It's because it's like what they call an Oxford secret. I learned this when I was in England. An Oxford secret is something you only tell one person at a time. So the secret speech was designed to be anything but secret. And what he essentially said was that we were wrong, that Stalin made mistakes, and that we followed him, and it was disastrous for us. And so the Soviet Union began a shift away from Stalin, and that favored those who were earlier persecuted by him, the dissidents and so on. Later on, of course, that did not mean that the Soviet Union would stop using the Gulag, stop using its secret police and things like that. That would continue right through Gorbachev, but there was a recognition society-wide that they had gone far too far, and that Stalin was something like a Hitler-esque kind of person for the Soviet Union. She came out with her 2 volumes of memoirs. The first was this Journey into the Whirlwind, and the other one is simply In the Whirlwind, in which she described her experiences, and they are incredibly powerful. Let me read you one more passage, I think, from here. I mentioned how her Jewish identity was tenuous. She was an assimilated Jew to begin with. She never really identified with things Jewish. She was a communist first and a Jew, maybe a distant 12th. But in the camps, she began to discover some elements of it. So, for example, they were punished in the camps, by the way, for singing out loud and for reciting poetry and so on. But nevertheless, they continued to do these things when they were not observed. And so she's writing about, here deep in the Gulag, she says, in one of the books that they had there, they had a precious few little books that they used to share and hide from the guards. We happened to read some lines about the destiny of the Jewish people, their stubbornness and vitality, and the ancient greeting, next year in Jerusalem. I took this as the theme of the new year versus Julia had asked me for. Julia was one of the other prisoners, and they would make up poems for each other on the occasion of the new year, which was one of the few holidays that was allowed in the Soviet Union because it was secular, completely secular holiday. And so this is Ginsberg's poetry. And again, like gray-haired Jews, we shall cry out eagerly with voices cracked and weak next year in Jerusalem. Clinking our prison mugs, we shall drain them dry. There is no sweeter wine than the wine of hope. Comrade, be of good cheer. Our prison food is not manna from heaven, but like the gray-haired Jews, we believe in the promised land. We may be poor and persecuted, but on New Year's Eve we'll cry next year in Jerusalem. So, in terms of her legacy, to summarize, this is a picture of her with her adult stepdaughter here. She went through horrible, horrible experiences as a victim of the Stalinist purges. She was not necessarily singled out because she was of Jewish background, although that was a common experience for many. But her memoirs from the period are an invaluable resource to understand that the horrors of the Nazi period were not limited to those who found themselves under the yoke of the Germans. Very similar, comparable experiences were had by those who were under the power of Stalin and his diabolical ideas about the eradication of wreckers, saboteurs, and indeed the Jewish people. I thank you so much for your attention. Sorry that I rattled on so long with so few questions, but I hope you have an excellent night and see you better next week. Story from Rachel, the wife of Akiva ben Yosef. I'm sorry again for the sort of selfie colors of the projector ball that's going here. The story is that after 12 years of absence from his wife, Akiva returns from a long stay in yeshiva. He overhears his wife saying, before he has a chance to say hello, he overhears her saying, one of the women say, don't you feel terrible letting your husband go to yeshiva for 12 long years? And she says, you know what? I would do it all over again. So Akiva, as the story in the Talmud goes, turns around, goes away for another 12 years. Then he comes back with 24,000 students in tow. And as they're getting close to his home, she comes out to greet him. His students don't realize who she is, and they're trying to push her away because, this is the great Rabbi Akiva is coming. And he stops his students and he says to them a famous word. He says, let's see if I get it right. Shalachem shali. What is yours is mine. All the Torah that you have, my 24,000 students, it's from me. The shali, shalom. And everything that I have comes from her. So as the story goes, she had tremendous self-sacrifice, 24 years of her married life given up so that Akiva could continue to learn. And the lesson is that whatever the students have belongs to Akiva, whatever Akiva has belongs to Rachel. This story is beautiful, but almost certainly apocryphal. The premier biographies of Akiva say it was maybe something like 3 years. 12 years would be highly unusual for a whole host of reasons. But nevertheless, the idea that's present in that sentiment is so profound, and I think very true of a large trend in Jewish history, specifically the bifurcated nature of gender roles, where women are primarily located in the private sphere, typically taking care of the home fires. Husbands are off in the public sphere, typically engaged in large-scale learning with groups, perhaps in the political sphere. And this has been reified and approved and reinforced over many, many generations. We'll see that there are a lot of challenges to this particular model, particularly in the 19th and 20th century. But our goal in this class is to look at the roots of this phenomenon, to understand how it played out over the centuries, and to get a better sense of the role of women in ancient Israel. Specifically, what I'd like to do is I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about the political economic context of the Jews at this period in the first and early second century. And then I'd like to move to the biographies of Rachel and Akiva. They're dual biographies. It's very hard to separate them, but we'll focus specifically on Rachel. And then finally, which will take probably most of the lecture, we'll go to talk about women in ancient Israel as a whole. And that's really the point of the lecture. Rachel is an excuse to talk about the women in ancient Israel. Okay, so why don't we start with the political context? I call this lecture Rachel, wife of Akiva. We're lucky we even know her first name. Quite often, the famous wives of rabbis are known only in association with their husbands, sometimes their fathers or their sons. We'll speak a few weeks later about the wise mother of Abaye, for example, that we always know her only because he calls her Ima, so we know Ima Shel Abaye, and that's it. In this case, however, we do know Rachel because she came from a very significant family. We don't know her dates, but we can assume they're probably broadly similar to Akiva's. His dates are circa 40 of the Common Era through 137 of the Common Era. What that means is he lived through perhaps the most tumultuous era in Jewish history, specifically the First Roman-Jewish War, which ended in the destruction of the First Temple in approximately the year 70. The incredible spiritual ferment of that time that gave birth to the early Christian movement, that nurtured the early Pharisaic movement, or matured the Pharisaic movement, the Essenes, many other groups were born during this period. And then there was kind of an aftershock towards the end of Akiva's life, the Bar Kokhba rebellion, which was a result of the Hadrianic persecutions. This is a picture of Hadrian over here. This is one of the Roman emperors who decided that the only way to deal with the Jewish problem was to once and for all completely wipe out all of the rituals that made the Jews distinct. So the specific kinds of practices that he targeted included, for example, banning of circumcision, something which has perennial consequences right up until really the last few years, last few months, there's been some controversy in Germany over this. Circumcision was viewed in the ancient world as a very clannish kind of ritual that the Jews used to separate themselves from non-Jews, because the only way you could really be a part of the club, as a male at any rate, was to go through this ordeal, and it was a way of, keeping the borders of the population integral. Another example of Hadrianic, so circumcision was completely proscribed, and people who were engaging in it were put to death. Similarly, observance of Shabbat was forbidden, because this is something the Romans and the Greeks also did not do. They only observed holidays that were, corresponding to emperors' birthdays or to the various movements of the stars and so on. The teaching of Torah in public, one of the most serious decrees against the Jewish people. Much of what we'll be reading on Yom Kippur, the Eila Ezra, come from this time, the period of the so-called Asara Ruge Malchus, the 10 martyrs of the state, referred to the Hadrianic persecutions, specifically of people who had the gall to teach Torah on YouTube, publicly. So, okay, thank you, Aaron, I got it. But who had the gall to teach Torah publicly, they were put to death in the most horrible and horrific ways to try and dissuade people from learning Torah. Akiva, of course, is one of the Asara Ruge Malchus. He died an absolutely terrible death, which actually I didn't feel like putting in the lecture, but I might as well mention it now because it makes sense. Akiva was put to death. His skin was flayed from his body with iron combs. And the famous story is that he recited the Shema as he was dying, proclaiming to his students that all his life he wondered what did it mean to love God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your might. And now he understood with all your soul, even if God takes your soul, that's what you have to do. So Akiva is really the essential example of the Hadrianic persecution in his personal life. He then signed on to the Bar Kokhba rebellion, which was a kind of a strange movement that was known as the Second Roman Jewish War, in which a a group of neo-messianists following an individual named Bar Kokhba tried to, in a very quixotic attempt, overthrow the Roman Empire. It was a complete failure, and Akiva died shortly thereafter. So this is roughly the political context that the Jews are living in at this point. Their sovereignty was impugned heavily by the Romans already before the Common Era. We're going to, when we come back after the holidays, we'll talk about the Herodian age. We'll go back a little bit in time, but basically we had sort of a puppet state in place for a while. Then around the year 70, that's completely destroyed. The temple is destroyed. A large part of the population is exiled. I want to say one other thing, and I completely forgot what I was going to say. I think that's happening more and more often lately. Just wait. Thank you. I forgot what I was going to say. But so they lost the political status. Oh, and at this point, that's what I remember now. Even the city of Jerusalem is renamed Isla Capitolina. Right? They want to try and create a non-Jewish identity for Jerusalem itself. The Romans start referring to Israel or Judah as Palestina, because they want to try and, in a kind of humiliating way, name it after the Philistines, who are Jews' traditional enemy. And so they, all of these things, it's such a terrible time politically for the Jews. Israel is at its lowest ebb, and we need a leader to try and take us forward. Akiva, in many ways, takes that position. The religious context, interestingly enough, is one of great ferment and positive change in many ways. Specifically, in the context of this, tremendous assault on Jewish power and sovereignty, the Perushim, or the Pharisees, we spoke about them briefly, and by the way, I got quite a few comments on YouTube about what I said about Pharisees, but there's some people in Denmark, for example, who really like Pharisees, and they thought it was too hard on them. But at any rate, the Pharisees, under Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, they adopt a political strategy of how to deal with this new reality by essentially separating from the Roman movement entirely and adopting a pacifistic stance vis-a-vis Rome, which turned out to be ultimately very successful, and that's why we're still sitting here in this room talking about the Pharisees, because they adopted that political orientation. There were Jews who were trying to actually fight off the Roman yoke, which was just an overwhelmingly stupid thing. It was impossible to imagine they would succeed. Do you remember the TV show? It was one of the Bugs Bunny shows, I think, where there was this alien with like a kind of a Roman mohawk hat, and the alien had this huge ray gun, but he was only about 3 feet tall. Unfortunately, that's what I think of always when I think of the Zealots in this period, the Jews trying to fight off the Roman Empire, which stretches from Scotland all the way around the Mediterranean basin out to Bactria, way out in Afghanistan. And here are the Jews thinking they're going to carve out their little parking lot of territory, and the Romans will let us have it. So it was the Zealots were an extremely dangerous group, and they were also extremely dangerous to other Jewish groups. They were engaged in assassination of rival Jews who did not feel as they did vis-a-vis the Roman Empire. Then you have the Tzaddukim, the Sadducees, who had for about a century now completely sold out to the Romans in exchange for the cultic rights. In exchange for control of the temple, they essentially said, you know what, this is the way it's going to be. Let's make peace with the Romans. We'll exchange with them. We'll have our own center in the temple. And they had a considerable amount of material sway and wealth and power because of their association with the Romans. But ultimately, they were not on the winning side of history, because when the cult of the temple was destroyed, then there was no reason for the Sadducees to exist either. The only group that made it through this time turned out to be the heroes, were the Perushim, so-called those who separate. Rosh means to draw away, because they drew away from all these other Jewish movements. They said, we're not going to get involved with the state. We're not going to get involved with the temple anymore. We're going to separate even from the temple, and we're going to maintain our own group status. Yochanan ben Zakkai, in a very famous moment, struck a deal with the Romans by smuggling himself out of Jerusalem, literally in a casket, in a coffin, because that was the only way the rival Jewish groups would allow him to leave, he had to pretend that he was dead. And even then, when they pretended he was dead, they still stuck metal poles in the casket to try to see if he really was dead. Luckily, he survived, and he went and he said, listen, the only thing I want is the town of Yavne and its sages. Tenli Yavne v'chachamecha. Give me the city of Yavne and the sages, and we'll just sit there and we will learn, and we'll continue our studies of the Jewish religion and so on. This small city of Yavne, close to Tiberia, modern Tiberias, was where modern Jewish culture was essentially forged, and these rabbis got together and in a kind of like a Tahara bubble, a bubble of purity where they were not involved primarily in the huge political storms that were going on. They just focused on the Mesorah, on the tradition, working on the Mishnah, which would later become the Talmud, and the central intellectual focus of Judaism. Their main achievement in Yavne was the writing of the Mishnah, which was codified by Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. The tradition is that Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi was born on the day that Rabbi Akiva died in the year 137. So that's kind of like a really important things that are going on religiously for the Jews at this time. Can I take any questions? Yes, please.
Romans did not allow them to practice their religion. How did they allow this?
So Yavne is still earlier. Yavne is around the First Roman-Jewish War. When you get to the Hadrianic persecution, you're absolutely right. That's when Yavne is under threat. But by that time, they've had about 60 years to try and cement the ways in which the Mesorah is handed over, and they're quite successful at it. They were able to establish, by the way, like under extremely difficult circumstances, they created the first universal public school system in the world. Under Yoshua ben Gamma, they created something that Akiva himself was not able to take advantage of, but it was a universal school system. We don't know how effective it was, but nevertheless, there are records that, in fact, that was one of the decrees he made, that up until he lived, he was one of the last of the authorities associated with the temple. He was later assassinated 3 years after he began his rule. That's what happens when you try and lower the cost of day schools. Someone's going to kill you. But why I say things like that. It's on YouTube. Anybody can be watching. Yes. Yeah, I don't know if is modern. Either there's two possibilities. And either I'm wrong, or Yavne is international. But I'm pretty sure it's. I'll look it up, and you'll see on the video a little note there. By the way, I got it wrong. We'll see something else. Okay. Let's look at the economic context for a few minutes. There is a huge divergence in class in Israel. The wealth distribution is very much skewed towards, so to speak, a kind of a 1%. Specifically, the Sadducees in particular have accumulated a large amount of the wealth, and they tend to be concentrated in the urban areas like Jerusalem. Outside of Jerusalem, there's widespread poverty and widespread ignorance of the law, ignorance of the Jewish tradition altogether. This goes together with access to education. Where there is poverty, there tends to be very little education because, especially when you're in a rural economy where there's so much labor that has to be done, time-consuming labor in the fields, in food preparation, things like that, they just don't have the wherewithal to free up children of primary school age from these tasks that are associated with maintaining the home. This is when you have the phrase and the phenomenon of the Am Haaretz. The phrase literally means the people of the land, which perhaps in the biblical times, you see the reference to Am Haaretz every now and then in Tanakh, and it's not pejorative. It means like a farmer, right? I believe there's a passage even in Bereshit where Abraham bends down, he bows down to the Am Haaretz. I can't remember exactly the phrase, I'll have to look it up. But it acquires a distinctively negative tone by the time you get to the first millennium. At this time, the term Am Haaretz, then and now, is now synonymous with ignoramus. To be a person of the land means to be unlearned, to be unlettered. And that's a kind of a prejudice that's pertained in Jewish culture all the way through the modern period. Jews have historically they've been very poor at farming since they left the land of Israel. There's been a marked movement to commerce, small professions, things like that. And only with the reestablishment of the state of Israel has the idea of Jews as farmers begun to resume. And in this context, we understand a little bit more about Akiva himself. Can we pause for a question or two? Arguments? Discussions? Okay. All right. So, what's the story of Rachel and Akiva? Again, unfortunately, it's very romantic, but we only have a handful of stories about them, and they are kind of magnified in our mind as kind of like mythic stories of great power. Not myth necessarily in the sense of untruth, but myth in the sense of great value that are instructive for our tradition. It was a star-crossed lovers match that was ill-fated from the beginning. Rachel was the daughter of Kalba Savua, who was reputed to be one of the three most wealthy men in Israel of the time. Akiva, son of Yosef, was an unlettered shepherd who worked for Kalba Savua. So Rachel met this young man, and you can imagine she's the wealthiest. Her father is one of the three wealthiest men in Israel. He's got all this money, and she is, here. She is, used to living a life of luxury, but she meets this bright. She thinks he's bright, anyways. Shepherd, and she's attracted to him, and the feeling is mutual. However, he has absolutely no learning whatsoever, and not only that, he has a tremendous antipathy to the sages. He says at one point that when he was a youth, if he saw a scholar, he wanted to bite him like a donkey. So angry with them, and when you think about the connection of education and wealth and privilege, and here is Akiva struggling in tremendous poverty, he sees the Talmid Chachamim as, hypocrites who walk around in fancy robes and have plenty of good food to eat, but they have no sense of what reality is like for the average Jew. So he had a tremendous hostility to the sages. Nevertheless, very much against Kalba Savua's will, as you can imagine, Rachel marries Akiva on the condition that he learn Torah. He is really against the idea at first, but he is so deeply attracted to Rachel that he in fact goes along with her demand and promises that he will in fact study Torah. So he begins first by going to night classes. Not a very successful attempt. He goes to work in the fields all day long, and he comes back at night. He goes to the base medrash, and he keeps falling asleep in shul. He starts falling asleep. He just can't keep his eyes open, and ultimately he drops out. What can he do? He just can't keep up with these classes. Can't wake up before dawn and go out into the fields and to supervise the sheep and things like that. Kalba Savua, it's not exactly clear whether he cut Rachel off or if she became alienated with him, but she joined Akiva in a life of great poverty. At one point, she even sold her reportedly beautiful long hair to put food on the table. Later, Akiva would say to her that, one day, Rachel, I promise you, one day I will find a way to buy you a Yerushalayim Shel Zahav, which was apparently a kind of an ornament, very popular at the time. It was either some kind of large medallion or it may have been some kind of tiara that had a golden image of the city of Jerusalem, the skyline. Yerushalayim Shel Zahav, Jerusalem of gold. And she would say, yeah. And then later on, of course, when he was the head of an academy and very well and so on, and he bought it for her, then as the proverb went, women would say to their husbands, I'm going to go. How does the story go? I think the thing of the story is women would say to the husbands, when are you going to buy me a Yerushalayim Shel Zahav? And the husband would say back, when you sell your hair like Rachel sold hers, when you live up to that kind of level of poverty. Those things are probably things that are added on later as kind of apocryphal elements to the story. But at any rate, she endured tremendous poverty, and nothing much changed. Akiva had failed. Akiva could not live up to his end of the bargain. And it looked in their early years of marriage like she had made a colossal mistake. But luckily, it turned around when she gave birth to one of their children, a son. And Akiva began to get involved in his son's education. When he was about 5 or 6 years old, so you can imagine they're married now for at least 5 or 6 years, that Akiva started to get involved in the education. As the story says, that he would go to he would essentially do carpool, take his kid to carpool. I have, if you can believe it, this year, I have 6 kids in 6 different schools, in 6 different carpools. It's totally insane. I can't believe it, but somehow we manage it. Anyways, he would go with his son to carpool, take him to school, and he would sit there, a beautiful metaphor, image, where his son would take a hold of one end of the writing tablet, he would take a hold of the other end of the writing tablet, and they would together sound out the letters as he developed literacy. Don't forget, this is a man who's literally 40 years old, who is now beginning to be literate for the first time in his life, and he's learning it with his 6-year-old. Obviously, he made tremendous progress once he was learning in the morning, not at night, and I think it's worth a pause just for a second to reflect on. I wonder how many of us also began our Jewish education when we realized the importance of giving our children a Jewish education. How many of us also started getting ourselves interested when we started teaching it with our children. Anyhow, he made tremendous leaps and strides, and all of a sudden he was recognized as a person of some learning. He learned with tremendous facility in a remarkably short period of time until he was recognized as quite a teacher. Now, Rachel's sacrifice is really illustrative of a larger phenomenon of the role of women in ancient Israel, and one would argue perhaps even medieval and modern Israel today. Note that the dedication to Torah study did not come initially from Akiva. We have all these great stories about Rabbi Akiva, what he taught, what he did, how he sacrificed, but ultimately it really came down to what Rachel wanted. Rachel was the one who insisted from the beginning that he should be the one to learn Torah. So perhaps one of the strongest elements we see in this story is that Rachel is the pillar, the foundation of this tremendous edifice of scholarship. She was the one also who had the insight into Akiva's potential. Were it not for her vision of what he could become, then he certainly would not have gotten anywhere. It was really up to her to unleash that potential, to nurture it, and this was something that took a tremendous amount of effort and change. And she did this through her own personal self-sacrifice. She left a home of tremendous wealth and comfort to live the life of a shepherd's wife, to the point where she was literally selling her hair to be able to put food on the table. Living also in great isolation. If we understand the story of Akiva's departure to learn with the sages far away for 24 years, again, that's probably an extreme statement, but 3 years is easily imaginable. And 3 years is also a tremendous price to pay for the cost of these goods. So it all comes down really to Rachel's sacrifice. So let's I'll pause once again. I don't have any questions before we go to the larger topic of women in the ancient period. It's an excellent observation. I think one of the main distinctions that if you compare, I mean, it's really in many ways apples and oranges, but the Romans had a head-on, blunt force kind of approach. Kill anyone who does this. And that was not successful. The Soviets had a far more sophisticated approach of co-opting the Jews themselves. Most of the people who implemented Soviet policy among the Jews were themselves, fairly educated Jews, including Simon Dimenstein, who was actually a rabbi before 1917. He became the head of the Sektia, the Jewish section that implemented. So what the Soviets did is they were able to kind of transvalue a Judaism that was devoid of God and say, hey, look, you don't have to do it this way, the way you've always done it. Instead of saying, let's say Moses, say Stalin. And they were able to put something in its place to fill that gap, and that's ultimately far more dangerous. Substitutes are dangerous. Yes, Ms. Abrams. Yes, that's exactly what I want you to do too. I totally feel like Alba Savua. You know, she essentially, she's 16 years old, and all right, she's saying, wouldn't it make more sense for Rothschild to stay at home and send Akiva out to marry him and to learn, and once he's learned it, then they get married? Absolutely. 100%. Don't settle. You are fantastic, and he may. Okay. Exactly right. Yes, but nevertheless, she had the vision. She would have had to wait 24 years. That's right. And who knows what would have been by then. That's true. But you're right. And in fact, this is a debate in the Talmud between Rabbi Yochanan and I believe the Reish Lakish over whether a man, it actually goes right through Maimonides and other poskim, whether a man, again, really based on the idea that the husband is the primary breadwinner, should a man have a career first and a profession and then get married? Or should a man get married first and then he'll find a way to make a living? And yeah, that's one of the obligations that a father has, is to teach his son how to have a trade, because otherwise he's not going to get married. But it's a debate that's ongoing, a dynamic debate. Obviously, Rachel did not hold like the Rambam and said, get married first, trade later. But okay, excellent question. And we'll talk more about this at home. Right. So, larger observation about women in ancient Israel. 2 spheres. You see this in a lot of Western cultures in particular. To a certain degree, it's very prominent in Asian culture, less so in many African cultures. But it is a typical Judeo-Christian Western idea that you have 2 spheres, the public sphere and the private sphere. The private sphere, that of the home in particular, perhaps the school, but within the 4 walls, with a greater degree of anonymity, a greater degree of passivity. These are areas which are typically reserved for women or considered the proper domain of women. In some more repressive cultures, women are forced into these roles. In others, it's something that's considered an ideal that women are encouraged to occupy. In Judaism and Jewish culture, we'll see it's a mixture of both. One concept is this idea that's a pasuk in Tehillim, Kol Kvuda Bat Melech Pnima. All the glory of the princess is within. Meaning, when a woman is, protected and is bounded and not seen to the outside world, that is her glory. Compared to the Torah scroll, the word Torah is also a feminine noun. The Torah scroll is protected by a mantle inside the ark with a curtain in front of it, so on. That's kind of one model of a feminine ideal. At the same time, ironically, we have this concept of the Eshet Chayil. So someone give me an actual translation of Eshet Chayil, this prayer from Proverbs every Friday night. Woman of valor. Okay, very good. That's kind of like your 1917 JPS translation. But the word Eshet is like Isha, right? The snichut, so it's the word Isha. What does the word Chayal mean in modern Hebrew? Soldier. It means soldier woman. And Eshet Chayil is a warrior woman. Very different from Kol Kvuda Bat Melech Pnima, you would think, because she is a soldier who fights at home, isn't going to fight much of a war. The soldier has to go out, has to conquer. And in fact, if you read Eshet Chayil, just in English, straight through, you'll see she's doing a lot of things that are not in the house. I mean, she's out there, she's sizing up a field and she's buying it. She's supervising her employees. She's managing some kind of import-export trade. Her ships are going out and things like that. And meanwhile, what's her husband doing? He's sitting in the gates, and everybody knows him, and that's it. So it's kind of like an inversion of the Kol Kvuda Bat Melech Pnima. And of course, it is sung every Friday night as on one level, a plan of praise to the woman who probably prepared the meal. So these two kind of polar opposites are in dynamic tension with each other throughout much of Jewish history, where we'll have Jewish heroines who have a tremendously high degree of tzniut. Translate that term literally, hiddenness, right? And their hiddenness will be valued. And on the other hand, you have women who are like Deborah, who are going out to war, like Esther, who are out there in foreign politics. I mean, they're really very activist women at the same time. Yes. Right. Yeah, should we be a Mamlechet Kohanim, meaning a kingdom of priests, meaning like inside, insular, or Nagoyim, light to the nations? I think that's very true. And in fact, to extend your point further, in much of the Kabbalistic literature in particular, the Jewish people is invariably described in the feminine. The Knesset Yisrael is understood as the feminine aspect. God would be the masculine aspect, and we take on both of these roles. At any rate, these models are, this is a tension that goes throughout the entire corpus of Jewish history. And there's one slide, just for fun, I wasn't sure which image to use, so I wanted to make sure you saw it there. Okay, we're going to skip past that, right? Oh yeah, this is Rosie the Riveter, right? Famous 1940s American propaganda promoting women activism. Right, there you go. Okay, we'll just skip that. Okay, now, see, I put that on YouTube. You realize that there's someone out there who's going to send me lots of nasty mail because they put that out there. It was very brief. Maybe I'll edit it up. Okay. Now, theoretically, and through much of the literature, women are defined through men, either through association with their husband, even Rachel, Eshet, Akiva. We see this in a lot of cultures. The word Isha, interestingly enough, in Hebrew can mean either wife or woman. They are synonymous terms. When I thought about this for a while, I read this in one article and I thought, that's an interesting point. But then, with the exception of English, most languages have that. Right? In French, it's femme. Femme can mean wife or woman. And in German, it's Frau, which means wife or woman. Maybe you make a distinction between madame and mademoiselle. But when you speak of an adult woman, the term for adult woman and the term for adult wife are synonymous. That is also true of men. You say, this is my man, this is my husband. So I'm not sure how really valid the point is, but I put it up there anyway. Women historically are identified and valued through their connection either to their father or their husband or their adult sons. They rarely have status as individuals separate from men. This is not at all the case with various heroic men who are typically understood to be married, but their marriage is kind of very incidental to whatever else it is they're doing in our literature. This may not be very surprising because, after all, who controls the literature that we're talking about? It's primarily men, overwhelmingly men. So since men write the stories, this means that many of women's voices throughout history are unfortunately submerged. And they only really come to the fore when they are truly exceptional, such as Rachel or perhaps Gloria. That's when we hear a lot more about them. So working with the sources we have, it's very difficult to kind of perform literary and historical archaeology and resurrect what it is that women did. We also see there is what my grandmother Lashawn called the hoo-ha disparity. If you look at life cycle events, there's no question that women get far less hoo-ha throughout the life cycle than men do. For men, you have the Shalom Zachar, maybe the Vachna, the Bris, the Bidin Haben, the Bar Mitzvah, right? The $30,000 birthday party for a 13-year-old. It just goes on and on. Of course, Bat Mitzvah doesn't become a phenomenon until the 20th century, and even then it tends to be more subdued. Women, of course, have the wedding ceremony, which is their attachment to a male, and that's a big hoo-ha. But I think if you were to weigh all the hoo-has on two sides of a scale, you'd see the male hoo-ha side is definitely heavier. Also, connect this with a very basic economic reality of Jewish history, really up until about the 19th century. When a marriage was contracted, the wife moved into her husband's home and contributed to the economy of her husband's extended family. It was not the other way around. Very, very rarely did you have a man enter his wife's home with his wife's extended family. So the saying, you're not losing a son, you're gaining a daughter-in-law, is very true. But you could not say you're not losing a daughter, you're gaining a son-in-law. That would not be true. So when families had daughters, there was a certain amount of tristesse, a certain amount of less enthusiasm, because there was a realization that you put all this investment and energy, and by the time she's 12 or 13, you married her off, and she's gone. And maybe you'll see her on holidays, and maybe you'll have grandchildren from time to time, but that is essentially going to represent a net loss to your family economically. Whereas if you have a son, then ultimately you say, all right, within whatever 15 years, once he is married, that's going to bring another set of hands into our household. It's going to bring hopefully grandchildren into our family. Here, where we can see them every day, it's a very different feeling. Okay. Marriage, of course, is that moment when a woman, as it were, historically, would be transferred from the domain of her father to the domain of her husband. But I don't want to overemphasize this point, because particularly if you compare Judaism with contemporaneous cultures, Jewish women have a pretty high degree of personal autonomy. The right to own property, which should not be taken for granted in the ancient world, was certainly that of a woman's. The right to demand compensation for property she brings into the marriage, for example, if her husband abuses that property. Of course, the right for her personal safety. The rabbis recognize the concept even of marital rape, which is something that we would have even debates over in the 20th century. It was an absolutely foregone conclusion that there is such a crime, even to the ancient rabbis. So women really have a high degree of autonomy compared to other societies. At the same time, there are significant legal disabilities that women labored under that are present even to our times, particularly when you look at divorce law. Last year we spoke about the Takana de Rabbeinu Gershom, which was an attempt to address some of these things, but nevertheless women live in many ways as second-class citizens. If you compare them with other societies, they're doing much better, but nevertheless there is a disparity between men and women in traditional society. Let's think about what kind of economic activity they were engaged in. Archaeological studies say some interesting things about Jews at this time. Apparently, about half of their caloric intake was based on grains, cereal products of one form or another, which sounds a lot, by the way, like my house. My sons in particular, they can eat like a box of cereal each every 15 or 20 minutes. It's incredible how much cereal, like the non-sugared Cheerios, Alisa, how fast can they go through a box of those public cereals? You can't even see them. You put them on the shelf, it's just gone. So they're obviously, good Jewish stuff. But when you think about what that means, it's not like obviously today where you go to Publix and you buy a box of ready-made cereal. Here, there's a phenomenal amount of work involved in producing that cereal. Let's say the husbands typically would be the ones out in the fields, and the women also were doing quite a bit of foraging work as well. But let's say the husbands are out doing the harvest. They bring back the grain on the stalk. It has to be fresh. The kernels have to be separated from the stalk. The kernels have to then be winnowed, where you throw them up in the air and you get rid of the chaff and you bring down the actual kernel. And then the most time-consuming thing of all, you've got to grind it, as this picture of a woman here is doing. Which basically, they would use 2 millstones, and you could have personal private grinders above the side. You sit down on the ground, you put it between your legs, you put the grain, you lift up one millstone, you put the grain in between, and then you spin it around and use the weight of this massive millstone to crush the grain. You lift it up again, you dust it off, that's your flour. You only make a tiny amount with every few rotations of this huge millstone, and it takes hours and hours and hours to prepare this flour that will then be baked into your daily bread. So the amount of time that women spend in food preparation alone is overwhelming by modern sensibilities. Archaeological studies have shown that women, that these things are all found in large communal areas. So you assume that women would get together and spend hours together doing this communal labor of grinding their wheat. And from this, we can infer something that we see peeking through every now and then in the literature, where women develop a kind of a parallel culture, which runs alongside male culture, but develops a whole different set of values and traditions and prayers, liturgies, and so on. For example, one of the things that's being unearthed in the last few years of scholarship are these beautiful prayers for women, many times composed by women. They're called tefillot, and there are a few very nice English translations that are available today. And these are prayers which you will not see in any standard siddur, but there are things like prayers for successful conception, prayers for successful first trimester, second trimester, third trimester, prayers for shalom bayit, prayers for menopause, prayers for all kinds of things associated with women. Actually, the men say the prayers for menopause because they're the ones who have to deal with it anyway. So I'm definitely going to rewind that, that's for sure. And there's these all kinds of women's prayers that have existed for who knows how many centuries, and every now and then you just get a little glimpse of them, where you get a sense of a totally separate women's culture that we hardly know anything about. Well, the ones that we have today, most of the collections are really 19th century. And we can attribute a lot of them to specific rabbis. The Hasidim in particular were very good at collecting them. They tend to be written in Yiddish, because that would be the Tzena would have some of them interspersed within. The one that's well known, that is in many schools, is Kodkom Avram. That's over Havdalah. That's a very popular one. But if you look, there's a couple of nice translations of collections. One that just I bought for my wife recently. I forgot the title of it. It's published by Feldheim. Anani is another nice collection that's been around for about 5 years. Chava Weissler is a scholar at some Midwestern university. She's probably the preeminent person who knows about the female.
Because they weren't allowed like the big study before, so they know the Yiddish. So they adapted with the Yiddish. We, the men, we learn. So we learn what it is. This is the reason behind it.
Okay. So, in terms of intellectual freedom for women, because as I mentioned earlier, economic activity and intellectual activity tend to be correlated. Once you have a gathering of disposable income, then you can look to the possibility of creating a school or a learning environment and things like that. So women had far more limited access to formal learning than men, but that statement's a little misleading because it says a lot more about class than about gender. The truth is, the real story is that the vast majority of men were illiterate. The vast majority of men did not have access to learning. So focusing on the fact that women did not have really misses the larger picture of the time. Women did have considerable access if they were in the wealthier class. This is before formal yeshivot and things like that were established. It was only later in the medieval period that you begin to see really strong distinctions made between girls and boys in their study, not so much in the ancient world at all. We know that women were very active in a whole host of professions. Reading the Tanakh in particular, you see women who are active as, for example, professional mourners. Like if someone died, you would hire professional mourners to come to the graves, and women were especially good at that. You have female prophets. We had a few exceptions, like a few exceptional women like Dvorah, the Shofet, Dvorah, the judge. But I'm saying, like average women, you would see women. The idea of an Isha Chachama, of a wise woman that people would consult. The Isha from Tekoa, for example, and Shmuel we learned about. There's all kinds of examples where people would go to wise women. So they're women who are regarded as being repositories of knowledge, and it was not considered really bizarre in the context of the Tanakh that someone would go to such a woman. Sometimes they tended to master wisdom that may have been let's say, not exactly approved wisdom, such as the witch. Women were associated heavily with witchcraft. What exactly witchcraft means in this context is difficult to understand. Certainly with that passage in Shmuel where she performed a seance to bring back the prophet Samuel, that was probably straight up witchcraft. But in many cases, witchcraft may have been something like, someone who was a traditional healer with herbs, perhaps a midwife with somewhat unorthodox methods, things like that. These things were also associated with going on at the time. We also see women in various professions as well, engaged in silversmithy and so on. So really we have a whole gamut in the ancient world of women involved in lots of different activities. What Carol Meyer says about this is that it would be misleading to speak of a patriarchy in ancient Israel. She prefers the term heterarchy from the idea of being two different, or at least multiple different sources of power. This makes sense when you think about the idea of a separate women's spirituality existing in a parallel form to the later reified and codified men's spirituality. To me, that seems like a very fair analysis of the status of women in the ancient world. So, to come back to Rachel, the name, of course, Rachel means lamb or ewe, and what goes around comes around. Rachel later gave birth to a young girl, and as she grew up, she was attracted to Shimon ben Azai. Akiva, her father, was not crazy about Shimon ben Azai, and he didn't want her to marry him. But she went and she married him instead. She married him anyways. And when Akiva heard that his daughter had gone and married someone that he didn't approve of, he had this famous statement, Rachel hasta Rachel, a lamb follows a lamb, meaning just like your mother went and married me, when her father didn't like it, a certain person stands to reason you would marry someone even though I didn't approve. So it kind of what goes around comes around. But in this context, I want to close by mentioning a story about Akiva's daughter, but I think it says a lot about her, about Akiva, about Rachel in particular. And the story is a very beautiful one. It's in a tremendously complex and beautiful Gemara. It's Daf Kuf Nun Vav in Second Shabbat, which deals with the question of Yesh Mazal Yisrael or Ein Mazal Yisrael. Are Jews bound by the power of the constellations or not? Is the Jewish people somehow connected to the horoscopes? In other words, like if you're born as a, let's say, a Sagittarius, then something bad will happen to you on Tuesday. Does that apply to Jews or not? The discussion of applying to non-Jews is outside the scope of this conversation. At any rate, the rabbis are going back and forth with this story, and they're saying, you know what? Yesh Mazal Yisrael. That, Jews are bound by astrology just like everybody else. So a story goes that a stargazer tells Rabbi Akiva, sorry Akiva, I have some bad news for you. Your daughter is going to die on her wedding day. Akiva says, are you sure you didn't mean her husband? That's her daughter. I made up her. So he tells him, Akiva, your daughter's going to die on her wedding day. Akiva doesn't know what to do. But he goes ahead with the wedding. He doesn't try to stop the wedding at all. And the wedding goes fine. The next morning, Akiva's daughter, whose name we don't know, Akiva's daughter goes to the wall of the kitchen and she retrieves her brooch. She had a brooch, a big pin, and she had put it in a chink in the stone wall. And she pulled it out and she saw that it was attached to a large poisonous snake. And the snake was impaled on the pin of the brooch. Actually, I should have told you that the stargazer, told Akiva, your daughter will be bitten by a snake. Like really specifically, that's what's going to happen, if I remember correctly. Maybe I don't.
Hi, I'm Taylor Benke, and welcome to Crash Course Linguistics. Language is everywhere. It's what we use to order pizza, talk on our phones, tell jokes, and make sense of the world around us. We've used language to learn about every other subject on Crash Course, and now it's time to learn linguistics, how language itself works. Over the next 16 episodes, we'll look at the structure of language, from the smallest building blocks of sounds and handshakes, to the structure of words and meanings, to how words go together to make sentences and conversations. Along the way, we'll also look at the relationship between language and our identity, the brain, and even computers. We'll learn about writing, language acquisition, and the diversity of human languages. There are actually over 7,000 identified languages in the world today. That includes thousands of spoken languages and hundreds of sign languages. They can be found in small communities or span across multiple countries. It can be written or unwritten, and they can be learned through family, formal schooling, or broader social networks. Each one is a living experiment into how humans communicate. Throughout this series, we'll be sharing examples from widely known languages.
I hope that this lecture has been useful and enlightening to you in some way, and I really appreciate your attention. We'll resume after the holidays on October 17th. Please check your calendar. Thank you very much for your attention. Mara ended a little late, so it's just hard to get everything set for the time. And in my haste, tonight is, of course, the last class of the semester. God willing. Thank you. God willing. We have a couple of plans. We have, sort of. We have coming up for Shavuos night. We're going to have an all-night program here at the shul, of course. There are a couple of options. One option is there's going to be great speakers all night. I'm starting off at midnight with a lecture on the Pia Sechner Rebbe, rather amazing individual who led a Hasidic group in the Warsaw Ghetto throughout the entire Nazi occupation. His name is Kalonimus Kalma Shapiro. He was the Rebbe of a little town called Pia Sechner, about 14 kilometers outside Warsaw. And he wrote through the entire Shoah, and he buried his writings underground before he was killed, and they were discovered in 1952 by a Polish construction worker, and they have since been published under the title Eish Kodesh. So I'll be speaking about what he had to say during the Holocaust at midnight, God willing, on Shavuos night. That will be a week from Saturday night, I think. And then there'll be speakers all night. And for those of you who are interested, I'll have a chabura in the back, just friends that I learned with. We're going to go through the 11th chapter of Mesilat Yesharim, the chapter on Nekiyut. It's going to be a fascinating learning.
What time will be about donation?
Midnight B'diyut. So that's one summer semester, sort of. And the other summer semester that I'm kind of toying with is maybe during the 3 weeks, we might do a couple of lectures on the Holocaust or on the history of anti-Semitism, something like that. But God willing, we will return with this program in the fall. I'm pleased to tell you that it seems to have been a great success. The response from the course evaluations last semester were really high, and I hope you'll fill these out so we can improve for next fall. And pens right next to you. Perfect. The videos have been amazingly popular. We have in the neighborhood of, I think, 6,000 people that view them worldwide. Yeah, I picked up a new person in the Philippines. There are now 24 people in the Philippines who follow this. 4 in Turkey, only 2 in Russia. Yeah, but it's just one of those things. Hey, Mayor, go into another room, will you? I can't think properly. Thanks. Okay. I don't actually. The map doesn't go that detailed, but I imagine it's probably Istanbul. Yeah, because I have some friends that 4. All right. Now, so tonight's topic, a fascinating, powerful topic. We're going to talk about Hannah Sanish, one of the more amazing stories coming out of the Holocaust. It is a story with a sad ending, but at the same time a heroic and very meaningful ending. And it will give us an opportunity to to discuss the Holocaust, which is such a colossal event in 20th century Jewish history. I wish we had more time to go on past the Holocaust. Perhaps next spring, when we go over this period of history again, we'll extend it further to the 1967 war and further. But today we're going to concentrate on Hannah Senesh. And before we get to the topic of the Holocaust, I should try to say at least a little joke before we go in, because it would be hard to say jokes afterwards. So, as you know 14 jokes, and I ran out of them a long time ago, so I have to recycle them. Did I tell you the joke about Gorbachev's anti-alcohol campaign?
Yes.
Oh, Hashem. I'm sure I told it to you, but thank God you were forgetting. So the joke goes like this. It's a true joke that I actually heard when I was studying for my dissertation in Kiev. At the time, it was at the collapse of communism, and President Gorbachev was trying very hard to crack down on alcoholism in Soviet society. It was running rampant. People were drinking vodka, whiskey, and especially this homemade moonshine called Horilka. No, it was called the Samahon. Samahon means self-cooked, and it's like you make it in your bathtub with bathtub jug, and it caused blindness. It was poisonous often. It was causing absences at work and all kinds of things. So Gorbachev he actually did go on a big campaign trying to reduce the amount of alcohol consumed in Soviet society. So the joke goes like this. Gorbachev gets a junket of journalists, puts them into a big Soviet Aeroflot plane, and he flies them all to a factory in Siberia to talk to average Russian workers, Tovarichi, about drinking and how dangerous it is. So the journalists join him onto the factory floor, and they go, there's all kinds of people working and so on. He goes up to the conveyor belt, and there's one guy standing working there, and the journalists are with the president of the Soviet Union. And he says to him, Ivan, tell me, do you think a person can have a drink in the morning and go to work? And Ivan says, Mr. President, yes, I think it's possible. And he looks at the journalist and says, well, Ivan, tell me, do you think a person can have, let's say, 3 shots of Horilka and then go to work in the morning? And he says, no, Mikhail Sergeyevich, yes, I think it's possible. And then he says to him, Ivan, tell me, honestly, do you think a person could have 10 shots of Samahon and still go to work in the morning? He says, you see, I'm working. So the irony of this joke and how it actually fits in a sad way, but nevertheless permit me this kind of flippant connection, that despite the tremendous suffering that the Jewish people went through in the 20th century, you nevertheless see that here we are. We are still working. We are saddened. We are devastated by the loss to all of our families. Nevertheless, the Jewish people, Am Yisrael, Netzach Yisrael, Lo Yishaker, the eternity of Israel is not a lie. Okay, so let's look at the life of Hannah Senesh and understand a little bit about the Holocaust. And I want to thank especially tonight's donors, the sponsors, Timur and Clara Feldmar, Nora and Eva Gatti, and an anonymous donor. Thank you very much for making it possible. All these donations go straight to the shul, and they paid for some of the equipment and things like that, so it's really nice to be able to reimburse the shul for using the space and so on. So tonight's talk is about a very young woman. She was only 23 years old when she was martyred at the hands of the Nazis. A Hungarian young woman who was really quite exceptional. And her story is all the more tragic because she so clearly evinced phenomenal potential for the future. In many ways, we know a lot about her because she left behind a diary, and she's kind of like the other side of Anne Frank. Anne Frank, very young girl and adolescent, we see the potential of youth. Hannah Senesh was actually all those things, and yet even greater potential was actualized in her intellectual fervor, in her religious zeal, and her common sense attitude to many things. She could have been a great leader of the Jewish people had she merited the possibility of moving on past her 23rd year. Nevertheless, she did make a phenomenal contribution, and in her own words, referring to other people like Maimonides, there are some people who are like stars that even after the stars themselves have been extinguished, right? Many of the stars we see, they're already dead. But nevertheless, the light continues to illuminate our world she's like one of those stars herself. Brief exposure to this world, the nova that she created, really made a phenomenal impact on Israeli society in particular, and of course the entire Jewish world. Her years are 1929 to 1944. She was a very active young person in the Zionist movement. She left at an early age to go join a kibbutz. She wrote quite a bit of poetry. Some of her poems have become modern Israeli classics, especially Ashrei HaGafrur, which is translated, it's not my favorite translation, but it's so popular it's hard to get away from it. Blessed is the match. And we'll look at that poem towards the end of the hour and see, what it says about Hannah Senesh and her life. And of course, she was a war hero. In a word, she elected to join an elite group of British paratroopers leaving from Yishuv, Israel, Palestine. She paratrooped in behind enemy lines, fought alongside Joseph Tito, the later president of Yugoslavia, when he was a partisan, infiltrated speak about the larger history, and then we'll come back to discuss the end of her life. Okay, so let me start with the early period. Her father, Bela Senesh, was a well-known and popular Hungarian Jewish playwright. He was well-regarded. His plays were really put on by the biggest theaters, and he was actually quite famous already in his 30s. He had made quite a mark on the Hungarian literary world. One morning, he had some strange premonitions of his death. He mentioned to his wife, Catherine, who survived the war and left her memoirs, that he felt that he had accomplished everything he wanted to in life, and now he felt that it would be possible that he could actually move on. And a few days later, he died, possibly of an aneurysm, leaving behind his wife and his two, which I think is a suggestion. We shouldn't mention such things. It's probably not a good thing to don't give anyone any ideas. But, here is Hannah on the left with her brother Georgie. She was 6 years old when he passed away. They were assimilated Hungarian Jews, very conscious of their
Good morning, everybody. How is everyone?
Proud to be Jewish.
Well, how are you? What's going on, Morph Retro?
Exactly.
Nothing much. I was thinking about you.
Very well.
You're still doing this?
Absolutely. Remind me, Morph Retro, how do we meet?
My name's Holly.
Oh, yeah, okay, say no more. I know, we're transhumanists. Say no more.
Yeah, we met on X.
I remember, absolutely. 100%. I remember. You were... Absolutely. You were working on a project. How'd that project go? Or how is it going?
I believe I was very distraught over learning about the history of somebody very dear to me and their actual death and how that worked out. And we were talking about bringing somebody back to life.
Yeah, I absolutely remember.
Using advanced technology, which I think is not feasible, right? They're probably, the DNA is gone probably anyway.
That's okay.
But yeah.
We can get them back in other ways.
Perhaps. It might be best to let him stay dead, and he might have reincarnated by now anyway.
Okay, very well. How things been for you on X?
That account was deleted.
Of course it was.
I tried again.
Of course.
And that account was deleted.
No way. Why?
Mm-hmm. And then I was able to leave Pennsylvania, and now I'm in Kansas, and I have to leave here soon.
Okay.
And when I left, I remember being in here talking about the O negative.
Yeah. Oh, completely.
And meeting. Remember that?
100%. You were on a dating site.
That.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how'd that
I
go?
pursued that actually, and that's why I went to Kansas. And a lot of this one has their head up their ass.
Yeah.
And that's not going to work out.
Right. Okay.
So,
where's the next?
You were probably right.
Oh, I don't know.
The blood type does not necessarily mean uniqueness of, virtue or anything like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, but I definitely understand your willingness and desire to get O positive or O negative blood. Pardon me. And the universal donor, and that's important to you. I get that.
Not as important as it once was.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's not as important. I still might do the IVF with either the Mormon O negative sperm or the Jewish Capricorn O negative sperm. It's either what was it? Leo. It's either Leo. I can send you links if you want to look at it.
I'm okay.
But those are the ones available at that one bank. So I might still try to pursue that. But before I do that, I need to figure out where to settle down at or do the RV thing.
Yeah.
So I'm still in transition to a settled future. And what have you been doing? Just sitting around here.
Streaming.
Anything exciting happening?
Yeah. Well, so, and I'd recommend you do this as well. I transitioned. Well, I'm still on X. I've been live, and then you remember I was doing X Twitter's. I call them Twitter Spaces.
And you had video within the little space thing, which I would like you to show me. But I went to go look for you, and it seems like they definitely banned you, but there might be all those little, excess accounts or something.
Sure. No, I've been going since February 14th, every single day, every moment of every day on video. So maybe you didn't have my most recent account, but fortunately they haven't found this one, and I think it's because I didn't tie it to myself. I just made a random name, and then I've just been using X as like a something to preserve the video. So I'm on there right now. I'm Karaoke King 0000, and so you can go back at least on X and watch my life for the last like 6 months on there, which is a lot for someone to have on X as video. And fortunately, they haven't gotten to me there. But I don't know if I told you about this. I may have, but I found a lot of pardon me, pardon me, fortune on a platform called Blue Sky. Have we talked about Blue Sky?
Blue Sky is the original individual who did Twitter.
Yeah,
correct?
Exactly. Jack Dorsey started it.
So that's Bezo. Is it Bezo or Benzo?
Neither. It's Jack Dorsey.
Jack.
Yeah. So
Dorsey, that's right. Okay.
And it's got
it's Jack Dorsey, right?
Exactly. And it's got like 40 million.
So he made that. It's almost supposed to be the Democrat place, right?
Exactly. But it doesn't have to be. It can be whatever you want it to be. But firstly, they're not going to ban you like X does. They don't have those kind of protocols unless you do what I do, which is create a whole bunch of accounts, which is what I do. And
right.
I've had a lot of fortune doing it. So I've become kind of like a meme on there. And the reason why is I've created bots that like and repost people, and it doesn't spam them with anything. I mean, I guess like a like and a repost is a spam, I guess. But I mean, it's positive. And people tweet about me or whatever you want to call it, Blue Sky about me, about 3 or 4 times an hour, which is a lot. I mean, it's like to just get any kind of social media momentum is very difficult to even get anybody to talk about you, let alone to screenshot what you like your like or retweet. That's been really great. So I've been doing that, and I've got it down to a pretty good science, so to speak. I have done it in a unique fashion. So when I first started doing it, I would just say, did you? I would say like, so the way that I do it is, you get 64 characters for the name, not the username, but like the name, the display name. And so I first started with like, please join Rabbi's Discord, and then I'd put like the Discord link, and I did that, and that got a little bit of traction. But then they started banning like the Discord link I was using, and I could tell that, I had, when you get banned, you start to get a little bit of, it's good and bad. Then you come up with different strategies and such. And then I started using ones that were funny, and that would get a lot more. Like, especially if they were like funny, and like, it depends how, but like a lot of the sexually explicit ones were people would screenshot them like crazy. And instead of before,
Okay.
when I would say, please join Rabbi's Discord, I would get like maybe one or two people a day screenshotting me. When I make them sexually explicit, I get 3 or 4 people an hour. And it was just like, wow, sex sells. Like,
Okay.
I didn't know that this is.
Yeah, it does sell.
Yeah,
It
I mean,
does.
because it gets people's attention, and it becomes a notification in their phone. And so a lot of times people say it makes them laugh, like, because they're really funny names. And so these,
Give me an example of the provocative sexual name that a rabbi would put on a social media thing.
yeah, so I mean, this isn't my normal strategy, but you become so frustrated.
Right, I understand.
Yeah.
It's just funny.
Exactly. So I've got a list of them if you want to hear them. The ones that I was using. Now, some of them they're really sexually explicit. All right.
Okay.
Fact of the day.
So it's not like National Geographic. It's
Uh,
icky. Go ahead.
Yeah, it is. It is, but here's the thing. People take screenshots of it because they say it makes them laugh, and then that is like a free post or like free advertising for me.
Right.
And
Yeah, it's free advertisement. Word of mouth, yeah.
exactly. So I will make them, again, they are very sexually explicit. And again, this is not my normal way. When I started, it was literally, I was really polite. I was like, please join Rabbi's Discord, just like for world peace is what it said. Please join Rabbi's Discord for world peace with the Discord link, because I am about world peace. I'm not about sexuality. I mean, I think it's okay to talk about, and certainly like I want to make things less taboo, but just saying please join Rabbi's Discord piece was not getting me as far as this was. So these are, so I make them as sexually explicit as I basically can. So again, I like even feel embarrassed just reading them, but here we go. Rabbi tongues clitoral hood like hound dogs eat peanut butter. Fact of the day.
Peanut butter, huh? Okay.
Absolutely. Fact of the day. Rabbi chews clit like bubblegum, parentheses, upon request. Because everything, no woman wants that. That's
like bubblegum?
Like bubblegum.
Okay.
Like, let's be honest, that would be extremely painful, but it puts an image in your head that is like, wow, that is very explicit. FYI.
Like Nicorette.
Exactly. FYI. Rabbi sprays hot cum inside MILFs like a bombardier beetle. Rabbi provides orgasms at no cost to needy MILFs in your area. Blue Sky Trivia.
Holy shit.
Rabbi is the mastermind behind Gilfs Gone Wild. Rabbi makes you orgasm so hard that you will flood your house. Did you know Rabbi both rates and ranks queefs for charity? Rabbi can lick clit at a distance like chameleons eat insects. Warning. Rabbi will munch your box until your labia callous. Did you know Rabbi fingers chicks like bowling balls? Blue Sky Alert. Rabbi's penile girth causes vaginal canals to widen. Important notice. Rabbi causes MILFs to spray like fire hydrants. Did you know Rabbi can fist you like an engine piston? Did you know when Rabbi fists you, your vagina becomes a hand puppet? Fun fact. Rabbi destroys MILF pus. Fun fact. Rabbi destroys MILF pussy like a jackhammer. Rabbi impales MILF pussy like kebab skewers. Fun fact. Rabbi pumps MILF pussy with cum like an oil derrick. Rabbi pounds pussy like a heavyweight boxer punches a speed bag. Flash flood warning. Rabbi causing MILF leakage. Seek high ground. Severe weather alert. Rabbi causing panic dropping. Seek shelter. Severe weather warning. Rabbi causing pussy to gush like geysers. Breaking news. Rabbi raw dogged the entire thought patrol. Blue sky fact of the day. Blue sky fact of the day. Rabbi eats ass like a pudding bowl. Blue sky alert. Rabbi tosses salad like a turbocharged salad spinner. Rabbi once ate so much pussy his jaw had to be wired shut. Rabbi drinks pussy juice like a Gatorade commercial. Rabbi distributes orgasm like an ATM dispenses cash. You get the point. You get. So
I do. I get the point.
yeah. So these things are so blatant that, and they make people laugh because people just be.
How much engagement doing that compared to doing the standard clean?
Yeah. I would say it's about 20 times as much engagement.
Okay.
Like a huge amount.
So it is worth it, even though it seems like a it's bad PR, right?
Absolutely. Because it makes people, I guess it makes them laugh. What they say is like, I'm dying. I can't believe somebody would put this as their name. And then I get people who are like they're like, that's my rabbi, the pussy eating rabbi. And I get some people, of course, who are like, why would you post? It's not even posting it. It's the name. So what happens, and the reason why I do this, after all of these, I have a Discord link, which gets people in here. And I can tell you, like, when I first started this, I had about 1,750 people in here, and I'm over 1,800 now. And a lot of it has to do with these names. In fact, like, I got this one guy in here who was like, what kind of name is this? And I was able to say, I stream my life for world peace. I talk about ending world hunger, ending world thirst. I talk about futurology. I talk about life extension. I talk about mind uploading, transhumanism. And once you actually get a chance to speak with me, then you're like, oh, okay, this is really cool. So he reposted me, and I got like 25 people just from one person because he has a really big X account. So it does what I need it to do, where it gets people's attention, and then I become a meme because then everybody knows about me. So it's a small enough. Blue Sky is a small enough platform that they have about 100 moderators, but they don't have AI utilized, so everything has to be manually terminated, or they have to suspend all my accounts manually. And I came up with a really efficient way of creating accounts. So I've got about 1,100 accounts that are ready to be used right now. Like I just have like a bank. Oh yeah, I've got a bank of them, and I've created over probably about 10,000 of them right now, which normally when you create an account, it's a lot of work. But what I do, I don't know if you can see, but I've got these like hand devices, or like smartphones, and what I do is I just have to hit one button on them.
They're like, you could use them like tablets, right?
Yeah. So all I have to do is press one button on them, and I have them pre-programmed to create an account. And then the only thing that I have to do is a CAPTCHA. And so, because there's really no way around automation of a CAPTCHA at this point. And so once I do the CAPTCHA, then it creates an account. It puts it in a spreadsheet that I have. And then I've got these robots that automatically pull from the spreadsheet and populate the information into the site. And then what they do is they upload a profile picture. They put one of these dirty names in there, and then they start liking and retweeting, or whatever you want to call it, reposting people's posts. And what it does is it gets in someone's notification. So like if you have notifications turned on, it'll send you it'll make noise on your phone, which is the best kind of advertising like you could want, or it'll just like bring up a pop-up notification on your phone, or a toast messenger, depending on what your how you have it programmed on your phone, how you have your notifications.
The preferences.
Exactly. So a lot of people, it won't bother them at all if they just have notification silence, but if they don't, it will be free advertising. And then a lot of people take screenshots of that and then they post that to their um to their page, and they'll be like, I got blessed by the rabbi. And so that's just hilarious to me. And then that's free advertising. These people have thousands of people who view their account, and then 1,000 people found out about me because so and so took a screenshot of the notification that they received. So I've got to say that's been really beneficial. So aside from that, I've also got a robot that I created on Kick. I don't know if we've talked about it. Are you familiar with Kick?
Oh, Kick. I do know Kick. I have yet to venture there because I figured it would have fizzled out by now.
Yeah.
Because of YouTube and everything, but
right. So
same thing with what's the other thing?
Twitch.
Rumble or some shit, right?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
They seem to be slowly growing, both of them. Yo, what's going on, Zoot? How you living, pimp? Zoot, can you hear me? Zoot.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Zoot, how are you?
Poor as shit. Didn't break.
You're what?
I'm poor.
You're not poor, Zoot. You're just your cryptocurrency isn't doing what it was.
Oh, I am so fucking poor.
My friend, you are probably better off than 95% of all people on Earth. So don't consider yourself poor.
Right, what are we doing?
I'm struggling financially as well, if that makes you feel any better.
Zoot, this is my friend, Morph Retro. This is Zoot. Zoot and I like to play games.
Hi, Zoot. I think I remember Zoot.
Excellent.
I think I was in here under Holly. I don't know.
That very well could
I believe
be.
I recall them.
Absolutely. Holly, if you'd like to play with us, we play using an app. It's available on the App Store and Google Play. It's free. It's called Plato, Plato. And there are many games that you can play with us, or that you can just play in general. They have right now online, like 35,000 people online. It's a very big app. They have things like Uno and pool and carom and things like mini golf and table soccer and bowling. Miss Aquarius, who's also in here, she and I play bowling before she goes to bed every night, and that's really fun. It's got things like gin rummy and darts and go fish and battleship and chess and checkers, all kinds of stuff like that. So if you'd like to play, feel free to download it. If you just want to listen to us, you're more than welcome to do that as well. Just wanted to give you that invitation.
Oh, you're going to do that now?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just listen for now.
Excellent.
I want to hear the rest of, like, your updates about what you've been doing and
yeah,
any monetization and things of that nature.
I do.
Your brain a little bit about some Judaism stuff, but yeah.
Sure. I mean,
I'll just watch. Are you going to have it on screen so I can see what y'all doing or no?
We don't have that ability, but we.
Okay, not yet.
Yeah. But I am.
Okay. Oh my god.
Zoot, what's wrong?
I check my accounts. I'm fucking poor.
Zoot, quit that, man. You'll be fine. You have an invitation. Feel free to accept it.
Why are you struggling financially?
Well, me, because my last job was with Apple, working from home as tech support. As I was doing cybersecurity, it was a PSM from a university, but it was an online school, and COVID hit, and then any nest egg that I had went towards my senile, like really evil father, and then I had an issue with that housing, so I went in with a friend, and that friend was not really a very good friend, and it ended up to be a hazmat, psychologically disturbing situation. And then I found shelter with a different dude, but I had to take a rental car from Pennsylvania to Kansas, and this isn't working out here as well. because this individual is a pathological liar, although they seem very, very tight with the military and happy-go-lucky reputation. So I'm about to write up some stuff with that and address that publicly, because that's the only way you can expose certain assholes. So now I'm in the process of trying to figure out income and shelter. And it's completely different situations, but it's the same pattern of the behaviors, which is almost hating women and their wellness, right? And their dignity. And basically, I'm just being fed a bunch of lies by men. You know what I mean? Almost like catfishing, where you think that they want to breed with you, but they actually are just assholes that want a sex slave of some sort, right? So basically, I'm going to do a lot of different things on my own all at once. And I came to Rabbi because he has nifty in terms of creating multiple revenue streams independently. So I hope that he will take me under his wing and mentor me a little bit as I try to navigate whatever the hell he does, but do something like that as a, side revenue thing. That would be fantastic. And that's basically about it. I have degrees in education, and I just have yet to do anything with it.
Not just degrees.
So
you have a master's degree.
I don't get benefits, but yeah.
Master degrees in what?
Long story. Sorry. But go ahead and play your game. Why are you financially struggling if you got time to explain yourself?
I'm impulsive by nature, got a gambling addiction, and I was dating a heroin addict.
That can definitely explain it. Are you still dating this individual, or are they in recovery?
No.
Okay. Know to both that they're not in recovery, and you're also no longer dating them?
Not in contact anymore.
Okay. So you're not sure whether or not they might have,
cleaned up their act, right?
Sometimes heartbreaks can change people's behaviors, but yeah.
I don't care, but I don't care. Like,
okay.
I do care, but I don't care. It's not my problem.
Right. Like, you have compassion, but at a certain point you have to kind of shut off that compassion to save yourself. Right?
Well,
no?
Just disrespectful when you're dating someone, they don't want to see you on New Year's Eve, and then they don't want to see you on your birthday. They don't want to see you on your birthday, and then they ask for money next time you see them. Like, they ask for money like 2 days after your birthday, and then see you on birthday.
Yeah, that does seem kind of shady. I myself have a hard time accepting money, including like from my own parents growing up. Any of the people that I dated while dating, somebody paying for a drink, dinner, anything like that, and I have like almost an itemized statement where I do an IOU, where I actually pay that back if they do end up sneaking away with anything. And I tried to address that this year by accepting money this year, and it made me feel like weird, and I still need to pay that back. It's not a large amount, it's just enough. And I did make an agreement with the one individual of like an actual payment plan of when I would return the funds. But that individual doesn't seem to want to honor anything. And they just a pathological liar to go back and forth. So even though they signed a document, I guess, they think it doesn't exist or something. So whatever. Right?
And I gambled.
You gamble. What do you gamble? Like shot machines? Is it sports, horse racing? What do you gamble?
I gambled about $500,000 in the last year.
Cryptocurrency.
Okay. That's a good bit of yeah. There's lots of other things you could do with it. So did you lose that all? Did you break even?
I had the opportunity to walk away with 10x what I put in, and I fucked up.
Okay.
I didn't leave the casino, and that's not a problem. stayed at the casino.
Oh, so it was
What's
a casino?
your zodiac sign, Zoot?
Capricorn.
You're a Capricorn?
Yeah.
And you have an issue with discipline for money. Okay, that's kind of
I
odd.
mean,
But okay.
I got money somewhere, but like money falls out of the sky for me, and then I keep on losing because I got like an impulsive nature.
Okay. Do you do like crypto and stuff, or?
Yeah.
Can I ask real quick, does my speakers on the outside of the screen bug you when I'm not muted?
Does your
You
speaker?
guys hear it or no?
No, you sound great.
One more time, Rabbi?
You sound great.
Okay, I'm just checking because
What?
I have a headset on for the mic, but I have the TV speakers on, and I could change that, but
We can't hear it.
But I've had the opportunity to go overseas and set myself up for life and not worry about anything. Like I could just go to Indonesia. I could have just gone to Indonesia, never have to worry about money ever again. Live very comfortably on a very like modest lifestyle. But
and whatever
you
would be doing legal things, right? It wouldn't be anything illegal.
Yeah, like I'll just be living in like Indonesia, modest lifestyle. Just a very modest lifestyle, just very, very comfortable. Like I could live in Bali with what I had. But the great in me wanted more, and I wanted to help the people around me, not just myself. And I could have just gone and lived very comfortably as a single adult and lived in Bali very comfortably and never had to stress about money ever again.
That sounds nice.
But
well, why don't you do that then? What's stopping you?
Because I gambled everything.
Okay, but you can always get that back because money just drops out of the sky for you, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So everything will be okay, right, Capricorn?
Yep.
So yeah. So is he kicking your ass in the game, or you guys didn't get started yet?
Oh, we started. We played a game, and I beat him.
He's a point in front of me. Just.
Well, I beat you the first game. It'll get me. We just have to play enough times. So Holly, you know, when it comes to being able to become financially independent, one thing that I think is that, I mean, it's really like how I got my first remote job, which is what you want. Have you ever looked into a headhunter or recruiter?
I mean, is that like a bounty hunter?
No. It's a recruiter for a job.
Okay. So basically, I would go scouting for individuals that might fit the criteria of a resume for companies. Is that what you mean?
You can do that, or the way that you can do that, but
is that what that job is?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that you give your resume to a recruiter. You have a great resume, and you have them find a job for you. Now, in exchange,
Oh, where in America am I?
Yeah.
I was in Pennsylvania. I'm right now in Kansas, only for like 2 weeks. I've been here. Well, no, maybe about a month. I feel like it's 2 weeks. But I maybe been here almost a month. In about a day or two. It only took day 3 to really many lies started unraveling, but they just kept adding up. So
was he at least the right blood type?
That's not gonna work out. Yes. And there was other leads for the blood type thing. But do you remember Jacob? I got really attached to him. I think like if you really love the person and you know that person's not going to hurt you and they don't aggravate your immune system and things of that nature, I think it's possible to have at least a couple children without having that issue with the immune system. You know what I mean? A lot of O negatives end up with O positive people, and it can turn out to where the immune system isn't that much of a problem, and they actually have like the first 1 or 2 children being O negatives anyway, right?
I'm negative.
It's a very popular thing. It's very, it's a pattern that I've seen, which is hard to find stats on. It's just I've been, so included into this baby thing and just taking people's word for it,
Right.
based on my own sister, things like that. But I'm probably doing the sperm donor because as much as I really appreciate men and stuff like that, they tend to, I don't know, get cold feet or, you know what I mean, as if they were just playing games with you. Like the closer and closer you get to it, they start to, you know what I mean, be less and less interested, as if they're scared of commitment and shit. So it's like they weren't really serious in the first place. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or maybe they were, and then they're changing their mind, but don't know how to back out. And it's just like, you ask them, you know what I mean? Are you going to back out? But like, they're like, oh, no. And then they act like they're really interested again, right? I really think that they just don't know what they want. They think they want children, but I don't think they want it. This guy here wants, basically, he's willing to do a non-relationship, but get married for the benefits of the military thing. Because you can get, like, spouse benefits and dependent benefits with kids. I think he'd make a horrible dad.
Okay, so you don't want that.
To be completely honest.
Yeah.
He would ignore me and the kids and not show us a penny.
Right.
And
then
I got text messages to show what an asshole that is. But yeah.
Yeah, and there's something within the man's psyche that we talk a big game until we stick our dick in you, and then we want to move on.
Right. And I do think that you're right. Most of them are all the same. Even though my brain got really attached to that Jacob guy. he's not O negative.
I'm O negative.
Not you. Are you really? I'll just take your word for it and roll my eyes.
No, I am actually O negative. I gave blood like 2 or 3 days ago. Can't remember. 2 or 3 days ago, I gave blood.
And do you have your Red Cross card that says that you're O negative that you can share? Not that it would go anywhere anyway, because I pretty much have given up on anything that's associated with it. It's almost like they feel like they're self-righteous, ordained by God, and then God threw them out of heaven, and now they're taking it out of all the women because some of us are in it and they're not. It's just some weird vengeance, retardation, or something. Like a power trip. So.
I can show you a text message where they're asking for O negative blood, and they're thanking me for O negative blood type.
Yeah, I do know sometimes they do that. I have emails from Red Cross doing that. But they can have you have to get blood out of me. Like I have the blood test from LabCorp and shit like that. You know what I mean? Quest Diagnostics. And how old are you, dude? Are you trying to hit on me? You trying to breathe? You don't even want kids.
29.
They're 29. You're 29.
Yeah.
Okay, you're about the same age as Jacob, which feels too young for me.
How old are you?
I'm 40. I just turned 40. My fertility and health is not in question because I used certain medications to keep myself in stasis until my mid-30s. So I barely went through the first part of the onset of puberty and stuff. So all my eggs are good, my ovaries are good, practically, vegan and all that stuff. So yeah, I think I'm not going to navigate hooking up ever. I think I was going to because,
You say that.
I say that because what I wanted, the whole idea was I waited to try to find certain individuals that might fit the criteria of a good father. You know what I mean? And it's very difficult to find those when these men aren't grown up themselves and they pathologically are liars, and you think like they're just gonna weaponize the child. You know what I mean?
By the way, I don't think it's wise to have a child on the other side of the world. I don't think that'd be a wise decision.
Oh, you mean like on the West? You mean in America?
But I'm in Australia. I don't think a long distance child would be a good idea.
Right. Well, you got so much money, you can move me to Australia. If that was even a thing, right? But there are other O-negative wombs out there that might be younger. I don't want to impose this retarded thing men have in their heads of a woman being expired at 40 or some shit. And I'm not willing to deal with it. You understand? Like, they want a perfect model Barbie doll at 14, but yet they're the most childish people. You know what I mean?
That's not legal, but I guess.
Well, yeah, I know it's not legal, but it doesn't matter what's legal. People get away with anything, right? Basically, they could find somebody younger to suit their needs instead of trying to be a narcissist and make someone else feel like shit, right? And I just don't feel like dealing with that. I want to be able to feel beautiful while I'm pregnant, whether I got to go with females or not, or be alone. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
I like it too. I like older, like 2-3 years older. Like
2 to 3 years. That's not bad. Like somewhere within that 5 year, like 5 or 6 years, younger or older. That's not a bad. Yeah.
When girls are older than me, because they're more experienced than me.
Yeah.
I don't like women when they're not experienced.
So having to like teach somebody something that's not your forte, you would rather be taught and dominated than.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's interesting. Many men like they say that and then they want to swap back and forth, where it's like a give and take thing. You know, like they phase in and out, right? Yeah. I don't really have a problem with any of that stuff, but I think like the connection matters for conception, and that's the whole reason I wanted to wait. Huh?
I tell you, like, the biggest red flag is if a girl tells you, if a girl's not patient, like the first time you have sex and the girl's telling you what to do, that's a red flag. It means she doesn't have the patience for you to get better.
Okay. So that kind of means she's not willing to teach you anything, so how can she start teaching a child anything about themselves as well? I mean, if you're looking for motherhood, right? If you're looking for a wife mom, right?
If she's telling you what to do, if you first having sex and she's telling you, she's instructing you what to do on the first time and not letting it, let the connection grow naturally, that's a red flag.
Well, there's preferences where, like, I'm not into this, I'm not going to do that. You know what I mean?
Word.
Like, I can understand that type of stuff. You know what I mean?
100%.
Like, not yet type stuff. You know what I mean? Like the no stuff.
You don't do that on the first time. No. If she's instructing you what to do on the first time, then that's a red flag.
You had that happen a lot?
Give an example.
I've had it happen twice.
Okay.
You had it twice. Okay.
Are you sure you're just not good in bed?
No, because no. Because I had another girl tell me that that's the best she's ever had, but like.
Okay, but that could have been any girl can say that.
We just fucked all the time. We just fucked and I wasn't good on the first time we fucked. I was terrible. But then on like the second, third, you know, I got used to her body, understood what she wanted, and it gets better from there. If she's not willing on if she gives up on the first time you fuck, like the first time you fuck, and doesn't expect you to get better over time, then she's not worth it.
Yeah, you know, I pretty much agree with that. I think it probably takes a good, like, over a course of a couple months even, because, like, her own period cycle and what her sensations may change over that period of time. Do you know what I mean? Depending upon birth control as well. For a woman to vet a man, it takes at least like 3 to 6 months usually. For me, it's 6 days, or about 3 days if they're, the virtue shit, right? If they're completely the different religion, all different virtues on how they handle conflict resolution, what they consider as dignity, deprivating, things of that nature, right? There's just some lines you can't go back on, right? You're like, yeah, I don't think so. So yeah, like total personality flaws, right? Not necessarily performance. So how many women have you been with? It sounds like you're extremely experienced, and are all of them have some sort of addiction, or?
Yeah, no, I haven't been with that many women. Probably about 13 or 14.
14? That's not a lot.
Yeah. Some of them didn't even speak English as well.
Okay. Did you have a safe word with those people? Were you able to at least communicate in their language?
Using Google Translator.
Are you serious? Okay. Well, that's interesting. And you have yet to have any children, right?
No.
Okay. So I don't know if 14 is a lot for... You're Australian, right?
Yep. It's not a lot.
It's not a lot for an Australian at age 29, 14? So that'd be an average of how many a year after 18? When did you get started?
19.
19 you got started? Okay.
Yeah.
So between age 19 and 29, you've been with 14 females. Any males?
No.
No. Or in-betweeners, you know what I mean? It's just interesting.
Yeah. It might be 14, it might be 15.
Yeah. I've probably been with 3 girls, one that was serious, and maybe like 3 guys, and some of those, and I can probably count the ones that were like uninvited, but I'm leaving them off the list, right? The unconsensual assholes, right? But yeah, like if you would consider like consensual.
You've been with 6
probably
people?
about 6 people sexually. And my last time was with a girl. That was 2009, and
what?
With a guy, that would be like 2006 or 7. So I haven't really been with men for a very long time. Yes, I'm almost like a nun, to where I shut off my libido anyway, save my ovulation for my eggs. So, and then the libido hit, and baby fever started hitting stronger. So it's about time for me to start, procreating. But I can do that without a partner. That's what I was planning for anyway, because I was just around so many toxic people. You know what I mean? So.
So you looking for a sperm donor?
Do I what?
You're looking for a sperm donor?
I was considering a sperm donor. I've looked into it. Me and that one girl I dated, she used my egg, and we did one of our gay guy friends. We used him as a donor, and at the time, it's like one of them were, at least one of them were still in the closet. So I would pretend to be his girlfriend. You know what I mean? Like
a beard.
It was like 2008, 2009, but his family had money and he didn't. You know what I mean? So I would pretend to be his girlfriend. We would have made a cute couple, to be honest. But we did that. She passed away with the baby, but both of them pretty much passed away as well.
So you had a child,
yeah,
or at
people
least
just die a lot.
You had a child with your egg, and that baby died?
Yes.
Oh, that's so tragic. How did it happen?
Girl, yes. So we were like one trimester in, and she's perfectly healthy. She military, but yeah. So that happened in like 2009. So I just like started shutting down. You know what I mean? And just like I tried to rebound with a couple girls, and I'm just like they're just ravers, and it's almost like they're doing it for attention, and they're not motherhood material women that I was finding, basically. So it was more so like the how can you put it, like the pride parade, antagonistic, right? Type of individuals that don't really want to invest in the future, and it's more popular to not have kids, right? But the women prior to that, explosion of LGBT rights, a lot of them were maternal. They still have maternal instincts and stuff. So,
right. The women raped?
Yeah, that's what it felt like.
Did you say the women
What's
raped?
that?
Did you say the women raped?
No, what I'm saying is the maternal instinct was there. They went to raves. Is that the word you're looking for? RAVE, not PE.
Oh, raves. Oh, they were in the rave scene. Oh, I understand. Apologies.
Yeah, like the party people.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
I don't have a problem with parties, but that's an entire lifestyle where it's like a constant thing. And a lot of the women would actually be with men for drugs or something.
Right.
So they're not completely as lesbian as what they say. You know what I mean? Just the looser lifestyles, and that's not what I was looking for. I'm not going to judge you. You do you, right? That's not really what I was looking for at that time. Maybe after kids are grown up or something. But yeah. Then you get into like that stuff, right? But yeah.
Wow, so you went all the way to Kansas and you didn't even have sex with this man?
No, I did not.
Wow. No, that's like you have a lot of self self-control.
We had dinner. Well, we went to IHOP for waffles, and that felt awkward. Just everything kind of awkward.
Okay.
He has more shoes than me and more cosmetic products, and he's also in the Navy. So I think there's might be a slight gay thing going on. His brother's a Marine and gay. So I think there's a complex he might have. I don't know. I also think he might think I'm old, or he's just hyper. I think he's just insecure.
How old is he?
Like the things I would bring up, he would make me into a problem. I think he's just turned 35.
Okay.
It's like a 5-year thing.
Yeah.
Something like that.
All right. Well, he's not.
But no, he wanted me here, so I came here, and yeah, it's definitely not going to work. It's a mutual thing now. Hey. I think he wanted a different type of thing to where I would just shut up and be a good person, because there's another person living here, and that person has caused some hygiene issues. And addressing that has been a problem for him, and I'm not the problem. Right.
Okay, so the other person has said that the person with the hygiene issues has said they don't like you?
They're probably upset that they had to remove their things from the room that I'm in to another part of the house. They're supposedly a friend, but they're in the Navy together. The military guy's white, right?
Okay.
He's from Michigan. And this other dude is like half black and Hawaiian. So it's like the white boy guilt thing. You understand what I mean? Where it's like, oh, I'm helping somebody and stuff like that, right? That's also like a contentious thing, to where like he communicated to me that he doesn't want this guy here now, and he's mad about letting him store his things.
Okay.
And like he failed something at an embassy or something. So he was basically letting him do the storage because he thought he was going to get a career boost if he's friends with this guy that might make it to an embassy. Do you understand? He's very career motivated.
Sure.
Just cool, right? And I don't even think he should be in any type of form of power, because he builds things from work, so he says. He's in the medical, which I think he's just abusing the insulin shit, like the insulin shot stuff, to try to lose weight. There's a whole bunch of different things that you could be pressed on, right?
Right.
So It's a whole list of things. And I don't mean to nitpick, but I do have a high respect for our soldiers. But if you're going to turn civilians into pawns, you know what I mean? It's just like a power trip pawn thing and not necessarily caring about the well-being of children and stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
So yeah. So this individual, they started like knocking things off the bathroom counter, and it's not big enough for the cat to do, or it's too heavy for the cat to do. And then rearranging razor blades and things like that near the sink. It pube hairs all constantly on the toilet in like this arrangement, so where it's like I had to put a sign up, and then they did it after that, and it wasn't addressed. I was told I would have Ethernet, but the internet is actually in his room, right? Which means that we would have to wait for him to leave his room, right? For us, I guess, to sneak in to put in the Ethernet, even though it's like his house.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's just retarded. So I got 18. I got my own internet installed, and that's what I'm running on now because the Wi-Fi kept going in and out really bad. So it's not like I could have found work for the first like 3 weeks because the internet, the Wi-Fi sucks because of the way the walls are. They're like plaster. So I needed a hard line.
You ready to lose?
Zoot, I've beaten you in every game we've played.
Oh, are you guys playing the game? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't mean to vent.
No, you're fine.
But no, it's a whole thing that I'm making a document with timestamps and shit like that. I don't need to vent it out here, but yeah.
No, you're fine. All right.
I mean, it could be a worse situation. You know what I mean? I did have him sign a lease thing, which I guess, you know, he blew up because he's an Aries, and that he blew up in text messages and, you know, over here, blah blah blah. But no, that's not the point. You know what I mean? Your potential baby mama is sharing a bathroom, and you know what I mean. There's certain things that are disturbing her. It's just like, you know what I mean. It's just like I didn't even get introduced properly. There's no rules. You know what I mean? And then when I do address something, hey, let me know if you need anything, right? But if you do need anything, it turns into a problem. You know what I mean?
Right.
So yeah.
What are star signs, man?
Hmm?
What are star signs, man? You said he was an Aries.
Yeah, they're hot-headed. They're fire signs, and they usually get angered very quickly, and that normally ends up backlashing on them. Like they just get mad and shut the conversation, try to start the conversation down, and then they retaliate, trying to make you the problem. Like I have a text message that says these mattresses were new, even though I pushed the issue that I will sleep on the floor on like a gymnastic mat before I sleep on a mattress that someone else has fucked in, right? Or like slept in, because that's just the way I am. Even a hotel, I'd rather sleep in probably the tub, because I look at the fucking mattress, right, and how well they clean it. And that's just what I do. Like I would rather sleep outside in a fucking tent than sleep on a mattress that two individuals that were not myself fucked in. You know what I mean? It's just a thing I have, right? So we made that an issue, but he has like the mattresses are new, right? And nobody slept in them. So I have those screenshots in the text messages. By the third day I got here, I did lay on top of the bed, right? But then I decided to do laundry and it's all stained up. So now that mattress is outside of this room and in the dining room. And he decided, you know, like that's an issue, but he's going to put it in that guy's room once that guy leaves. I guess the military is going to help him pack or something. Why would you keep that mattress? My children are not going to sleep on that mattress. It's all stained up. I would rather us be in a tent or on a gymnastic mat. You know what I mean? Right. It's just like a thing where it's like he made it seem like a bigger deal just because I brought it up. At the same time, it's like, oh, okay, so now his coworkers brought the bed. But in the picture he showed me prior to coming here, the sheets were different than when I actually arrived. And I have those pictures. So who changed the sheets? You know, I think in the phone call he was doing bedding. You know what I mean? It's just like he got himself caught up in like retarded lies, and then like, because I'm calling him out on some of them for clarity. You know what I mean? You can't get past that discussion. So it's almost like a narcissistic thing to where he can't admit that he's ever wrong or something, right?
Oh no.
You just can't get past that shit, right?
Right.
It's other things as well, but yeah.
Are you okay with an?
Easy.
I know. Would you be okay with an older man?
Me? Yeah, I actually was going to pursue ex-Marine that's Canadian that I talk to a lot on X, and I don't know, he might be ghosting me because now he's scared. We spent a lot of time on the thing. He's O+, which I'm kind of fine with, but he's not wanting to have kids. He said if it happens, it happens, but he's not really like passionate about it. I'm not going to trap a man with a baby, right? I could probably get kids out of him, but I'm not going to trap a man that doesn't want a baby. You know what I mean?
Right. Well,
but he's and another gentleman that is an O negative in Missouri seems like he's a lost cause and too depressed with life, but he's 47, so they're older. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean,
and the one Mormon in Missouri I could check out, he's almost pushing 60, but he has 2 twin O negatives. So I don't know if it's from the woman's side or his side, but he's a twin. They got twin genes, right?
Right. I mean,
so that's interesting. But
hey, this is just a suggestion. If I'm you, I am posting a Craigslist ad in Los Angeles, and I'm gonna say, "Hi, my name's Holly. I'm interested in a man who's serious, and here are my specifications. If you would like to inquire, please do. I'm looking for a living situation, and I'm not here to just be in the nicest way you can, a sex slave. But people generally on the coast have more money and more opportunity to be able to provide for you the way that I think you need, especially if you're going to be pregnant and such. And there are a lot more people here. I mean, at least in Southern California, we have like 25 million people. So that's, a lot of guys, basically, is what I'm saying, who can make sure that your worries are not Ethernet and pubes on your toilet. They would be, they're just people who have more means.
Well, just to correct the pubes on my toilet, the toilet thing, right? It's somebody I'm not going to be having sex with. You know what I mean? Like, once you're coupled with somebody, I mean, come on, you're sharing everything with that person, right? No, it's like a contentious, on purpose thing. Do you know what I mean? To be gross.
No, I get that. I get that, and that's gross.
Like a third party.
I get that totally. Yeah. I'm empathizing with you. What I'm saying is that these men, there are a lot of single men in Southern California who have a lot more money than anybody anywhere else you're going to be looking, and they're going to be able to give you your own bathroom or perhaps even a guest house, and you, like, basically they have more means, and that's going to be definitely a positive for you. They're going to be looking for someone.
I just write that up, and then I really don't think it's feasible.
It's definitely feasible.
Where would I even put that?
It's definitely on Craigslist, and you're going to get 10 guys a day, and then you're going to interview them via FaceTime or Skype, or, well, not Skype, but like Zoom or even Twitter Spaces to make sure they're real. You can say, hey, I've had people play with my emotions and my feelings. I want you to give me a tour of your house virtually. And if it looks like a place that is clean and I would want to live, then what I need you to do is get me a plane ticket to LA, and I will come live with you. I'll give you a month at least where we can get acquainted. You're not going to, I want you to know that this is a serious opportunity. So it's not just a quick, we're not just going to, this isn't a fling. I want a father for my child, and I ideally want a husband. But like, okay, so you're like, where would I even post that? It's very easy. All you do is you go to ChatGPT. It is.
Have you heard of anybody succeeding in doing that?
Yeah, I have. Normally it's from other countries though, not necessarily the United States. But yeah, I've known people to do it.
Yeah.
I've known people who've done it, and they've been married for 30 years. So,
Really?
and they have had children
I could
together.
see like if it's a green card situation, you know what I mean? But most of these guys, they would rather go younger. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
with somebody without kids. There's a lot of push to like not have kids.
But you don't have kids, and that's a big benefit for you. I've known it in multiple situations where people had children from another relationship, and they have found someone who was established, who either was retired or had a job, and had a nice living situation, and they were able to bring people into their home and fall in love and raise successful children, and that's what you want. So if you're like, okay, how would I do
They
that?
were Mormons, right? But they like the breed.
No, they weren't at
The
all.
Mormons will take more than one wife.
No, they weren't. It wasn't anything like that. Here, this is exactly what I would do if I were you, and it's going to be very quick. Just one moment, Zoot. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to ChatGPT. I'm going to say, please write me a nice Craigslist posting for the following characteristics.
Yeah, I can do it.
My name is
I would
Holly.
probably use Grok, to be
I am
honest.
40. I am looking to have a relationship long term to have children. I'm looking for an O negative individual, ideally. I want someone who is financially independent, ideally in the Southern California area. I am willing to move, but may need assistance with moving expenses, and I'm looking for a place to live. This is not a quickie situation. This is something that's serious and long term. If you're interested, please feel free to email me, and I would like to ensure that we have the opportunity to do video calls before I make any serious plans with you. But if we hit it off, you may be able to find your future wife. I am single. I have no children. I'm attractive. I'm educated. That's what we say, and it says, headline, seeking long-term relationship and future family, O negative preferred, SoCal or beyond. Hello, my name is Holly. I'm 40. I'm single and child-free, but I'd love to change that with the right person. I'm looking for a serious long-term relationship with the goal of building a loving family. Ideally, you're O negative or know your blood type, financially stable, and located in Southern California, but I'm open to other areas if things click. If we really connect, I'm willing to relocate, though some help with moving expenses may be needed. I'm attractive, down to earth, emotionally mature, and truly ready for something real. This is not a casual fling. I value commitment, honesty, and genuine partnership. I'd love to start with thoughtful conversations and video calls to make sure we vibe before making any big moves. If we connect, you might just find your future wife. If this speaks to you, feel free to email me and introduce yourself. I'm excited to see what the future holds. Warmly, Holly. You post this, and you're going to get 50 men tomorrow who send you some type of message, especially if you include a picture. You don't even have to include a face picture, but just so they know that you're a real person. And then from there, you're going to just start basically recruiting guys to say, okay, this is a good guy, this is not, whatever. And then you're going to line up video calls just like you were job hunting or similar similar activity. And then you're going to find some guy. I could see you easily finding some guy between 55 and 65 who wants to have a family, just hadn't found the right woman, not mature, whatever, or maybe, or yeah, I mean, you could find a guy who is 25, but I'm saying, like, I want you to have an established man.
No, that's ridiculous.
And it could be 45 to 65 or something like
30, that. 39 plus probably. Like I'd go like maybe 1 year younger. It just takes a while for men to mature anyway.
You're exactly right. And you're going to post this, and I would post it to big cities where you'd want to live, preferably places that have nice weather. If you want to raise a family there, that's always beneficial, but not necessary. And just see what happens. It doesn't hurt. That's a really nice introduction that doesn't give too much and gives just the right of everything that you want. And you're going to find guys who you will, if you post this in LA, in the LA Craigslist, it's free under the personal section. You will find, I bet you get 50 guys in the next 24 hours who respond to it.
What can you post on there? Is it email and phone?
Yeah, absolutely.
Contact information.
You can put email and
so
phone.
I might want to get my profiles ready before I would do that, right?
You don't even need a profile. You just need to post this information and then upload a picture, and you can blot out your face if you want, or show your face, which is better. And then you can put in their contact me via email or via email and phone, or just phone, and then you can say text message only. So if you just want people to be able to text you and you don't want to take calls all day, but you will get so many guys who are interested in what you want, because you're not asking for anything that's outlandish. You're looking for a good individual who's family oriented, who wants to have children. And that's what men want to do, that we want to reproduce. And I'm telling you.
Do you really, though?
Yeah, many of us want to have large families if we had the right. If that's.
Do you really? Why? But why?
Well, aside from there being,
like, for women, it's like we have these eggs, we're born with them, and they control us. And they, like, if we ovulate, it's almost like there's this little soul that bugs us. You know what I mean?
Aside from
almost like we're possessed by little souls.
Aside from it being an instinctual quality of a person, people want to teach. Like, I would want to teach people, both men and women, or boys and girls, how to live, and the positive things you're able like to educate them and make sure that they had it better than you had it, and hopefully grow up into moral and decent people that have children of their own and have grandchildren and build a family and just create more love in the world. These are all positive aspects of procreation, and I know that there are other people out there who feel the same way.
I hope so. It seems like there are people that say that they feel the same way, and then once they get close to it, it's like they get mad about, like, the idea of, like, okay, well, maybe it's too soon, and it's almost like, I don't know, they get cold feet about it, as if they're not ready.
I get that.
And then they're just gonna, like, waste your time and use you as a cum bucket forever and never bait.
I get that.
Like, never actually want to reproduce.
I get that, and
it's very tricky.
Right? It is tricky. Now, that's why
I think I'd just rather do the donor thing and do it alone.
Wait, Holly, you didn't even try though. You didn't even try, and you've got to say to yourself, you know what? It would take me 10 minutes to put together a profile and just see what happened. Not even put together a profile. It takes 2 minutes to create the profile. It'll take you 1 minute to create the grok entry of whatever you want. Post a picture. You could have this all done in 5 minutes, and then you just wait. And while you're blowing time with this loser in Kansas, you could have some guy who says, "Hey, I'd like to video chat with you. You seem like a nice individual. We have similar plans or similar goals." And then if you get that, then I would really be like with the guy in Kansas. How many times did you video chat with him?
Yeah, I might bring him in here so you can vet him.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'd love to meet him.
Rabbi. You need vetted by Rabbi.
Absolutely. I'd love to meet him, but most of all, they need to pass the Holly test. And so there are some aspects of your life that you're going to explain to this person.
It's very hard to vet people, honey. It is.
Wait, I understand. I understand that. How many times did you video chat with the Kansas guy?
Actually none.
Okay.
I video chatted with Jacob.
No. That doesn't count. 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 So the guy with whom you're currently living, you didn't video chat with, and this time
I did not know.
Yeah, this time you're going to change that, and you're going to make sure that this person has a nice house, that they're clean, that they're consistent, meaning, they're just not flaky. You're going to make sure, like, hey, do you have anyone else living in the house? The guy might say, I have a dog. Okay, can I see your dog? Yeah, and I'm just asking, Holly, are you okay with somebody has pets?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, depending upon the pet, it's not going to be,
normal pets. A dog or a cat, let's say. If they had a dog or a cat, would you be okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a cat here, and I have my own cat. I probably would keep the cat away from the kid, regardless if I trust the cat or not.
That's down the line.
Being up in the face too much.
That's down the line. That's down the line, Holly. I mean, basically.
I know, right?
Yeah, exactly. You've got to say, is this the right person? But I understand. Dogs die, cats die. You may not have children right away. But what I'm saying is that you can even say in your bio, I'm a pet friendly person or animal lover or whatever, because you at least like cats. And I'm telling you, like, you are a catch. And if you don't do this, you're really missing out. If you just say, well, I'm just going to go with a sperm donor, okay, that's fine. But in 5 years, when you need money and you need a place to live and you've got a child and now you're on your own because
there's welfare. There's the government that can back me up, right?
But have you ever raised a child on welfare?
Unless that collapses.
Yeah, exactly. You want somebody who has a house. There are many men in Southern California. It doesn't have to be in Southern California. I'm just saying a place where the per capita income is higher. There are people who would be able to provide for you, and that's what you want. Ideally, would you want to be a housewife so you can focus on the child?
That's kind of like what I prep my brain for.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the natural,
like,
and that's the natural thing that you'd want.
Kitchen ready, housework, cooking, cleaning. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like that's all the shit that I wanted to do as a kid, and I just kept putting it off because life and living with people that don't appreciate clean environments. You're right.
100%.
But there's a lot of girls that want to do the housekeeping, right, and the homemaker stuff, right. And I was one of them. It's just I always had to do the other roles as well, and also defend myself, right?
You don't assholes. You don't need any of that. Look, Holly, I'm here right now. I just humor yourself, and it may be the best decision you ever make in your entire life. What you should do is go to Grok and do exactly what I did with ChatGPT. Get your profile. Let's create a Craigslist ad for you. I'll be here the whole time. It's going to take us 10 minutes. And then once it's done, you can go do whatever else you want to do. But you're going to have an inbox all Sunday that's going to get new messages from guys who are good looking, who have a good head on their shoulders, who have established careers, who want a housewife or want someone at least with whom to procreate, who wants a traditional life. And
that's not considered prostitution or anything?
Not at all. No, not at all. That's a personal ad. That's not prostitution.
Okay.
In fact, you're the opposite of prostitution. You haven't had sex since the mid 2000s. Opposite. So don't you?
I know, right?
Yeah. So don't you worry about that. And do it if you. I mean, I can even send you the ad that we just did if you want. But I'm sure you can put it in your. There are more specifics that you want. But I mean,
yeah, I'll do it.
No,
I'll do it.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
I have to go get
I don't believe you.
Real ID thing.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
You don't believe me? I'm gonna do it.
No, I don't because it literally takes you 10 minutes right now. You have to do it. This could be the biggest opportunity of your life.
I want a new email to do that, and I need to set up a new email.
Okay.
Like if I were to do that, I want to set up
an
actual email to do it.
Hold on.
Right now I got
hold on. Hold on. Don't worry about that. These are just excuses. I dismiss excuses. I embrace solutions. So on Craigslist, you can anonymize your email so that they don't have your email. So you just would email people you want. But if you don't want, okay, so I understand. Go to protonmail.com. You get a free encrypted email, and that'll be your email for communicating with men. And you can do it in 3 minutes. And I'm going to wait here for you until you've put it.
I could do Gmail.
You could do Gmail too. Do Gmail even better. So go to gmail.com, create an account, whatever you want to call it.
I might not even have to make a new one. I could use one of these older ones.
You absolutely could. That's fine. Go to Craigslist.com and usually it'd probably just be easiest to just put into Google Craigslist Los Angeles. That way it'll give you the right page. And if I were you, I would put in Craigslist Los Angeles and Craigslist Orange County and Craigslist San Diego, and even some of those 3 ones, because it's warm. It's the people are good looking. They're healthy. They're wealthy. They're going to be able to support a child much easier than someone in a flyover state.
Would you call it a flyover state?
Yeah. So basically, people who just fly the coast, New York, LA, everything in the middle is called a flyover state.
Okay. So like the middle states are considered to be weird?
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you mean?
They have lower incomes. There isn't a lot of industry